Harry Potter is but a fairy tale? Before Anton stands a dark sorcerer who wields curses with reckless abandon, enveloped in a world of deceit, foul stench, and a wizarding realm as murky as a quagmire. In this realm, beyond the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, even the notorious reputation of Snape, known for his murderous prowess, reverberates far and wide. How does one survive? This is the sole contemplation that occupies his mind. Perhaps the arrival of the acceptance letter from Hogwarts will be akin to the sun piercing through the overcast clouds. Yet, prior to that moment, he must rely solely upon himself. Only himself. Crucio. The curse's luminous glow illuminated Anton's face, and he laughed with unrestrained joy. Hooray! I am alive once more. Chapter 1. The Apprentice of the Dark Sorcerer. In a dim and damp cellar, moss clings to the stone walls. Chains extend from the crevices of the stones, suspending Anton's diminutive form in midair. He gasps as if he were a deflated bellows, his vacant eyes fixated on a small grated window in the corner. Sunlight filters through, where tiny sprites dance within the shaft of light. Crucio. The curse's radiance flickers in the shadowy cellar. Ugh! Anton grits his teeth, stifling a cry of anguish, as his vision gradually becomes hazy and blurred. How many times has he endured this curse? He cannot recall, but he knows that this time he may genuinely be nearing death. I am uncertain if this is the world of Harry Potter, but I may not live to see the owl from Hogwarts deliver my acceptance letter. The figure clad in a black hooded robe gradually fades into the darkness. Anton exhales, his heavy eyelids drooping shut, his head bowing low. When he awakens once more, he has lost track of time, only feeling the bone-chilling pain emanating from where he is restrained by chains. It feels as if he might shatter apart. Aha! Anton lets out a laugh. I'm not dead. He has once again survived amidst the myriad curses of this old sorcerer. 2 months prior, he had traversed into this abnormal England, becoming an apprentice to a dark sorcerer. To be precise, he was labeled as an apprentice, yet in reality, he was merely a test subject, bait for werewolves, a punching bag for venting, and a free servant. He is the sole survivor among the old sorcerer's numerous apprentices. When he escaped while the sorcerer was inebriated, he ran several miles, believing he had evaded his fate, only to fall victim to his first ever Crucio. That sensation felt akin to multiple daggers piercing through his flesh. At that moment, he felt he had disgraced all time travelers, wailing while humbly beseeching the old sorcerer's forgiveness. The old sorcerer graciously forgave him and sent him to wander alone in the shadowy woods, attempting to lure werewolves who relished the attack on young sorcerers. The outcome was splendid. The old sorcerer procured a robust werewolf with a luxuriant coat, and Anton became the old sorcerer's apprentice, a pupil who faced torment from curses for the slightest misstep. Creak! The dilapidated wooden door of the cellar emitted a piercing sound as a flood of light poured in, causing Anton's eyes to tear up from the sudden brightness. Approaching him was a figure clad in a soiled black wizard's robe, the large hood obscuring his visage, revealing only a prominent nose in faint outline. The old sorcerer extended a pale, wrinkled hand, clutching a 10-inch reddish-brown wand. Gently waving it, the clasp at the end of the chain unfastened by itself, and with a thud, Anton fell to the ground. The old sorcerer gazed down at him, emitting an aged and grating chuckle. Young sorcerers, after experiencing an outburst of magical power, risk death if they do not utilize their wands to learn and channel spells. You are not yet 11, yet the magic within you has reached a boiling point. It is merely a transformation into a nonentity, Anton understands. Although he has never read the Harry Potter novels or watched the films, he has perused plenty of web literature. However, he has long surpassed the moment of believing that time travelers possess boundless power. He now simply massages his wrists in silence. You are the most talented among all my apprentices. If you obey, I shall teach you spells. Anton's heart stirred, and he hastily rose, feigning excitement. Aye. Teacher, I was wrong. The old sorcerer appeared quite pleased with his demeanor. Go prepare a meal, and be careful not to mistakenly add the vibrant mushrooms again. Anton's tone grew increasingly respectful. There shall be no next time. The old sorcerer drifted away. Anton squinted at the ground, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He was uncertain of the old sorcerer's power within the realm of Harry Potter, but he was undoubtedly a miser, often exchanging hard-earned materials for experimental ingredients. Does this imply that the old sorcerer possesses but a single wand? If he were to break the wand during a lesson, would he be left to confront merely an ordinary, decrepit old man? This is an opportunity. However, one must exercise utmost caution. The incident involving Anton poisoning the noodles with poisonous mushrooms has likely raised the old sorcerer's suspicions. Patience is essential. Anton exhaled. He possessed ample patience. Struggling up the stone steps of the cellar, he opened the door, and sunlight pierced through the forest mist, illuminating everything with brilliance. Step by step, he made his way to the kitchen nestled in the corner of the walled yard, where a sack of flowers sat on the countertop, its shrunken form indicating it was nearly empty. The earthenware pot containing lard was reduced to a mere bottom, and even the salt was but a small handful. What a miser! Anton scoffed once more. After the old sorcerer grew weary of oil-soaked noodles and steamed buns, he threw a great tantrum, prompting Anton to scurry into the forest to gather mushrooms to supplement his meals. Yes, to supplement. A small cluster of mushrooms that appeared dreamily beautiful. Anton recognized this phenomenon, having encountered it during his brief forays into educational videos. The toxic fly agaric mushroom, when ingested, merely causes slight diarrhea, with recovery expected by the following day. However, by the third day, death ensues, irrevocably fatal. There's a song that goes, "Red umbrella, white stalk, after eating, one must lie down and be buried in the mountains." Anton eagerly anticipated the moment he would inter the old sorcerer within the depths of the forest. Regrettably, no matter how nonchalantly he comported himself, the old sorcerer remained astonishingly attuned to the lurking peril. I don't understand. I'm still just a child," Anton pleaded, but despite his earnest explanations, the old sorcerer bestowed upon him several excruciating curses. He was perplexed as to why the old sorcerer suddenly chose to teach him spells, yet he harbored the utmost suspicion towards this dark sorcerer. With practiced dexterity, he kneaded the dough, kindled the fire, and drizzled oil. Initially, Anton consumed a substantial bowl himself before carrying the remaining small bowl of noodles towards the cottage. If he did not eat beforehand, the old sorcerer would undoubtedly deprive him of the opportunity to dine. "Master, it is time for our meal," Anton announced, prompting the sorcerer to nod in acknowledgement as he lifted his gaze from a multitude of parchment scrolls. Without his hood, the brilliance of his white hair and beard was particularly glaring. His face, a tapestry of wrinkles, bore deeply sunken eye sockets, and his pale blue eyes seemed to harbor profound depths. He slowly turned to glance at the oil-drizzled noodles, paused in silence for a moment, and then strode over to grasp the ladle. "You go tidy up. We shall soon venture to Upside Down Alley." Upside Down Alley. Anton's eyes widened in astonishment, for he had finally confirmed it. He was indeed in the world of Harry Potter. Yet, the year remained a mystery. His arrival here had been solely in the company of the old sorcerer, wandering through desolate, uninhabited outskirts. Occasionally, he encountered peculiar gatherings of strange individuals, yet he dared not utter a single word to anyone. It had to be during the era of Harry Potter. He silently prayed. It was not that he had a fondness for the young Harry Potter, but rather that at this juncture, the first Dark Lord had been imprisoned while the second was desperately fleeing. If he could find a way to enter Hogwarts and pursue his studies, he could attain a relatively stable existence. He had suffered enough of this life, one where death loomed at every turn. Chapter 2. The Upside Down Alley. The old wizard never lingered in one place for too long. This quaint wooden cabin had originally belonged to a reclusive lumberjack. With a mere flick of his wand, the old wizard brought the structure crashing down. "Ha ha ha." The old wizard chuckled maliciously. "Let's be off." Anton grimaced, contemplating that he had no intention of returning and saw no necessity to demolish the house. It was simply the act of a natural-born villain. He struggled to drag a massive trunk behind him, its weathered brown leather appearing somewhat shabby, and its size dwarfing his youthful frame. The trunk contained all of the old wizard's research materials and belongings, as well as an iron cage imprisoning a werewolf, all enhanced by a non-detectable extension charm. The trunk was not heavy, but having previously been suspended mid-air, Anton's wrist throbbed painfully, forcing him to take a step, then pause. The old wizard turned back, frowning at him, and ultimately waved his wand. Amplify strength. Anton felt his heart racing violently, even sensing a vein pulsating behind his ear. An icy sensation coursed through his body, and the trunk suddenly felt as light as a box of biscuits. As for the pain in his wrist, it was alleviated only slightly. "If you can manage it, then quicken your pace," the old wizard said impatiently, prompting Anton to hasten his steps. As he followed behind, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling the Harry Potter series he had read, which suggested that the old wizard had numerous spells at his disposal. For instance, he could have healed Anton's wrist or levitated the trunk. So why did he not do so? Anton entertained a bold hypothesis. Could it be that this rogue wizard lacked formal education and thus did not comprehend how to cast those two spells? This was rather intriguing. He resolved to continue observing, to discern whether this wizard was indeed a self-taught amateur, and if so, whether it implied a deficiency in the most advanced wandless magic. He dared not be hasty, continually reminding himself to exercise utmost caution. He had but one chance. Should the old wizard discover his intention to resist, he would undoubtedly meet his demise on the spot. After traversing a mile of mountainous terrain, they finally arrived at a wide concrete road. Shortly thereafter, a vintage-looking emerald green car came to a halt before them, soon to resume its journey. Speeding along the highway, it ultimately stopped at a large bookstore on Charing Cross in London's Westminster district. The bewildered driver looked around, as if awakening from a dream, and hurriedly grabbed his phone. "Hello, darling. I didn't mean to be late. Something magical happened, and I found myself back in the city." No, I haven't left yet. Darling, let me explain. Hello? Hello?" Beside him, the old wizard opened the car door and stepped out, while Anton lifted the trunk from the back seat and followed closely behind. The two proceeded quietly toward a shabby little pub adjacent to the bookstore. Their peculiar attire drew no attention, not even when a middle-aged man on the phone nearly collided with Anton, as if he were invisible. The sign above the pub read "The Leaky Cauldron" in faded letters. The old wizard had no intention of partaking in any refreshments. He disregarded the pub owner's greetings and walked straight to the back courtyard. Tapping his wand against the bricks of the wall, the brick wall seemed to come alive with advanced effects, rolling aside to reveal an opening, through which a bustling crowd could be seen on the street. Casually nudging a trash can to reposition it, the old wizard walked through nonchalantly. Normally, one would count 3 bricks up from the trash can, then 2 bricks across, and gently tap the wall with their wand 3 times to reveal a small hole that would then transform into an archway leading to Diagon Alley. Yet, what if the trash can have been moved? This wizard, whether or not he practiced dark magic, was undoubtedly a wretched sort. Anton rolled his eyes behind him, continuing to carry the trunk. The old wizard evidently did not wish to linger in Diagon Alley, swiftly entering a dark side alley. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, the sky darkening, as peculiar wizards leaned against the walls, appearing distinctly abnormal. They had clearly entered the upside-down alley. "Wait here," the old wizard commanded, seizing the trunk from Anton's hands, his aged body laboriously dragging it toward the first shop at the alley's entrance. Anton raised an eyebrow. He cannot perform the levitation spell. This was his first thought. How could this be possible? This was his second thought. His eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, a group of chattering children came to a stop at the mouth of the upside-down alley, all sporting the rare trait of red hair. A pair of twins fervently persuaded their mother, "Mom, perhaps you could leisurely enjoy afternoon tea while we buy our robes from Madame Malkin's. We can purchase our wands ourselves." Their mother seemed somewhat swayed, hesitating for a moment, yet ultimately refusing to let them go alone, insisting, "No, I must keep an eye on you." Behind them stood a boy who appeared to be of similar age to Anton, his freckled face wide-eyed in a daze as he gazed at Anton in the dark alley. Sunlight glinted off the boy's red hair and shone upon the colorful lollipop in his hand. "Oh dear," the mother suddenly exclaimed, casting a wary glance at the malicious gazes surrounding the mouth of the upside-down alley. "We cannot linger here." She urged her children to hurry along. Pulling the freckled boy along, "Ron, come on, stop dawdling." Ron blinked in surprise, curiously observing the little wizard in the dark alley before hastily following his mother. "Ron Weasley." Anton smirked, stepping back into the shadows of the upside-down alley. He now understood the precise moment in time. This boy was one of the 3 protagonists from the Harry Potter novels, and his twin brothers were 2 years older than him. He had overheard the twins clamoring to buy their own wands. This meant it was 2 years prior to Harry Potter's enrollment. He suddenly saw a splendid opportunity to escape the clutches of the old wizard. He could dash out and seize Ron's mother, informing her that he was a child captured by a dark wizard. This righteous and powerful Molly would surely come to his aid. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. The old wizard was aware that he might flee, and had so casually permitted him to wait at the entrance. He dared not take the risk. Anton gently rubbed his wrist, staring in silence at the intricate tattoo adorning it. An amalgamation of curves and a square, accompanied by symbols in an incomprehensible script. He was uncertain if it held any significance. His memories of his former self were hazy, to the point where, apart from a nearly instinctual recollection of language, he could not remember anything else. His age, name, origin, and how he fell into the hands of the old wizard, all of these memories eluded him. He was uncertain about the old wizard's precautions against him, but he was acutely aware that only the death of the old wizard would truly free him from the looming threat. Shortly thereafter, the old wizard emerged, and Anton, wearing a broad smile, hurriedly stepped forward to retrieve the suitcase. "Come along. I shall take you to procure a wand. Where on earth would you, a pauper, find the money?" The plan had faltered, and Anton silently trailed behind, patiently awaiting the old wizard's next misstep. Chapter 3. The Soul Extraction Spell. Anton had anticipated that the old wizard would escort him to Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley. However, that was not to be. Following the winding path deeper into Nocturne Alley, They passed the Grand Borgin and Burke's shop, ultimately stopping at a store that resembled a dilapidated junkyard. A mountain of battered cauldrons for potion-making piled up at the entrance, while on the other side, a sizable cage housed a snake, its body thick and several scales missing. This time, the old wizard did not ask Anton to wait outside. They traversed through the cluttered aisles of the shop, heading towards the counter, where a plump woman clad in a loose-fitting wizard robe greeted them with an exceptionally warm smile. "Ah, my dear Fanes, it has been quite a while." The old wizard nodded, acknowledging her. "Do you still have any wolfsbane potion?" Upon hearing the inquiry, the shopkeeper's smile widened further. "Wolfsbane potion is quite costly, and I happen to have the authentic brew crafted by Professor Snape." So the old wizard's name was Fanes. Anton's expression shifted at the mention of Snape. In this strange and terrifying world, even a familiar name brought him a sense of comfort. Yet, that comfort was fleeting. He clearly observed the shelves behind the shopkeeper, where an ivory pen holder casually contained several used wands, showing signs of wear. The arrangement was reminiscent of the chopstick holders he had seen during his visits to a local fried rice eatery, filling him with a sense of foreboding. It seemed unlikely that he would enjoy the exquisite experience of selecting a wand, as depicted in the novels. How typical of a miser. Fanes bargained with the shopkeeper over each coin, eventually exasperatedly pointing to the pen holder. "Give me 2 of those wands, and do not charge me." 2 wands. Anton could hardly contain his incredulity and was tempted to suggest that the old wizard might as well buy 2, thus eliminating the need for a spoon when eating noodles in the future. The shopkeeper did not acquiesce. Ultimately, after a lengthy negotiation, the deal concluded with an old wand being tossed in as a bonus. "Don't think I'm unaware of your profits." The old wizard snatched a handful of herbs from a nearby shelf and stuffed them into his robe pocket, grumbling as he departed. The shopkeeper, still smiling, called out, "We welcome you to return." Continuing deeper into Nocturne Alley, the buildings grew sparse. After turning a corner, a vast lake came into view, its shores dotted with haphazardly constructed houses. The old wizard led Anton to a secluded clearing at the far end, nestled behind towering trees. Here stood a safe house. As soon as the old wizard's words fell, a crooked 3-story house materialized before Anton. The rough wooden boards nearly brushed his nose, causing him to instinctively step back. The old wizard beamed with pride. "This is the safe house I inherited from my mentor. It requires exceedingly complex and powerful magic to manifest. Only those who know of its existence can see and touch it." Anton paused, quickly realizing that if no one were to know of its existence henceforth, it would vanish from all sight, as if it never existed at all. "One might say that," the old wizard remarked wistfully, gazing around. "Alas, I am but a clumsy apprentice and have not mastered my teacher's magic. It will cease to function completely in 8 or 9 years." After arriving at the safe house, their provisions improved significantly, a bowl of oil-slicked noodles accompanied by a small cup of wine. Yes, there was now a sweet fruit wine, plentiful in the cellar. Daily consuming wheat products, devoid of any meat save for a thin layer of oil, Anton felt this diet was decidedly unhealthy. The old wizard extracted a cage from the suitcase, and the effort it took confirmed Anton's suspicion that this dark wizard truly did not know the levitation charm. What a preposterous behavior. After all, he was capable of performing the 3 unforgivable curses. No, he should indeed be proficient in all 3. "Now, I will teach you the soul extraction spell, a branch of this dark magic. Few truly understand it today." The old wizard wore a smug expression. Anton grasped the old wand, utterly bewildered. "What? You want to teach me such a complex spell right off the bat? Shouldn't we start with something simpler?" The old wizard rudely administered the wolfsbane potion to the middle-aged man in the cage. The potion needed to be given a week prior to the full moon, allowing the werewolf to retain consciousness during its transformation. "In this week, you must master this spell. If you hinder my endeavors," the old wizard's demeanor turned icy as he waved his wand, "I shall make you experience the taste of the killing curse. Trust me, no one survives the killing curse." "Huh, Harry Potter did," Anton silently retorted, recalling how Voldemort had survived a rebound. Yet he sighed inwardly, realizing, "But I am not them." A week to master a spell on par with the unforgivable curses. Failure meant death, which was utterly absurd. The old wizard evidently had no intention of teaching him any other spells. He picked up the wand and began to demonstrate the motions, correcting Anton's posture bit by bit. To successfully cast a spell, 3 aspects must be addressed. The old wizard's teaching method was efficient and direct, honing in on the essentials. The gestures, particularly for beginners, must be executed with precision. Even the slightest misstep could lead to failure. The incantation, with its varied tones and pauses, would determine the spell's success or failure. Lastly, one must summon the corresponding emotion from within. The old wizard articulated the incantation for the soul extraction spell, meticulously breaking down each syllable. Emotion, or the wizard's will, directly influences the efficacy and power of the spell. When casting the soul extraction spell, your heart must be filled with unwavering resolve and relentless determination. Anton was perplexed. Isn't that a positive emotion? Aren't dark arts supposed to require negative feelings? The old wizard rarely laughed, but he did so now. Who told you this was dark magic? Once he finished laughing, his expression turned serious. Practice diligently. You have but 1 week. Anton had long been accustomed to the capricious temperament of the old wizard. There were times when, even while sweeping the floor with his back turned, a sudden malevolent curse would be hurled in his direction. The unwavering momentum and resolute determination, such a state of mind appeared deceptively attainable. Anton pondered, if that were indeed the case, why had this particular spell gradually faded into obscurity, leaving so few who comprehended in the present day? He closed his eyes, and within the emptiness of his mind, a vivid image began to take shape. It was the night of the full moon, a week hence, when the old wizard bellowed for him to unleash magic. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not conjure a single spell. In that moment, the wizard's wand glowed with a sinister green light, and his expression was one of terrifying hunger. At that juncture, with no recourse left but to fight desperately, Anton had stealthily positioned himself beside a bowl of herbal powder, seizing it with a swift motion to obscure the wizard's vision. Subsequently, he brandished the razor-sharp bone knife that had long been sharpened in the kitchen, propelled by the grim resolve to either survive or perish. This was Anton's last, most desperate contingency, to engage in brutal combat. Abruptly, Anton opened his eyes, brandishing his wand, and invoked the soul transference spell. A radiant beam of incantation flickered, and a cerulean light surged forth from the tip of his wand, racing ahead and ultimately embedding itself within the old wizard's chest. How could this be? The wizard's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 4. The Moonlit Countenance. Anton finally comprehended the precise function of the soul transference spell. As the incantation was unleashed, he felt as though a colossal hook had latched onto his forehead, propelling him along the trajectory of the spell's luminous arc moments later. He was akin to a fish freed from water, diving back into its depths. That sensation of being drawn was once again liberating. After a fleeting moment of disorientation, he stood agape, experiencing his own corporeal form. A profound sense of frailty and age emanated from the core of his being as he strained to gaze ahead, only to behold a small wizard standing before him. It was himself. He had exchanged bodies with the old wizard. It was at this moment that he truly discerned the nature of the physique he had traversed into. He possessed a mane of red hair, slightly lighter than the Weasley family's hue he had observed in Diagon Alley, glimmering with a platinum sheen. His eyes were a pale shade of blue, and his complexion was fair. Remarkably, apart from the absence of freckles, he bore a slight resemblance to Ron. A relative? Anton was unsure. It finally dawned upon him why Ron had been regarding him with such intensity. With no opportunity to scrutinize further, an overwhelming emptiness surged within him, akin to being abruptly snapped back from a stretched elastic band. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld the old wizard hastily approaching, pouring a cup of fruit wine into his mouth. The wizard's gaze held the reverence one might reserve for a rare treasure. "Ah, you shall be my finest apprentice. Your talents are invaluable." What did he mean by invaluable? Yet, at the very least, the old wizard's demeanor toward him had softened considerably, even kindly inviting him to rest in a small bedroom on the first floor, aside from reclaiming that old wand. Anton slept for 2 full days, finally regaining his strength. Nonetheless, a lingering dull ache persisted in his mind, leading him to speculate whether it was due to his exertion in casting a spell beyond his capabilities. He could sense his own weakness, yearning to return to bed and continue sleeping. However, he could not afford to. He had gone without food for 2 days, and if he did not prepare a meal soon, he would surely starve. The old wizard had evidently just returned from an outing, the faint aroma of lamb chops and beer wafting from him. Consequently, Anton felt his hunger intensify. Sighing, he resigned himself to the fact that he could not expect the old wizard to provide him with a sumptuous meal. He hastily prepared a simple bowl of knife-cut noodles, squatting beside the stove, perspiration beading on his forehead as he ate. Indeed, sleep and nourishment were the most effective means for humans to restore their vitality. Feeling considerably rejuvenated, he stepped out of the kitchen only to be promptly halted by the keen-eyed old wizard, who began addressing the pile of herbs stacked in the corner. "Only the leaves of the bad blood grass are to be used. You must be meticulous in your selection, ensuring not a single root is mixed in. Trust me, you would not want to perish from a severe loss of blood after consuming the potion. Anton was taken aback. Was this meant for him? After selecting the appropriate herbs, he proceeded to crush them together with the spotted tiger grass, adding them to the blood of a fire lizard. Once it began to boil, he was to toss in a leech. The old wizard belched, stretched, and groggily grasped the handrail of the staircase. Move quickly, damn it. You've already squandered 2 days of my time. If you don't hurry, you'll be finished, grumbled the old wizard as he ascended the stairs. Anton pursed his lips. Couldn't he simply make it himself if time was of the essence? Was this potion truly meant for his own consumption? He gazed at the chaotic assortment of ingredients, feeling a shiver of dread. Among them was a cage of mice and several caterpillars. This was not his first experience with potions. Previously, he had consumed a peculiar, viscous concoction that left him covered in blisters, nearly dehydrating him to death. Patience was essential. Anton inhaled deeply. He could not allow himself to panic, for that would lead to mistakes. This old wizard was no benevolent figure. Merely in his presence over the past 2 months, he had killed 7 or 8 individuals. Would he not hesitate to eliminate Anton as well? This was a question devoid of doubt. The dark wizard had already slain more than one apprentice, and one instance had occurred simply due to a bad mood. Donning gloves, Anton silently crushed the herbs. Bit by bit, he transformed the fear and murderous intent within him into a paste, burying it deep within his heart. The complexity of this potion exceeded Anton's imagination. It involved the concoction of over 30 types of ingredients, some requiring sun exposure, while others needed to be reduced to ashes. Intervals of 1 day and 3 days of rest were also mandated. The old wizard procured a large metallic cross, binding a middle-aged man to it with chains. Tomorrow is the full moon. Your time is running short. This statement was not directed at the werewolf, but rather at Anton. Anton lowered his gaze in silence, stirring the potion with his old wand, feeling the magical energy gradually being absorbed by the bubbling concoction. The dark green mixture began to froth with viscous bubbles, and under the influence of the magic, a hint of pale red began to seep through. As he maintained the flow of magical energy, he contemplated the only spell he had mastered, the soul transference incantation. Having read novels, he was aware of various spell incantations. Yet he was oblivious to the gestures required for casting, and he did not know what emotions were needed to invoke them. Even whether each spell necessitated an emotional state remained an uncertainty. Thus, could the soul transference spell be employed as a means of attack? If he were to use it against the old wizard at the moment of transference, could he seize the small knife from the table and take his own life? He harbored no knowledge of whether this would lead to his demise while allowing the old wizard to seize his body and attain a new existence. Anton's understanding of spells was regrettably scant. At long last, the potion was fully concocted. Only a translucent pale, red, liquid remained at the bottom of the cauldron, shimmering with dark green specks, appearing utterly exquisite. The old wizard chuckled as he gazed at the potion. Such exceptional quality could only stem from the malevolence harbored within the heart of its creator. His expression was a blend of mockery and derision. It was only through profound malice that such perfection could be attained. The old wizard, in admiration, drew forth his wand. What, then, shall I bestow upon you? Heart-piercing agony. The incantation's luminescence surged through the air, swiftly reaching Anton's chest before he could even react. Countless tiny blades ravaged his insides, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry. Gritting his teeth, Anton grasped the floor seams, stifling any further sounds of pain, his gaze upon the ground turning icy. Disarm yourself. The old wand flew from Anton's grasp into the hands of the old wizard. You ought to learn to heed the whims of fate and do so with humility. Whistling, the old wizard sauntered to his desk, meticulously packing his manuscripts into a suitcase. He glanced back at the middle-aged man. Only 1 step remains, haha. My experiment is nearing completion. The middle-aged man, observing the crumpled Anton on the floor, sighed. You shouldn't treat a child this way. The old wizard laughed. How peculiar. You were caught precisely for attempting to assault the young wizard. No, once I transformed into a werewolf, I lost all control. I harbor no malice myself. Pain flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. I had locked myself away, but someone tampered with my door, deliberately letting me out to harm others. The old wizard whistled. Very well, you have moved me. I shall record your name in my experiment files as a reward for your contribution to this grand endeavor. What is your name? The middle-aged man chuckled self-deprecatingly. Lupin. A splendid name. The old wizard beamed, picking up his quill. Anton, writhing on the ground, felt a spark of recognition. Lupin? Is that not Remus Lupin? A formidable individual, indeed. None selected by Dumbledore to join the Order of the Phoenix are without merit. He may require a wand. Chapter 5. Then Lupin. With a gentle flourish of the wand, the drapes before the window parted, allowing moonlight to cascade into the room. Lupin's eyes widened in terror as he stared at the full moon outside. No, please, not like this, no. The old wizard cackled. Relax. Before long, a thick coat of wolf fur enveloped Lupin's body, his mind seemingly occupied by a restless rabbit, bouncing about chaotically. Ultimately, he transformed into a colossal wolf head, suspended mid-air. Lupin grew in size, his feet braced against the ground, straining against the clanking chains. What a splendid display of magic and animagus! The old wizard marveled, as if beholding a work of art. You know, they do not comprehend. This is the epitome of animagus magic, the sole magical creature into which a human can transform. A terrifying war machine, easily replicable. Shatter. The spell's radiance flickered. Light burst upon Lupin's form, tufts of wolf fur flying. Yet his exposed skin bore only minor abrasions. Look, look! The old wizard exclaimed. How perfect! Praise be to the ancient wizards. He laughed heartily, lauding their monumental achievements, having created the world's only magical creature, the animagus. Salute to Demicles Bellaby, for he invented the wolf's bane potion, compensating for the lack of reason in werewolves. Salute to Alex Fiennes, for I shall enhance this magic, allowing one to transform into a werewolf at will. Amidst the howls of the werewolf, the old wizard shouted in madness. With a flourish of his wand, he pointed at Anton. Quickly, drink that potion of the wizard's eye. Anton hesitated for a moment before finally downing the contents of the cauldron in one gulp. A chilling sensation washed over his mind, and suddenly, he blinked in confusion. He realized he had gained an additional eye. Within his vision, the old wizard appeared as a human-shaped luminescence, a mixture of gray-brown intertwined with streaks of dark green. The dark green strands resembled fissures, and upon closer inspection, he could discern 3 peculiar patterns that mirrored the runes on the wizard's wrist. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the seemingly uneven, dilapidated wooden floor beneath him, where the gray-brown patches and dark green lines formed an extraordinary pattern glowing with magical energy. Raising his head, countless pale blue lines surged within Lupin's body, twisting and undulating like the tumultuous tides of the ocean. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Moreover, with each additional detail he observed, his head felt as though it might split under the weight of the information. Overcome with nausea, he began to retch. The old wizard's laughter echoed maniacally. Isn't the potion I developed extraordinary? Quickly, cast the soul extraction spell on this werewolf. The old wizard eagerly thrust the old wand into Anton's hands, his eyes burning with fervor. Anton merely regarded him calmly. Professor, if this potion is so remarkable, why do you not drink it yourself? In moments of urgency, the old wizard either faced a curse that would send him flying or would swiftly answer Anton's queries without a second thought. This was Anton's learned experience. He wagered that the old wizard, seeking his assistance, would not dare to bring harm upon him. The wizard's eye potion requires immense physical fortitude. My body has weakened to the point where I can scarcely maintain balance. The old wizard's eyes were filled with urgency as he implored Anton. My body can no longer endure even a single drop of potion. Quickly, my precious apprentice, cast the soul extraction spell on this werewolf. And let us enter the final step of this magnificent experiment. Is that so? Anton smiled faintly. With a flick of his wand, he directed it towards Lupin, soul extraction. The spell's brilliance flickered. An invisible force connected him to the werewolf. Yes, just like that. The old wizard, in a frenzy, seized a document bearing an eerie design inked in dark green potion. Hurry, close your eyes, and use your wizard's eye to peer into the body. Then tell me what these missing lines represent. Under the dual influence of the soul extraction spell and the potion, Anton felt the world around him quaking violently. An overwhelming sense of panic clawed at him. Everywhere there were frantically moving lines, a dizzying sight that made him feel ill. Perhaps due to his numerous encounters with the heart-piercing curse, he gradually steadied himself. He focused intently on the swirling images within him, finally discerning that dark green fissures moved like lines, rhythmically expanding and contracting with the overall flow. A wondrous and magnificent pattern emerged. At last, as if a taut rubber band had reached its limit, he was yanked back with tremendous force. Gasping, he breathed heavily, as if he had been suffocated for ages. Or rather, it has indeed been a considerable time. He stared vacantly at the sunlight streaming through the window, and at Lupin, who had regained his human form. It was already noon, yet he felt as though only a few minutes had passed. Quickly, The old wizard anxiously placed a piece of parchment before him, urging, "While you still remember, help me complete this pattern." The parchment was evidently well worn, having been inscribed upon multiple times, with several areas exhibiting varying shades of ink. Anton pursed his lips and took the quill, meticulously filling in the gaps. Splendid, splendid. The old wizard marveled at the connected strokes, but then furrowed his brow at one particular line. No, this cannot connect here. What does this mean? Because that line was deliberately drawn incorrectly. Anton chuckled, observing the old wizard's expression. Such seemingly ambiguous lines must be quite perplexing, stirring deep contemplation. Indeed, after 2 months of observation, he understood this dark wizard all too well. He was nothing more than a madman, relentless in his pursuit of magical research, capable of standing in a stupor all day when confronted with an unsolvable problem. In this moment, Anton quietly lifted the crucible behind him, the very spot where he had just placed it after consuming a potion, intentionally positioning it to evade the old wizard's notice. For within it remained a small sip of the concoction. No, the old wizard continued to murmur, suddenly feeling a chill surge into his mouth, gurgling ominously. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the crucible in Anton's hands. "What have you made me drink?" Anton smiled faintly, while his other hand had already reached into the air, swiftly seizing the old wizard's wand and yanking it down. It tumbled to the ground, rolling beside the iron frame of the werewolf. No. Cracks of deep green began to traverse the old wizard's body, widening ominously, as a glowing fissure extended from beneath his collar, cleaving his head in two. Yet, astonishingly, he was still alive. "You dare to administer a potion to me? You wretched fool!" His furious roar surpassed even Anton's tormented cries. "Quickly, return my wand." The old wizard vigorously waved his fingers, unleashing a spell that shot forth. Blast! A wandless spell. The speed was staggering, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Anton stumbled, falling to the ground, yet his eyes sparked with realization. Was that a heartstring curse? Moreover, it seemed significantly weakened compared to usual. He was far too familiar with this particular curse, having experienced it repeatedly throughout the past 2 months. This body was intimately acquainted with the sensation of the heartstring curse. Gritting his teeth, he rose and thrust the old wizard's wand into Lupin's hands. Lupin stood in shock, observing the unfolding scene, and with a gentle flick of the wand, the chains binding him fell away. He waved the wand again, deflecting the heartstring curse aimed at him. Turning with a smile toward Anton, who had collapsed to the ground, he introduced himself. "My name is Lupin." Chapter 6. Evade or perish at that moment. Lupin appeared remarkably dashing. Anton did not respond. The effects of the wizard's potion were gradually waning, yet he distinctly perceived the magical sigils imprinted upon his arm. Although he was uncertain whether they constituted magical sigils, it mattered little. Within the wizard's vision, the pattern of black lines assumed a three-dimensional quality. The center of the square protruding, forming a spider woven from emerald threads, its numerous eyes glistening. Several curves depicted its legs, which seemed to burrow into his flesh, tracing a path of sinew and blood upwards from elbow to shoulder, ultimately reaching a point he could not see, yet he knew led to his own head. He had no knowledge of the nature of this curse. He had perused countless fanfiction works within the Harry Potter series. Yet these mere 10 or so volumes were but the tip of the iceberg, and he could scarcely recall most of the content. The only vague memory he possessed was of a short video depicting a character revealing a dark mark upon his arm. Armored protection. The ironclad charm intercepted the old wizard's next heartstring curse. Lupin dashed to Anton's side, grasping him firmly. "I will use apparition to transport you, regardless of what transpires. Hold on to me tightly." Anton shook his head, his gaze drifting along the faint thread of the spider that lingered in his hand, locking eyes with the old wizard. The latter clutched his head with his left hand, emitting a heart-wrenching wail, as if his very brain were about to split apart. "You see it, don't you? You cannot escape. I promise, if you return my wand, I will help you lift this curse. Quickly return my wand." His roar mingled with his lament. Anton raised an eyebrow, indeed. He smiled as he pushed Lupin's hand away. "You must leave quickly." As he spoke, he began to approach the old wizard, swaying his old wand, just as agreed. As he passed the table previously used for potion making, the old wizard's attention was captivated by the wand that Anton waved. Failing to notice, as Anton's left hand grasped a sharp dagger intended for cutting ingredients. "Child, you cannot trust him," Lupin called out anxiously from behind. Anton paused momentarily, pursing his lips. Many matters could not be resolved through evasion, if the outcome was death. He turned to Lupin, offering a radiant smile. "I choose to confront this. What would fleeing accomplish? As long as the magical spider remained upon his wrist, he would be perpetually on edge, living in fear of the old wizard's relentless pursuit. He was no longer the mediocre, unremarkable person he had been before his transmigration. Though he had assumed the form of a 10-year-old child, his spirit had matured through numerous trials. At the very least, he could face any consequences stemming from his choices with composure, even if it meant death. At this moment, an unprecedented resolve surged within him. "You must hurry and leave," he reiterated, stepping once more toward the old wizard, his face radiating sincerity. "Teacher, I was wrong. I was utterly bewitched. I should not have treated you this way. Are you all right?" The old wizard was far from all right. Upon seeing Anton approach with the wand, he exhaled in relief, collapsing into a seated position, pressing his hands against his head as if fearing it would split open if he released his grip. "Quickly, give me my wand." Lupin stood frozen at a distance, Anton's words echoing repeatedly in his mind. Many matters could not be resolved through evasion. Since the demise of his closest friends, the Potters, alongside the Dark Lord, and the betrayal that led to Sirius being imprisoned in Azkaban, he had rejected Dumbledore's arrangements and wandered aimlessly. He was unsure how to face it all. All he could do was escape. Yet evasion proved futile. The anguished cries of the Potters and Wormtail seemed to pierce through time and space, while Sirius's frenzied laughter echoed in his mind, tormenting him at every moment. Finally, Anton arrived at the old wizard's side. He wore an expression of urgent concern as he rushed to assist the old wizard, hastily transferring the worn wand to his left hand, its oversized robe tangling around him, causing the wand to seem on the verge of slipping from his grasp under the old wizard's anxious gaze. Anton's right hand slipped under the wizard's arm, his frail frame supporting the elderly figure. "Give me the wand." "Why are you helping me, you fool?" "Help you? Huh? Did I say I would help you?" Anton's face was filled with genuine care, yet his right hand viciously yanked at the wizard's hair. The forceful tug caused the old wizard's head to tilt back sharply, exposing his wrinkled neck. The old wand fell from his left hand, and a wicked dagger pierced through the sleeve of the wizard's robe, plunging brutally into his throat. Boom! A tremendous shockwave surged forth, instantly propelling Anton backward. The sheer force was overwhelming. He watched helplessly as he hurtled toward the wall, hastily raising his hands to shield his head, closing his eyes in prayer that he would not sustain severe injuries. Suddenly, he felt himself becoming weightless, as a not particularly robust arm caught him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the scarred, weary face of Lupin, his unkempt beard adorned with a smile, indicating that such matters should be left to adults. However, at that moment, a familiar, piercing scream erupted. "Cruciatus!" The curse's brilliance flickered and instantly struck Lupin. The old man's gentle smile faded in a mere 2 seconds, replaced by a heart-wrenching cry as he collapsed to the ground, writhing and convulsing in agony. Anton, stunned, lifted his gaze to see the old wizard trembling as he stood, clutching the worn wand. "You are truly special, my dear apprentice. Do you see? This is the genuine reaction to the Cruciatus curse. Alas, you too shall perish." The old wizard's gaze turned icy as he pointed at Anton, uttering Avada. Anton did not flinch. He stared, bewildered, at the old wizard. Under the spell's residual effects, he could see the dagger embedded in the wizard's neck, where countless dark green fissures were rapidly extending and twisting. As the old wizard summoned his magical energy, the cracks erupted with a tremendous surge of magical power. Boom! A visual explosion of magic unfolded, akin to a silent thunderclap, as the fissures distorted into a mesmerizing pattern. The pattern, infused with potent magic, captivated him. Just as Anton wished to gaze longer, the effects of the curse faded entirely. Returning to normal vision, he saw that the old wizard's neck was already gushing forth torrents of blood, and before he could complete his deathly incantation, blood poured from his mouth. His eyes rolled back, and he was utterly lifeless. Anton's expression hardened. He stepped forward quickly. In the enigmatic world of magic, there were too many possibilities of feigned death. He had to deliver the final blow. However, with the old wizard's death, the entire room began to tremble violently. The ground erupted with countless beams of light, lines of shimmering colors identical to those he had seen beneath the wizard's gaze. Anton was bewildered by the unfolding situation. Dark magic was scarcely described in the original text, leaving him uncertain of what would transpire next. He hurriedly supported Lupin, only to find the man pale, twitching, and entirely limp against him. Damn, he's heavy. After a moment's thought, he decided to place Lupin back into the magically reinforced trunk, and after a brief consideration, he shoved the old wizard inside as well. Closing the trunk, he picked up the old wand, pushed open the door, and dashed outside with fervent haste. Chapter 7. Snape, Hagrid, and the Brain. Anton burst through the door, glancing back to see the rickety wooden structure swaying precariously, emanating magical light. Not daring to linger, he quickened his pace. This was the innermost part of Knockturn Alley, where countless tents, shanties, and branch houses were haphazardly scattered across the corners of the expansive lake. It appeared reminiscent of slum, yet far more terrifying than any ordinary impoverished district. He saw a witch, seemingly deranged, stirring a bubbling cauldron of eerie green concoction. Nearby, children played with dolls, which upon closer inspection turned out to be desiccated and shrunken humans. Anton hadn't ventured far when he noticed several sinister gazes upon him, and one figure unsteadily began to follow. The thought, a child with gold in a bustling market, flashed through his mind. His body, having traversed time, appeared to be around 10 years old, lugging a suitcase larger than himself, making him an enticing target in this perilous Knockturn Alley. After a moment of contemplation, Anton halted. He turned coldly to face the follower, whose large eyes and head contrasted with a gaunt body, disheveled hair, and a mouth filled with mismatched yellow and black teeth. He cast a glance at the distant eyes, filled with malevolence. With a cold smirk, he announced, "I am the apprentice of Alex Fanes. If anyone were to attack me and cause my mentor to suffer, he would not hesitate to kill." With that, he waved his wand, sending a burst of curse light exploding at the ground before the large-headed figure. Soul Snatcher. The figure let out a shriek and quickly retreated a few steps, staring at Anton for a moment before slowly backing into the shadows. Subsequently, all the lurking gazes dissipated. The Soul Snatcher, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, was enough for even those unfamiliar with Fanes to sense the danger from Anton's adept casting of dark magic. He was not someone to be trifled with. Anton chuckled softly, surveying his surroundings with a haughty demeanor, continuing onward. No one knew that his back beneath the wizard's robe was drenched in cold sweat. What a thrill! He understood little of the Soul Snatcher. The only spell he had mastered, the Body Swap, bore a similar magical glow, easily leading to confusion. Making his way out of Knockturn Alley, he soon found himself at Diagon Alley and then at the Leaky Cauldron. Finally, Anton breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he was soon engulfed in uncertainty. Where should he go next? Hogwarts? That was impossible. Not only had he not received an acceptance letter via Owl, but he also didn't even know where the school was. Should he rent a room at the Leaky Cauldron? He had no money on him, though his trunk likely contained enough for a few ingredients. Yet he dared not rummage through it here, as it held the old wizard's corpse and an unknown werewolf. Lupin had not fared well. He was shunned everywhere due to his identity as a werewolf. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Weasley family. Firstly, Lupin was a good friend of theirs and could seek their assistance. Secondly, although his own red hair differed slightly from the Weasleys, it was not by much. Among the Celtic people in the Western world, red-haired individuals were unique, with the Weasley family being the only ones among wizards. Furthermore, he bore a slight resemblance to Ron, making it plausible to claim distant kinship. However, he realized he did not know where their home was. Blast it all! Anton gazed around in bewilderment, uncertain of where he might find his place in this world. Yet, he did not surrender to despair. If he could not find anyone to rely upon, he would depend on himself. He needed to devise a means to earn some money, for that was the most essential condition for survival. The bar was sparsely populated, with a few patrons scattered about. The dim lighting cast an ambience of muted chatter that filtered into his ears, creating a somewhat cacophonous atmosphere. Anton scanned the room, hoping to uncover a potential opportunity. At last, a figure with particularly conspicuous features came into view. The towering individual, standing an impressive 3.5 meters, was impossible to overlook. A wild mane of hair and a scruffy beard nearly obscured his face, and he donned a coat made of moleskin. Could this be Hagrid? Hagrid, due to your foolish actions, we find ourselves in this predicament. You ought to explain yourself to Dumbledore. Beside Hagrid stood a wizard with a sullen countenance, his tone tinged with bitterness. Hagrid appeared somewhat restless. Professor Snape? Aye, he stammered, meeting Snape's piercing gaze, his lips quivering before he ultimately lowered his head in a pitiful manner. After a prolonged hesitation, he shifted in his chair, leaning in slightly. Professor Snape, it can still be salvaged. I implore you, help me. I cannot bear to disappoint Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, it was Hagrid, and alongside him stood Snape. Anton's heart quickened as he swiftly recalled information about these two individuals, attempting to discern any useful insights. First and foremost, even if they were inclined to assist him, it was improbable they would take him to Hogwarts. Furthermore, he could not divulge Remus's situation to either of them. Snape and Remus were sworn enemies, and confiding solely in Hagrid would be futile. As he was notoriously tight-lipped, Snape would learn of it in no time. It appeared that his options were dwindling to just one. Anton cautiously surveyed his surroundings and made his way to a corner, opening a small gap in his suitcase to peer inside. The old wizard seemed to have met his demise, perhaps due to the angle at which Anton had stuffed him into the case. A dagger had cut through his neck, leaving it grotesquely severed. Remus appeared to be in particularly dire straits. Merely a single piercing curse had rendered him pale and weak, slumped against the wall. Upon noticing Anton's gaze, he offered a faint smile. Anton raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He quickly opened the suitcase, leaping inside, and seized a glass vial from the shelf before hastily exiting. The old wizard was indeed impoverished, yet he possessed quite a few treasures. For instance, the brain of a moonlight turtle, a premium potion ingredient essential for crafting Felix Felicis. It was a substance of considerable value, yet difficult to sell. Snape was engaged in quiet conversation with Hagrid when suddenly, a small hand thrust the glass jar into his line of sight. "Sir, do you require a brain?" "No, I do not," Snape replied coldly, casting a cursory glance but then becoming entranced by the floating brain within the vial. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the scrawny Anton. 10 silver sickles. 10 silver sickles. Anton was taken aback. "Do you believe I lack the fun for ice cream or sweets?" Snape's icy gaze bore into Anton. "You wear ill-fitting robes, clearly indicative of your impoverished background. Your garments are stained and tattered. I can unequivocally conclude that you are a beggar. This brain is evidently beyond your means. It must have been stolen, correct? Alas, you are unaware of its significance. No one in Diagon Alley or Nocturne Alley would purchase such an item. 10 silver sickles. I have decided to buy it for my collection." Indeed, encountering someone unfamiliar with the value of this item rendered it nearly worthless. Yet, Snape was a renowned master of potion making. 10 silver sickles? Is that truly the best you can do? Anton scoffed, glancing over at Hagrid. Despite being a concealed, wealthy individual, Hagrid appeared disinterested in the Moonlight Turtle's brain in his possession. How curious that the famed potions master is oblivious to the significance of the Moonlight Turtle's brain. "If you don't want it, so be it." He shrugged, clutching the glass jar as he prepared to depart. "Wait," Snape called out from behind. Anton felt a flicker of hope as a smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 8. The Leaky Cauldron. Strictly speaking, the old wizard was not a miser. The suitcase imbued with the undetectable extension charm was filled with various tomes and potion materials, none of which could be purchased with mere money. Like Hagrid, they seemed to have little need for wealth. For them, the true value lay within the materials themselves. However, Anton was in a different predicament. Lacking funds, he had no place to call home, and carrying such a suitcase while sleeping on the streets posed the risk of waking up without his kidneys. Moreover, after subsisting on noodles and buns for 2 months, he was on the verge of regurgitation. He needed nutritious food, or he might not grow properly in the future. Potion ingredients were inedible, and he had no means to exchange them for money. Diagon Alley would not accept such materials, and while Nocturne Alley might, he feared they would not pay him. Snape appeared to be the only potential buyer he could find. "I need to know where you acquired this." Snape's expression remained inscrutable. A spark of optimism ignited within Anton. He hurried back, placing the suitcase down and setting the glass vial on the table. "I killed it myself." Snape regarded him with skepticism. "The Moonlight Turtle is an XXX level magical creature. You?" He scrutinized Anton from head to toe, shaking his head. While it is said that one should not judge a book by its cover, the growth of a wizard's magical prowess adheres to the laws of nature, given Anton's youth. It was improbable he could have hunted a moonlight turtle. "I have my methods," Anton replied. Seeing Snape's disbelief, he hesitated before leaning in closer, whispering, "Though the moonlight turtle resides in freshwater lakes, it must return to the ocean to lay its eggs. The hatchlings swim back to the lake via rivers. If one can simulate a saline environment by adjusting the saltwater concentration, it creates a sensation akin to returning to their mother's embrace, allowing them to sleep peacefully." Anton was not lying. He indeed severed the brain from the turtle himself. The cost of this achievement was considerable. Even though the old wizard had subdued the moonlight turtle with magic, he was still punctured by the turtle's sharp shell. The thickest part of the shell was as wide as a water bottle, piercing through his chest and emerging from his back. Even with the old wizard's miraculous healing potions, he remained bedridden for 8 days, tormented daily by lingering toxins that nearly drove him to bite his own tongue in despair. Snape raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "That is quite a clever approach. 500 galleons," Anton exclaimed, raising his small hand, fingers splayed wide, thrusting it towards Snape. "For only 500 galleons. You could take it home." Snape's lips twitched. He was tempted. The price was indeed reasonable, even with his stable supply of potion ingredients. Such a turtle's brain was a rare find. However, he lacked sufficient funds. A sensible person would not carry such a sum of galleons on their person. Aside from the weight and bulk of 500 coins, daily expenses rarely necessitated such an amount. A standard dragon liver costs merely 3 galleons, while an ordinary wand is priced at 7 galleons. The expensive tomes of magic and the advanced textbooks on potion making are merely 9 galleons. Expenditures of 500 galleons are typically reserved for the acquisition of exceptionally high-end magical artifacts and rare ingredients, such as a suit of armor crafted by fairies, or 5 pints of venom from an 8-eyed giant spider. To put it in perspective, 5 pints is equivalent to 28 liters, roughly the size of a large soda can. Speaking of the venom from the 8-eyed spider, Snape couldn't help but glance at Hagrid. Not long ago, the keeper of the Forbidden Forest had brought him a large barrel of venom, eagerly proclaiming that the offspring of the 8-eyed spider in the forest were thriving. I have it, I have it. Hagrid's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Snape. Professor, please help me. Snape nodded slightly, an unspoken agreement to the matter they had just debated. Uh-huh. Hagrid expressed his joy, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a bag that jingled with coins. He stuffed it into Anton's arms, containing 600 or 700 galleons, if he recalled correctly. He shook his head and waved his hand, confident that it was more than sufficient. With that, he cheerfully grabbed Snape, urging, "Let's hasten." Anton opened the dirty bag and peered inside, the golden coins almost blinding him. He glanced up, and at that moment, Snape faded from his mind as Hagrid radiated a dazzling golden aura. As the two prepared to leave, Anton anxiously called out, "Hagrid, I know where to find adorable, fluffy creatures. Perhaps I could write to you?" Hagrid, clearly delighted, vigorously nodded. "Make sure to send me a letter." With that, he eagerly pulled Snape along. Anton, grinning, snatched a few galleons and slipped them into his pocket, readying the bag and stowing it away in his suitcase. With such a fortune, the world was his oyster. Just as he lifted his gaze, he noticed many patrons in the tavern were staring intently at him. This is it, he thought. I'm in trouble. Some even stood up. At that moment, a heavy thud echoed from the bar as the wrinkled face of old Tom, the tavern owner, appeared menacingly. "In my establishment, no one is permitted to lay a hand on another." After a moment of contemplation, the man reluctantly sat back down, though his gaze remained fixed on Anton. Anton chuckled, unperturbed, lightly placing a galleon on the bar. "Prepare a room for me, and some food. I desire meat." He patted his stomach, adding, "Please make it a double portion." Old Tom, with a friendly grin, lifted a lamp. "Room 11, follow me." They traversed a narrow, dim corridor leading to the upstairs rooms, ascending a charming wooden staircase, arriving at a door marked with a brass plaque indicating it was room 11. Old Tom opened the door, and unlike the gloomy hallway, the room was filled with sunlight, its windows wide open, inviting a gentle breeze. Anton approached the window, gazing down at the bustling streets of Charing Cross, where cars traversed the road, girls carried shopping bags, and children played chase. In the Muggle world, such a hotel, situated near a busy street, would be considered rather subpar. Yet, Anton inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing his face. This was a familiar scent. In the 2 months since his arrival, he had followed the old wizard along the outskirts of the city, through chaotic gatherings, desolate forests, and caverns, almost believing he had time-traveled to ancient Europe. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a sudden yearning to return to the Muggle world washed over him. Perhaps that wouldn't be so bad. In his previous life, as an ordinary coder, perhaps in this era, he could ascend to become a renowned figure. "This place is quite agreeable. I will prepare your meal." Old Tom interrupted his reverie, departing once more with the lamp in hand. Anton nodded, surveying the room. A bed that appeared exceedingly comfortable, several gleaming oak furnishings, and a fireplace crackling with warmth welcomed him. He noticed a reasonably sized washroom and stepped inside, where the mirror on the wall greeted him with enthusiasm. "You appear rather filthy. Perhaps a wash is in order." Anton gazed at his reflection. His bright red hair glinted with a platinum sheen, presenting an oddly peculiar sight. His slight frame resembled that of a mere 10-year-old child, draped in a robe that was comically oversized. He chuckled at the mirror. "You see, even the mirror can converse." In such an extraordinary world, to return to tapping away at a computer seems a tragic waste of life, doesn't it? The mirror twisted slightly, replying, "I too yearn to wander and explore." Chapter 9. The Injuries of the Unforgivable Curse. After indulging in a refreshing hot bath and donning clean attire, he washed his robe and hung it up to dry by the window. Before long, Old Tom returned with steaming platters of food, a grand portion of aromatic roasted pig, a small dish of pickled eel, a plate of fruit salad, and a pint of butterbeer were laid before him. Anton raised his index and middle fingers, signaling two portions, sir." Old Tom scrutinized his belly curiously. Perhaps you cannot consume that much. Anton laughed heartily, patting the suitcase beside him. I have a sick uncle who needs to eat as well. Old Tom, perplexed, departed. Having operated a tavern for most of his life, he had seen all manner of oddities, yet this was truly peculiar. What kind of bizarre behavior was it to transport a sick uncle in a suitcase? When he returned with the meal, he was astonished to discover that indeed, it was as Anton had stated, and Lupin, pale and covered in cold sweat, managed a weak smile. Old Tom, it has been a while. Old Tom harbored no joy upon this reunion, glaring coldly at Lupin, then shifting his gaze to Anton. I may be unaware of certain things, but I am well aware, Lupin, that we do not welcome werewolves here. Lupin fell silent for a moment, sighed, and said, I will leave now. Let him stay. We are not acquainted. Old Tom hesitated, casting a suspicious look at Anton. Anton waved cheerfully. There is no need for that. I will accompany him. No, in my current condition, I cannot care for you. Lupin insisted, looking intently at Anton. Child, listen to me. I am a werewolf, and it is not safe for you to remain by my side. This poses too great a danger to you. Anton shrugged. Then why not stand and take a few steps? Lupin struggled momentarily, then collapsed back onto the bed. The outcome was evident. Anton had not anticipated the Cruciatus curse inflicting such severe harm on Lupin, or perhaps being one of the 3 unforgivable curses. It had this effect on the vast majority of individuals. Anton vaguely recalled the individual hailed as the Swordmaster of Gryffindor, Neville, whose parents were both Aurors from the Ministry of Magic and members of the Order of the Phoenix. Despite such formidable lineage, he had been driven to madness by Bellatrix under the Cruciatus curse, confined to St. Mungo's Hospital for over a decade without recovery. Lupin was clearly gravely injured. Yet Old Tom persisted. You cannot remain here. I shall take my leave, Lupin said, his face a portrait of melancholy. Anton, with a cheerful glint in his eye, turned to Old Tom. Before I depart, might I indulge in this delightful repast? It has been an eternity since I last savored meat. Without awaiting Old Tom's consent, he rubbed his hands together and sat down, relishing the meal with great enthusiasm. Old Tom observed the two of them, pursed his lips, and ultimately smiled at Anton, saying, Enjoy, before turning to leave. The aroma of the roasted piglet was simply exquisite. The skin was rendered to a delightful crispness, beneath which lay a layer of succulent fat. And with each bite, the rich, savory juices of the marbled meat burst forth. Anton, who had harbored little hope for British cuisine, found his eyes alight with delight. Delicious. Good heavens, I've not inhaled the scent of meat in 2 months. He eagerly carried Lupin's portion of bed. You can sit up and eat a bit. It will at least help you regain some strength. Lupin bowed his head in silence, his disheveled hair casting a shadow over his eyes, lost in his own thoughts. Discrimination is omnipresent in this world, Anton tenderly advised, prompting Lupin to look up in astonishment. Among wizards, purebloods look down upon half-bloods scorn muggleborns, and muggleborns are derided by non-magical folk. The biases that stem from magical schools often lead to wandering outcasts, broadening the perspective, even amongst sentient beings. Humans discriminate against all other intelligent creatures: fairies, house elves, werewolves, vampires, centaurs, and merfolk. Anton took a hearty swig of butterbeer, continuing, even within pure blood families, there exists a hierarchy of superiority and inferiority. He chuckled. Discrimination is inescapable. Everyone is ensnared in some link of the discrimination chain, unless one possesses power akin to Dumbledore. Evasion is futile. Lupin raised his gaze, observing Anton as he spoke with fervor, a flicker of emotion crossing his features. He had never encountered such a perspective. Typically, even the kindest of friends merely encouraged him to showcase his excellence for acceptance. Do not expect others to validate you. Anton gestured animatedly, his youthful frame housing the fervor of a formidable orator. You must recognize this discrimination, acknowledge the reality of your situation, and seek a path of survival that suits you. Path of survival? Lupin murmured. Indeed, Anton exclaimed, seizing a pig's trotter and taking a hearty bite. Your spells appear quite formidable. Perhaps you could consider teaching. Lupin smiled, though a bittersweet expression lingered. Who would ever want a werewolf as a teacher? With a loud clatter, a filthy bag toppled over, spilling a cascade of galleons that formed a small mound on the bed. Anton grinned, pointing at himself. My teacher is gone. He lamented dramatically. You've slain him. And it was a tragic demise. Now, I have no mentor to teach me magic, and even survival has become arduous. You must compensate me by teaching me spells. Of course, I shall pay you tuition. Anton regarded him earnestly, I cannot find anyone more suitable than you. Lupin's lips twitched. He longed to retort. You were the one who killed your teacher. With a swift motion, Anton thrust a handful of galleons into Lupin's hand, the gleaming gold blindingly bright. Then it is settled. Lupin wished to refuse, yet the allure of gold was too compelling, and in his destitution, he found himself in need. Torn and conflicted, all that remained was a sigh of resignation under the weight of life's burdens, and he fixed Anton with a serious gaze on every full moon. You must keep your distance from me. In no time, Anton had devoured the sumptuous meal and moved to the window, tapping lightly against the glass as he surveyed the bustling street below. Perhaps we should consider residing in the Muggle world. Both magical ingredients and galleons will become essential commodities in the future. What do you think, Professor Lupin? I must seek your counsel. He turned to face Lupin earnestly, only to find him trembling as he struggled to pierce a piece of meat with his fork, unable to succeed. Anton hurried over, his expression grave. The Cruciatus curse has inflicted such significant harm upon you? Lupin looked up, laboring to form a smile. I'm all right, he replied, but as the words left his lips, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. What? Anton exclaimed, stunned. Chapter 10. Turn the turtle over. With urgency, Anton dashed downstairs, leaping onto a chair at the bar, locking eyes with Old Tom. How do I get to St. Mungo's Hospital? Old Tom shook his head and leaned in closer. Speaking in hushed tones, St. Mungo's only treats wizards harmed by werewolves and will not attend to werewolves themselves. How absurd! Anton exclaimed in disbelief. Werewolves are wizards who have also been harmed. Why are they not treated as humans? Old Tom scoffed, his tone tinged with derision. If it were merely a matter of transforming into a werewolf, it wouldn't inspire such revulsion. The real issue lies in their ability to transform others into werewolves, beasts devoid of reason beneath the full moon. People not only fear being bitten and becoming werewolves, but they're also terrified of the saliva of werewolves. Even a strand of fur can lead to transformation. Old Tom leaned in again, speaking in a low voice. If word gets out that my pub caters to werewolves, I shall never see another patron. Anton fell silent, recalling the unfortunate ordinary people afflicted with various ailments. I will place him in a suitcase and leave promptly, he said resolutely to Old Tom. Old Tom nodded, visibly relieved. I have a fondness for young wizards. For you represent the future of the magical world, but that is where my goodwill ends. The Cruciatus curse has caused such profound damage to Lupin. Anton bit his lip, fixing Old Tom with a gaze. Where can he be treated? The Cruciatus curse. Old Tom echoed, taken aback. Then you cannot go to any legitimate hospital unless you can explain to an Auror who attacked him. Anton hesitated. He was not prepared to involve any Aurors, not with a dark wizard's corpse and a trove of dark magic research in his suitcase. If the Ministry of Magic intervened, perhaps he could escape unscathed. But those treasures, earned at great peril, were not something he would relinquish. A thought struck him. So, there are some less than reputable hospitals? Old Tom nodded, retrieving a small piece of paper from behind the bar and jotting down an address. Once you leave the pub, raise your wand. The night bus will take you directly to this address. The doctor is a fairy named Pedro, and he has a fondness for gold. I'm truly grateful, Anton said, accepting the paper with both hands, only to find Old Tom reluctant to release it. You must understand, wizards and intelligent creatures wandering in chaotic realms can be exceedingly perilous. Young one, be prepared. Anton nodded, carefully tucking the paper into his pocket, looking sincerely at Old Tom. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Old Tom chuckled heartily. I appreciate that sentiment. Anton hurriedly dashed back to his room. He opened his suitcase and carefully placed Lupin inside. After a moment's thought, he rummaged through the suitcase to retrieve several clean cauldrons to pack some food for Lupin. Frequently plagued by hunger, he resolved that, given the chance, he would acquire a small, unnoticeable extension charm bag to carry enough provisions for an entire year. Of course, this was not the main focus. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he delved into the suitcase to enter the internal space. This internal space was not particularly vast, merely a hall of about 20 square meters, incomparable to the magical suitcase held by Newt in the films. To the left, shelves brimming with books and various potion ingredients were arranged, while to the right stood a bed and several sacks of flour, with an assortment of jars and water tanks occupying the corners. Anton swiftly scoured through the materials. He needed to learn an offensive spell without delay. Otherwise, he would be utterly defenseless in the face of danger. However, with Lupin currently unconscious, he had no way to receive instruction. His only resource was the plethora of books and materials left by the old wizard. At this moment, the only hope for self-taught mastery lay in one of the 3 unforgivable curses, the soul-reaping curse. The old wizard had mentioned that this spell bore striking similarities to the soul-switching charm he had taught Anton. Learning the soul-reaping curse was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. It was a desperate measure. Firstly, it was said that such dark magic would corrode the wizard's soul, twisting them into something malevolent, cruel, and cold-blooded. Secondly, should anyone discover him casting an unforgivable curse, the most probable outcome would be a lifetime in Azkaban. Anton clenched his fist in frustration at the unconscious Lupin, thinking, I'm risking everything for you. I'll be counting on you to be my teacher and protector from now on. Not only did he feel a profound kinship with Lupin, his favorite character from the Harry Potter series, but Lupin was also kind, tolerant, and powerful, a person of great reliability and trustworthiness. Anton could even entrust his suitcase to him without the fear of it being tampered with. Throughout the entire Harry Potter narrative, he could find no one else quite like him. In this seemingly familiar, yet distinctly foreign world, he needed Lupin. This risk was truly worth taking. The old wizard's bookshelf was largely divided into two sections, each housing a separate shelf. The left shelf was filled with various tomes on potion-making and experimental records, with the study of the Eye of Newt potion occupying an entire half of the shelf. The right shelf contained books on spells. Curiously, the most extensive content was devoted to observations of various spells under the purview of the Eye of Newt potion. A plethora of bizarre records and illustrations filled half the shelf. At last, in the farthest corner at the bottom, Anton discovered a notebook with the title The Journey of the Great Alex Fiennes Apprentice emblazoned on the cover. He chuckled softly, amused by the old man's vanity. Flipping it open, he read, July 22nd, late night, heavy rain. The extent of my teacher's avarice for knowledge is simply outrageous. Even as an apprentice, I must make significant contributions to earn the knowledge of a single spell. The learning process is arduous. I have resolved to master only the most fundamental offensive and defensive capabilities, leaving all remaining opportunities for my true passion, potion-making. For offense, I have chosen the heart-piercing curse. For defense, the armor charm. Everything else can be substituted with magical artifacts. For instance, for swift movement, I can rely on a broomstick that adequately meets my needs. December 3rd, late night, blizzard. I have fallen in love. Olaro is a clever girl, and she has chosen the same path as me. Her specialization lies in spells, and she evidently possesses great talent in this area. Our partnership has become a process of complementing each other's weaknesses. My deep understanding of the heart-piercing curse often leaves her in awe, which I take great pride in. She has a myriad of intriguing ideas regarding the soul-reaping curse and the soul-switching charm, which entail profound alterations of the soul. Suddenly, Anton's eyes brightened. According to the book's description, the soul-reaping curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, was not a simple, fixed incantation. Unlike the heart-piercing curse and the killing curse, which inflicted damage on the soul-reaping curse leaned towards a delicate manipulation of the soul. There were dozens of related soul spells. Interestingly, the spell most akin to the soul-switching charm Anton had learned was not the soul-reaping curse, but rather the dislocated soul charm. This Olaro, which had likened the spell to flipping a turtle onto its back. The effect of the dislocated soul charm was intriguing, twisting a person's soul into another dimension, rendering it unable to synchronize with the body, resulting in a state akin to that of Sleeping Beauty. Anton hastily noted the various key points. He intended to study on the go. Though this was not the most prudent approach, Lupin's complexion had turned extremely pale, indicating that he might not have the luxury of time for Anton to gradually learn the spells. It was too risky. Anton sighed. Fortunately, the 2 spells are similar. I should manage. He casually flipped through the subsequent content, only to be left astounded by a particular page. May 29th, noon. Olaro has gone mad. She killed the teacher, slaughtered everyone, and even attempted to kill me. Fortunately, she preferred to turn her wrath upon herself, unleashing dozens of curses that obliterated her into a mass of fragments. I vow to steer clear of these terrifying, soul-related curses for the rest of my life. Anton swallowed hard, suddenly wishing to forget the contents he had just memorized. Chapter 11. The Night Bus. The hunchbacked old Tom, with a face full of wrinkles and a toothless mouth, appeared as sinister as the dark wizards lurking in the alley. Yet beneath his ugly exterior lay a warm heart. Old Tom personally escorted Anton to the entrance of the leaky cauldron, teaching him how to summon the night bus while they awaited the arrival of the magical vehicle, which would materialize with a loud bang. He kindly ruffled Anton's hair and said, "Good luck, little wizard." Anton pressed his lips together and bowed. "Thank you, Mr. Tom." In the 2 months since his arrival, wandering through the chaotic realm alongside the old wizard, he had encountered a motley crew of individuals with very few showing him any kindness. Old Tom's crinkled smile resembled that of a kindly grandmother as he waved goodbye and turned back to the pub. The night bus bore a striking resemblance to a Muggle bus, complete with wheels and large headlights. It stood 3 stories high, and upon peering through the windows, one could see that there were no seats, only beds with brass poles, beside which candle holders flickered with light. A glance back revealed a small, dried head hanging in the driver's compartment, a remnant of the headhunting culture from South America, where enemies' heads were captured and uniquely shrunk to the size of an infant's head. This particular craft enjoys immense popularity among wizards in Britain, be they dark wizards or the more traditional practitioners. Welcome aboard the Night Bus, an emergency transport service designed for witches and wizards in distress. Simply extend your wand and step aboard, and we shall whisk you away to your desired destination. A dashing young man stood at the handrail, his uniform cap askew atop his head, beaming with a radiant smile. My name is Stan Shunpike, and today I shall be your conductor. His infectious grin prompted Anton to smile in return. I wish to go. Just a moment. Let me take a look. The conductor, Stan, proudly proclaimed. Anywhere you wish to go, as long as it's on land. Anton rummaged through his pocket, pulling out a slip of paper. Oh, France? Stan blinked in surprise. France? Anton had not anticipated that the fairy capable of curing Lupin resided in France. He gazed intently at Stan. May I inquire about the fare? The price of a night bus was not insignificant. In the original text, Harry spent a whopping 11 sickles traveling from Privet Drive to the Leaky Cauldron. According to the peculiar multiple currency system of the British magical community, 1 galleon equates to 17 sickles. This was within the country. Traveling abroad could easily cost several galleons. Stan, slightly embarrassed, replied, It's not a matter of price. We might not be able to go to France. Noting Anton's puzzled expression, he elaborated. The night bus was the brainchild of former Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and currently, there are still some traditionalist wizards in Britain who resist it, even going so far as to label it a Muggle-style insult. Anton furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on his suitcase. What do you mean? Stanchakeld. The French are remarkably conservative. They don't entertain such open practices. They're far too rigid, even lacking proposals regarding buses. He shrugged, so we can go to France. Anton turned back toward the Leaky Cauldron, pondering the absurdity of old Tom deceiving him in this place. He handed the slip of paper to the conductor. Someone told me you could take me to this location. Stan scrutinized it carefully. A small island between the 2 countries. We can go there. He cheerfully returned the paper to Anton and assisted him in stowing his suitcase beneath the bed, then returned to sit beside the driver in the armchair. Unlike the expertly skilled drivers depicted in Anton's fanfiction and movie clips, this bus driver exhibited a rather clumsy driving technique, to say the least. With a loud bang, the vehicle surged forward with tremendous force. It dashed recklessly, at times even bouncing along the way. Everything in its path seemed to leap aside in avoidance. Once the bus had passed lampposts, mailboxes, trash bins, trees, and even Muggle cars and pedestrians sprang back to their original positions. It was as if the very fabric of space had been distorted. Anton gazed curiously out the window at the warped scenery, and thanks to the 2 months spent with the eccentric elder wizard, he had gained an appreciation for the various wizarding abilities that transcended mere astonishment. He pondered their principles, a rare positive influence imparted by the old wizard. He even recognized a familiar sight along the way, the campsite for the vagrant wizards. The bus barreled through, distorting everything around it, while 2 hooded dark wizards whispered in a corner, oblivious to the bus gliding past them. Anton's face was mere inches from theirs, and he distinctly overheard the phrase, "Leeches can be used to extract potions." Occasionally, the bus would take detours, avoiding certain buildings evidently belonging to the official magical departments. Isn't this marvelous? Stankakeld, clearly pleased with himself. Most adult wizards relied on apparition and broomsticks, and a significant portion of their clientele consisted of bewildered young witches and wizards. He relished witnessing the awe on their faces, which filled him with pride. Anton's eyes sparkled. Indeed, does this bus employ any enchantments? Stan's expression faltered, evidently stumped by yet another question from the young wizard. He could only respond with an air of mystery. It's an alchemical product from the Ministry of Magic. A secret. Anton nodded in understanding, contemplating how convenient it would be if the spell could be mastered, especially in conjunction with a broomstick, allowing for effortless travel to any destination, perhaps even to the point of invisibility. He resolved to uncover this mystery and see if he could learn it. The bus traversed cities, crossed wilderness, and sailed over oceans before finally arriving at a seemingly tiny island. To be precise, It was exceedingly small. A single tree and a quaint wooden cabin nearly consumed the entire landmass. The bus could only park half its body on the water's surface. Stan helped Anton retrieve his luggage. Well then, little fellow, farewell. If you require assistance, simply raise your wand. The night bus is at your service. With a resounding boom, the bus vanished into the thin air. Chapter 12. The Fairy Pedro. The journey concluded here, and what lay ahead was an unknown adventure. Anton licked his parched lips. Since his arrival in this world, he had never experienced a day of ease, often teetering on the brink of life and death, which had bestowed upon him a new understanding. To survive, one must learn to regard life and death with indifference. He opened his suitcase and carefully lifted the unconscious Lupin out, gripping his wand tightly within the ample sleeves of his wizarding robe. He gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. As he rapped on the door of a potentially perilous sentient creature, Anton felt his heart beat in rhythm with the knocking. It was not long before the sound of steady, purposeful footsteps approached, accompanied by the clinking of locks and chains as the door slowly creaked open. There were no old hags, no pockmarked dark wizards, nor any grotesque or frightening fairies. A girl, or perhaps more accurately a young lady, stood with an impeccable posture. Her ebony hair was meticulously styled, and her deep azure eyes reflected an air of indifference. Her slender hands rested gracefully on her abdomen, and the emerald silk dress she wore accentuated the sharp angles of her shoulders, lending her an aura of dignified elegance, reminiscent of a proud peacock. Anton raised an eyebrow. The refined demeanor she exuded seemed reminiscent of a medieval aristocrat. Could she possibly be a scion of the fabled pureblood lineage? The old wizard often spoke of these pure-blood families possessing an ancient and decayed essence. Yet Anton suspected that this wandering sorcerer was merely envious of the inherent nobility and fortune that these aristocrats enjoyed. He swallowed hard and glanced down at the note once more. Was this truly a fairy? If memory served him correctly, in the wizarding world, fairy referred to a species, not the diminutive creatures known by muggles. Mr. Pedro is not here. You may wait a while, the girl said politely, though a subtle aloofness lingered in her tone, as if the identity or appearance of the person before her held little significance. Anton nodded. Thank you. May I enter and wait? The girl gently opened the door, standing aside with an upright posture that suggested even her head was held high. I am Anna Rosier. She introduced herself. Rosier. Anton immediately recognized the name. A pureblood family notorious in the Harry Potter series, often associated with antagonists. Whether it was the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, or the second, Voldemort, the Rosier family was ever present. Feeling increasingly cautious, Anton nodded. I am Anton. Anna Rosier fixed him with a steady gaze before elegantly turning away. Clearly, in the eyes of these decayed aristocrats, etiquette was of paramount importance. She had introduced her full name, while Anton refrained from doing so. In Europe, many polysyllabic names had customary abbreviations, and Anton could also serve as a diminutive for Anthony. It was suitable for casual address, but not for formal introductions. Anton smiled faintly, unconcerned by her formality. He was simply Anton, with the surname, and, with considerable effort, he half-dragged, half-carried Lupin into the room, placing him on an exquisitely carved oak chair. Anton furrowed his brow in concern. How could Lupin, a wizard of considerable prowess in the Harry Potter world, be reduced to such a state by the Cruciatus curse? Anton himself had endured the Cruciatus curse at the hands of the old wizard countless times without feeling much discomfort. Was Lupin truly so weak? The state of Lupin was alarming. He appeared to be in a semi-comatose condition, his eyes rapidly darting beneath their lids. His complexion pale, as if he had suffered great blood loss. What if he were to die? Wouldn't that alter the course of the world? If it came to that, he might have to resort to sending an owl to Dumbledore. However, given Dumbledore's staunch opposition to dark magic, it was likely that he would not only lose the contents of his trunk, but perhaps even his eligibility to attend Hogwarts altogether. Thus, if he intended to contact Dumbledore, he would have to dispose of most of the items in his trunk. A myriad of emotions played across Anton's face as he calculated his options. Ultimately, he sighed deeply. Lupin had not left early. He had been struck by the Cruciatus curse while attempting to save Anton. One could not forsake their conscience. Clearly, the fairy Pedro was not returning anytime soon. Anton glanced toward the open door and settled into a quiet seat. Closing his eyes, the contents of the old wizard's diary he had perused that day resurfaced in his mind, regardless of whether madness awaited him. The misalignment curse was currently the most viable means of self-preservation. The gestures required to wield the wand were akin to those of the soul transfer curse, with an added circular motion. The incantation for the soul transfer curse bore a striking resemblance. The sole distinction lay in the emotional state required to unleash such magic. The old wizard had mentioned the term rebellion, as explained by the witch Orlor. Rebellion against rules, against hierarchy, against life and death, against oneself. Such intense feelings of rebellion seemed ill-suited for an ordinary person. It was no wonder that the witch had succumbed to madness after immersing herself in extreme emotions while studying soul-related magic. Yet, Anton found it decidedly manageable. Was it not merely about channeling emotions? He certainly harbored feelings of rebellion. Rebellion against the fate that had imposed various circumstances upon him. My destiny is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. He particularly resonated with a line from the tale of Yukong. I demand this sky no longer obscures my vision. I demand this earth no longer buries my heart. I demand all beings comprehend my will. I demand all Buddhas dissipate into nothingness. This was not mere teenage angst. It was a genuine struggle against fate, and fate had never been kind to him. He could understand, even accept, the poverty of his past in the orphanage, the discrimination faced as an orphan, the hardships of being alone, the ordinariness of lacking extraordinary talent, and the challenges encountered upon his arrival in this world. Yet, acceptance did not equate to willingness. Ha ha, Master Pedro, what a delightful and spirited voice. A middle-aged man clad in a finely tailored three-piece suit strode into the room, locking eyes with Anton, who had just opened his eyes. The intensity of emotion in the man's gaze momentarily left Anton speechless. Then, a diminutive figure entered. Mr. Rosier, what seems to be the matter? This figure was evidently the fairy Pedro, standing at a mere 3 meters, yet possessing a robust physique. His large head was crowned with a prominent, downward-curving nose and pointed ears that stood upright. He wore a brown suit with a flamboyant pink vest interwoven with golden threads. In a complex, exquisitely crafted pocket watch hung from his chest. His enormous eyes lit up as they fell upon Anton. I remember you. The fairy advanced with purpose, glancing at Lupin before fixing his gaze on Anton. You are the apprentice beside Alex Fanes. Anton squinted, recalling this individual. At a gathering in a dilapidated factory on the outskirts, a multitude of seemingly monstrous figures exchanged information and magical artifacts. The body of the moonlight tortoise that Anton had slain was sold at a premium by this very fairy. This was no benign character. Furthermore, Anton had witnessed the old wizard dispatching a curse that killed the witch accompanying this fairy. Their relationship was unclear. Drawing a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the wand concealed within his robe. Chapter 13, You Have No Choice. His internal magic surged like a tranquil sea suddenly beset by a tempest. Anton rapidly concocted his emotions, poised to unleash a spell, and calmly descended from the oak chair, fixing his gaze on the fairy. The two maintained a momentary stare. Anton's lips curled into a slight smirk. I extend greetings on behalf of my teacher, Alex Fanes. Regardless of whether the old wizard and this fairy were adversaries, it was evident that the fairy had linked Anton to the old wizard. To claim that he was not the old wizard apprentice would only reveal his weakness. In such a place, weakness would only invite a malevolent curse. The fairy Pedro's boisterous laughter echoed with a he as his stout fingers pointed towards Lupin, who sat in a nearby chair. If my eyes do not deceive me, this individual appears to have fallen victim to your teacher's Cruciatus curse. Anton scrutinized his movements with caution, donning a polite smile, though his eyes betrayed a chilling coldness, perhaps a result of an assault from other wizards. No. The fairy shook his finger. Every creature possesses its own unique scent. As a master of the Cruciatus curse, fine spell differs slightly from those of other wizards. He jestingly regarded Anton. And you, little one, have brought a wizard attack by your teacher right to my doorstep. How naughty of you. Anton pursed his lips, a tumult of emotions swirling within him, his gaze filled with a mixture of conflict and complexity. With a heavy sigh, he looked at Lupin. I have no choice. He is my uncle, my dear uncle. Overwhelmed, tears welled in his eyes. The bond of familial love, intertwined with the respect for his mentor, created a poignant turmoil, leaving this unfortunate child caught in the midst of it all, a struggle far too arduous. Oh, how difficult it is. Indeed. The fairy uttered a cryptic expression of admiration. I appreciate your purity. At least this young wizard has not yet been wholly tainted by the malevolence of dark wizards. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Rogier, standing behind him, observed the duo with keen, perceptive eyes, secretly making a face at Anton. The stark contrast of this scene momentarily reminded Anton of Mr. Bean, nearly breaking his composure with laughter. Striving to maintain the gravity of the moment, he raised his chin. Determined not to let his tears fall, his voice raspy as he addressed Pedro, Mr. Pedro. Suddenly, he bowed his head, his expression resolute, as he fixed his gaze fiercely upon the fairy. For my uncle, I am willing to do anything. The fairy strolled over to Lupin, rolling his eyes, his fingers emanating a faint azure glow as they rested upon Lupin's head. This is not good. The fairy retrieved an exquisite box from a nearby shelf, extracting a cigar to share with Mr. Rogier, igniting one for himself. In the juxtaposition of his stout fingers, the cigar resembled a mere chopstick, as dense smoke billowed forth. The fairy nonchalantly placed a hand in his suit pocket, declaring, "This is a challenging treatment. You may have to pay a steep price." "He can heal. He must heal." Anton instantly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. "How much? Money?" The fairy Pedro seemed to find this notion utterly amusing. Bursting into laughter, even Mr. Rogier joined in. Anton blinked in confusion. Is there a problem? In his recollection, the nurse at Hogwarts could effortlessly heal any multitude of injuries. This fellow must be asking for an exorbitant sum. A sudden realization struck Anton. Perhaps he had overplayed his hand, leading the fairy to believe he had him cornered. His lack of experience in such deceitful dealings left him with only the option to reflect and gradually learn. The fairy shook his head. "You often see your teacher casually casting the Cruciatus curse, and think it is commonplace?" Anton nodded in agreement. Of course, it wasn't merely because the old wizard could effortlessly cast spells, but rather because of his own experiences. He had endured numerous Cruciatus curses, the worst of which merely left him unconscious, awakening as if nothing had transpired. The Cruciatus curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Do you understand? The fairy looked at Anton, smirking coldly, revealing his thick, beige teeth. "No, you do not comprehend. There are far more ruthless curses than the Cruciatus, more insidious, more damaging, and more powerful. In my centuries of existence, I have witnessed countless such spells. Yet, none have been classified as unforgivable." Anton quickly recalled the novels and videos from his previous life, pondering whether it was due to the absence of a counter-curse. Snap. Correct. The fairy Pedro snapped his fingers. The absence of a counter-curse implies that once attacked by an unforgivable curse, one cannot be restored through spell work, nor can they be healed. He exhaled another plume of smoke, elaborating. The 3 unforgivable curses are the most malevolent spells ever devised by your human wizards. They assault the very soul, leaving no remedy. His eyes gleamed with cold mockery as he continued. "Do you know why human wizards are the rulers of this world? Because they invented the unforgivable curses, annihilating all sentient beings that refuse to submit. In ancient times, fairies excelled at crafting intricate alchemical artifacts. They conquered time, creating time-turners. They mastered space, producing vanishing cabinets. They triumphed in countless realms." Pedro shrugged, cigar clenched between his teeth, feigning helplessness. "And then humans, wielding the unforgivable curses, subjugated the fairies. Now, all they know is the art of coin-making. The most ludicrous aspect lies here." Pedro scoffed. "Human wizards slaughtered every sentient being, and upon discovering they had no foes left, they turned upon each other. Their magic became fragmented, and subsequent wizards could only pick up wands, objects they once deemed beneath them, and learn the shrunken, diluted spells. The wisdom of ancient wizards now lay reduced to mere fragments in tomes, with many spells lost to the annals of history. Only the unforgivable curses, designed for mutual slaughter, remained well-preserved." Pedro recounted in a melodic tone. "This is the nature of the unforgivable curse. Because it cannot be healed, it is deemed unforgivable. You have never visited St. Mungo's hospital, have you? It is teeming with patients afflicted by unforgivable curses, none of whom have ever recuperated." Anton understood. The unforgivable curse was akin to a high-caliber firearm. One shot, and a gaping hole the size of a bowl appears, irreparable no matter the treatment. Yet, he merely observed him with cold indifference. Seeing the fairy finally finish his tale, he quietly replied, "But you can heal. Please tell me what you require of me." He was resolute in not allowing himself to fall into the clutches of this fairy, as he had with the old wizard. If the fairy's demands became excessive, he would not hesitate to cast a spell and initiate his escape. Simple. The fairy snapped his fingers once more, and suddenly, the walls echoed with metallic clanging sounds as numerous gears and mechanisms whirred into action. At last, a bottle, no larger than a human pinky, emerged from within. "Drop this in your teacher's food." He held the glass vial, the liquid inside appearing as unremarkable as plain water. Anton firmly rejected. "No, I cannot betray my teacher." The fairy cackled wickedly. "You must choose between your teacher and your uncle. Believe me, There is no one else in this world who can heal him. Anton fell silent, the information flooding back into his mind. Neville's parents, driven mad by the Cruciatus curse, were members of the Order of the Phoenix. If the Hogwarts nurse could truly heal, how could she not have intervened? Thus, he hesitated, his eyes reddening as he looked at the fairy, clenching his teeth. But he is my beloved teacher. The fairy cackled with glee, asserting that there was no choice left for him. Chapter 14 would only require half a year. The diminutive figure of the fairy Pedro loomed ominously over Anton, his cold gaze fixed upon him. I am well aware of what kind of person Fines is. The number of apprentices he has mercilessly slain is beyond counting. You do not love your teacher as much as you imagine. Pedro's words struck like a piercing arrow, instantly shattering the young wizard's heart, revealing his evident hesitation. This is not a potion. It is the tears of a two-headed sea monster. Those who mistakenly consume it will merely fall into a dreamscape. You have merely assisted your teacher in crafting a delightful fantasy. Wide-eyed, the young wizard recoiled. You lie? The fairy sneered. I see fear reflected in your eyes. You do not love your teacher. You fear him. You are terrified. Yet you have defied your teacher's wishes by bringing your uncle to me. Are you not afraid that he might discover this and cast the heart-piercing curse upon you? The fairy's tone bore a certain persuasive quality. You truly have no retreat, do you? The emotional atmosphere surged, and the actors played their parts excellently. Anton's eyes brimmed with terror. He tore open his sleeve, revealing the runes inscribed upon his wrist, indignantly declaring, What do you know? I have no way to resist my teacher. The fairy cast a dismissive glance, dripping with contempt. Fines possesses only a modicum of talent concerning the heart-piercing curse. Such peculiar spells may seem complex, yet they are utterly trivial to me. Really? You can manage that? Anton's eyes brightened. If I were to drug my teacher, I would have no choice but to flee, utterly alone, adrift, and without support. I require funds. The fairy's laughter echoed coldly as he tapped on the pocket of Anton's wizarding robe. The sound of clinking gold galleons resonated. Young wizard, do not overreach. Very well. I shall know when to withdraw. Anton exhaled deeply, as if resolving his determination. You must heal my uncle and lift the curse from my wrist. The fairy nodded. And you must pour this vial into your teacher's meal. Tell me, can you accomplish this? I can only grant you a year. Anton solemnly nodded in agreement. Then, Mr. Rosier, the fairy turned to the middle-aged wizard observing the scene. Would you mind serving as a witness and helping us cast an unbreakable vow? With pleasure, Rosier replied, drawing his wand, amusedly observing the small wizard and the fairy, noting their similar heights, finding it quite amusing. He regarded Anton with seriousness. Young wizard, I must caution you. No one can escape the unbreakable vow. The only individual I know capable of evading its consequences is the greatest white wizard of this century, Dumbledore. None other. Should the one who swears falter, the consequence will be death. Anton averted his gaze. The penetrating nature of the middle-aged man's eyes was too intense. He glanced silently at Lupin seated in a chair, biting his lip. I have no choice, do I? I will personally administer the potion to my teacher. Excellent. Rosier observed with curiosity. Please join hands. With a wave of his wand, a shimmering lavender light enveloped Pedro and Anton's arms like a binding rope. It flickered momentarily before vanishing. Anton experienced an unusual clarity. If he failed to adhere to the vow, death would indeed follow. But was it truly so difficult? He would pour it soon enough. Anton carefully stored the vial, only to see Pedro retrieve a severed arm, a grayish-white appendage that appeared to have been desiccated. The hand of white. The fairy dangled the arm as if it were a mere plastic object, a common magical ingredient imbued with minimal power. Anton recoiled in revulsion. Although he had been the experimental subject of the old wizard for 2 months, consuming various potions with bizarre and grotesque contents, this was human flesh. He could not accept it. The fairy seized Anton's hand, gently pressing the arm against his elbow. Anton marveled as he flexed his fingers. The arm moved as though it were a natural extension of his own. So extraordinary. Even the little girl, Anna Rosier, drawn by the commotion, approached with wide eyes, curiously examining his hand. Pedro scoffed. This is merely a trick. You can mimic movements, but you cannot grasp heavy objects or wield your wand to cast spells. As he spoke, he intoned a peculiar incantation, a soft glow emanating from Anton's arm. Before long, Anton felt as though he were dizzy, unable to distinguish which part belonged to him and which was the newly affixed limb. With the spell concluded, the fairy yanked away the dried arm, indicating the curse mark on Anton's wrist. See? The fanciful curse had no effect. A simple confusion charm sufficed. Anton, astonished, touched his wrist, finding it smooth and unblemished. devoid of any markings that had previously adorned it. The fairy tossed the arm into Anton's embrace, instructing, "You may attach it wherever you please. Your teacher will not notice the curse has been transferred. Should the need arise, simply remove it." An ingenious approach, Mr. Rosier applauded. "I was just pondering how to break such a curse, and Master Pedro's method is truly remarkable." The fairy waved his hand dismissively, as if the feat were inconsequential. Yet a subtle smirk betrayed his pride. "Your matters are settled. Return to your teacher at once." The fairy's impatience was palpable as he took a drag from his cigar. Fixing his gaze on Lupin, a werewolf, wounded by the master of the heart-piercing curse, troublesome indeed. "But it is no challenge for me." With a cigar pinched between his fingers, the fairy gazed at Anton with pride. "In half a year's time, this will all be resolved." Anton's eyes widened in disbelief. "Half a year?" The fairy cackled indeed. "Merely half a year." The revelation that it would take 6 months nearly broke Anton's composure. "Hurry along. I have little fondness for human wizards." The fairy glanced once more at the middle-aged wizard. "Of course, my friend is not included in that sentiment." He then smiled warmly at the little girl. "Anna, I would also be delighted to welcome our little princess to learn alchemy here." With that, Anton hesitated momentarily. "May I visit my uncle during the treatment?" The fairy pondered briefly. "You may come once every 2 weeks." Anton nodded. "Very well." Dragging his large suitcase, he exited, staring blankly at the sea, gripping his old wand with a sense of turmoil. Where's he to go next? He felt like a leaf detached from its tree, adrift on the currents, without a single place to root. If Lupin were by his side, he might consider living in the comparatively comfortable world of muggles. But alone, he would rather not. He was merely a malnourished 10-year-old child, devoid of any adult to guide him, and even the prospect of renting a room was a formidable challenge. Ultimately, he reached into his pocket and felt the reassuring weight of the galleons within. "Very well, Wizarding World, I am back." Chapter 15. The Magical Supplies Store in Gringotts. Summoning the night bus, he arrived once more at the Leaky Cauldron, where the proprietor, Old Tom, greeted him with warm hospitality. It was still the same room 11. Anton meticulously counted the galleons in his pocket. Spending was indeed a swift affair. This was evidently not a sustainable way of life. The fare for the night bus was exorbitant, and though the Leaky Cauldron appeared worn and dilapidated, its pricing was akin to residing in a 5-star hotel among muggles. This was money earned from the brain of a moonlight tortoise, an exceedingly valuable and rare magical ingredient. The old wizard would rather subsist on plain noodles and stale bread than part with such a treasure for mere currency. Anton felt a pang of guilt whenever he used it, reminiscent of Harry Potter trading the sword of Gryffindor for galleons, thus enjoying a lifestyle akin to having a personal vehicle and accommodation in a hotel. No, it was different. The sword of Gryffindor belonged to Hogwarts, while the magical materials were Anton's personal possession. "This is my magical material," he lamented, clutching his chest in anguish. Hard won. Although his potions expertise had yet to reach the level required to utilize such high-end ingredients. The thought of not selling them, and instead occasionally handling them, brought him some joy. Yet, he had no other choice. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. Now, having escaped the clutches of the old wizard and aided Lupin in finding a cure, he could finally begin to plan for the future. Anton did not linger in indecision. He swiftly made up his mind. Once Lupin was healed, they could discuss whether to remain in the Wizarding Society or venture into the Muggle world. With an adult to rely on, he would feel considerably more at ease. But for now, he needed to find a place to stay and delve into the mysteries of magic. Currently, he had mastered 2 spells, the Soul Swap and the Displacement Charm, both of which were ill-suited for him. Anton distinctly recalled the first time he had used the Soul Swap spell, leaving him bedridden for 2 days. The second time he used it on Lupin, it seemed that the potion for wizard's eyesight had inadvertently replenished a great deal of energy. As night deepened, the dim oil lamp in the room paled in comparison to the bright streetlights illuminating the outside. Anton absently stroked his suitcase, lost in thought. He was not entirely destitute, as he had inherited a substantial fortune from his mentor. However, the dilemma lay in the sheer size of it. Dragging a suitcase larger than himself at the tender age of 10 was akin to broadcasting to the world, "Come and rob me." Tomorrow, he would venture to Diagon Alley to see if there were any small, undetectable extension charm products available. This expenditure would be worthwhile. Ideally, he sought something akin to the ring-shaped storage spaces found in fantasy novels, offering an exceptional carrying experience. Lifting the suitcase onto the bed, he secured the handle to his arm with a piece of rope and extinguished the oil lamp. "I'm sorry, but we don't sell that, young wizard." The proprietor of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes adjusted his glasses and spread his hands apologetically. Anton expressed his bewilderment. "But your shop is the largest magical goods store in all of Diagon Alley." The shopkeeper smiled, honored by the compliment. "However, We truly do not carry such items. You will not find them here. Anton furrowed his brow in confusion, recalling that Hermione had crafted a small wallet with the undetectable extension charm during her school days. Was it difficult to create such a thing? Had he misremembered? Or was this merely a fabrication of fan fiction? What had the original text stated? The shopkeeper, noticing Anton linger, pointed to his suitcase and then to a box perched atop the shelf. What you possess is a classic model from 5 years ago. The new luggage is considerably more refined in appearance, though the overall size remains largely unchanged. He shrugged, aside from luggage and tents. You want to find any other undetectable extension charm products? The ministry has imposed strict regulations. Aside from those 2 items, the charm is prohibited for personal use, even for wizards expanding their homes. After all, if a small house were to exit with hundreds of people, it would terrify muggles and severely violate the international statute of wizarding secrecy. He squinted, as if recalling something amusing. Even Nocturne Alley is not an option, you know? While it's filled with dark wizards, they wouldn't dare cross the ministry's boundaries. This was troublesome. Anton, unwilling to accept defeat, paced the shop until he ultimately purchased a waist bag. Crafted from dragon hide, this item, made from the notoriously combative Hebridean black dragon skin, boasted significant spell resistance. The shopkeeper tugged at the waist bag, indicating its robustness. The waist bag was designed for adults, and Anton opted to use it as a crossbody bag. Slung across his chest, easily concealed beneath his wizarding robes, it could hold a few essential items, but its meager capacity was hardly sufficient. Not only did it fail to accommodate the materials for 2 entire bookshelves, but it also struggled to fit various potion ingredients. This was a dilemma. Standing on the bustling street of Diagon Alley, Anton felt the weight of watchful eyes, as though some ill-intentioned individuals were observing him. Finally, he lifted his gaze to a resplendent building at the corner of the alley, Gringotts. As the bank of the Wizarding World, Gringotts did not serve the purpose of savings. Storing money here was akin to renting a safe deposit box in a muggle bank. The goblins cared little whether one stored currency or items, as long as the appropriate custodial fees were paid. In fan fiction and film adaptations, this place often appeared unsafe, with greedy goblins engaging in theft. Yet, Anton still sensed a degree of security emanating from the text of the novels. Dumbledore trusted this place, storing the invaluable Philosopher's Stone within its vaults. Voldemort also placed his second Horcrux here. I hope it isn't exorbitantly priced, Anton mused as he approached, finding the large suitcase cumbersome. The grand entrance of Gringotts faced Diagon Alley, with a white stone staircase leading to 2 gleaming bronze doors. Beside the door stood a goblin clad in a scarlet and gold uniform, who bowed respectfully and gestured for him to enter. This goblin appeared somewhat different from the Pedro he had encountered previously. His skin was darker, his physique leaner, and although his attire was elegant, it lacked the opulence of Pedro's garb. Upon entering, a silver door greeted him, inscribed with a message, "Enter, stranger, but beware the consequences of greed," a cautionary note. But Anton disregarded it and pressed onward, the cacophony of voices enveloping him. The interior was expansive, dominated by dark hues, and under the illumination of chandeliers. It exuded an inexplicable formality. A goblin approached. "How may I assist you?" "I wish to deposit some items," Anton replied succinctly, patting the suitcase in his hand. Encountering these cunning individuals, the most prudent approach is to maintain a stoic demeanor and speak as little as possible, leaving others in the dark about one's true nature. Even the formidable old wizard navigates the chaotic realms in such a manner. The fairy's eyes sparkled with intrigue, seemingly brimming with secrets. Perhaps a vault is in order. Anton nodded, indicating that it need not be overly grand. He merely desired a discreet sanctuary to safeguard his secrets. It was an artful ruse to casually drop ambiguous hints, a strategy honed by the old wizard. The fairy observed him keenly, particularly fixating on Anton's hair for a moment, before nodding in understanding. Every young wizard yearns for a personal treasury, after all, as no one relishes the idea of their parents discovering what clandestine treasures they have amassed. This occasional retreat into solitude offers a fallback plan. What are you imagining? Anton internally scoffed, maintaining an impassive expression as he nodded, urging the fairy to lead the way. Chapter 16. Pure Blood and the Wealthy. Why must your procedures be so convoluted? A witch lamented, nearly driven to madness while clutching a parchment. The fairy behind the counter, perched on a high stool, smiled amiably and nodded, assuring her that her concerns would be taken seriously. The witch's ire began to subside. From a distance, Anton watched with curiosity as the fairy attending to him handed over a key and carried an oil lamp. "Sir, your paperwork is complete. Let us proceed to the vault." Anton glanced curiously at the witch, inquiring, Do I not need to fill out forms like her? The fairy, once more glancing at Anton's hair, sincerely and amicably replied, some individuals are indeed afforded privileges. It dawned on Anton that his strikingly platinum-tinted crimson hair and his face, reminiscent of Ron, might indeed suggest some familial connection to the Weasley clan. A pureblood family? These fairies do not monopolize the finances of the wizarding world. Rather, they operate this bank to serve wizards, which may appear similar, yet their statuses are fundamentally disparate, especially in the eyes of those perched atop the wizarding pyramid. These fairies might be no different from house elves. Regardless of their reluctance, submission is still submission. Anton raised an eyebrow, signaling for them to continue. Pureblood families do not signify much. There are no true aristocrats in the wizarding realm, and genuinely prosperous pureblood families are quite scarce. The Weasley family survives on the modest earnings of a civil servant working tirelessly. He held little interest in the lineage of his current body. However, the title is advantageous. Why not utilize it? The more haughty Anton became, the more visibly subservient the fairy appeared. They traversed a narrow stone corridor, seated in a small cart that sped along a miniature railway. Twisting, tumbling, and drifting, the experience was reminiscent of a roller coaster, leaving one feeling nauseated. At last, they halted before a colossal fire dragon. Esteemed young wizard, La Huang has selected a splendid vault for you. Modest yet perfectly suited for a young wizard such as yourself who desires independence. The fairy chattered enthusiastically in his ear. Anton, however, was fixated on the immense fire dragon. This behemoth, coiled in the center of the passage, its mountainous body heaving with each breath, inspired a chilling dread. The fire dragon guarded the most significant vault, and La Huang eagerly anticipated that the young wizard would one day establish a luxurious and grand vault within. The fairy continued to prattle in his ear. Anton nodded, redirecting his gaze. So where's my vault? Second only to the most crucial vault. This was the finest location La Huang could conceive. The fairy beamed as he pointed toward a large door beside the fire dragon. Here, you shall experience an unprecedented sense of security. Charming, Anton remarked with a nod. The fairy's smile broadened in delight. After a series of intricate operations, the door swung open. You may enter to store your belongings, without your permission. The fairies are forbidden from entering the vault. I shall remain at the entrance. In stark contrast to the fairy's meticulous demeanor and the imposing metallic door, the interior of the vault was pitifully small. Less than 5 square meters. It was even smaller than the bathroom of Anton's previous apartment. The ceiling barely reached 3 meters. Aside from the entrance, each of the 3 walls bore rudimentary shelves chiseled into the stone, revealing a stark simplicity. Clearly, the fairies provided no services beyond practical benefits. After contemplating, Anton emerged to inform the fairy, I may require some time to organize. The fairy, evidently unperturbed, replied, please, take your time. The undetectable extension charm suitcase was not a permanent solution. Anton had previously assisted the old wizard in emptying its contents to reinforce it with magic. However, he lacked knowledge of such spells, and should the enchantment fail, the suitcase could burst open, jeopardizing the potion ingredients contained within. Some items would deteriorate or even combust when exposed to air for too long. Like ants moving houses, Anton painstakingly arranged the potion materials onto the shelves. The old wizard's lifetime of savings contained an abundance of rare ingredients unattainable in the market, and Anton labored with both fatigue and joy. Grateful for the old wizard's miserly collector's instinct, he discovered numerous items he did not recognize nestled deep within the suitcase. The old wizard's possessions fell into 2 categories: potion ingredients and books or research materials. However, it was apparent that the old wizard would not store the most fundamental spell books in the suitcase, much like a university professor would not display first-grade textbooks in their study. Most of the contents were beyond Anton's comprehension. Research on wizarding eye potions and the magical images observed post-application occupied nearly 90% of the materials. Anton sifted through them, ultimately left with only the tome he had initially extracted, The Great Apprentice Journey of Alex Fiennes. He gently caressed it, ultimately lifting his wizard robe to slide the spellbook into his messenger bag. Once the suitcase was emptied, it contained nothing but a rickety bed and the old wizard's corpse. Anton gazed at the old wizard, pursing his lips. The old wizard not only mistreated him. Had it not been for his extraordinary constitution, he might very well be in Lupin's current state. No, he would likely have perished long ago. Although he had grown accustomed to corpses and no longer feared them, Anton still felt a profound discomfort. He planned to handle the body before selling the suitcase. The galleons were neatly arranged in the wall's compartments. He counted out 100 galleons from within. Placing them in the soiled bag provided by Hagrid, he lifted it and was surprised by its weight. He could not possibly make daily trips to Gringotts for funds. This amount of gold would suffice for his impending expenses. It seemed he would need to procure an additional messenger bag specifically for the coins. As Anton stepped outside, he silently plotted his next steps. The fairy Lahuan evidently sensed his needs. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, she specifically procured a copper medallion pendant. This was a fairy wallet, crafted with the unique magic of the fairies, allowing one to store coins without perceiving their weight. Naturally, it had its limitations, accommodating no more than 100 metal coins, whether they be gold galleons or bronze nuts. Anton accepted it, curious, and placed a gold galleon upon it. In an instant, the coin shimmered and vanished, revealing a golden Arabic numeral, 1. Was this not a spell specifically designed for the seamless expansion of coins? Intrigued, Anton tilted the copper medallion, gazing at La Huan with astonishment. No, no, no. La Huan exclaimed, flailing her arms in distress. The seamless expansion spell is prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. This is a magic unique to us fairies. I understand, Anton replied, elongating his tone as he shook the copper medallion in his hand. Is there no such magic that could create a small backpack or pouch? La Huan shook her head once more. Sir, due to the effects similar to the seamless expansion spell, alchemical items of this nature are also prohibited from circulation. We at Gringotts are unable to provide such items. Very well, Anton shrugged. He placed Hagrid's greasy, tattered bag upon the table and patiently extracted the galleons, placing them in one by one. At that moment, La Huan let out a startled cry. She hurriedly dashed outside, returning with an elderly fairy. This old fairy scrutinized the tattered bag with a magnifying glass adorned with numerous metal components, exclaiming in awe, "Unicorn hair, handcrafted." La Huan gazed at Anton in astonishment. My judgment was indeed not amiss. Anton, bewildered, understood that Hagrid was a secretive millionaire. However, the extent of his wealth was simply astonishing. The old fairy extracted a strand of what was evidently fraying hair from the ragged bag, marveling, this alone could be fashioned into a wand. Anton observed the increasingly reverent demeanor of the two fairies, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his bemusement. Chapter 17. The Flying Broomstick and the Art of Concealment. Emerging from Gringotts, Anton felt a sense of lightness. Around his neck dangled the copper medallion pendant of the fairy wallet, threaded with a key to the vault. A shoulder bag hung from his chest, containing the diary of the old wizard from his apprenticeship. Although he still carried a suitcase, he felt a sigh of relief wash over him. Navigating the perilous wizarding world with all his belongings always instilled a profound psychological burden upon him. Anton hefted his suitcase and returned to the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, purchasing a dragonhide backpack. These were necessary expenditures. The backpack, roughly the size of a primary school child's, would serve him well. He decided to acquire some legitimate magical texts. If self-study proved challenging, he could reference them when Lupin recovered. Upon arriving at the Leaky Cauldron, he inquired about the first-year textbooks at Hogwarts. After some deliberation, he selected 3 volumes: Standard Spells, Beginner's Edition, Magical Theory, and Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense. He was also intrigued by 1,000 magical herbs and magical potions and elixirs, but regrettably, those tomes were simply too thick and cumbersome. The price for these 3 books amounted to a staggering 4 galleons. These were merely introductory texts, yet the Wizarding World demanded a hefty price for knowledge. Only institutions like Hogwarts, the most comprehensive magical school, offered a plethora of magical literature for free viewing. Anton imagined that if he ever had the opportunity to study there, he would undoubtedly bring a blanket to the library and reside within its confines indefinitely. He visited Ollivander's wand shop to procure a wand that suited him, discovering that the effects of a new wand were vastly superior to that of a second-hand one. What else was there? The Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions? The prices there were exorbitant. Anton already possessed a wizard's robe, albeit ill-fitting. He needed to be frugal. Having been an orphan in his past life, Anton understood the importance of restraining his spending desires more than anyone else, if he wished to avoid exchanging the precious potion ingredients left behind by the old wizard for money. His sole assets consisted of the several hundred galleons bestowed upon him by Hagrid, besides paying for Lupin's tuition. His future enrollment in a magical academy would also incur significant expenses. Ultimately, he found himself at the Quidditch Supplies store. The Wizarding World's specialized transportation was prohibitively expensive. It would be wiser to prepare a motorcycle as his means of conveyance, especially one that was fuel-efficient. The flying broomsticks were evidently the most coveted products among young wizards. As Anton approached the entrance, he was met with a throng of children, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at a stunning flying broomstick displayed in the cabinet. A small wooden sign beside the broomstick read Firebolt 2000. observing the drooling expressions of the children and the amused exchanges of their parents. It was clear that such an extravagant item was beyond the reach of an average household. Anton had no intention of purchasing this seemingly expensive item. He merely needed something that could fly. However, upon entering, he inquired nonetheless. "The new model is priced at 400 galleons," the shopkeeper cheerfully announced. Anton was taken aback. He had thought himself quite affluent, yet he never anticipated a broomstick could cost so much. Like a Ferrari, he mused. Forget it. He would stick to riding a motorcycle. The flying broomsticks were arranged by series on the display shelves: the Nimbus series, the Comet series, and the Clean Sweep series. The shopkeeper, having noticed the small wizard's intent to purchase, enthusiastically introduced the features of the Nimbus 1000. Anton glanced at the price of this older model, a twitch of his mouth betraying his thoughts. "Sir, these series seem rather uncool. What is that hanging over there?" In addition to the 3 major series, the store boasted numerous individual models. The Oakshaft 79, known for its excellent durability and resistance to strong winds and its relatively slow flight speed, was particularly suited for young wizards like Anton. Anton interrupted the shopkeeper's introduction. "So, this broom flies slowly?" The shopkeeper shrugged. "It's safer." "Huh. If I were to ride a broom, it would either be for international travel or for escaping danger. Are you telling me slow flying is safe?" Anton firmly rejected. "I want the fastest." The shopkeeper chuckled, his mustache twitching as he leered. "You're still young. You don't understand. A man shouldn't be too fast." "Excuse me. Is it appropriate for you to make such innuendos to a child?" Seeing Anton's face darken, the shopkeeper reluctantly moved to another broom, the Firebolt, which boasted impressive speed but had the drawback of insufficient climbing power, resulting in noticeable stalling. Each individual model had its own issues and shortcomings. Considering that he might rely on this broom for escape in the future, Anton ultimately chose the Clean Sweep series Clean Sweep 8. This sporty flying broom was suitable for travel. And most importantly, it was one of the commonly used brooms in Quidditch, ensuring reliable performance. The Clean Sweep series ranged from 1 star to 9 stars, with each upgrade providing significant performance enhancements. The sole grave issue with the 8-star broomstick lies in its brevity. When upright, it stands nearly as tall as Anton himself. Alas, it cannot be excessively short, as one might discern. With merely a slight additional expenditure, one could acquire the latest model, the sweeping 9 stars. Yet the proprietor continues to prattle on. Unhesitatingly, Anton declines. Seizing the opportunity, he mounts the broom and takes flight, soaring into the air. The boss, clutching a broom, leans slightly and, with his characteristic greasy tone, explains its usage. Remarkably simple, requiring no particular skill unless one intends to participate in Quidditch. Upon returning to the leaky cauldron, the sky had quietly darkened. Enjoying a delectable meal, Anton glanced at the inky night and prepared to depart with his luggage. Young wizards ought to refrain from venturing out at midnight. The dangers of the night are manifold. One might encounter nefarious dark wizards, ferocious werewolves, or spine-chilling specters. Old Tom, the proprietor, admonishes him in a manner akin to soothing a child. Anton chuckles and shakes his head, once again recalling the wisdom of his deceased mentor. He acknowledges that human routines dictate daytime for ventures and nighttime for repose. Thus, if one plans to clandestinely engage in mischief, the night is the preferred time. At this hour, by merely overcoming humanity's innate fear of darkness, one can mitigate the complexities and unforeseen circumstances of daytime. Coincidentally, he intends to engage in mischief, specifically, to erase the remnants of his deceased mentor. Exiting the tavern, he mounts his broomstick. Though lacking finesse, he ascends into the sky, seeking a suitable location. After flying for a considerable half-hour, Anton finally spots a remarkably familiar sight, a lumberjack's cabin on the outskirts of the forest, previously obliterated by an old wizard's curse. Evidence on the ground suggests no one has visited since. Opening his suitcase, he drags the old wizard out and lays him on the ground. Anton retrieves a potion given to him by the fairy Pedro and leisurely pours it into his mouth. Instantly, a sensation of liberation from the unbreakable vows binding spell emanates from deep within his soul. Focusing intently on the corpse, he grips the broomstick and cautiously retreats. The fairy Pedro evidently does not possess the benevolence he claims. The potion merely induces a deep slumber in the old wizard. Indeed, an eerie gray mist emerges from the wizard's mouth. Boom! The old wizard's head ignites like gunpowder emitting a spark, erupting into a vast expanse of ethereal blue flames, splattering and corroding the surrounding grass. Soon, the headless corpse becomes engulfed in flames as well. This fire appears particularly sinister, devoid of heat. It nonetheless ignites both human flesh and wild grass, reducing them to mere black ash in a brief span of time. Astounded, Anton gazes at the small glass vial in his hand, which still contains a third of the potion. He tightly screws the cap back on and gingerly places it in his pocket. Truly, it resembles a wizard's version of corpse-dissolving fluid. Remarkably, at that moment, fine green threads of light suddenly emanate from the ashes of the old wizard's burnt body, intertwining in the air to form bizarre patterns. A sprawling tapestry of squares, curves, and runes. In an instant, Anton comprehends the gravity of the situation. Indeed, his suspicions were correct. The old wizard, even after decapitation, had not truly perished. Boom! The hand of white, which he had intended to deal with later, suddenly erupted with a powerful green light in the shape of a spider. The explosion was profound, creating a crater in the ground and shattering the suitcase. The green glowing magical array in the air whirled and twisted, distorting the very atmosphere, revealing a warped little tower emerging in the void. Chapter 18, Spectral Armor. Exemplifying the qualities expected of a time traveler, finishing off the fallen and rifling through corpses. Anton abstained from both. Aside from the initial panic-induced act of stowing the old wizard in the suitcase, he had not touched the body again, and this time he had used a long hook to retrieve it. He knew the old wizard's robe pockets must contain treasures, yet he resolutely refrained from even a cursory examination. This caution stemmed from the lessons imparted by the old wizard himself. Even when seeking desired objects, the old wizard exercised utmost prudence, often delegating to his apprentices. He recalled a time when only 2 of the old wizard's apprentices remained. The old wizard had pointed at the plumper of the 2, who was more gluttonous than Anton, to go forth. The unfortunate lad emerged unscathed from the corpse examination, only to weep at night, believing he had narrowly escaped death. However, on the 3rd night, a head sprouted from his shoulder, one that belonged to the deceased old witch. Countless strange and ominous curses have endured from the ancient era of wizards. By contemporary standards, many would undoubtedly be classified as dark magic. Such bizarre enchantments may seem insignificant to those of scholarly backgrounds like Snape or McGonagall, but in the shadowy realms beyond the Academy's reach, they continue to claim lives in droves. This, indeed, is what the lower-tier wandering wizards refer to as the realm of chaos. As their studies veer further into the bizarre, the more perilous the pursuit becomes. Sometimes, in the quest for knowledge, one simply vanishes. Realizing the peril he was in, Anton swiftly mounted his broom and fled as if pursued by demons. In the open sky, free from obstruction and unburdened by the fear of collisions, he relaxed enough to glance back at the unfolding chaos. That fleeting glance nearly tore his soul from his body. Emerging from the distant green magical array, a figure floated forth. It was the old wizard. Unlike before, the old wizard's form appeared pallid and semi-transparent, as if bleached of color. His tattered robe billowed without wind, and the head he clutched stared fixedly at Anton. Before long, the old wizard drifted into the airborne structure. The small building underwent a miraculous transformation. The walls, haphazardly assembled from wooden planks and rusted iron sheets, cracked open, flapping like the wings of a great bird. After a few flaps, it truly took flight. King Defa! Anton gasped, crouching low on his broom. He noted that this posture reduced wind resistance, allowing for greater speed. The little building soared with remarkable velocity. Indeed, it surpassed even a flying broom. Fortunately, it seemed incapable of sustained flight. After a short distance, it would descend to the ground before taking off again. Thus, it sped through the depths of the forest. The broomstick's maximum speed remained constant. No matter how fervently he urged it on, the speed would not waver. Unaffected by the wizard's magical prowess, Anton was profoundly grateful for his earlier wisdom. Without this broom, he likely would not have survived the night. However, this relentless pursuit was not sustainable. The avian-like building showed no signs of fatigue, while Anton began to feel weariness creeping in. The flying broom is equipped with an imperceptible gaseous cushion, requiring the rider to grip the broomstick firmly with both hands for support. Coupled with the fierce winds of high-speed flight, which lash against his face, Anton felt as if he were on the verge of numbness. An entire hour had elapsed. He had been flying for a full hour. The pursuit remained relentless. Patience, it seemed, was the name of the game. Anton's expression hardened. He was never short on patience. In such moments, haste was the enemy. His only means of counterattack lay in drawing his wand to cast a spell. Yet whether employing the soul-binding curse or the misalignment spell, he knew that exerting magic beyond his means would leave him in a state of extreme weakness, risking a fall from the broom. Such a choice was far from prudent. No matter how vast Britain was, It was merely an island. There was no need to soar into the endless horizon. Flying just above the ocean's surface would suffice, and he had 100 ways to render the broom inoperative. Experience had shown that with sufficient patience, opportunities inevitably arise. In a mining area characterized by an unknown mineral, the small building had crashed down due to the terrain, causing a significant portion of the wooden floor to collapse. The remnants of what was once the ground floor tumbled down with a cacophonous clatter. Anton's eyes gleamed with realization. An opportunity had presented itself. He maneuvered the broom, veering sharply as the small building pursued him closely. This slight sacrifice was necessary. Lowering himself, Anton directed the broom toward the very mining area that had caused the earlier collapse. Just before reaching the ground, he abruptly lifted the broom, ascending once more. The massive structure behind him lacked such agility. A thunderous crash echoed as it collided with the earth, shattering into countless fragments. Undeterred, the small building continued its relentless chase. With a triumphant shout, Anton surged into the sky, feeling the weight in his chest dissipate entirely. The exhilaration was intoxicating. Once more, he lowered himself, diving again. Thus, he taunted the small building, leading it in circles, exploiting the map's glitches. Ultimately, the crooked edifice met its demise at the edge of the mine. A dark green, thread-like magical array flickered briefly before shattering completely. No, the old wizard let out a piercing wail. My armor, my armor. He floated upwards, charging once more toward the ruins. Yet it was as if he passed through a different dimension, directly traversing the remnants. The old wizard remained obstinate, flitting back and forth above. Anton hovered on his broom, casting a cold gaze upon him. A ghost. At last, he understood the nature of this entity. Hogwarts Castle was teeming with such beings. If his memories were not mere fanfiction, these apparitions existed in a liminal state between life and death. Upon death, wizards have the opportunity to choose between remaining in the mortal realm or entering the world of the departed. Generally, few opt to linger in this awkward state of being neither truly alive nor dead, save those with particularly strong obsessions. Ghosts are not truly alive, but rather echoes of their former selves, mimicking the essence of life. They may evoke a chilling sensation upon contact, yet they exert no influence over the world. Ambitious figures like Grindelwald and Voldemort would never consider such entities as potential subordinates. However, a remarkable scene unfolded before Anton. The old wizard, employing the dark green, thread-like cracks of magic he had researched, had somehow created this armor that allowed a ghost to manipulate it. In certain domains, remarkable talents emerge, akin to a master of the forgetfulness charm. Though lacking in overall power, they often excel in specific areas. Impressive. Despite his disdain and even hatred for the old wizard, Anton couldn't help but express admiration. He suddenly realized that the materials he had stored in Gringotts might indeed be incredibly valuable, now that the old wizard posed no threat. It was time for Anton to pursue his new life. Farewell. With a gentle lift of his arm, he spun the broom in the air and flew toward the horizon. Chapter 19. The Persistent Teacher. Sunlight cascaded down, warming his face. A gentle breeze stirred the sheer curtains, causing them to billow and fall. It was a beautiful morning. Since his arrival in this world, Anton had never slept so soundly. Previously, as an apprentice to a dark wizard, the old man required little rest. Often bursting through the door at dawn, furious, he would bellow, "What are you sleeping for? There will be plenty of time to sleep once you're dead." At such times, lingering in bed could result in a curse. Though not as outrageous as the Cruciatus curse, it would certainly invoke unbearable pain. Now Anton rolled over, allowing the sun to warm his backside, planning to indulge in a delightful nap. "What are you sleeping for? There will be plenty of time to sleep once you're dead." A furious shout erupted in his ear. Startled, Anton tumbled out of bed, exclaiming, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I won tea." Suddenly, his expression froze as he stared, dumbfounded at the old wizard. The ghostly figure, pale and semi-transparent, floated before him. "You dare insult me?" the old wizard exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. He lunged forward, passing straight through Anton's body. A chilling sensation enveloped Anton, akin to consuming a whole refrigerator of ice cream, causing him to shiver. The old wizard continued his tirade. "You foolish imbecile." Anton swallowed hard, wishing fervently that the old wizard were still alive so he could retrieve a kitchen knife and slay him once more. He finally gained a fresh perspective on ghosts. Unable to harm or touch them, they could pass through walls and were impervious to attack. Truly an invincible cheat. Just then, the wooden door of the room creaked gently. It was old Tom, delivering breakfast. This kind-hearted gentleman always took care to avoid waking Anton. carefully opening the wooden door to avoid its creaking. He placed a steaming cup of milk and fresh bread on the small round table, perfectly timing it for Anton's awakening. Upon entering, old Tom was astonished to see the old wizard. First a werewolf, now a ghost. His jaw dropped in disbelief, revealing a toothless grin. No wonder you're not afraid to go out at night. You clearly have company. What could Anton say? He could only manage a smile that was not too awkward. Old Tom departed, yet the old wizard lingered. While brushing his teeth, he was incessantly berated from the side. Even in the restroom, he was met with piercing glares. As he drank milk and ate bread, the old wizard remained steadfastly by his side. Anton felt as though he were on the brink of insanity. With a sigh, he silently regarded the old wizard, pondering the possibility of embarking on a wholly new life. The old wizard, taken aback, exclaimed, "A new life? What a revelation! This fellow can communicate." Yes, Anton suddenly felt invigorated. Just think about it. Once he scuttled about like a rat in a sewer, always lurking in the shadows, afraid to engage with others, fearing that they might harm him. He gestured animatedly. You have constructed a towering wall within your heart, isolating yourself from the world. While you lived, no one remembered you. No one knew you. You were scarcely alive. People feared you, and you feared them in return. But now, Anton's tone grew fervent. His spirit aflame. Though you are dead, you have gained a right to truly live. You can stroll freely down the street. He pointed towards the bustling traffic outside the window. Walk right down the center through the crowd, head held high, chest out, unafraid, and press onward. There is nothing left in this world to fear, and you can explore vistas that were once beyond your reach. Anton's eyes glazed with wonder. His arms spread wide, as if to embrace the entire world. You can greet the rising sun atop lofty peaks. You can feel the shimmering ripples beside crystal-clear rivers. You can sit in the most advantageous spot at a raucous Quidditch match, reveling in the excitement. The old wizard appeared to be captivated by this splendid vision, a smile of yearning gracing his features. He floated directly outward, passing through the walls of the tavern and disappearing from sight. Mission accomplished. Anton relished the moment, continuing to nibble on his bread, indifferent to the world around him. After finishing breakfast, Anton once again nestled in bed, retrieving the 3 books he had purchased. The first he opened was Standard Spells, beginner level, which provided an in-depth introduction to various fundamental incantations. Softening Charm, Cutting Charm, Unlocking Charm, Levitation Charm, Binding Charm, Repairing Charm, Repelling Charm, Wand Lighting Charm, Fire-Making Charm. Each one was particularly useful. For instance, the Unlocking Charm could effortlessly open any lock that did not require advanced magical expertise. Mastering the spell would allow Anton to swagger into a muggle bank and clean it out, living the pinnacle of life. Of course, assuming he wasn't apprehended by an Auror. The Levitation Charm was equally formidable. With a mere flick of his wand, even the heaviest of objects would float effortlessly in midair. Yet, this was merely the curriculum for a first-year wizard. The sole drawback was that while the textbook contained spells and explanations, it lacked the intricate details of spellcasting techniques, the nuances of incantation pronunciation, and the emotions required to unleash a spell. The 3 essential components of spell casting, as articulated by the old wizard, were conspicuously absent. After spending the entire morning poring over the book, Anton felt a profound sense of loss. He seemed to have grasped much, yet paradoxically learned nothing at all. It was akin to reading an article in a scientific journal that elucidates a particular issue, yet omits all critical data. Aside from offering a superficial understanding, it served little purpose. Anton's yearning to attend Hogwarts grew more intense. The other 2 books he had purchased, Magical Theory, contained only theoretical discourse, filled with grand principles but devoid of any mention of spells. Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, was even more absurd. Anton felt that his own 2 months of experiences could rival its contents in usefulness. Damn it, for galleons wasted. He felt a surge of frustration, contemplating tossing the 3 books into the trash, but ultimately decided to return them to his backpack. After all, they had cost him money, and if he were to attend Hogwarts in the future, these would be essential textbooks. In the end, he withdrew from his shoulder bag the book titled The Journey of the Great Alex Fiennes. Though it detailed perilous dark magic, the old wizard had dutifully documented all the crucial points. As he turned to the first page, he began to read with great interest. This book not only recorded various spells, but also encompassed the old wizard's life experiences, which constituted a valuable repository of knowledge. Anton chuckled as he noticed the old wizard clandestinely cursing his own teacher within the text. It was amusing to realize that the old wizard had endured similarly outrageous experiences. "You fool, you're reading my diary." Just as Anton became engrossed in the narrative, A furious roar erupted beside him. He turned in astonishment to find the old wizard's twisted face, filled with rage, mere inches away. "How dare you?" the old wizard bellowed, lunging toward him. A chill swept through Anton as he shivered, staring blankly at the old wizard, muttering, "But you left, didn't you? Oh heavens!" Chapter 20. A Transaction. Anton found himself utterly at a loss with the old wizard. The old wizard, in turn, was equally powerless against Anton. Beyond incessantly chattering in his ear, he was capable of little else. Ever since Anton had stuffed cotton in his ears, even if the old wizard suddenly emerged from the diary Anton was intently reading, he could not elicit any expression from this resolute young man. Anton could maintain his gaze upon the old wizard, watching him until he felt uneasy, even though the old wizard no longer possessed a heart. The old wizard, resigned, floated a few circles around Anton before once more passing through the wall, exiting the leaky cauldron. The geographical location of the tavern was nothing short of miraculous. One step forward led into the unknown Muggle world, while one step back opened into the mysterious Diagon Alley and Noctur Alley. Unbeknownst to him, after he floated away, Anton quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Goodness gracious! Goodness gracious! Goodness gracious! Anton hurled the old wizard's diary aside and dashed to the washroom to wash his face vigorously. How was he to endure this life? The reflection staring back at him in the mirror bore a countenance filled with sorrow. At this rate, he would either be frightened to death one day or develop a heart of steel. Anton mused that he might well be the former. What a wretched fate it was to have an ugly face emerge from the pages of a book. After 2 months of coexistence, how had he not realized the old wizard was so playful? Blast it! His premonitions were correct. Upon awakening, Anton opened his eyes to find the old wizard holding that grotesque face aloft, suspended beside his head, staring vacantly at him. Heaven knows how he managed to clench his teeth so tightly that he nearly shattered them, refraining from any reaction. While washing his hair, a chilling breeze would occasionally creep from his scalp down his spine, prompting him to hurriedly rinse away the suds, and in the mirror, his reflection was nowhere to be seen. As he attended to his needs, the old wizard slowly lifted his head from the bathtub, nearly causing him to retract in horror. The most nauseating incident occurred when Tom, the bar owner, prepared a pot of the water-boiled meat slices he had taught him, with the old wizard floating throughout the broth. Clutching his own hair, he submerged his head into the soup. Anton, in a fit of determination, meticulously picked up slice after slice of meat and ingredients, his eyes unwavering. In that moment, he was engulfed by regret. The cycle of vengeance was unending. He should never have taken the old wizard's life. It felt like a relentless nightmare from which he could not awaken. I shall never again have the audacity to take a life. The old wizard's corporeal presence and actions imparted to Anton the art of cunning cruelty, how to navigate chaos with ease, while simultaneously demonstrating the profound love of life. One old wizard was already repulsive enough. He dreaded the thought of dining in the future, surrounded by a horde of grotesque specters. Anton shook his head vigorously, dispelling the terrifying notion. Thus, he endured for 3 days. In the dead of night, Anton could not muster the inclination to sleep. He lit an oil lamp and continued poring over the old wizard's diary, having already perused its contents twice, absorbing every detail. Now he began to memorize the 3 essential components of each spell. He was more relentless than during his college entrance examinations. Aside from a single legitimate ironclad spell, the diary was filled with pure black magic, each incantation exceedingly potent. Their lethality was not only directed at adversaries, but also posed a significant threat to oneself. Over the past 3 days, he attempted to unleash several spells, discovering that if his emotions were not fully engaged, he either failed to cast them or the results were feeble, merely akin to a tickle. To successfully conjure a spell, he required an extensive emotional buildup. If he wished to ensure he could cast black magic at will, he had to remain perpetually immersed in the emotions demanded by the incantation, which elucidated the inherent dangers of black magic to humanity. He could not fathom sustaining a boiling desire for violence at all times. After a year of such turmoil, would he not find any individual worthy of a lethal spell? The pursuit of black magic was indeed a perilous endeavor. The consensus among the wizarding community proved accurate. The old wizard floated languidly on the bed, occasionally tossing his head high, catching it with his left hand, tossing again, catching it with his right, then his left. Anton could feign ignorance, pretending not to see, and cover himself with a blanket to sleep. Yet he opted otherwise, preferring to sit by the window, savoring the breeze, sipping a drink, and reciting his lessons. This was a protracted battle, and he was resolutely prepared for patience. gradually accepting the specter's presence. Anton deliberately confronted the old wizard's existence. It was merely a test of patience, perseverance, and composure. Was he not capable of this? He did not believe the old wizard could linger by his side for an eternity. Let's try for a year. No one can master everything. A voice whispered in his ear. Anton glanced, and the old wizard had floated out the window, speaking beside his ear while holding his head. Ah! Anton chuckled with pride. I'm nearly done memorizing. No, no, no. The old wizard, cradling his severed head in one hand, raised a finger with the other, gesturing. Memorizing does not equate to mastering. Whether in black magic or white magic, the more powerful the incantation, the more intense the emotions required. You cannot simultaneously maintain hundreds of extreme emotions. You have read my diary. Olara once embarked on explorations in this domain. She even ventured into the Muggle world to study psychology, successfully fracturing herself into dozens of subpersonalities. Quite useful, yet with dire consequences. He raised 3 fingers. In the realm of dark wizards, those who inherit a legitimate master-student relationship receive a grave warning. Do not delve into more than 3. 1 is the primary spell. 2 is supplementary. Anton scoffed. So that's why you cast the heart-piercing curse so effortlessly, right? The old wizard fell silent for a moment. You killed me, even severing my head. And yet here I am, forever possessing my own head. I believe we are even. Even? Anton did not share this sentiment. The experiences of the past 2 months had wrought not just harm upon him, but also a transformation in his character. He was uncertain whether it was for better or worse. Yet he knew that if his past self were to behold his current form, he would undoubtedly feel estranged. I shall never forgive you. Anton fixed his gaze upon the old wizard's head. Never. Shall we meet with a smile to dissolve our grievances? The old wizard shook his head dismissively. I do not require your forgiveness. He floated before Anton. I merely wish to propose a transaction. Anton regarded him coolly, a smirk gracing his lips as he returned the diary to his satchel and strode past the old wizard toward the bed. Not interested. With that, he turned over and tucked himself under the covers. The old wizard sat beside the bed, cradling his head for a long while Anton chose to ignore him. His youthful body required ample nourishment and sleep, and it was not long before he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 21. I can teach you. The following day dawned bright and clear. Anton awoke to find the old wizard's absence, his spirits lifted. After relishing a delightful breakfast, he once again retrieved the diary, continuing to memorize the spells within. The old wizard held an erroneous perspective. Anton had no intention of delving into any form of black magic. Given that the world already recognized established, legitimate incantations, why squander effort on black magic? He thought of the master of the forgetfulness spell, Gilderoy Lockhart, and the master of disarming spells, Harry Potter. Anton even mused that Lockhart might not necessarily lose in a duel against Snape. Victory and defeat hinge on a fleeting moment, merely a matter of who first succumbs to the other spell. Should Snape inadvertently fall victim to one of Lockhart's forgetfulness spells, not only would his knowledge of spellcasting be erased, but even his memories of Lily could be wiped away. Oh, how marvelous it would be for Snape to start anew. To diligently study a legitimate spell not only garners societal recognition, but also bestows formidable power. Had Anton lost his senses to pursue the old wizard's daily obsession with black magic, lurking in dark corners? His current studies served 2 purposes: to enrich his knowledge for future reference, and to ensure he possessed sufficient means of defense against potential black magic threats. If he could not maintain extreme emotions consistently, he would strive to minimize the time required to cultivate those emotions. Nothing more. His mind was clear, aware of his desires. Rather than becoming enraptured by the diary's extravagant depictions of black magic, the old wizard did not make an appearance throughout the day. This kept Anton in high spirits for an entire day. The good mood lingered, as if the old wizard had vanished completely, never to be seen again. It was not until a whole week later that Anton began to pack his belongings. He had thoroughly committed the contents of that diary to memory and no longer needed to carry it with him, together with the textbook he had purchased for 4 galleons. He planned to deposit these items in the vault at Gringotts before departing. He had meticulously researched the location of the Fairy Pedro's Island, which was separated from England by a vast expanse of ocean, yet was in close proximity to France. In order to keep abreast of Lupin's treatment, he resolved to find a place to reside near the French coast. Living daily in an expensive inn was not a sustainable option. As fortune would have it, just as he intended to venture out to settle his bill with old Tom, the old wizard appeared. With a sly smile, he regarded Anton, saying, I know you have longed to learn the levitation charm. I observe you pondering over it for quite some time recently. Anton pursed his lips in silence. Among the numerous spells recorded in the first-year textbook, Standard Spells, Level 1, the Levitation Charm was his favorite. This spell not only had the potential to enhance one's daily life, but, if exaggerated, resembled a technique from a web novel he had once read called Wizard's Hand. Lacking knowledge of the three essential components for casting this spell, he had resorted to trial and error, ultimately failing each time. The old wizard, with a smug expression, drew his wand from the pocket of his robe. Although a ghost could not cast spells, it could still demonstrate the motions for show. Watch closely. His wrist twirled, emphasizing the crucial point, and with a flick and a shake, he intoned, Wingardium Leviosa. This spell requires an emotion we commonly refer to as wizarding will. You must be resolute in commanding your intended object to levitate, as if you were a deity issuing a divine order. The old wizard was eager to teach, and Anton did not hesitate. He drew his wand and repeatedly practiced, allowing his instructor to rectify his gestures and pronunciation errors. At long last, a chair in the room gently floated into the air. Perfection. The old wizard laughed heartily, applauding. Anton wore a complex expression. You disappeared for so many days just to learn this spell, to teach me? The old wizard shrugged fortuitously. I encountered 2 Hogwarts students in Hogsmeade Village who were discussing this charm. That place is no easy journey. The village is teeming with powerful, legitimate wizards. A place where dark wizards dare not tread. Anton pondered how the old wizard had overcome the fear that had long been ingrained in his heart to enter such a place, and his emotions were momentarily tumultuous. I do not owe you my gratitude for this. The old wizard chuckled. I do not require your thanks. I merely wish for you to know that I can be your teacher. This is an opportunity. Anton shook his head. I have little interest in dark magic. What a coincidence. I share the same sentiment towards dark magic, the old wizard replied, running his fingers through his hair. You have seen my diary. You should know that I simply recorded this precious knowledge. I have only learned the Cruciatus Curse as a means of offense and self-defense. Anton contemplated this, setting down his backpack and sitting back down. I am aware. The spells in the old wizard's diary often included the phrase, Olaro said. I can teach you potions, which is my true expertise. You have experienced the wizard's eye potion and felt its magic, have you not? That was my invention. Speaking of this, the old wizard beamed with pride. Truthfully, Anton felt a stir of excitement. Potions was a legitimate discipline. Although he had perused the materials recorded by the old wizard, many methods leaned towards those favored by dark wizards, but they merely leaned. There was no strict dichotomy between white magic and dark magic in potions. With the old wizard's knowledge in this area, it seemed like a grand avenue unfolding before him. Mastering potions could lead to wealth, power, and fame. Just look at Snape for proof. So what is the price? Anton fixed his gaze upon him. The old wizard floated to the window, gazing dreamily outside. You are correct. I have died and truly experienced the new life you speak of. A smile blossomed upon the old wizard's grotesque visage, his eyes filled with an intoxicating allure. Anton was taken aback. That was merely a casual remark he had made, a piece of motivational fluff he could expound upon endlessly. It was no longer popular online. Tastes had shifted to a preference for toxic positivity. Old man, you're out of touch. The old wizard smiled at Anton. Do you remember when I transformed my teacher's safe house into a vessel for a ghost? I call it the ghost armor. Initially prepared for the day, I might need an escape route. Clearly, my experiment was a success. I wish to propose a trade. Speak. I will teach you potions. And in return, you must brew a sufficient quantity of the wizard's eye potion, so that I might once again craft a body. I wish to truly walk the streets, to touch real flowers, to taste ice cream, to feel the refreshing caress of the breeze. He was always one to deceive children. How could he be so easily deceived? Anton scoffed. Once you have your body, the first thing you will do is not eat ice cream, but rather eliminate me. The old wizard regarded him with a smile that bore an indescribable openness. You may wait until you are powerful enough to easily destroy my body, or until your life nears its end, before aiding me in crafting a new one. I can afford to wait. Anton fell silent. There was enough sincerity in this offer for him to sense it. Why me? You could find someone to assist you under similar conditions without much difficulty. The old wizard remained silent for a long while. Aside from you and me, all who have consumed the wizard's eye potion have perished. Wong Defa. Anton instantly recalled the moment when the old wizard had forced him to drink the potion with his wand raised. Had he nearly perished that time too? Cruciatus. The spell's glow passed through the old wizard's form. Yet he merely smiled. You possess a remarkable talent for dark magic. Chapter 22. Anton's mood was dismal. His spirits low throughout the day. He realized he had been led astray by the old wizard. In a fit of agitation, he instinctively cast the Cruciatus Curse. He felt as though Azkaban was beckoning him. If this continued, he would truly find himself residing in Azkaban. Anton sighed deeply, contemplating whether he should procure a gun to prevent his instinctive reactions from veering towards the unforgivable curses. The magical world was too wondrous. Sometimes one could not take things for granted. He had thought he needed to maintain the extreme emotions required for dark magic to cast spells smoothly and without hindrance. This was a fallacy. He had been in high spirits, and, in a moment of excitement, his emotions surged, leading to the spell's natural release. The old wizard had not lied. This fellow might indeed have changed to embrace life. At the entrance of the Florins ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley, the elderly wizard gazed benevolently at the young witches and wizards indulging in their ice creams, his eyes reflecting the warmth characteristic of age. Occasionally, the little sorcerers would muster the courage to approach and touch him, to which he would respond with a gentle smile, unperturbed. Oh, how amusing it was that the once malevolent old wizard had transformed into a benevolent figure, while he himself had assumed the guise of an evil dark wizard. It was indeed a comical irony. Only after death did he truly yearn to live. Anton's mockery failed to stir any emotion in the old wizard, who resumed his game of tossing his own head, eliciting shrieks of delight from the children on the street. With a frown, Anton made his way to Gringotts, where the goblins welcomed him with renewed enthusiasm. After returning the old wizard's diary and 3 textbooks, he extracted a list of books from his pocket and swiftly began searching the shelf for the necessary tomes and a few potion ingredients. Yes, he had consented to the old wizard's terms, officially becoming the apprentice of this dark sorcerer to study potion making. The specter could not bind him with an unbreakable vow. The old wizard candidly admitted that he could not restrain Anton's actions, only hoping that his love and dedication as a teacher would influence Anton's choices. How peculiar it was to encounter a ghost. The initial teachings required a considerable amount of materials, filling an entire satchel. As Anton strolled through Diagon Alley, he hesitated, but ultimately returned to Flourish and Blots. He purchased the first-year textbooks on herbology and potions, 1,000 magical herbs and potions and elixirs, along with Newt's fantastic beasts and where to find them. He also made a special trip to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, spending a hefty sum of 26 galleons on a set of magical dentures as a token of gratitude for Old Tom's care during this time. Under his influence, Old Tom had developed a newfound enthusiasm for Chinese cuisine, and Anton believed that with the dentures, Old Tom would finally be able to savor the delights he had prepared. Old Tom was elated. Thus, with his backpack slung over his shoulder and his broomstick in hand, he set off. Exchanging galleons for Muggle currency at Gringotts was a rather poor deal. The old wizard floated beside him, offering guidance. He suggested the Wandering Wizard campsite. At Gringotts, 1 galleon could be exchanged for £5, but at the campsite the exchange rate could rise to £10, and occasionally, one might even find themselves trading for £15 to £20 if they encountered someone with deep pockets. Anton was taken aback. Why didn't they simply go to Gringotts themselves? The old wizard shrugged his headless shoulders, explaining that there were numerous reasons. Fugitives, registered dark wizards, non-human beings, and sources of currency they wished to keep hidden. Compared to galleons, dark wizards found it easier to acquire Muggle currency. A slight transgression could often lead to methods that eluded the scrutiny of Aurors. The nearest location was Carmela's Cafe, nestled within a cavern in a desolate hillside. The witch Carmela always had access to a certain amount of silver sickles, and over time, it became a popular spot for currency exchange. The imagery of a cavern, a cafe, and witches evoked an odd association in Anton's mind, reminiscent of a human meat bun shop run by a Sun Ernyong in Watermargin. It was easy to surmise that this place was fraught with danger. With a mask adorning his face, a hood pulled over his head, some ink to darken his hands, and a pillow stuffed in his robe, he could easily pass for a peculiar, wizened gnome rather than child. The seasoned old wizard provided further counsel. 3 drops of toad venom, mixed with crushed horner leaves and held in the mouth, would render one's voice hoarse and gruff. A rinse with overnight egg whites mixed with horner leaf juice would restore it. Anton marveled at the old wizard, noting that this knowledge was absent from his diary. The old wizard's head chuckled, proclaiming that he had ceased writing diaries at the age of 20, and that over the subsequent 50 years he had gradually accumulated these insights. Believe me, young wizard, surviving alone is particularly arduous. You'll find you cannot do without me. Anton felt a tumult of emotions. He could not shake off the memories of the torment inflicted upon him by the old wizard, nor the ever-present dread of death that loomed above him. Yet, he could not dismiss the old wizard's kindness either. The reasons were the same. He merely wished to live, nothing more. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How did I become your apprentice? Noting the old wizard's peculiar expression, Anton added, Your Cruciatus curse still has lingering effects on me. I cannot recall my previous memories. The old wizard's expression turned enigmatic, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Anton. A single father, accompanied by his young son, arrived at the chaotic campsite. Perhaps having been single for too long, he found himself captivated by a beautiful woman and succumbed to his desires. He met his demise in bed, dying quite blissfully. Unfamiliar with the unwritten rules of wandering wizards, he learned the hard way that beautiful women were strictly off-limits. Encountering a centaur skilled in potion-making, he lost his life, and his son was sold to me for 10 silver sickles. Anton raised an eyebrow. What a tragic tale. No, the old wizard interjected, raising a finger. That child had passed away 2 months prior. Anton's blood ran cold as he stared at the old wizard in disbelief. Dead? The old wizard cradled his head with one hand, gently tending to his hair with the other, speaking in a haunting tone. At that time, I was researching a summoning spell for demons. Though even the most foolish dark wizard would not believe in such a spell, I happened to have a child's corpse on hand as a sacrifice. Eventually, the child came back to life, thriving in remarkable health. The old wizard chuckled ominously, recounting how an explosion had obliterated his laboratory, scattering potion ingredients everywhere. Initially, he thought he had erred, assuming the child had merely been in a state of suspended animation. However, this child, who could withstand the effects of the Cruciatus curse, led him to question whether the experiment had indeed succeeded. The old wizard raised his gaze to Anton. What do you think? Think what you may. Anton's mind was a tempest, and he ultimately fell silent, lowering his broomstick and casting his gaze towards the barren hills below. We have arrived. The old wizard cackled with a dissonant laughter that grated on the ears. Chapter 23. The Gathering of Dark Wizards. The old wizard did not accompany Anton further. Although he had not visited this place in a decade, the world of dark wizards was not vast, and he wished to avoid encountering old acquaintances in his spectral form. Anton understood, descending in a relatively secluded area, where he buried his broomstick in the earth, asking the old wizard to keep watch. Feeling the unfamiliar raspy sound emanating from his throat, Anton let out a strange, sharp laugh. He then picked up a gnarled branch, thick as a man's arm, to use as a cane, swaying towards the cavern's entrance. His left hand was concealed within the voluminous sleeve of his robe, gripping his wand tightly. In such perilous surroundings, dark magic clearly wielded more intimidation than light magic. As he walked, he cultivated the emotions necessary for the dislocation's soul curse. He must ensure that he can successfully cast the spell at any moment, rather than impulsively unleashing the Cruciatus curse out of habit. Such a tendency is quite detrimental. The eccentric old man, adorned in peculiar garb, leaned on a staff, muttering to himself that if he continued to cultivate such a reflex, he would surely find himself in Azkaban. Concurrently, mastering the art of animagus transformation loomed as an immensely significant endeavor in his mind. Should he inadvertently end up in Azkaban, only the animagus form could grant him the means to escape from that dreadful place. As he rounded a massive boulder, an entrance illuminated by an eerie purple light came into view, from which the raucous sounds of heavy metal music reverberated. Strange creatures of various shapes and sizes congregated from all corners, entering through the opening. There was a centaur missing an arm, a fairy burdened by an enormous trunk, and an elderly which being towed in a wheelchair by a dog with a serpent's head. Anton's eyes narrowed behind his mask. Snape. Even though this individual donned a grotesque mask, that greasy mop of noodle-like hair was unmistakable. He chuckled darkly, swaying slightly as he trailed behind Snape. Venturing into the corridor bathed in purple light, it felt as though they were descending. Before long, a modestly sized stone hall emerged. A giant sat beside the narrow passageway, barely wide enough for a single person to pass, and Anton, with a pot strapped to his back, was unable to lift his head too high upon entering. All he could see was the giant's gray thigh. In front of that thigh stood a wizard who appeared comparatively normal, save for the peculiar heavy metal jacket worn over his robes. The leather-clad wizard struck the wooden board beside him with his wand, proclaiming loudly, "Welcome to the Bubblegum Music Hall." Anton wore a bewildered expression. Indeed, the old wizard was unreliable, introducing him to a cafe that had been defunct for over a decade. It seemed the place had changed hands, and he wondered if any form of currency transactions still occurred. The leather-clad wizard continued to bellow, instructing wandering patrons to collect black bouquets. Those wishing to engage in trade were to take yellow bouquets and pay a fee. He assured them that items without yellow bouquets would not compete with theirs. For those seeking non-material transactions, red bouquets were to be obtained, and upon entering, they were to seek out Eric at the bar, who would provide them with a quiet and confidential space. Finally, members of the bubblegum establishment were to take golden bouquets, ensuring they would receive the finest privileges within. Anton let out a low chuckle. "Young man, is this a forum?" The leather-clad wizard was taken aback, bursting into laughter. Merlin's tattered underpants. "Someone has actually noticed. You are the first." He personally handed Anton a golden bouquet, declaring, "From now on, you are our member. Congratulations." Following this, he snickered. "You will be entering the lower tier of our music hall." Anton shrugged. "So I shall possess considerable privileges?" Upon uttering this, the two shared a knowing laugh. Anton found this amusing. He had initially assumed the wizarding world was steeped in the stale traditions of decay, yet here it was, 1989. And the British wizarding community seemed to be stuck in the previous century. Having been a programmer in his past life, he felt an instant kinship with his fellow. "Younger man, I like you," Anton cackled, swaying as he ventured deeper into the passageway. The hall was crowded, with very few holding golden bouquets, one of whom was Snape. Descending a long flight of stairs through the passage, they finally entered an extraordinarily spacious cavern, evidently expanded from a natural lava tunnel. The cavern was not a flat expanse. Uneven natural formations created numerous platforms, and, at the highest point, a band was wildly producing heavy metal cacophony. At least Anton could discern no sense of rhythm emanating from it. Upon entering, the crowd dispersed, each person heading in their own direction, while Anton continued to follow Snape to her corner. Gradually, only those clutching golden bouquets remained nearby. A prominent stone was flattened to serve as a circular platform, while a long lava ridge served as seating, encircling the platform in a grand semicircle. Snape found a spot and sat quietly, awaiting something. Anton chose to position himself at a distance from him. Soon, the area filled with people, and a wizard clad in a golden jacket ascended the platform, accompanied by another individual. "Welcome to the Bubblegum Music Hall's premium platform meeting," the wizard in the golden jacket announced, gesturing toward the other. "This is Peter, who will be our seller for today's premium platform meeting." With that, the golden jacket wizard snapped his fingers, causing a bubble-like rock formation behind him to vanish with a pop, revealing a massive iron cage draped with a great black cloth. He motioned for Peter to step forward, elegantly leaping off the platform to sit on a nearby stone. Peter appeared to be a lively young man with golden shoulder-length hair, a gaunt face adorned with stubble, and blue eyes set within sunken sockets. The spirited young man nervously rubbed his hands together, addressing the crowd. "I believe you have all heard the rumor that the mysterious figure is not dead, but recuperating in Albania, awaiting the right opportunity." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and many began to murmur among themselves. One burly man with a thick beard stood up, pointing at the cage behind Peter. "Don't tell me that this is." Gasps echoed around the room. Peter, startled, shook his hands vehemently, panic causing his voice to crack. "No. You dare speak such things." Anton then heard countless sighs of relief from the audience. He squinted at Snape, but alas, the man's expression was one of utter desolation, as if nothing could perturb his mood. Thus, Anton redirected his gaze back to the platform, recognizing this so-called Peter. When he first traversed into this world, he had inadvertently released a wizard prisoner who was meant to be tested for potions. The old wizard had not blamed him. Instead, he had made Anton consume the potion intended for Peter. The effects were remarkable, as Anton experienced a sensation akin to floating on air. He spent 3 days expelling blood. His vision blurred with stars, and his entire being felt disoriented. It was a memory that was difficult to forget. After 2 months, this little test subject appeared more presentable and spirited. Chapter 24. The wings of a butterfly. Those who have not endured the reign of Voldemort could scarcely fathom the terror of having Death Eaters burst into one's home at any moment, extinguishing the lives of entire families. It was a dread that loomed over every day, where even the kindest elder or the most playful child could perish before one's very eyes. To utter Voldemort's name was taboo. Even the term "the mysterious figure" had become an indelible scar in the hearts of many. Yet this spirited young man dared to invoke the name of the mysterious figure as a gimmick. It was a reckless endeavor. The wrath of the masses was incited. Some even hurled their goblets in outrage. The wizard, clad in a golden leather jacket, leapt onto the podium and forcefully struck the youthful man's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Subsequently, he brandished his wand to cast an ironclad charm, then announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize on his behalf. Please remain patient. Shortly, someone will present you with small gifts as compensation. The premium podium event will be canceled." This wizard evidently held some stature, and although the crowd murmured their discontent, they chose to grant him a measure of respect and began to rise to leave. At that moment, Severus Snape stepped forward. Tucker, I do not have the luxury of time. It was you who wrote to inform me of the promising wares, and that is why I am here. The wizard in the golden jacket offered another apology. Mr. Stagg, I am truly sorry. Snape shook his head. No, I merely wish for the podium event to continue. I'm eager to see what he has to sell. Upon hearing Snape's words, those around him halted their departure, and a burly man with a thick beard nodded in agreement. Indeed, it cannot be for naught. Ultimately, the premium podium event resumed. Anton cast a sidelong glance at Snape, chuckling softly to himself. Mr. Stagg? What an amusing moniker. He finally grasped why he had encountered Snape. Perhaps it was indeed the allure of the enigmatic figure that had drawn him in. The wizard in the golden leather jacket seized the collar of the youthful man, Peter, hoisting him from the ground while whispering angrily into his ear, to which Peter nodded in fear. He then once again stood in the center of the podium. Well, there was a slight mishap just now. This statement, coupled with the significant bruising around his eyes, elicited laughter from the crowd. Albania, I visited there 2 months ago, fearing pursuit by a powerful dark wizard, and found myself in this desolate place. Peter spoke with fervor, as if the memory frightened him. Laughter erupted once more. It was well known that this land seemed to lie at the edge of the world. Peter grew increasingly animated as he continued, but upon my arrival, I discovered that, aside from the forests, there are hundreds of thousands of fortifications. The burly man gasped. So many? Impossible. I know Albania. It is exceedingly impoverished. Peter shrugged. I'm not certain. Who cares? He faltered under the piercing gaze of the wizard in the golden jacket and swallowed the last few words. But I did uncover this, he exclaimed, approaching the iron cage and dramatically pulling away the black cloth draped over it. Inside the cage lay a giant python, a staggering 12 feet long, appearing to be a type of viper, with fearsome black and brown patterns adorning its body. Yet, it was evident that this serpent, aside from its size, was far from pristine. Its body was marred with wounds, scales missing in large patches, revealing raw, crimson flesh beneath. Is this it? The burly man roared. You are wasting my time. Do not be hasty. This is an extraordinarily magical serpent, not an ordinary one. Peter replied with a mysterious smile as he drew his wand from his robe. He glanced at the wizard in the golden jacket. May I cast a spell? After receiving affirmation, he turned towards the crowd with exaggerated expression. Now, please open your eyes wide, for the transformation occurs in an instant. With that, he waved his wand. Shatter. The spell's brilliance surged through the iron cage, striking the viper. The serpent let out a horrific, distorted cry, and in an instant, its triangular head morphed into that of an Eastern woman, her long black hair billowing. Yet, this change was ephemeral, vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving behind what seemed to be an ordinary snake. Anton gripped the tree, trunk tightly. What the devil? Is this not Nagini? Initially introduced in Fantastic Beasts, she had accompanied a descendant of the Dumbledore family and later followed Newt to Hogwarts to seek out old Dumbledore. Subsequently, this serpent became Voldemort's most beloved pet, eventually transformed into a Horcrux. Ultimately, it was beheaded by Neville wielding the sword of Gryffindor. Although Anton was unaware of the intervening narrative and whether it had been mentioned in the original text, Peter had explicitly stated it was discovered in Albania. Anton realized that Voldemort was lurking there. In other words, he stared blankly at Peter, who appeared somewhat smug on the podium. I set him free, otherwise, he would have perished. Because he did not die, the wretched Voldemort was denied the chance to encounter his pet? Anton murmured in disbelief. Have I altered history? The butterfly effect? This was not an inconsequential character. Nagini played numerous pivotal roles in the Harry Potter saga. She was one of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes and had even killed Snape. Contemplating this, Anton glanced diagonally forward, and indeed, Snape appeared quite intrigued, raising his bidding paddle. Excellent. The wizard in the golden leather jacket presided over the auction. This gentleman has placed a bid. Is there anyone else? Peter fidgeted excitedly beside him, eyeing the burly man who had shown the most enthusiasm in the crowd. The man shrugged, expressing disinterest. Her head possesses an exotic charm. But I refuse to place my treasure into the jaws of a snake. That is simply revolting. Laughter rippled through the audience. A wizard who had nearly raised his paddle to bid promptly lowered it again, turning to explain to his female companion. This burly man's comment was a perfect kill, utterly extinguishing the interest of several eager bidders. Peter's face darkened, appearing as if he wished to slap himself. No one else is bidding? The wizard in the leather jacket asked thrice, then bellowed, Congratulations, Mr. Stagg, you have won the item from this premium podium event. 2 staff members approached, lifting the iron cage and stuffing it into a suitcase equipped with a non-detectable extension charm. The crowd dispersed. Anton cast one final glance at Snape before following suit. Wandering through the hall, he indeed found a vendor selling Muggle currency, but regrettably, there were no francs, only pounds. The pound was a genuine and valuable currency, weighing in at 281 grams of gold content. Calculated solely by the gold price per gram, 1 pound was no trifling sum. Anton recalled having read in Sherlock Holmes that Holmes believed a single woman could live quite well on an income of 60 pounds a year. This figure held some reference value, so he exchanged 100 pounds. At Gringotts, he would need 20 galleons for the same exchange. In this black market, he spent merely 9 galleons. The Ministry of Magic's stringent regulations on wizard-muggle interactions suggested that dark wizards were not as unrestrained as Anton had imagined. Wizards seldom had the opportunity to utilize muggle currency, and the low price stemmed from the inconvenience of extracting gold from it. Anton nodded thoughtfully, a fine meal. How utterly foolish one must be to consider extracting gold from metallic currency. Would it not be far more sensible to simply purchase gold with cash at a jewelry store? Having exchanged the necessary amount, Anton refrained from lingering further. The old wizard had cautioned him that the relaxed atmosphere in certain gathering spots could lead one to forget the lurking dangers, which were often the most perilous of all. Without hesitation, Anton departed. Yet, just as he was about to reach the place concealing the flying broomstick, a spell struck him. Disarm your weapon. His old wand slipped from his grasp. Maintaining his composure, Anton turned to face his assailant. Discreetly retrieving a spare wand from the hidden clasp within his voluminous wizard's robe. This wand belonged to the old wizard. Upon recognizing the intruder, Anton raised an eyebrow. Severus Snape. Chapter 25. The Second Encounter with Snape. You have followed me all this way and have been observing me. Snape's cold, fish-like eyes bore into Anton, his wand raised. If you cannot provide me with an explanation, I shall not hesitate to cast a curse upon you. It was over. He had been ensnared by Snape. Although this man was a rather unpleasant teacher at school, he was not entirely devoid of merit. However, in the chaotic realm, it was a different story. Anton understood Snape all too well. The man was as unyielding as stone and truly capable of murder. Even Snape himself was unaware of the dreadful reputation he held among dark wizards, a notoriety built upon a mountain of corpses, each severed by a lethal curse in bygone years. He would indeed kill me. Anton quickly assessed the power dynamics between them, reluctantly returning the old wizard's wand to its hidden clasp. Discarding the branch, he raised his empty hands in a gesture of French politeness. Snappa, ierbo noi intentions. Snape swiftly scanned the surroundings, and upon ensuring no one was near, he approached with urgency. How did you recognize me? Well, it was rather obvious. Given your hair that looks as though it has been soaked in cream for 3 days and nights, Anton quipped, pondering whether his honesty would lead to his demise at the hands of Snape in some desolate corner of this mountain. Having faced life and death pressures for an extended period, Anton had cultivated a formidable heart and keen intellect. Surrounded by the terrifying and capricious old wizard, he would have perished long ago without such fortitude. He gestured to his face. We are acquainted. May I remove my disguise? Snape nodded slightly. Lowering his hood, Anton unfastened his mask, took a sip of the prepared antidote for his voice, and removed the iron pot and backpack from his back. I have a dream. As he spoke of his aspirations, a gleam ignited in Anton's eyes. I yearned to become a master of potion making. When I was but a child, I wandered through various encampments of homeless wizards, aimlessly existing in a state of despondency. Just when I thought I would rot away in some forgotten corner of the world, as if by divine intervention, a copy of the Daily Prophet was forcefully slapped against my face by the wind. It bore your likeness. With fervent emotion, Anton gazed at Snape. It proclaimed that you had improved the Wolfsbane potion, showering you with accolades. You cannot fathom how your name resonated through every gathering of homeless wizards as countless werewolves knelt, weeping in reverence. In that moment, I vowed to become a person like you. I not only dedicated myself to studying potion making, but also sought any information regarding you. Anton attempted to emulate the fervent enthusiasm of a certain friend of his ex-girlfriend, a girl who was an ardent fan of a celebrity. You are the beacon illuminating the path of my life. You are the motivation that drives me to persevere, even in my weariness. You are the unwavering faith in my existence. My idol. The way Anton uttered idol was exceedingly sentimental, his demeanor akin to a devout follower finally encountering their deity. Even Snape, with his heart of stone, felt a shiver of discomfort. Observing Anton's excitement, Snape instinctively took a cautious step back. Anton had fully immersed himself in his fervor. Snape raised his wand coldly. Do not come any closer. Yet, this fervent admirer pressed his forehead against the tip of Snape's wand, his eyes misty and brimming with tears. I am aware of my own limitations. It is likely I shall never attain your level of achievement. At times, I feel utterly exhausted. You're like the stars in the sky, so distant and unattainable. In my life, let me die beneath your wand. Anton took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I feel so content. The wind howled past him, and a single leaf gently brushed against Anton's face. He raised an eyebrow, opened his eyes, and looked around. Our door. But his idol had vanished without a trace, leaving him feeling profoundly bereft. With a chuckle, Anton resumed his journey, hoisting his backpack once more, and on the ground, he discovered his old wand. Whistling a tune, he continued on his way. Although his previous display had been somewhat embarrassing, he had managed to survive unscathed. Life at times is indeed arduous. A young child must rely on his own folly to endure. He sighed, feeling a pang of melancholy. It is so difficult. Disarm your weapon. Once again, the wand slipped from his fingers. Not again. Anton's expression turned icy as he secretly drew his spare wand from its hidden clasp. As long as his opponent was not of Snape's caliber, he was determined to vanquish them. Could his piercing curse not bring about death? Raising his gaze, he exclaimed, "What in the world? Idol!" Snape had reappeared, as if by some divine trickery. Was this a reverse ambush? He had nearly been deceived. Snape scoffed. "I remember your face now. You sold me the brain of a moonlight tortoise at the leaky cauldron. At that time, you showed not an ounce of excitement. Not just devoid of excitement. Snape's sensitive nature had been deeply wounded. When Hagrid produced the gold galleons, the child had eyes only for Hagrid, as if he himself were invisible, conveying the message, 'Hey, Snape, you don't even compare to a grotesque giant.' No one knew just how displeased he had been at that moment. Yes, he was indeed that petty. How can you suspect me so?" Anton felt a profound sense of humiliation, his face flushing crimson. This was the moment that would test his mettle. Previously, he had relied on mere deception. But now he faced a true test of resilience. Once again, it was a matter of endurance, tenacity, and patience. Who could he fear? Anton's thoughts drifted back to his former life, recalling how his ex-girlfriend's friend had spiraled into a frenzy upon hearing news of their idol scandal. He had felt a twinge of fear as he consoled her. The terror of shattered dreams was indeed a formidable specter. "How dare you doubt me?" Anton's eyes turned crimson. "Do you have any idea what I went through?" "No, you have no notion at all." Anton erupted into hysteria, his voice a thunderous roar. "My teacher perished, consumed by a horrific potion that ignited his very being. The explosion left a crater 2 meters deep in the ground. I was utterly alone, adrift without support, wandering aimlessly, uncertain of my next destination." Anton raised his index and middle fingers defiantly, indicating 2. "For 2 whole months, I endured hunger, surviving on meager scraps. You have no idea how grateful I was when you purchased my moonlight tortoise brain. Yet, you dare to question me." Anton's gaze pierced Snape with an icy intensity. "Return my wand, Snape. I demand a duel. Today, either you slay me, or I shall take your life. If I kill you, you will forever remain the idol I once revered." Snape regarded him with an expression of bewilderment, grappling with the unsettling thought that he might have misjudged this child. Despite his fierce proclamations of violence, Anton's eyes shimmered with tears of disappointment, a poignant sight that unsettled Snape. It seemed he had unwittingly wounded an admirer. The old wand soared through the air, landing back in Anton's grasp. Confused, Anton stared at the wand in his hand, wondering what to do next. Was he truly expected to engage in a duel? Should he launch a surprise attack with the Cruciatus curse? Would such treachery even stand a chance? Snape's expression softened. "To what extent have you mastered potion making?" Anton blinked, hurriedly rummaging through his backpack, carefully extracting a sheet of parchment. Observing the plethora of notes within Anton's bag, Snape finally began to believe his claims. Unbeknownst to Snape, however, the majority of those notes belonged to the old wizard, with only one bearing Anton's handwriting, an inadvertent mark from when he had coughed up blood while transcribing the elder's work. His hand steady, he produced the single page with composure, silently praying that Snape would focus solely on it, lest his deception be revealed. Nervous yet resolute, Anton maintained a facade of injured innocence as Snape, suppressing a smirk that passed for kindness, accepted the parchment as if it were the assignments of countless students before him. Yet, as he scrutinized the document, his brow furrowed in concentration. "What potion is this?" "It pertains to a potion that enhances perception." "Idle," Anton replied swiftly. "This recipe is a crucial component of the Wizard's Eye potion. It presents a novel concept with a unique perspective." Snape cast a surprised glance at Anton. "You possess considerable talent." Anton blinked, aware that this was not his own research. Nevertheless, he gleaned insight into the old wizard's expertise in potion making, which even Snape deemed commendable, though overly complex, laden with unnecessary steps. Setting down the suitcase containing Nagini, Snape perched atop it, placing the parchment before Anton. From here to here, there are 7 stages in total, all of which can be simplified. You need only add powdered roots of the scarlet moonflower as a substitute. And here, under the night breeze, Snape elaborated for an entire hour, elucidating the intricacies of the potion's formulation, his annotations in red ink sprawling across the parchment. Long after Snape had departed, Anton remained transfixed by the parchment, astonished that he could comprehend the complexities of the potion. In just an hour, he had grasped it all. It was worth noting that, aside from following the old wizard's guidance on handling ingredients, he had no theoretical foundation whatsoever. The old wizard clapped from a distance. Gliding closer, what a splendid performance of deception I just witnessed. Anton, you possess a true knack for becoming a dark wizard. Anton pressed his lips together, unfurling the parchment before the old wizard. Perhaps you ought to take a look at this. How dare you tamper with my formula? The old wizard's fury erupted, his wrath palpable. Yet moments later, he fell silent, fixating intently on the parchment, ultimately sighing in resignation. Since becoming a ghost, I find it increasingly difficult to think as I once did. He cast another glance at the parchment, marveling, the master of potion-making indeed lives up to his reputation. Indeed, Anton watched the direction in which Snape had departed, realizing that he had truly become his idol. Snape had opened a door to the enchanting realm of potion-making. Dazzling and intoxicating, it seemed he was genuinely beginning to appreciate the art of potion-making. He looked forward to attending Hogwarts, where he could confidently seek counsel from this master of potions, rather than resorting to deceitful tactics. Of course, he felt no shame at present. He simply wished to survive. Nothing more. Chapter 26. The Will of the Wizard. 3 days later. Yes, 3 days had passed. Anton sat on his broomstick, gazing vacantly at the sea. The old wizard floated nearby, exasperated. 3 days of high-speed flight. If I were on that broom, I could have traversed to the islands and back to France several times over. Anton silently watched the relentless tides crashing against the shore, his face etched with worry. You are utterly directionless. The old wizard's frustration grew. Do you have any idea how challenging it is for a ghost to keep pace with your broomstick? Is this how you treat your teacher? Huh. Anton scoffed, as if anyone is not directionally challenged. If you knew the way, you would have told me by now. Silence ensued, a heavy stillness enveloping the pair as they listened to the rhythmic sound of the waves. Aren't you proud of your vast life experience? Think, what shall we do? The old wizard's head bore a hint of bitterness. It seems I'm gradually adapting to this ghostly existence. The additional benefits from the cracking curse I once researched are slowly being erased. Anton turned to him, bewildered. What do you mean? I find myself unable to think, left only with instinctual memories. In other words, if you were to present me with potion-making knowledge that I have never seen before, no matter how simple, I would be unable to comprehend it. The old wizard sighed. Memory resembles a list with unclear boundaries. To recall something, I must sift through it piece by piece. My apprentice, I sense my will is slowly dissipating, leaving behind only a mass of memories. Anton regarded him with a complex expression, feeling a sense of despair at the thought. Your first lesson, do not be overly clever, the old wizard warned, his gaze laden with emotion. I created the wizard's eye potion, through which I perceived a side of magic unseen by all other wizards. Based on that, I also devised the cracking curse. A trace of the soul. Do you remember the magical mark on your wrist? The runes inscribed upon it symbolize joy, anger, and sorrow. Emotion and will are manifestations of the soul, the essence of spellcasting. The old wizard cradled his head in one hand while extending the other towards the horizon, his translucent fingers gently stirring the sun that graced his vision. I had brushed against the essence of magic. Thus, I prepared for death well in advance, crafting a shell for myself to serve as a sanctuary for my soul. Alas, even had you not shattered it at that moment, my will would have gradually faded away. Such is the nature of a specter. Ha ha. So this is what it means to be a ghost. The old wizard turned to gaze at Anton, stating that a ghost is merely the trace of life imprinted upon this world, while my will is but dust clinging to that trace. And here, the winds blow far too fiercely. Had I been able to step forward into the realm of the departed at the moment of death? He chuckled softly, suggesting that had I not been so clever, perhaps I would have truly embarked on a new life. Anton descended from his flying broom and stood upon the beach. The weight of such a conversation felt unbearable, as if he were witnessing an aged man, flickering like a dying flame, helplessly walking towards death. This was not merely about his conflicting feelings of hatred and complex emotions towards the old wizard. It was solely about death. A sense of discomfort settled in his heart. If one day my will were to dissipate entirely, That would be the true essence of a ghost, and that ghost would no longer be me. The old wizard continued to ramble in his ear, claiming that before he completely vanished, he would distance himself from Anton and all those he knew. I am, in truth, rather vain. I do not wish for those I know to regard me as a coward who dared not face death, which is why I become this way. Enough! Anton shouted in fury. He fixed a cold stare upon the old wizard, declaring, "You are indeed a coward. I am unlike you. I have seen fate. I have glimpsed death, yet I dare to resist, while you merely await death passively. Do you know what I would do if I were you?" His eyes blazed with fervor. "I would employ every means to survive. If the world seeks to erase my will, I would fight back." The old wizard merely sighed. "It's futile. Is it truly futile?" Anton retorted, his gaze piercing. "You, relying on that so-called crack curse, have created a shell for the ghost, an unprecedented feat. And with it, you still preserve your will, do you not?" The old wizard stared blankly at him, replying, "And so what? Teach me, impart everything to me without reservation. I will study it. I will use the crack curse to help you maintain your will, even to reconstruct a new body for you." Anton looked at him earnestly. The old wizard fell silent, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. "You little rascal, I know you too well. You are the master of deception, merely wishing to learn my spells." Anton scoffed. "Is it necessary? Once you truly become a ghost, it will be far easier to deceive, as long as the memories remain. Wouldn't it be simpler to learn then?" Only then did the old wizard's expression turn serious, gazing at the youth, illuminated by the sun's soft glow, and sighed. "You are a captivating individual. In the past, you were not." Anton gazed out at the horizon, reflecting on how he had once been a mere cog in the machine of society. The old wizard finally found the answer on his lengthy list of memories. The owl. That wondrous creature possesses unique magical abilities. You need only provide it with an address, and it can fly there. Then you simply follow on your broom. Anton shook his head. "No, we cannot possibly find a place to buy an owl now. A night bus. In times of difficulty, raise your wand, and it will appear with a bang." Anton continued to shake his head. "Did I not consider it? But we have already flown for 3 days. Every day spent in the air adds to the sunk cost. I refuse to waste time searching for the night bus." Eureka! The old wizard snapped his fingers, though no sound accompanied the gesture. A self-created spell. Anton stared at the old wizard in astonishment. "Isn't that rather absurd? Otherwise, I might as well just call for the night bus." No. This is a fascinating experiment. I've done it before. First, you need a revealing spell." The old wizard began to meticulously correct Anton's spell-casting technique and pronunciation. This spell was exceedingly simple. Within a minute, Anton had successfully cast it, requiring neither emotion nor thought, merely tracing a luminous arrow in the air with his wand. And then, dissipate it, then release another. At this moment, you must think of that address, commanding the arrow to guide you on your path. Anton's lips twitched, commanding this arrow to move on its own. I might as well command it to turn into galleons. Why not? Why can't you command it to become galleons? The old wizard chuckled, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Remember, casting magic requires emotion. That is merely the surface. Fundamentally, it requires the will of the wizard. I dare say even the most skilled wizards may struggle to articulate this. Remember, a wizard is akin to a deity. As a deity, command your magic, command this world. Instruct it, make all things heed your directives, and fulfill your desires. Anton raised his thumb, exuding confidence. How magnificent! The old wizard smiled. Shall we give it a try? Why not? What is there to fear? Thus, they spent another 3 days upon the beach, and by the penultimate day, Anton's provisions had been entirely consumed. Yet, he felt no hunger, merely continuing to wave his wand, until, at a certain moment, that luminous arrow began to spin wildly in midair before halting at the 11 o'clock position. "Ah, I have succeeded," Anton exclaimed, filled with excitement and leaping about. See? The old wizard chuckled alongside him, feeling acutely the process of life dissipating, watching as someone continued his research and journey. He suddenly felt as though he had not completely vanished from this world after his death, despite being a little rascal who had caused his demise. "You are truly a treasure." Anton's exclamation further lifted the old wizard's spirits. Indeed, the old wizard puffed out his chest with pride. "You little rascal. For this lesson alone, you should call me teacher. Always remember this principle. A wizard is a deity. This is the foundation of all my research." Anton wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that what seemed a simple act of directing an arrow was, in truth, a remarkable sense of control that could only be appreciated through execution. In the context of the fanfiction he had read, the vast majority of wizards in this world were still merely at the stage of casting spells. with very few venturing to theorize and develop their own systems. If you're not a dark wizard, your reputation should certainly rival that of Snape. Is that so? The old wizard murmured before scoffing, though I loathe my cold-blooded mentor, without him guiding me down the path of dark wizardry. I would not have achieved such results in potions and spells. Little rascal, I am well aware of your thoughts about me. Ha ha ha. As I have a teacher, just as much of a scoundrel as you. Anton shrugged, stating, yes, if you were still alive, I would still find a way to kill you. Ha ha ha. The old wizard chuckled, the head in his hand trembling with mirth. How amusing indeed. You shall soon meet my teacher. Anton was taken aback. Isn't your teacher dead? The old wizard offered no reply, merely sporting a mysterious smile. Using the liquid fire I developed to kill me. My teacher remains as insufferable as ever. Chapter 27. The teacher's teacher. The speed of the flying broomstick was astonishing. Guided by the magical pointer, it felt as if there was a magical navigation system, and Anton swiftly arrived at the island of the fairy Pedro. Are you coming in with me? Anton inquired, knowing the old wizard was vain and disliked encountering acquaintances in a ghostly form. Yet he asked with a hint of mischief. Turning around, he noticed the old wizard had already floated away to some unknown destination. Hey. Anton paid it no mind, lowering his broomstick to land. With his left hand firmly gripping his wand within the wizard's robe, he knocked on the fairy's door once more. It was not long before steady and precise footsteps approached. The sound of a bolt being drawn accompanied by a clinking chain, and the door slowly opened. A delicate little face appeared behind the door. It was the same little girl, Anna Rosiel. She was clad in a richly embroidered Victorian-style cobalt blue dress, yet over it she wore a brown dragon-hide craftsman's apron, stained with grease. This proud little swan politely nodded to him. Mr. Rosiel is in. Saying this, she turned to leave, and Anton caught a glimpse of her rolling her eyes in secret. He chuckled to himself. This person truly held grudges. Was it merely because he had not announced his name? Anton followed her inside. The fairy's quaint cottage appeared small from the outside, but the interior was surprisingly spacious, evidently violating the laws of spatial expansion. At the front was what seemed to be an ordinary sitting room, but as Anna led him further in, they wound their way to a laboratory brimming with peculiar instruments. Lupin lay on a wooden frame resembling a Muggle hospital bed, a cumbersome device hanging from his head, extending towards his eyes with something akin to a telescope attached. Lupin remained pale, clearly awake, and immediately spotted Anton. The fairy Pedro was staring intently at his chest, muttering something under his breath. Hearing the commotion, he lifted his head, setting the device down. Little wizard, we have a bit of a predicament. Anton shook his head in disbelief. Don't trick me. My teacher is a master of the heart-piercing curse. Normally, a wizard struck by that curse only needs a few days to recuperate. Pedro let out a cold chuckle. A master of the heart-piercing curse, indeed. Of course. His heart-piercing curse is something else. Pedro produced a cigar, gesturing for Anton to follow him outside. Passing by an adjacent workshop, they beheld a bizarre machine brimming with gears, towering at least 8 meters high. Anna, her petite frame perched on a platform, struggled to twist a large wrench on a screw. The scene was particularly amusing. The serious-faced little girl dwarfed by the proportions of a mouse and an elephant. Anna, take a break, Pedro called out. Anna merely nodded and continued her laborious task with the wrench. This is a large-scale time-turner. I'm the only one in the world who understands this craft. Pedro waved his hand nonchalantly, exuding an air of superiority. Anton silently nodded, saying nothing. He had little interest in this contraption. Time-turners were a favorite subject in Harry Potter fan fiction. He was quite familiar with them. Yet, regardless of the narrative, they clearly conveyed one fact. Time-turners in the wizarding world could not change much. Wizards could only look forward. Returning to the past was not entirely without merit, but offered little more than a flicker of hope. After passing several rooms that seemed shrouded in mystery, they finally arrived at a chamber containing a massive table piled high with sand. I often have many patients come here. I explain their conditions to their families here, Pedro said, extending his thick finger to gently tap the table. A model resembling Lupin rose from the sand. Very good. This is quite magical, Anton observed with curiosity, keen to learn such a skill himself. Haha, you are just like your teacher, always wanting to learn from everything you see, Pedro remarked, clearly mocking him. Anton paid it no mind, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the Lupin model atop the sand, exclaiming, a self-moving figurine. The Lupin, made of sand, suddenly began to struggle, its form expanding as it shot upward, ultimately transforming into a werewolf. Your teacher has a rather foolish saying, Pedro expressed, clearly disdainful of the old wizard. He believed werewolves to be the only magical animagus of humanity. Anton nodded. It is said that animagi can only transform into non-magical animals. My teacher thinks werewolves are the only magical creatures humans can become. He is rather narrow-minded. Pedro scoffed, his expression one of derision. By his reasoning, would blood-cursed beasts qualify as magical animagi? Coincidentally, I recently encountered a blood-cursed beast, Nagini. Nagini was once human, cursed by her mother's blood curse, which could transform her into a snake, but ultimately resulted in the gradual loss of her human form and memories, solidifying her as a serpent. There is much more to this world than he perceives. Pedro exhaled a puff of smoke, then suddenly focused on Anton. Little wizard, did you give your teacher the potion? Anton pursed his lips, a conflicted expression crossing his face. He is a very powerful wizard. I am looking for an opportunity. Pedro fixed his gaze on him, chuckling softly. Regardless of the obstacles, you must do it. The unbreakable vow is a spell that no one can resist. Even Dumbledore paid a dreadful price for it. You administer it to your teacher, and I will cure your uncle. We shall each fulfill our end of the bargain. The spell will ensure all is as agreed. That makes sense. All right, I will give it to my teacher, Anton replied with a grin. Impossible, Pedro exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Based on his understanding of potions, it would be difficult to find an opportunity, and it had only been a few days. At that moment, a headless figure floated up from the sand on the table, cradling its head in its left hand, grinning at Pedro. I can vouch for him. He indeed administered it. The old wizard's expression was complex as he stared at Pedro. My dear teacher. Pedro was evidently taken aback, stumbling back several steps in panic. A long knife that appeared to be made from dragon ribs suddenly appearing in his hand. The inscriptions on the blade emitted a magical glow. Are you afraid of me? My teacher, the old wizard cackled. Pedro swallowed hard, his long knife vanishing from his grasp, as he stared in astonishment at the scene before him, glancing at Anton. You actually killed him and severed his head? He was well acquainted with the nature of phantoms, and this knowledge rendered him incredulous. The old wizard's current state was unmistakably that of one who had perished from decapitation. A mere young sorcerer accomplished this? Anton, equally astonished, gazed at the old wizard and Pedro. Master? Chapter 28. The condition of Lupin. He is a despicable little man. The old wizard floated high above, casting a disdainful gaze upon the fairy Pedro. He had exploited the frenzy of his female apprentice to fabricate a facade of death, leaving me to contend with an adversary he himself could not handle. Pedro's face flushed crimson as he subtly stepped back, only to thrust his chest forward defiantly. You all wish for my demise. Why shouldn't I use you as shield? Huh. The old wizard emitted a sharp laugh. You finally admit it, don't you? Why don't you ponder why your apprentices do not regard you as a teacher? Pedro gradually regained his composure, his icy and mocking gaze scanning the old wizard. You are dead, transformed into a ghost. I no longer fear you. Indeed, the old wizard chuckled mockingly. I assent, it the same for you? Your apprentices wish to slay you. Yes, yes, the old wizard echoed Anton's teachings, his tone inciting Pedro's face to redden once more. Anton, intrigued, looked at the old wizard, recalling the previous encounter at the gathering of vagabond sorcerers, where Pedro had been present. You seem to coexist without incident. The old wizard sneered, because he cannot kill me. Simultaneously, Pedro retorted, because he cannot kill me. How delightful, Anton exclaimed. So you maintain that delicate balance. They then spoke in unison. One must learn to compromise. Damn it. One must learn to compromise, Anton thought, for neither of them could be deemed human. One an ancient fairy, the other a ghost struggling to maintain his will. Could you enlighten me about Lupin? Anton pointed at the sand model of Lupin. Oh, that's my uncle. Regardless of their squabbles, neither seemed concerned about their relationship, presenting an unreliable facade. The old wizard accused Anton of deceit, while Anton suspected that the old wizard's words were not entirely truthful. Lupin is the reliable one, he concluded, hoping for Lupin's protection in the future. Despite their differing personalities and moral standings, both shared a common trait, the seriousness of a researcher. The old wizard adopted a serious demeanor, admonishing, do not compare blood cursors with werewolves. They are not the same. You cannot even perceive the true nature of magic. I have witnessed the identical magical trajectories of werewolves and animagi. I do not comprehend your words, Pedro interjected impatiently. Animagi are a high-level transformation spell. Werewolves are a toxin targeting magical energy, and blood curse orcs are a curse aimed at bloodlines. The distinctions may appear superficial, merely differences in appearance and stature, but fundamentally, they are entirely different species. Oh, poor Pedro, who fancies himself wise after a few centuries, Yet he only knows trivial tricks everyone understands, the old wizard sang mockingly. You know nothing. Pedro exploded, leaping up to strike him, but alas, his height rendered him incapable of reaching the old wizard. Hey, you can't reach me, ha ha ha. The old wizard floated about, taunting. Anton could envision the subsequent scene, for he had experienced it before. This unfortunate fairy gentleman, even while eating, sleeping, or attending to nature's call, would be incessantly plagued by a ghost with an unbeatable bug. Truly, the master of the heart-piercing curse possessed the ability to drive one mad, even after death. How splendid! Anton began to anticipate a future filled with tranquil slumber and serene awakenings. Once the two had sufficiently entertained themselves, Anton cleverly posed a question at the critical juncture of the atmosphere. Fairy Pedro finally found an opportunity to descend, ignoring the old wizard entirely as he continued to gesture at the sand on the table. Young sorcerer, observed closely. The appearance of the werewolf vanished, leaving only a shadowy outline. This dark form began to split apart, resembling a jellyfish with numerous tendrils. The tendrils entwined, contracting and pulsating. Suddenly, they tightened, rearranging into a humanoid shape. This was the state of transformation magic under magical perception. The model continuously shifted from human form to werewolf and back again. When Pedro snapped his fingers, the sand coalesced into a wand, releasing a wave of sand in a fan-like pattern. These white grains lodged themselves tightly into the gaps created when the werewolf transformed back into human form. This is approximately the effect. Pedro resumed smoking his cigar. You may understand this as a transformation where the external appearance remains unchanged. Yet fundamentally, there exists an unstable and gradual adjustment process. A powerful soul magic will impart an irreparable influence on this state. In simpler terms, Fine's heart-piercing curse had been solidified during the transformation process. If one does not extricate the magic of these spells, he would be subjected to a long-term negative effect akin to a weakened version of the heart-piercing curse. The heart-piercing curse becomes a weakening aura? Anton exclaimed, blinking in astonishment. So, during the brief period surrounding the transformation, the werewolf is at its most vulnerable, and soul-based spells are particularly effective? Pedro emitted an odd chuckle, pointing at Anton as he glanced at the old wizard. Your apprentice, like you, is primarily concerned with slaughter. The old wizard retorted coldly. Are you not the same? Damn slaughter. Should we prioritize attack power and spells? Anton rolled his eyes, for he was merely a child with a rudimentary understanding of spells. Why should he prioritize matters that could ensure his survival over others? Nonetheless, he finally grasped the situation regarding Lupin. Is it treatable? He inquired. Pedro sighed. It is challenging, akin to peeling threads attached to every bone in the body. It requires an exquisitely intricate surgical procedure. I can only gradually remove them during the fleeting moments of each full moon. At least 6 times, which means half a year. What a foolish approach. The old wizard scoffed again. You remember how to unleash all dark magic, but comprehend none of its intricacies. Fairy Pedro's anger surged once more as he prepared to unleash a torrent of insults accumulated over centuries. Yet, Anton's eyes brightened. How can it be treated? The old wizard, with a triumphant smile, replied, It is simple. By employing the displacement soul curse, all non-original magical energy is exposed externally. Then, utilizing the reshaping power of the werewolf's transformation, these energies will naturally be expelled. As for the means to contort the soul into such a shape, it necessitates the conjunction of the wizard's eye potion. Anton, witnessing Pedro's lack of rebuttal, was filled with exhilaration. I shall concoct the wizard's eye potion, Mr. Pedro. Might you endeavor to experiment with this method? He exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air. The old wizard chuckled heartily, retorting that Pedro would hardly attempt such a folly, for a fairy was incapable of casting human spells, and he certainly dared not consume the wizard's eye potion. Indeed, my dear mentor, do you not recall summoning that centaur which to pilfer my experimental materials? I surmise you must have had someone test the potion. Did they not perish? You dare not drink it, do you? Pedro merely scoffed. I reject this proposal. He turned to Anton, stating, Little wizard, I cannot entrust the werewolf's treatment to you. The unbreakable vow that Phineas wishes you to cure me of would assuredly lead to my demise. The old wizard floated about, cackling, You shall find yourself beseeching Anton. You foolish, self-aggrandizing fairy. In your quest to destroy me, you have woven an inextricable vow upon yourself. Such a ludicrous strategy. Chapter 29, Anna and Dark Magic. The fairy Pedro is renowned in the chaotic realms of wandering wizards as a distinguished healer. He is also a sage, proficient in various intricate fairy magical mechanisms and grand temporal converters. Yet, when it comes to potions and the study of healing, particularly concerning the human soul. He evidently lags far behind the old wizard. A conspicuous example of this is Anton's acceptance to reside in the fairy's abode. Ascending the crooked staircase, he pushed open the door to the second floor, where the air was rich with the earthy scent of the forest. Gazing upward, he beheld the vast sky and the gentle patter of rain. In the distance, the forest's edge remained obscured. Only upon turning back was there a stone archway visible. Anna Rosial emerged from the archway, as if traversing through a transparent wave. Noticing Anton's intrigued demeanor, she explained, "This is a transit gate of fairy's magic, far cleaner than the flue powder used in fireplaces." With that, she turned toward the stone path on the left, stating, "I shall guide you to your lodgings." The young girl exhibited an impressive grace, her steps refined and elegant. Curious was the fact that regardless of her stride, she never cast her gaze upon the ground. Her eyes level and her head poised, as if in a state of perpetual stillness. Anton, observing her, found himself fatigued merely by watching. The path twisted and turned until it opened up to a clearing, where vines climbed the bushes, forming a low wall around a small, open area. Here stood 3 towering oak trees, each branching out to support a small wooden house, with a set of custom wooden steps spiraling around the trunks down to the ground. Anna pointed to the leftmost treehouse, adorned with wind chimes. "This one is mine. You may choose one of the other 2. She further instructed, "Place any soiled garments in the wooden tub by the back door. House elves will take care of the laundry. They will set your meals on the table by the window during meal times, so it's best not to clutter that table with other items." Anton was taken aback. There are house elves here? He had seen none since his arrival. Anna smiled faintly. Only those who remain unnoticed are good house elves. She did not exhibit much enthusiasm for his arrival. Everything adhered to formality, and once she had finished her introductions, she turned her haughty head away. Anton, unfazed, recognized that although he bore the body of a child, he appeared to be of a similar age to her. However, in essence, he was a man in his 20s, lacking a keen interest in conversing with a mere child. He casually selected the wooden house in the right oak tree and ascended the steps, pushing open the door. The small wooden house was as one would expect, furnished with a seemingly soft bed, a writing desk, a wardrobe, and a small round table by the window. It was modest yet remarkably clean. Thus, this would be his temporary abode. After a brief conversation with Lupin, the poor child dozed off once more, leaving Pedro with no recourse. The old wizard mentioned that there were some potions that could alleviate his condition, though it would require sifting through a lengthy list in his memory. Consequently, time drifted idly. In his youth, Anton had harbored numerous dreams. Yet after becoming a cog in the societal machine, only one aspiration remained: to indulge in a restful slumber. Ironically, in this perilous world, he had developed an insatiable habit of restlessness. With little to occupy his time, he strolled into the forest, following the path back to the stone gate. Venturing to the other side, here there was naught but trees, perfect for practicing spells. Transfigure soul. He brandished his wand, a translucent, azure light flickering as it struck the tree. The magical energy was scarcely depleted, indicating that the spell had not been fully unleashed. It sufficed for him to practice repeatedly, again and again. He must ingrain this spell as a reflex, rather than a mere incantation. Transfigure soul. Transfigure soul. Transfigure soul. It is said that familiarity breeds understanding. Through the incessant casting, Anton began to perceive a glimmer of something. However, he could not articulate what it was. At this moment, his heart brimmed with the intense emotions required for the spell, and he was consumed by the repetitive motions. It was a paradoxical situation. Should he wish to delve deeply into the spell, he must maintain his composure, yet the demands of casting the spell were steeped in extreme emotion. What spell is this? A voice suddenly broke the silence behind him, startling Anton to the point that he nearly retaliated with a spell in the direction of the sound. Turning, he found it was the young girl Anna. Anna regarded him with curiosity, stating, "Although I cannot yet cast spells, I have memorized all the incantations from the compendium of spells. I have never heard of this one." Anton raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it was overlooked. Impossible. Her expression was resolute. The Rosial family boasts a long lineage of magical heritage. It could not have been omitted. "Oh, what spells are there?" Anton inquired, intrigued. "My favorite is the Patronus charm. I eagerly anticipate the day I can cast magic and have a Patronus by my side." Anna spoke with a steady tone. Anton scrutinized her, shaking his head. That spell requires joyful memories. This young girl, so rigidly molded into the persona of an elegant noblewoman, exhibited scarcely a hint of emotion. Even her displeasure manifested merely as a discreet eye roll, her demeanor as stolid as finely crafted wood. He found it peculiar how such a magical lineage could produce a person so devoid of emotional depth. One might argue that if she were truly noble, it would be acceptable, but a wizard must embody a certain emotional dynamism, making such upbringing ill-suited for a practitioner of magic. Unaware of his inner musings, Anna tilted her proud little head. Of course, I possess joyful memories. She rarely altered her expression. My mother's animagus form is a rabbit. She loves me dearly, and I cherish her as well. Perhaps my patronus will be a rabbit. Heh, as long as you are happy, Anton replied. Anton curled his lips in disdain, uninterested in the affairs of others, and resolved to continue his practice. I have already addressed your inquiries, yet you have yet to respond to mine, Anna reiterated, her slender brows knitting together in a display of irritation. With a flick of his wand, Anton revealed a form of dark magic intended to displace souls. Dark magic? No wonder. Anna suddenly realized the compendium of spells left by my mother contains no such dark arts. Isn't that peculiar? The Rogier family is renowned as a notorious line of dark wizards, Anton remarked, unable to fathom. Does your family not practice dark magic? Anna shook her head. My mother did not. After marrying into the Rogier family, there were attempts to teach her. Although she exhibited some resistance, she expressed a willingness to try. My aunt was also involved in the learning process, but then an unfortunate event transpired. Anton recalled the old wizard's witch lover, who had gone mad over the study of dark magic, ultimately resulting in her demise in a horrific explosion. My aunt lost her sanity, he murmured. Anton fell silent, pondering the steep price of delving into dark magic, wondering if even such a pure-blood family could escape its grasp. Anna sighed, recounting the reason. Her uncle had sought companionship outside their marriage and brought home a child, an affront her aunt could not bear. She had taken disguise on her broomstick and leapt down, meeting her end before her uncle. Anton winced at the thought. My mother deemed the study of dark magic ill-omened. She never touched it again thereafter. Chapter 30. Private Lessons in Advanced Curses. Anton demonstrated remarkable resilience, diligently practicing the soul displacement spell day after day, even amidst the relentless drizzle in the forest. That elusive sensation, akin to grasping at smoke, led him to believe he had yet to master it fully. You have clearly strayed from the path. The old wizard materialized from shadows. Anton smiled slightly. Haven't you troubled Pedro today? The old wizard cackled. He was so vexed by me that he activated the time turner, likely intending to return to a few days past to thwart the unbreakable vow we forged and to remove you from his abode. Anton was taken aback. Is that even possible? The old wizard shook his head dismissively. It is an impossible notion. He cannot alter anything. No one can utilize a time turner to change the past. Moreover, he is bound by an unbreakable vow. Should he disrupt our pact, he would lose the chance to seize Lupin, leading only to his own demise within the flow of time. Cackling, he added, "Oh, my foolish teacher." After their customary jests at the expense of his incompetent teacher, the old wizard transitioned into a teaching mode. Dark magic cannot be mastered by merely practicing against a tree. While your current attempts appear commendable, they are but superficial accomplishments. Anton nodded in agreement. I too feel that something is amiss. The old wizard floated closer. In the past, I might not have provided you with profound insights. I can only tell you that dark magic is designed for the act of killing, not mere play. You must take a life for it to yield results. Today, I possess a renewed understanding of life and magic. Listen well, young rascal. Wherever life traverses, it leaves an indelible mark. When you take a life, the horror of that individual's demise will be forever etched in your memory, deep within your soul, and therein lies the very essence of dark magic's power. This memory, this experience will subtly transform your innermost being and will ultimately reflect it in the magic you wield. When you employ the Cruciatus curse to torment someone, the longer you inflict suffering, the more profound your understanding of their heart-wrenching cries and contorted bodies will become. That is the secret of the Cruciatus curse. He pondered whether Anton could grasp such profound concepts. I comprehend, Anton murmured. To translate, it means that effective casting can enhance proficiency. At this, the old wizard was momentarily perplexed. Oh, it's nothing, merely an inexact yet comprehensible quip. Please continue, master. Very well, the old wizard responded, a hint of melancholy in his tone. In days gone by, no matter how simplistically you articulated it, the ghost I have become would still fail to comprehend. Haha, that is unnecessary. Such words would remain unfathomable even in life. Anton invited the old wizard to his oak tree cottage, retrieving parchment to diligently record their conversation. Following this line of thought, you will uncover something truly marvelous, the old wizard remarked. ensuring his head remained properly affixed to his body to maintain his dignity as a teacher. Your life, your memories, and your experiences will become vital factors influencing your magic. Only through experiencing a plethora of events can you traverse further along the path of magic. And within this journey, never forget, your will must remain steadfast. When your experiences nourish your will, you will effortlessly command those so-called emotion-driven spells. Now that we've covered the theory, let us engage in practical application. You have perused my diary, so you should be aware that I have mastered 2 spells most adeptly. Anton's eyes brightened, the Cruciatus Curse and the Shield Charm. It seems you have grasped the crux of the matter, which is indeed the Shield Charm. You appear to have been beguiled by its seemingly mundane title, mistaking it for a simple incantation. The old wizard waved his hand with pride. In truth, many may understand it, yet few truly master it. Even within the Ministry of Magic, there are not many proficient in its use. Anton was astonished. The Ministry of Magic? The old wizard nodded, his head momentarily detaching again, which he quickly reattached. Understanding does not equate to mastery, he continued, gesturing animatedly, when you are ambushed or confronted in battle. The spells you can typically cast effortlessly may elude you. Only then will you realize the shallowness of your comprehension regarding this spell. The Shield Charm is a spell of great potential. Can you envision what it would be like to become a master of the Shield Charm? Anton swallowed hard. The old wizard continued to paint a vivid picture of that wondrous scene. Apart from the formidable killing curse unleashed by a powerful dark wizard, all other attacks would be rendered ineffective against you. You need only stand firm, and none shall move you. Coincidentally, while I may not be a master of the Shield Charm, I am quite adept at it. First, allow me to share the secret to its advanced application before delving into the basics of casting. That secret is the will of the wizard. Anton's eyes sparkled with realization. The wizard is akin to a deity. Indeed, you are quite astute. Yes, precisely that. Command your magical power, command this spell, and command it to withstand all harm. The old wizard was evidently well prepared, beginning with the correction of pronunciation and gestures, progressing to the nuances of rapidly casting the spell to shorten its invocation time. Then, the old wizard began to recount in meticulous detail the process of casting the Iron Armor spell, a total of 384 times over the span of more than 60 years since he had mastered it, providing commentary and explanations for each scene and reaction. This course was destined to be protracted. Thus, Anton nestled in his small abode daily, tirelessly absorbing the wisdom of the old wizard. The notes accumulated on his desk had risen to the height of a small mountain, until one fateful day, Anna knocked on Anton's door. "Mr. Pedro requests your presence. Tonight is the night of the full moon." Before Anton could respond, the old wizard cackled with glee. "Wonderful. At last, I shall have the opportunity to observe my foolish teacher engage in yet another of his absurd endeavors." He promptly sank into the ground, and it was a mystery how he passed through the stone door back to the wooden hut on the island. Anna curiously gazed at the towering pile of parchment, filled to the brim with writings. Evidently, these were some form of documentation. "Have you written all this in such a short time?" Having experienced a childhood with limited interaction with peers, Anna had been quite delighted upon Anton's arrival, believing she would finally have a companion. She was merely 9 years old. Unfortunately, this young boy had no intentions of forming a friendship. On his first visit, he had entered with a middle-aged man and simply sat in silence with his eyes closed. On subsequent visits, aside from practicing spells in the woods during the initial days, he remained confined within the house. Her curiosity piqued, but adhering to the decorum of nobility, a young lady ought not to indiscriminately knock on the doors of single men. It was deemed inappropriate. The boy did not respond to her immediately. Instead, he gazed oddly at the documents, exhaling deeply as if he had set something down. Then, he turned to her with a radiant smile, appearing remarkably relaxed. "Yes, this is the spell my teacher taught me." Chapter 31. The Most Dreadful Mishap. With a backpack laden with documents and a flying broom in hand, Anton made his way downstairs, accustomed to carrying his most essential belongings wherever he went. Moreover, the fairy Pedro visibly harbored a disdain for humans. While Anton was unaware of the reasons, Pedro occasionally betrayed his aversion towards him. Coupled with the irksome old wizard, Anton felt he could be expelled by the fairy at any moment. Upon reaching the ground floor, he overheard the old wizard mocking Pedro. Caw, foolish teacher. You must have the wizard's eye potion there. Do bring it out so Anton can complete it. Your butcher-like methods of healing are utterly ridiculous." "Shut up," Pedro retorted angrily, brandishing his dragon-ribbed magic knife with fervor. Caw, I see it. Back in the day, I was so meticulous in observing your habits. I know you too well. You glanced at your wrist, with a fairy treasure magic pattern lies. Caw, caw, caw. I know there's a forest inside. Did you hide the potion there? Shut up, shut up. Pedro cried in despair. If you keep chattering and distract me, will you take responsibility for a botched operation? Caw, caw, caw. That would be quite amusing. The old wizard floated about, even pulling at his own hair, swinging his head like a flail, as if particularly delighted. Ha ha ha. If the foolish teacher's operation fails, he will be slain by the unbreakable oath spell. This lively scene left Anna wide-eyed. Anton chuckled at the spectacle. At that moment, the old wizard buzzed incessantly in his ear, and he found himself admiring his own perseverance. Yet, he still caught a certain term, fairy treasure magic pattern. A new term, indeed. Regrettably, the magic of humans and fairies could not be mutually learned. He was more intrigued by the notion that the fairy treasure was a forest, suggesting that the forest on the second floor was, in fact, under the domain of the fairy Pedro. The wonders of the wizarding world always captivated him. Identifying the emotional junctures in the dialogue between the two, when the atmosphere reached a subtle intensity, Anton swiftly interjected, "Teacher, I am here. Let us prepare for this operation. You are quite curious about werewolves, are you not?" Only then did the old wizard cease his antics, and Pedro sighed in relief, glancing at the overcast sky outside, calculating the time before hastily preparing for the operation. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a sophisticated instrument in the spacious hall emitted a gel-like substance of a violet hue, which formed a cage brimming with tendrils. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lupin entered the cage clad in a loose hospital gown. His complexion was somewhat pale, yet he evidently appeared in good spirits, offering a gentle smile upon seeing Anton. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, another massive device was readied by the fairy, with numerous distorted beams of light swirling through the hall. The old wizard quietly introduced it in Anton's ear. This is a magical power sensory amplifier. You may consider it an alternative magnifying glass. Within this light, you shall witness a werewolf transform into a 10-meter-tall giant. Do not be frightened, for I would not wish for my foolish teacher to become the subject of ridicule regarding my apprentice. Anton nodded, watching with keen curiosity. By 4:30 in the afternoon, only an hour remained until the moon would rise. Indeed, autumn had arrived, and night would fall earlier than usual. Pedro carried a massive box, from which extended 5 strangely shaped arms. One hand held an object resembling a telescope, which he scrutinized closely. At 5 o'clock, tension enveloped the room. Just then, a knock resounded on the door of the island hut. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy knocking startled everyone, and the fairy waved his hand impatiently, addressing Anna, "Whoever it is, tell them to return tomorrow." Anna nodded, and Anton warily followed behind her. This was not the time for any unexpected occurrences. If this little girl could not handle it, he would do his utmost to create an environment conducive to the operation for Pedro. Upon unlocking the latch, a flickering, eerie magic pattern appeared on the door, only to vanish in an instant as Anna opened it. Creak! A middle-aged wizard stood before them, of imposing stature, with hair resembling greasy noodles as if washed in muggle gasoline, a prominent hooked nose, and lifeless eyes. It was none other than Snape. "My idol!" Anton exclaimed in surprise, shifting to block the door's gap beside Anna. "Oh no, Lupin is inside." Lupin, the one Snape despised for the torment he endured. A member of the 4 who had nearly caused Snape's demise or transformation into a werewolf through bullying and betrayal. While Anton knew Lupin was a good person, who could ascertain whether Lupin had been an accomplice or merely a reluctant persuader back then. This was disastrous, utterly disastrous. This was the most unwelcome surprise imaginable. As the horizon gradually dimmed, the moon cast a faint luminescence upon the sea. Behind Snape, a colossal iron cage floated ominously, within which lay a massive viper, seemingly on the brink of death. A snake! Anna's terrified scream resonated, a sound that seemed to exhaust her very being, nearly startling Anton into shock. He turned in disbelief, only to find Anna standing rigidly, eyes tightly shut before she collapsed. She had fainted from sheer fright. Quick as a flash, Anton caught her in his arms. Thud, thud, thud. Pedro, burdened by a hefty metallic box, strode purposefully towards them, flinging the door open with a glance at Anna, before fixing a cold stare upon Snape. "Ah, the illustrious Snape, what brings you here?" Snape gestured towards the iron cage behind him, but before he could articulate a response, Pedro impatiently waved his hand, as though swatting away an annoying fly. "Goodness, while I may have invented the blood curse, must every victim transformed into a blood-cursed beast come seeking me?" Anton keenly observed that, as Pedro spoke, his gaze flickered towards Anna. Could it be? He looked down at her. The young girl's brow was furrowed, her hands clutching her garments tightly, as if gripped by the fear of some dreadful entity. Unlike her usual poised, youthful demeanor, she now appeared as fragile as a flower, ready to be torn apart by an impending storm. The blood curse? Invented by the fairy Pedro? Snape shook his head, expressing his apologies for the disturbance. Master Pedro, I hope you can assist in discerning whether another soul resides within this serpent's form. Your expertise in this matter is unparalleled. I have no time for this. Pedro slammed the door shut with a forceful thud. The glow of the curse illuminated the doorway once more. Snape's indifferent gaze remained fixed upon Pedro. This matter is of utmost importance to me. You need only cast your fairy eye upon it. Any inconvenience caused will be addressed in a subsequent letter, along with remedies for your previous inquiries. Pedro hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced. Rippling circles of energy appeared before his mind's eye, his gaze seemingly magnifying as he scrutinized the serpent for an extended duration. Finally, he shook his head. I cannot ascertain what you hope to find, but evidently, there exists only a woman within, and her soul has utterly transformed into that of serpent. The chances of her reverting to human form are virtually non-existent. Snape visibly exhaled in relief, the iron cage crashing heavily to the ground before him. This snake is yours, as compensation for my rudeness, he stated, turning to depart. Suddenly, a look of confusion crossed his face as he glanced back, his gaze piercing through the crowd to a familiar figure in the hall. Lupin? Chapter 32. The hall was in disarray. Lupin, Snape's countenance, once as mournful as a man who had lost his wife, brightened with newfound vigor. Drawing his wand with a delicate flourish, he strode forward with determination. Halt! Pedro bellowed, his cold glare fixed on Snape. This is the private domain of Pedro's medical chamber. No one may commit murder here. If you wish to duel, wait until he has departed. Snape's gloomy eyes flickered, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, and he pushed past Pedro, disregarding him entirely. The diminutive Pedro, barely standing at 1 meter and 30 centimeters, was shoved aside, nearly stumbling under the weight of the encounter, appearing most disheveled under Anton's peculiar gaze. I will kill you, Pedro shouted, and with a sudden flash, he materialized before Snape. His reddened face radiated fury. Get out! Yet he was too short to reach Snape's eyes, who remained indifferent, focused solely on the pale visage of Lupin. With a flick of his wand, he cast a stunning spell. Boom! A massive magical shield descended from above, shattering the wooden floor and intercepting Snape's spell, deflecting it away from Lupin. Pedro snapped his fingers, and the magical device in the corner of the hall whirred to life. Suddenly, he transformed into a towering figure, his fingers resembling the claws of a dragon. Magic swirling around him. This is your final warning, Snape, leave. Pedro's eyes brimmed with caution, yet he refrained from striking first. This was not due to any moral principle. Snape's reputation in the realm of chaos had reached its zenith during the reign of the Dark Lord. Although he later denied being the most trusted servant of the masked Dark Wizard, the dark sorcerers and wise creatures knew the truth. Snape was the one they feared. He held no principles, mercilessly slaying white wizards and even dark wizards alike. Today, Lupin must die. If you wish to impede me. Snape's icy gaze swept over the fairy. Master Pedro, I can only apologize for my rudeness. Impossible. Pedro stood resolute, embodying the valor of a hero, raising his shield high, with magical sigils swirling around him. If you wish to harm my patient, you'll have to step over my corpse first. In the corner of the hall, an old wizard chuckled softly. Pedro has no choice but to act this way. He has sworn an unbreakable vow. If Lupin dies, so too does he. Anton bit his lip, observing the standoff between the two men. Professor, do you think my iron armor charm could withstand his stunning spell? The old wizard was suddenly alarmed. Are you mad? I thought you had been learning from me in secret. You were so astute, yet you failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Anton shook his head, replying, there are moments to act and moments to refrain. The old wizard, perplexed, could not comprehend the meaning behind his words, but he continued to implore Anton. Do not be reckless. It is Snape. You are but a young wizard, having learned only a few spells. You understand nothing. Boom! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The battle erupted instantaneously. Spells illuminating the air, one infused with murderous intent, the other with no avenue for retreat, unleashing the most vicious of curses. Before long, the room bore the scars of their conflict. Within the confines of the undetectable extension charm, everything trembled as if poised to shatter like a bubble. Iron armor. Anton cast 2 consecutive spells, shielding both himself and Anna. The spells detonated around them, shards of furniture scattering, striking the protective charm and sending ripples through the air. Calmly, he observed the fierce battle before him, and suddenly, he waved his wand at a section of the wooden floor. Iron armor. Snape's stunning spell struck the faintly blue protective shield above the floor, producing a soft pop as the charm shattered. But the floor remained unscathed. It could defend. Anton felt invigorated, his mind racing as he pondered how to turn the tide. At that moment, Lupin let out a heart-wrenching howl. As thick wolf first sprouted from his body, his legs elongated and stretched, while his head contorted grotesquely. In Anton's arms, a movement stirred. Anna, having awakened unbeknownst to him, broke free from his grasp and dashed desperately towards the corridor opposite the hall. The old wizard gazed in despair at the restless Anton, ultimately succumbing to madness as he flitted through a cacophony of spells in midair, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I have no hope left. That little rascal is surely doomed. He was my last flicker of hope. Gone, all gone. You shall perish too. Come and keep me company, hurry." The hall descended into chaos. At that moment, if only a spell existed to instill calmness, Anton would have gladly cast it upon everyone present. What madness is this? Pedro had gone berserk, his eyes ablaze with fury, roaring for the fairies. "You human butchers have slain my parents, my kin, so many of my people. I want you all to die, to die." The fairies' spells differed from those of wizards, following its own intricate patterns. A purple-skinned fairy, resembling a mechanized creature, materialized behind him, possessing 5 heads and 10 arms, each wielding a massive longbow, unleashing arrows composed of magical runes indiscriminately upon all present, attacking the old wizard, Snape, Lupin, Anton, and Anna alike. The invulnerable old wizard darted about, making faces of the fairy one moment, and then leaping towards Snape, who shuddered at the sudden cold and was struck by an arrow. Snape brandished his wand, conjuring a hazy yellow light, prompting the old wizard to flee in terror. He re-engaged in battle with the fairy, once transformed into a werewolf. Lupin possessed remarkable resistance to spells. The enchantments merely left faint scratches on his skin. He clawed at the gelatinous cage like a wild beast, roaring with fury. Meanwhile, the machine spewing the gelatinous substance had been struck by a precise spell, now emitting smoke, clearly unable to withstand much longer. Anton and Anna, however, were not so fortunate. One arrow struck, causing the ironclad spell to tremble as if on the verge of shattering. Before the second arrow could be unleashed, Snape's erratic spell cast the first strike. "Damn! Armor!" Anton gritted his teeth and rushed towards Anna. In this precarious situation, he could care for no one but to protect this little girl from perishing. The entire building emitted anguished cries, writhing violently. At last, Anton seized Anna's hand, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" Anna, resolute, replied, "The time turner. I cannot allow it to be destroyed. Is it truly that vital?" Anton inquired. Anna, gritting her teeth and gazing earnestly at him, declared, "It is more important than my life." Anton exhaled deeply, "Then let us go." The pair sprinted into the workshop, where the walls were riddled with cracks of magical energy, debris of wood and stone flying everywhere. Anton relentlessly cast the ironclad spell upon himself and Anna. After numerous attempts, he felt as if his head might explode. The ground fractured, some sections lifting entirely, while others collapsed into dark, gaping abysses. Anna staggered to a nearby shelf, yanked down a suitcase, and struggled to move the colossal machine towering 8 meters high, yet remained immovable. "No, no," Anna cried, her small frame straining as tears threatened to spill. She looked up at Anton with desperation in her eyes, pleading, "Please help me." Anton felt a sharp, needle-like pain in his mind, shaking his head vigorously as he pulled Anna away. "No, it cannot be damaged," Anna screamed, but Anton pressed her forcefully against his chest. Armor. Finally, he needed to release just one more ironclad spell to ease his burden ever so slightly. He waved his wand once more, invoking Wingardium Leviosa. Anton grunted, feeling as though his head might burst. With great effort, he waved his wand, causing the colossal contraption to shrink into the suitcase, which snapped shut and flew toward him. Anna quickly opened her arms to embrace it tightly. "Thank you," she exclaimed, planting a kiss on Anton's cheek in her excitement. Chapter 33. I Am a Fool. Anton found himself enveloped in a brilliant glow of magic as the chaos of flying wood, stones, gears, wrenches, and everything else came to a sudden halt. Even the swaying house fell silent. For a fleeting moment, the entire world transformed into an eerie stillness. Then, the silence shattered with a deafening explosion, as if a crazed soda bottle had been uncapped, forcefully expelling its contents. The seamless extension charm of the island cottage ruptured, unleashing a vast space of thousands of square meters worth of contents within the confines of the modest wooden structure. Everyone was ejected outwards. The broomstick flew. Although Anton lacked the flying charm, He had mastered a unique skill. A wizard is akin to a deity, as long as the intent behind the spell is unwaveringly resolute. Exceeding normal bounds, some spells do not impose stringent requirements on pronunciation or gestures. The flying broom deftly navigated through the debris and currents, swiftly arriving before Anton and Anna, propelling them toward the sky. At that moment, Snape continued to unleash spells frantically. A terrifying bolt of magical energy cleaved through the sky, obliterating everything in its path and striking Pedro the fairy directly in the chest. Pedro spewed forth a massive rainbow of blood, and the purple fairy puppet behind him vanished. As did his shield, he plummeted into the sea like a rag doll. The flying broom swooped down, executing a precise tailspin, inserting its tail into Pedro's waistcoat, suspending him in midair. Anton had no desire to carry such an unsightly fairy. Moreover, he was already cradling a small, terrified fairy in his arms. With the suitcase, in addition, the broom was burdened and barely skimming the surface of the sea, lacking the capacity to ascend. Just then, the werewolf launched itself from the ruins, its massive claws striking Snape's face with a resounding smack. Snape spun 360 degrees, soaring past Anton. Splash! A towering wave erupted, drenching all three. The werewolf, on all fours, let out a furious roar at Anton and the others on the water surface, seizing a chunk of mechanical debris and hurling it toward them. Damn it! Anton executed another tailspin, casting the fairy onto a large wooden plank floating on the water, and ascended into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Stones, thick wooden pillars, cauldrons, and other debris rained down upon them like cannon fire. Anton skillfully maneuvered the flying broom, grateful for the old wizard's previous pursuit, which had allowed him to master the broom's use at an astonishing speed. Just then, a figure burst forth from the water. Snape! The figure soared gracefully against the wind, unassisted by any apparatus. A flight spell. Anton had watched a brief video introduction about this incantation. Throughout the entire Harry Potter narrative, only two individuals were capable of soaring through the skies without relying on any objects, Snape and Voldemort. It is said that this advanced dark magic curse was invented by Voldemort himself. Marvelous! Anton's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Snape, utterly enamored with this spell. Snape, with an indifferent demeanor, surveyed his surroundings, exuding an aura of lethal intent, and his gaze fell upon Anton. Startled, Anton felt a shiver run down his spine at the intensity of Snape's stare as he raised his arm, gripping his wand. Idol! Anton's affectionate call was laden with tears. I nearly perished. Oh, how splendid it is to see you again. You are alive. Ha ha ha, you have not succumbed. Truly, you live up to my expectations as my idol. The young wizard was evidently elated, bouncing with excitement, almost toppling from his broomstick, prompting him to grasp it tightly once more. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched slightly as he silently turned away, directing his gaze towards the werewolf on the island. Lupin, under the moonlight. The werewolf paced anxiously on the small island, roaring in frustration, seeking an escape route, yet hesitating due to the retreating sea. Thus, he could only bellow at Snape and Anton in the sky. Snape observed him quietly, raising his arm once more, wand in hand. Idol! A voice called from afar. The young wizard watched him nervously. Do you truly intend to kill him? Do not be deceived by his terrifying appearance. He is merely a poor soul afflicted by a werewolf bite. Snape turned to see the young wizard blinking innocently with wide eyes. Whoosh! The incantation rent the sky, brushing through Anton's hair, a searing heat emanating from the spell's brilliance, sending goosebumps cascading over Anton's neck. Yet, he remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on Snape, filled with determination. Idol, it is wrong to take a life. The young wizard's words were pure and imbued with righteousness in his youthful heart. He steadfastly retained the purest essence of the world. You are my hero. How could you resort to murder? In the past, you stood beside the great Dumbledore to vanquish the Dark Lord, and everyone praised your monumental achievements. You are unaware that the camp of wanderers echoed with cheers in your honor. But the young wizard was nearly in tears, crying out with heartfelt conviction. How could you be a villain who kills? Whoosh! A blinding spell soared past, this time even closer, nearly grazing his skin. Very well. You shall do me utmost. Anton decisively ascended on his broomstick, whooshing away in haste. At last, the world fell silent. Snape turned his attention back to the werewolf. Lupin, his voice was somber. Had it not been for your misguided benevolence that facilitated that wretched affair between Lily and that fool, she might not have met her demise there. You indiscriminately shower affection upon anyone who treats you kindly, like a humble pup eager to please. Snape scoffed, his eyes ablaze with rage. But you fool! Potter does not trust you at all. He only believes in that half-breed, confiding the secret of the unbreakable vow solely to him. Ha ha ha, no one believes in you. Simply because you're a werewolf? Ha ha ha, simply because you're a werewolf. As Snape spoke, tears streamed down his face. They always loved to label others. You are a werewolf, thus unworthy of complete trust. I cherish dark magic, yet Lily deemed me irredeemable, striving to distance herself from me. Nonsense, it is all nonsense. D. Lupin, if you perish, you need not endure such a burdensome existence. Snape cast a disdainful glance at the werewolf, passing judgment upon his life. The killing curse. Whoosh. Protego. A blue shield of light materialized before the werewolf, deflecting the killing curse. Anton returned alone on his broomstick, executing a sharp turn to halt nearby. Snape regarded him coldly. I believed I had granted you 2 chances. Anton beamed brightly. Under the moonlight, his pearly white teeth gleamed. Indeed, at times I feel rather foolish. Chapter 34. Did you expect this? I'm terrified of death, idol. Anton smiled nonchalantly, wiping the droplets from his wand. I've always lived in such hardship, with the constant threat of being slain by a malevolent curse. Thus, I have come to realize that if one truly wishes to live well, one must forget the very notion of life and death. Anton shrugged helplessly. It is quite contradictory. I assent to it. Therefore, Anton raised his wand. I have resolved to pursue only that which I desire, unafraid of mortality. Snape, let us duel. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine. This proclamation echoed in Snape's ears for the second time, imbued with different emotions, yet retaining the same audacity and abandon. Consequently, he lightly waved his wand, performing the customary gestures of a wizard duel. I once admired your innate talent for potions, eagerly anticipating the day you would enter Hogwarts as my student. Alas, it is a pity. The killing curse. Protego. Anton swiftly conjured a defensive shield around himself, executing a rapid flick of his wrist, the disarming charm. Whoosh. The spell's radiance cleaved through the sky, piercing Snape's sleeve as it soared into the distance. A harrowing scream. Anton's wand slipped from his grasp, and he clutched his head with both hands, the successful casting of the confundus charm causing his mind to feel as though it were splitting apart. Having already endured excruciating pain from overusing the shield charm, now, the overwhelming release of the confundus charm felt more torturous than the cruciatus curse inflicted by an old wizard. It was as if his very essence had been hollowed out. Pain emanated from the depths of his soul, a desperate yearning to grasp something, yet not knowing where to scratch. The astute Snape, incredulous, raised his sleeve, dark magic. He gazed in astonishment at this child who appeared not yet 10 years old. With such extraordinary talent, he had never witnessed anything like it before. 10 years old. Even those from pure blood families often have yet to awaken their magical abilities at that age. He could assert with certainty that the vast majority of young wizards graduating from Hogwarts would be incapable of casting spells of such magnitude. And yet it was dark magic. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched upward slightly. Then I shall grant you another opportunity. His figure soared once more, swiftly circling around Anton, brandishing his wand at the werewolf, the killing curse. Protego. His spell was deflected once again. A frail voice emerged from beside him. Snape turned in astonishment. There lay Anton, draped over his broomstick, wand in hand, gasping for breath, yet smiling. Blood streamed from his ears. Blood oozed from his eyes. Blood flowed from his nostrils. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet he merely smiled, his grin radiating brilliance. Ah, Snape, my idol, did you not anticipate that I wield a wand as well? On Anton's pallid visage, akin to that of a corpse, a triumphant smile adorned his lips, accompanied by a playful raise of his brow. Snape furrowed his brow, questioning whether such extremes were necessary, merely to protect a werewolf. Anton chuckled weakly. It is a human, a person, not merely a beast. My idol, your command of language is lacking. Snape smiled, a rare sight for Anton, and declared, you have earned my respect. Indeed. Anton laughed heartily. Someone has praised me as a charismatic individual. Is that so? He retorted, feigning a swoon. The remarkably charming young wizard rolled his eyes dramatically before tumbling from his broomstick, only to be ensnared by a rope dangling absurdly in midair. A wand soared through the air, the one that had nearly fallen and the one floating on the sea danced before landing in Snape's hand. Ah, you truly concealed another. How cunning, Snape scoffed, casually inserting the 2 wands into Anton's hair, then producing a vial of potion from his robe and pouring it into Anton's mouth. He pursed his lips, glancing at Anton and then at the howling werewolf on the small island. With a flick of his robe sleeve, he vanished with a loud pop. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle sea breeze wafted through the air. A sudden chill swept across his face, and an anxious voice called out beside his ear, "You little rascal? You little rascal? Be quiet." Anton waved his arms as if shooing away flies, scratching his belly. "You little rascal?" The voice persisted. "You're being too loud." Anton grumbled in irritation. Suddenly, the voice amplified, inches from his ear, bellowing, "What are you sleeping for? You can sleep when you're dead." Anton jolted awake, eyes wide. "Teacher, I was wrong. I won't do it again." "Ga ga ga," chuckled the old wizard, his left hand pointing at Anton while his right cradled his head, emitting a bizarre cawing laugh. "Your habit is quite amusing." MMP. Anton surveyed his surroundings with displeasure. The calmness of the sea contrasting sharply with the painful tightness of the rope binding him to the broomstick. Struggling, he climbed onto the broom, toward the ropes, and yanked the wand from his hair, momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Lupin!" The broom pivoted, diving down. Lupin leaned against the mechanical wreck, his complexion pale. Gazing at Anton with gentle eyes, "You've saved me once again." Anton's expression turned peculiar. "I intended to recruit you as my bodyguard and teacher." Lupin smiled. "Once I am well, I shall serve as a bodyguard." Relieved by Lupin's safety, Anton quickly ascended the broom again, turning to the old wizard. "What of Anna and Pedro?" "They are adrift at sea." The old wizard shrugged. "Alas, my foolish teacher did not perish." A massive plank floated on the water. Pedro lay with his eyes shut, while Anna clutched her suitcase tightly, seated nearby. Upon seeing Anton descending on his broom, Anna exclaimed in delight, "Anton!" She cast aside her suitcase and rushed towards him, wrapping her arms around him with fervor. "Thank goodness, you are unharmed. I saw it all. You shielded us. You are a hero." She impulsively kissed Anton on the cheek, then blushed, retreating to pick up her suitcase, concealing her face behind it, revealing only one large eye peeking at him. Anton, taken aback, touched his slightly damp cheek and met the old wizard's teasing grin. He gazed at Anna's exquisite face, exhaling deeply, reminding himself to remain composed. To harbor feelings for her would be shameful. Thus, he beamed at Anna. "I believe we could become good friends." Anna blinked her large eyes. "Good friends?" She smiled sweetly, nodding vigorously. "Yes, you should be my best friend." Anton sighed with relief, realizing he had overthought things. He joined in her laughter, their joyous sounds resonating across the sea, a testament to their survival. Yet, Anton's mirth soon faded. As he returned to the small island, dragging the large plank on his broom, he surveyed the desolate ruins, feeling the pangs of hunger in his stomach. "Anna, it seems this place is uninhabitable. Perhaps we could seek refuge at your home? After all, Pedro is a close friend of your father." Anna shook her head. "We could, but I do not know how to return. The family estates, I am aware of, are veiled by powerful enchantments, accessible only through a special spell. My father is away." Anton blinked. "When will he return?" "In about 6 months." 6 months. Anton gasped. "He left you here all this time?" Anna appeared somewhat disheartened, gently nudging a small stone with her toes. "My father has been trying to cure me of a strange illness. He travels constantly, often not returning for a year at a time. Blood-cursed beasts." Anton immediately grasped the implication, sighing heavily. After a moment of silence, he stared vacantly at the sky and earth, uncertain of his next steps. It was utterly vexing. Why was he perpetually troubled by this dilemma? Chapter 35. Supporting a large family. Initially, Anton had dragged Lupin into peril to seek a cure from a fairy, hoping for a reliable companion in the future. After all, whether in the wizarding world or the muggle realm, it was exceedingly challenging for a 10-year-old boy to live alone. However, he now regarded the large assembly of individuals on the plank with a strange expression. A highborn pure-blood girl afflicted by blood magic, a coolly aloof little girl, a middle-aged werewolf rumored to possess considerable strength, yet weakened by a debilitating curse, a fairy who had lived for centuries, now lying in a state of uncertainty, a headless ghost wizard, half-transparent, hoping for a body to inhabit, and a 12-foot-long viper imprisoned in a cage. Yes, Nagini had also been located. Oh heavens! He merely sought a support system. Yet fate played a cruel jest on him, delivering not a single ally, but 5 individuals relying upon him. The frail shoulders of a 10-year-old boy bore an overwhelming burden. How arduous! How exasperating! At such a tender age, he was already tasked with supporting a large family? Fate truly is a mischievous rascal. Anton chuckled brightly, waving his wand, summoning a shimmering arrow of light that appeared in the air, swaying as it pointed southeast, destination, France. And off he went. The broomstick trailed a rope that connected to the plank as they journeyed deeper into the vast ocean. The ancient sorcerer drifted upon the wooden planks, serenading the faint light where the sea met the sky with archaic and robust ballads of wisdom. The valiant reformer emerged from the shrouded mists. Morning dew dampened the edges of his garments. Birds sang in jubilant welcome to his arrival. The wildflowers by the roadside swayed gracefully, dancing in his honor. He walked with a smile, illuminated by a radiant glow behind him. Pedro and Lupin reclined side by side, while Nagini coiled in its iron cage, flicking its tongue. Anna hugged her knees, resting her chin upon them, tilting her head to gaze at Anton with a sweet smile. Time slipped by unnoticed. Winter's snowflakes flitted softly, quietly blanketing the streets of London. In the northwest of London, a mere 20 minutes from King's Cross Station, lay Grimmauld Square. At number 11 Grimmauld Square, the Chutta Information Consulting Company welcomed yet another busy day beneath the midday sun that melted the lingering snow. Oh, for heaven's sake, when will the American headquarters assign us a new manager? This is utterly dreadful, lamented a young lady with golden hair. Clad in a light blue woolen coat and gold-rimmed glasses, as she surveyed the disarray of papers on her desk. Beauty often garners the favor of office colleagues. And a somewhat balding, slightly paunchy young man leaned forward, as if that might bring him closer to her. Elsa, you surely don't know that our new manager has already arrived, he proclaimed, capturing the attention of the entire office, his pride swelling as he added. I hear he has been transferred from France. Incredible. Elsa's face was a mask of disbelief. Why on earth would they transfer someone from France? Even if the American headquarters lacks suitable candidates, surely there are competent individuals in England? The young man shrugged. While we are well aware that in a couple of years, consulting firms will be proliferating on every corner. At present, aside from those serving the civil construction sector, ours is the only company in London. It's quite challenging to find suitable candidates. Are we to select a detective for our manager? Laughter erupted around the room. Elsa smirked, shaking her shoulders. I wouldn't mind if Sherlock Holmes were my boss. Just then, a 30-something gentleman across from her, who had been perusing a newspaper, set it down. He possessed the deep green eyes that Elsa admired and a robust physique that filled his shirt well. I've inquired with our colleagues in France, and our new boss is actually British. Really? Elsa exclaimed, her surprise evident. Gerber, how can that be? Suddenly, all eyes shifted from the young man to Gerber. He elegantly lifted his coffee cup to take a sip, and upon noticing the expectant gazes, particularly Elsa's anxious eyes, he couldn't help but smile mysteriously. He is said to be a British gentleman residing in France. After demonstrating remarkable ability at the French branch, he has been specially assigned by headquarters to oversee operations in England. Indeed, that is correct. At that moment, a remarkably refined gentleman stood at the entrance of the office. He gracefully removed his hat, revealing a meticulously styled slick back of hair, each strand appearing artfully arranged. The soft yellow light illuminated his golden locks, casting an aura of elegance. This gentleman bore the marks of experience on his face, with wrinkles softened by a shrewd and radiant smile that evoked a sense of wisdom. My name is Rames John Lupin, and it is my honor to become your colleague. You may simply call me Lupin, as I prefer a relaxed working atmosphere. Lupin gestured towards the now vacant reception desk. Ah, it seems our receptionist has resigned once more. It appears we have much to accomplish. Such a vibrant, amiable, and astute leader in this burgeoning industry instantly garnered the respect of most present. Everyone rose to applaud his arrival. Lupin, clearly living up to expectations, glanced at the watch pinned to his chest and declared, as a newcomer, I would like each of you to visit my office for a one-on-one conversation to enhance our acquaintance. We have 20 exceptional employees, and if we work swiftly, perhaps we can complete this before the end of the day. Although posed as a question, his commanding demeanor immediately won the trust of all. Mr. Gerber, as the company accountant, I hope you will be the first, if that is agreeable. Certainly, boss, Gerber readily acquiesced. He was oblivious to the fact that Miss Elsa across from him was frowning at their new manager. Manager Lupin was a witty conversationalist with a gentle disposition, yet possessed a keen intellect, a sentiment echoed by every employee emerging from their discussions. Fantastic. I was so worried our company would be shut down by headquarters. The balding young man, who had spoken first, beamed at Elsa. After all, under our previous boss, the performance was dismal. Elsa forced a smile. Is that so? That is truly wonderful. Finally, with 10 minutes remaining in the workday, it was Miss Elsa's turn. She clasped her hands tightly, her fingers whitening from attention, and quickly rose. Gerber smiled reassuringly. Elsa, don't fret. The boss has a generous heart. He is a grand individual who won't take offense at an unintentional slight. With that, he winked. Of course, we must also be cautious not to offend him, right? Elsa appeared oblivious to his words, entering the manager's office in a daze. Bang! The heavy wooden door of the manager's office slammed shut, leaving the entire office in stunned silence. When Elsa entered, Lupin was holding a cup of coffee, one hand in his pocket, gazing quietly out at a desolate scene beyond the window, as if something significant lay within the ruins between Grimmauld Square numbers 11 and 13. Lupin, Elsa hissed coldly, her voice laced with fury. She seized his collar forcefully. Listen, you're not welcome here. I demand that you leave immediately. Lupin was evidently taken aback, gazing at her in astonishment. Miss Elsa, what is the meaning of this? Elsa smirked, leaning closer. James John Lupin, I know you. If you wish to avoid making matters worse, leave this company at once. Lupin's expression grew stern, his brow furrowing slightly as he shrugged her off, adjusting his tie with a calm demeanor. I am quite certain I do not know you, Miss Elsa. I believe you may have mistaken me for someone else. Elsa's anger was palpable as she glanced out the window, straightened her posture, and declared, Tonight is a full moon. You will either leave with dignity, or I will summon the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic? Lupin chuckled, as if he had heard something amusing. Miss Elsa, today is not April Fool's Day. Have you perhaps dozed off and lost your senses? His demeanor grew colder, and I wish to hear no more of such childish and ludicrous talk about magic. This is an information consultancy, not a playground for children. Elsa gazed down at him with an air of superiority, which was utterly absurd. With that, she swung open the office door and announced loudly to her colleagues, Perhaps we should hold a welcome party. How about tonight's dinner? The office was not devoid of sycophantic men, and with a few joining in, everyone cheered enthusiastically. Elsa turned to look at Lupin, scoffing. So, manager, dare you join us? After all, it is a full moon tonight. Lupin smiled calmly. I do not know what you are scheming, but I hope that after tonight's dinner, you will sincerely apologize to me. After all, you are an exceptionally skilled information processor, and I am offering you this opportunity. Elsa took no heed of his words and turned to leave. Behind her, by the window, Lupin smiled faintly, took a sip of his coffee, and frowned. The taste of the concoction was truly repugnant. Chapter 36, A New Life. Mr. Lupin was a remarkably charming individual, graceful yet unpretentious. He could politely tend to the emotions of several female colleagues, while also sharing light-hearted yet mildly risque jokes that would elicit laughter even amidst the crude humor of his male counterparts. In essence, the team-building event was a resounding success. Mr. Lupin blended seamlessly with everyone. Goodbye. Take care on your way home. Even inebriated, Lupin insisted on watching every colleague board their vehicles. Elsa glanced into the distance, then up at the moon hanging high in the sky, ultimately casting a puzzled look at Lupin. I'm sorry, Mr. Lupin. I believe I mistook you for someone else. Elsa offered a somewhat obsequious support to Lupin. It need not be said that the recently departed Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, including herself, could confirm that this Lupin was not a werewolf. So, if he is not a werewolf, this man is indeed her true Muggle superior. This is disastrous for her career. Lupin shook his head, clearly a bit dazed after consuming a considerable amount of alcohol and being hit by the cold breeze outside. Yet he remained earnest as he regarded Elsa. You need to work harder. Let your performance prove to me that I cannot dismiss you, for it would be a significant loss for the company. Do you understand? Elsa nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. After discussing work, Lupin, slightly dazed, staggered forward, and Elsa hurried to support him once more. Lupin, where do you live? Allow me to escort you home. Lupin chuckled, exhaling a breath of alcohol, pointing at the company building, the 4th or 5th floor, I believe. In any case, it's the topmost level. He patted his belly, somewhat pleased. I made some money in France, and upon arriving in England, the first thing I did was purchase a property for myself. Elsa was somewhat taken aback, although this street was a mix of commercial and residential properties. Its proximity to King's Cross Station meant it was quite pricey. She scrutinized Lupin, who, although not conventionally handsome, exuded an air of refinement. Clearly a man who cherished life. He appeared to have experienced much, radiating a sense of composed wisdom. Most importantly, he held a high position and was affluent. He possessed qualities that would captivate any young woman. A person like him, even if he were a Muggle, she would not mind sharing her life with. Unfortunately, it seemed she had inadvertently offended him. Lupin insisted she should not accompany him and urged her to return first. Reluctantly, Elsa turned back to her car, biting her lower lip, leaving with a sense of dissatisfaction. Thank goodness he's finally gone. Lupin suddenly perked up, hastening towards the corridor behind the company. Upon reaching the corner and finding it deserted, he dashed up the stairs, as if pursued by some specter, his face beginning to blur. He quickly opened the door to the top floor, rushed inside, and slammed the door shut. At that moment, his entire form twisted, and in an instant, he transformed into a 10-year-old boy with red hair, Indeed, it was Anton. The steady and rhythmic sound of footsteps approached as Anna, holding clothing, came near, her little nose twitching as she frowned, yet she said nothing. Anton tugged at the suddenly oversized garments, asking, "How is Lupin doing now, Mr. Fines, the old wizard, is watching, no worries." Only then did Anton nod, accept the clothes, and enter the washroom. Before long, he emerged looking refreshed, surveying the spacious apartment with satisfaction. With 6 rooms and 2 halls, it boasted over 200 square meters, along with a private rooftop terrace. Simply exquisite. Anton stretched his arms wide as if embracing the world, exclaiming, "At last, I have my own home." This was no small feat during the past few months in France. He had worked tirelessly under Lupin's name, completing what his colleagues deemed miraculous large orders with a visionary perspective and a silver tongue. He had earned a resounding nickname, the insomniac money-making machine. This hard work was worth it. Having a home felt like establishing roots, bringing him a sense of stability. Anna stood quietly behind him, gazing at his profile with a subtle smile. The old wizard floated out of a room. "Now that you have a stable life, I believe our potions class can commence." Anton nodded earnestly. Indeed, compared to money, magic captivated him far more. "From now on, let Lupin go to work while I study at home." Just then, a large wolf head peeked out from a room, its eyes filled with trepidation. "I'm going to work." "Of course," Anton replied, his face sour. "Lupin, you old man, how dare you expect a 10-year-old child to earn a living for you?" However, Lupin swallowed hard, a hint of fear in his expression. "The Muggle society." Anton quickly interrupted him. "I experienced it while in France. You adapted remarkably well. At least now you understand how to watch television, and have even become fond of Madame de Charny." Lupin's wolfish expression was quite animated. "The business of the information consultancy." Anton interjected again. "Your weathered demeanor, if styled according to my design, will surely captivate the girls. You will have no trouble at all. Besides, I've already imparted many economic lessons to you." Sighing, Anton continued, "Lupin, you are an intelligent, exceptional, and charismatic person. Your only flaw is your lack of confidence." Lupin fell silent for a moment, then forced a bitter smile. "You're right. I cannot let you, this little one. Support me. I'll manage." "Ha ha ha. Lupin, be confident. You can handle it." Anton grinned, throwing an arm around his werewolf neck. "The information consultancy is an emerging industry. Whatever you say, no one will find it amiss. There are no seasoned seniors to criticize you. Everyone is a novice, all navigating their way." "Lupin," Anton's voice resonated softly. "Though I cannot fully cure your ailments, at the very least, they shall no longer impede your life. You may commence the exploration of your own path to existence. Let's both embrace this new life." The old wizard cackled nearby. Indeed, a new life. As a specter, he required no slumber, nor did he need a writing desk. Yet, the little fellow, Anton, had still allocated a room for him, which filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. He relished the sensation of floating above the bed or within the bathtub at night, closing his eyes, even if sleep eluded him. The hall boasted a grand floor-to-ceiling window, its curtains drawn aside, allowing Lupin to effortlessly glimpse the unseen house across the street. Number 12. Grimmauld Place, home to Sirius. In his youth, he had once come here with Potter and Pettigrew, the 4 of them frolicking together. "A new life, is it?" Anton smiled brightly, nodding as he made his way to the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged carrying a bucket of food, heading toward the corner room. Upon opening the door, a large serpent slithered out from beneath a high bed left by the house's previous owner. Anton poured the contents of the bucket into a feeding bowl, affectionately stroking the serpent's head as one would a puppy. "Feast well." The serpent nuzzled against him, flicking its tongue, and began to devour its meal. Anton exited and closed the door, a magical light flickering to life. He stretched lazily, intending to return to his room for sleep, only to find Anna quietly standing at a distance, patiently awaiting his approach. "Ha ha ha," as if she would crawl out from that room. "Why stand so far away?" Anna resolutely shook her head. "I was once attacked by a snake in my childhood. I harbor an intense fear of them." Reluctantly, Anton approached her. "What is it? Why aren't you in bed?" Anna's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "The large time turner is nearly complete, and there is a place I wish to visit, but I cannot perform magic. Would you accompany me?" Anton furrowed his brow. "Time travel is perilous. I'm not yet strong enough. You should await Pedro's awakening or your father's return. They possess the power to ensure your safety." Anna pouted slightly, hesitating. "I'm intentionally avoiding them." Chapter 37. Mr. Lupin and Miss Ilsa. Anton's room was situated to the southeast, serving as the master bedroom of the house. It featured a spacious sleeping area, a washroom adequate for bathing, and a dressing room comparable in size to the bedroom. Anton's wardrobe was modest, sufficient to fit within the large closet of the bedroom. This space had been transformed into a study, shelves brimming with various materials. Throughout the past months of study and exploration, Anton's handwritten parchments had nearly matched the old wizard's extensive notes. A massive hand-drawn blueprint adorned the wall. The old wizard had embarked on a new round of lessons. Previously, I imparted the fundamentals of potions. Now we shall embark on a new course steeped in mystery. He waved his arm with delight. A potion course that only finds comprehends. Anton was filled with anticipation. The costs of potion ingredients are exorbitant. Otherwise, you should consume a potion while attending my practical lesson. He pointed toward the hand-drawn blueprint. During my treatments for Lupin, I observed the magical imagery within the werewolf's form. Might potions too possess magical imagery? Indeed, the old wizard declared, an air of mystery about him. This magical imagery is dynamic. For instance, this leech depicted here appears stable in its living state. Upon being crushed, it transforms into another form. Most intriguingly, the emotions you harbor during the crushing process will influence its characteristics. Anton immediately grasped the implication, exclaiming, "This is akin to the process of casting spells." Precisely. The old wizard chuckled. A leech imbibes the luck potion. It may seem like merely pouring the potion into the leech, but if the one controlling it harbors malevolent intent, the released potion will be fraught with unknown dangers. To brew potions is to cast spells. Now, my little rascal, do you recall the first lesson I imparted? The fundamentals of spellcasting. Anton's eyes gleamed. A wizard is akin to a deity. The wizard's will commands all. The old wizard solemnly placed his head upon his neck, adjusting his demeanor. This is also the foundation of Fine's potion theory. Teacher, you are truly a genius. Haha. The magical patterns on the door shimmered, quietly opening a crack. The serpent's tongue flickered as it emerged through the gap. Its 12-foot-long body slithered gracefully across the floor, skillfully nudging the door handle of the adjacent room, creating a small opening. The serpent entered. Within this room stood a grand high bed, upon which lay a stout yet diminutive figure, the fairy Pedro. The serpent observed the fairy intently for a moment before turning away. It then continued its journey, opening another door. This new room exuded warmth, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. On the windowsill, a vanity held a glass bottle adorned with an angelic sculpture, within which rested a bouquet of fresh flowers. Under the sunlight, the water droplets sparkled with a rainbow sheen. The room was empty, save for an open suitcase on the floor. The serpent glided over, extending its head into the suitcase. The interior was vast, resembling a colossal mechanical factory, where a tiny figure operated a large gantry crane, maneuvering an enormous mechanical structure above the machine. The young girl donned dragonskin gloves, laboriously dragging an oversized wrench from a shelf, climbing to an 8-meter-high platform, using her strength to secure the large nuts tightly. Sweat trickled from her dark hair, and she wiped her brow, leaving a smudge of grease on her face. Her expression was one of utmost focus and seriousness, mirroring the intense gaze of the serpent's head peering into the suitcase. On this clear morning, everyone appeared invigorated. Lupin stood before the mirror, styling his hair with gel, applying a touch of moisturizer to his face. He then spritzed some perfume on himself and donned a finely crafted cashmere overcoat from the hanger. Lupin gazed at his reflection with a peculiar expression. This person felt so unfamiliar. Yet, as Anton had remarked, perhaps this appearance was not so bad after all. A faint smile graced his lips as he addressed his reflection. A new life, a new beginning, is it not? He made a comical face at himself, chuckling softly, and approached the large oak table opposite the bed to switch off the television, carefully removing the disc from the player and placing it into its designated plastic case. He gracefully picked up an exquisite alloy cane adorned with a lion's head from the corner, straightened his chest, elevated his chin, and with the elegant demeanor cultivated alongside Anton and Anna, stepped out of his office. Exiting through the rear door of the building, he arrived at the grand lobby on the first floor. Ascending the staircase led him to the offices of Chada Information Consulting Company. In a corner, a series of semi-partitioned spaces housed employees, each seated at their respective desks, surrounded by several telephones. These information gatherers were incessantly making and receiving calls, diligently recording data, and some even managed to juggle 2 conversations simultaneously. 2 female colleagues continuously retrieved files from the side and organized them at their desks before distributing them to the information processors at the central table in the lobby. The atmosphere was bustling with activity. Upon spotting Lupin, someone greeted him quickly before hurrying off with a stack of documents. Clearly, The company was now in full swing. These individuals were the creme de la creme, meticulously sourced from various industries. All they needed was a leader who could instill hope, unleashing boundless potential. Anton was right. In fact, his responsibilities were rather minimal. When faced with challenges, he must remain composed and devoid of panic, embodying elegance and calmness, all while maintaining a smile. Then, he would gather everyone for a meeting, allowing them to devise their own solutions. His role would merely be to endorse the most promising proposal. Quite simple. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Ping encouraged himself, nodding and smiling at those he passed. At last, he reached his personal manager's office. However, scarcely had he settled into his chair when a gentle knock echoed on the wooden door. Looking up, he found the troublesome Elsa standing there. Instantly, Lu Ping's demeanor stiffened. Anton had mentioned that she was the sole sorceress in the company, and just yesterday, she had sought to test him under the full moon, even summoning an auror from the Ministry of Magic. His hands, resting on the armrest of his chair, clenched tightly, suppressing the urge to flee. Smile, just smile. Good morning, Miss Elsa, he managed. The young and beautiful woman set down a steaming cup of aromatic coffee on the table, gazing at him with a somewhat ingratiating expression. Good morning, Mr. Lu Ping. Her alabaster fingers intertwined nervously, evidently unsettled by yesterday's minor incident. Lu Ping exhaled deeply, elegantly raising his hand to support his chin. He replied with a warm smile. No worries, just focus on your work. Perfect. He flawlessly emulated the posture and tone Anton had taught him. He had succeeded. As anticipated, this capable elite of the company would surely breathe a sigh of relief and return to her duties. Yes, that was Anton's analysis. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Elsa did not leave. Instead, she flashed a sweet smile, revealing her charming canine teeth and a delightful dimple. So, Mr. Lu Ping, would you care to join me for dinner tonight? Huh? Is that not possible? Elsa's beautiful golden hair fluttered in the breeze, and her jewel-like blue-green eyes glistened with moisture, as if pleading, are you truly unable to forgive me? Goodness, Lu Ping, the perennial introvert, was no match for such a high-caliber opponent, leaving him utterly flustered. Elsa blinked her long lashes, and with a playful sway of her hips, she declared. Then it's settled. With that, she gracefully turned and departed. Lu Ping remained there, flustered and at a loss. What do I do? Anton, where are you? Chapter 38. The Hope of the Entire Family. Anton was exceedingly busy, beyond the dual pursuits of spellcraft and potion-making akin to that of the old sorcerer. He bore the responsibility for a large household. Nagini, the great serpent, required daily feeding, and, occasionally, he had to unlock the enchantment on the door to allow her to roam, as keeping her confined was hardly ideal. The fairy, Pedro, lay in a comatose state, necessitating the intervention of a physician to administer glucose, not to mention a confusion charm. The old sorcerer sometimes inadvertently drifted into the neighbor's yard, terrifying them, prompting Anton to knock on their door and employ the forgetfulness charm he was not particularly adept at casting. Then there was Lu Ping, whose performance had been steadily improving, radiating personal charm and vitality. Yet, Anton still needed to periodically consume a potion to engage in protracted negotiations with the old foxes at headquarters and the French branch, as well as personally attending to crucial business with significant clients. Furthermore, the full moon nights were simply unmanageable without Anton's presence. Anna also required his guidance. This quiet and proud girl spent her days ensconced in her box, tinkering with a now towering 10-meter mechanical contraption. He needed to periodically coax her outside for sunlight. Of course, ensuring her time outdoors coincided with Nagini's absence. Additionally, he had to reprimand the delivery boy from the restaurant for his habitual tardiness and present an exquisite birthday gift to the owner of the dry cleaning shop. Expressing gratitude for her meticulous care, he was merely a 10-year-old boy, burdened with the worries of an entire household. It was undeniably challenging, yet all that was worthwhile. Lu Ping had begun to exude confidence and vigor. Anna had grown significantly over the past few months. Nagini's wounds had healed completely, and Pedro remained alive. And Anton himself, after this period of learning, had finally achieved his first breakthrough. That night, he gathered his family members with a beaming smile. Drawing the curtains across the grand windows, he lit candles and looked joyfully at the old sorcerer, Lu Ping, and Anna. He placed a box upon the small round table and gently opened it, revealing a plump little bird. Its academic name was Anlagaceus group, and its potion name was Chameleon Bird. The unique feature of this bird was that as Anton held it up, it swiftly changed to match the color of his finger, its semi-transparent body momentarily deceiving the eye, rendering it seemingly non-existent. With a gentle flick of his hand, The rotund bird flapped its wings and soared into the hall, continuously morphing into various colors, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Anna's eyes sparkled with delight. What a lovely little bird. It looks just like the angry birds that all the kids adore. Lu Ping exclaimed in awe. I've never seen such a creature before. The old sorcerer cackled nearby. For this potion was particularly rare and challenging to capture. Most had never even laid eyes on it, let alone Lu Ping, whose poverty had long rendered him food insecure. The old sorcerer remained as cantankerous as ever. Anton then draped a black cloth over a purple crystal on the table, causing the bird to vanish from sight before everyone's eyes. Wow, it's gone, Anna exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she scanned the area. Lu Ping brandished his wand. Reveal yourself. Yet nothing appeared. Anton, grinning, explained, except under the intangible radiance of the crystal from the Maraudersera pavilion, this creature, resembling a bird, is actually a cluster of spores, invisible to the naked eye. The revealing charm can only unveil its true appearance, yet it is inherently invisible. He tore away the cloth from the crystal stone, and the bird suspended in midair perched upon the chandelier's frame. Although it still bore the guise of a chameleon, its form was now somewhat discernible. Next came the moment of witnessing a miracle. Anton closed his eyes tightly, wielding his wand with an intricate flourish, murmuring incantations under his breath, and ultimately his entire silhouette vanished into thin air. Wow, Anna exclaimed in astonishment. There, in midair, a plump little bird fluttered around the chandelier before landing upon it, exchanging glances with the original bird. Subsequently, the chubby little bird descended, alighting in Anna's palm and playfully pecking at her. Anna chuckled heartily. The bird soared once more, transforming rapidly in the air, ultimately morphing into a red-haired youth. This is my new magic, Anton proclaimed. Lupin stared at him in disbelief. An animagus? Anton chuckled, raising a finger and shaking it. This is not transfiguration. It is a mimicry charm, simulating the magical essence of this potion through its magical image, thereby taking on its form. I call it the biomimetic charm. The old wizard laughed proudly, for this was Anton's own creation, deserving of our applause. Of course, this achievement is also rooted in my guidance, allowing him to carve out his own brilliance based on the foundations of potion studies. Both Anna and Lupin joined in the applause, yet Anton wore a serious expression. Today's demonstration is not to showcase my prowess. Did you notice anything about the charm I just performed? Anna and Lupin exchanged bewildered glances, and the old wizard looked equally perplexed. Anton waved his wand, coaxing the little bird into his hand, pointing first to himself and then to the bird. I transformed into the potion and then reverted back to my original self. He gazed at everyone with anticipation, yet was met with a sea of puzzled faces. Sighing, Anton continued, did you not realize? This transformation is reversible. It disregards lineage, species, and even biological traits, independent of any spell. Anna remained baffled, while Lupin's breath quickened. Anxiously gazing at Anton, are you suggesting? Haha, Lupin, you finally caught on. Anton snapped his fingers. This is merely the beginning. Although the spore was relatively straightforward, allowing me to successfully simulate it, my further research will delve into more complex realms. Anton fixed his gaze on Anna and Lupin, even blood-cursed orcs and werewolves. Upon mentioning blood-cursed orcs, Anna appeared lost, clearly unfamiliar with the term, yet her expression brimmed with pride for Anton. Lupin hurriedly approached, grasping Anton's arm, swallowing hard. Are you saying? Yes. Anton's voice boomed. By pursuing this path, I can restore werewolves to their human forms and transform blood-cursed orcs back into humans. He exhaled deeply, however. This will require time, and I cannot predict when it will be accomplished. Lupin trembled, tears welling in his eyes. He bit his lip, his entire mouth quivering. I can wait. His voice was hoarse, laden with emotion. Even if I grow old with hair turned white, even if I can no longer walk, even if I am left with but a day to live, I still wish to be a complete human, buried in the earth. He spoke as if on the verge of tears. Finally, this reserved old man let out a loud roar, as if releasing decades of pent-up anguish, retreating to his room. He shut the door, and only muffled cries echoed faintly. The group fell silent. The old wizard clicked his tongue in lamentation, casting a glance at Anna and Nagini's room, and said softly, "You little rascal, you have given everyone hope. You cannot allow that hope to shatter, for that would be too cruel." Anton looked earnestly at him, declaring, "I shall make it happen," with resolute determination. Chapter 39. The 36 Years That Disappeared. This world is never short of prodigies. From what Anton knows of the Harry Potter universe, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were already dazzlingly brilliant in their youth. by the time of Voldemort. This formidable figure had already grasped the intricacies of Horcruxes during his studies. In Harry Potter's father's generation, the quartet easily tackled the complex challenge of becoming animagi and created the remarkable Marauders map, while Snape invented the new curse, Sectum Sempra. In Harry Potter's generation, the adept disarmer Harry Potter and the twins skilled in magical artifacts reached levels that most wizards could scarcely achieve. Under the old wizard's guidance, Anton ventured down the path where potions and charms intertwined. Anna, a little girl whose magical awakening had yet to manifest, had completely inherited the full suite of time-turner technology from the fairy Pedro and had crafted a massive device that even the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries could not replicate. Indeed, Anna had finally completed the Grand Time-Turner, the core components having been previously assisted by Pedro. She spent her days quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, basking in sunlight, sipping tea, tending to flowers, and waiting for Anton to find time to accompany her somewhere. Anton could not attend immediately, for the new full moon had arrived, and he could only drink the polyjuice potion to assume Lupin's form. Lupin managed his company with a distinctive flair, although he did not possess Anton's exceptional business acumen. He had a gentle and all-encompassing heart. In his company, everyone held unwavering respect for their leader, and the energy emanating from the organization surpassed the achievements Anton could attain alone. Anton was delighted to witness this, as it signified that Lupin was genuinely carving his own path to survival. The most evident change was the newfound prosperity. Lupin extravagantly purchased the ground floor below as a family dining establishment and hired a delightful, plump cook. They had finally rid themselves of the ill-tempered delivery boy. Each person's wardrobe was filled to the brim by Lupin, prompting Anna to joyfully refer to him as Uncle Lupin alongside Anton. Goodness, that Ilya is excessively enthusiastic, Anton remarked upon returning home and taking a bath, sharing a few grumbles with Anna. Anna smiled mischievously. Perhaps she has someone special in her heart? Anton regarded her with an enigmatic expression and shrugged. Lupin's affairs are his own. I shall not meddle. Though Lupin still resided in the room Anton had arranged for him upstairs, he had set up a fortified chamber downstairs specifically for his transformations on the full moon. Otherwise, Anton would have to tease him about it. Shouldering the dragonhide messenger bag once more, filled with potions, and stowing his wand safely in the concealed clasp, Anton gripped his wand tightly, exclaiming, I am ready. The night breeze rustled the dark red velvet hem of Anna's dress as she tilted her head, her deep emerald eyes earnestly fixed on Anton. With a broad smile, she softly uttered, Thank you. Anton waved his wand, and suddenly, a pot of climbing vines on the indoor wall grew at an astonishing rate, enveloping the entire house in an instant, with flowers blooming profusely. This was the African meat-eating vine, possessing formidable magical resistance and inherently carrying a repelling charm that caused all living beings to instinctively steer clear. Such a plant seldom survives outside Africa, and Anna was perplexed by how Anton managed to keep it alive. Leading Anton to her room, she opened her suitcase, revealing a vast mechanical factory within. As Anna touched the machines, her expression turned oddly contemplative. My mother loved me dearly when I was a child. Anton nodded, refraining from interjecting, sensing that this would be a poignant tale. A gigantic serpent attacked me, and my mother died protecting me. Anton gasped, staring at her in shock. I'm sorry, I had no idea. Perhaps I shouldn't have kept that snake at home. Anna gently shook her head. I merely need to endure my fear and aversion. You can save it, and I believe it's worth it. She ceased to dwell on the matter of the large snake. In the outskirts of London lies the Manor of Blossoms, where I spent my childhood. My mother adored the flowers in the backyard. Anna's eyes glazed over, a blissful smile adorning her face. Back then, I would follow her with a small watering can, helping her tend to the plants. Gently, she explored the machines. Later, my father took me everywhere seeking cures for my ailment, claiming I had a peculiar disease. Anton furrowed his brow. A peculiar disease? Anna nodded softly. My father never disclosed the specifics, but he mentioned it would manifest after a burst of magic. In public, he was always humorous and charming, yet privately, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, often drunkenly calling out for my mother. As she recounted her sorrowful tale, her eyes fluttered shut. I feared mentioning my mother in his presence, worried it would deepen his grief, yet I truly miss her. Her eyes sparkled with longing. I wish to see her. Anton sighed, pursing his lips. We cannot alter anything with the time-turner. The time-turner's hidden within the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries. Remnants of despair for those chaotic wizards had always represented a final flicker of hope. Yet, even the most adept wizards understood that time-turners could only bring about despair. I understand, Anna replied softly but resolutely. Even just a glimpse would suffice. Very well, Anton smiled, gently grasping the hand of this forlorn little girl. Let's go. Anna met Anton's gaze, nodding slightly, and forcefully turned the valve of the machine. Countless gears and mechanical structures whirred into action, the magical light unfurling like blue smoke, effortlessly enveloping the two of them. Unbeknownst to them, this magical mist spread forth, oozing from the suitcase, permeating the entire room, drifting to Pedro's bed, slinking beneath Nagini's resting place, and enveloping the old wizard's bathtub. Ultimately, this mist was halted by the meat-eating vine. With a soft thud, the mist swiftly retreated into the machine, leaving the home eerily silent, as if void of life. In 1953, London, the year Voldemort was denied the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts and began his quest for treasures to create Horcruxes. It was also the 8th year since Grindelwald had been imprisoned by a lover who broke their vow. Anton stood frozen, peering through the shop window, with a calendar clearly marked this time. You were a child? 36 years ago. So you're not a little girl, but an old witch? Anna smiled. You've uncovered my secret. Her laughter echoed as she observed Anton's astonished expression, her mouth agape as if to swallow an egg. I have not experienced such a long span of time. After my mother's death, my father took me to our family's secret frozen realm, where I entered a deep slumber. 2 years ago, my grandfather grew angry and commanded my thawing, stating he could not bear to see his granddaughter without a life of her own. Anna's little face scrunched in mockery, imitating an old man's expression and tone, both grave and comical. Good or bad, it is my fate. For 36 years, my father sought a solution. Though he never gave up, he also no longer resolutely kept me frozen. Goodness, Anton marveled at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet Anna appeared somewhat melancholic. In a few days, it will be my 10th birthday. My life has only spanned these 10 years, yet I have traversed 36 years in between. Everything has changed. Anton fell silent, recalling a phrase he had encountered online. All precocious children endure unfortunate lives. Yet it is these very experiences that render them exceptionally gifted. Chapter 40 left Anton utterly astounded. Anna was indeed merely a little girl, as her actions still reflected the naivety of childhood. Oh no, how will we enter the manor to see my mother? Her small face contorted in distress. Though the castle is not presently shrouded in magic, my father is a powerful wizard, and there are many house elves within the estate. They will surely discover us. Haha, Anton chuckled. I thought you had meticulously prepared. It seems you have no plan for even the first step and just stumbled in blindly. Anna gently punched him, gathering her skirts as she squatted by the roadside, gazing despondently at the bustling crowd. A hand extended gently before her, lifting her gaze. She met Anton's radiant smile. So, dear little princess, would you care to experience soaring through the sky as a bird? Anna's eyes lit up. She delicately placed her hand in Anton's, allowing him to lift her. The two ventured to a dim corner of the street, and with a flash of the spell, their surroundings transformed, everything appearing to expand enormously. Anton transformed into a small bird, hopping over to peck lightly at Anna's bird head. The two plump birds frolicked for a moment, flapping their wings before ascending into the sky. The color-changing windbird, while it may sound like an animal, is fundamentally a cluster of spores capable of controlling the wind, invisible to the naked eye, thus categorized as a plant. Agile and swift, yet limited in speed. In comparison to the owls of the Wizarding World, their long-distance migration speed is comparable to that of a snail. Thus, the two birds perched atop a small car, settled in the back of a bicycle, rested on a skateboard's tail, and landed on pedestrians' heads. In this manner, they flitted about, continuously changing their mode of transport, until they finally arrived at the Manor of Blossoms. At last, Anton understood why it was called the Manor of Blossoms. From the hill, he gazed down upon an elegant European castle nearly enveloped by countless flowers, with blossoms climbing up its walls. In the most vibrant bloom, a small wooden cottage stood, and together Anna and Anton materialized. Quietly approaching a window, with her back against the wall, Anna nervously clutched the hem of her dress. Anton offered her an encouraging glance, prompting her to take several deep breaths before turning to cautiously peek out the window. Soon, another head appeared beside hers. The two of them curiously gazed into the room. It was eerily silent. A beautifully crafted gilded vanity and wardrobe adorned the space, while a rainforest painting hung on the wall. In the center stood a grand bed supported by towering Roman columns, draped with curtains that cascaded from the ceiling, parting at the columns. At the center dangled a wind chime crafted from seashells, chiming melodiously in the gentle breeze. Beside the grand bed lay a smaller princess bed, where a sweet 6-year-old girl slept soundly. "It's you," Anton observed with keen interest. "Indeed," Anna whispered, nodding softly, her gaze lingering on every corner of the room, seemingly lost in cherished memories. Before long, distant footsteps echoed, and Anton quickly grasped Anna, transforming her into a small bird once more. The two of them hopped onto the windowsill, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Anna's mother. "I should never have given birth to her." A strikingly beautiful Eastern woman with black hair entered, her eyes filled with sorrow as she turned to the man behind her. "It was a mistake." Anna swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance on the windowsill. Anton swiftly took flight, catching her and soaring outside, the intense emotions rendering their fledgling spell precarious. The two of them materialized beneath the window, Anna curled beneath the sill, her complexion pale, disbelief etched on her face, her eyes wide with tears streaming down as she shook her head in anguish. Anton sighed silently, gently taking her hand. Memory can be peculiar, as time alters perceptions. What one believes to be vividly clear may merely be a product of imagination. However, Anton furrowed his brow, sensing a strange familiarity about Anna's mother, as if he had seen her before. "Nana, no." He recognized Mr. Rogier's voice, albeit devoid of its usual gravitas, now imbued with a lyrical quality reminiscent of poetry. "This is the fruit of our love, the continuation of our lives." Anton cautiously peeked out, observing Rogier tenderly embracing his wife. Moments later, Anna also peeked out, her eyes filled with sorrow as she gazed at her mother. Anna's mother leaned against Rogier's chest, weeping quietly, her voice low and heavy. "No, André. I should never have given birth to her. I should never have done it." Rogier gently crouched beside her, his hands supporting her frail shoulders. "Nana, let us seek Pedro. Shall we? To resolve this." Nana's emotions flared, her face contorted with a deep-seated hatred as she spat. "I never want to see him again. Never." Rogier persisted, softly wiping her tears, his deep azure eyes filled with affection. "For you, and for Anna, please?" Nana hesitated, staring blankly at Rogier. "For Anna?" Rogier nodded firmly. "He created the blood curse, and he was the one who released your mother from it. We must find him and compel him to break this curse. We cannot allow this malevolent spell to persist through generations." "Indeed." Nana's gaze hardened. "Let that scoundrel lift Anna's curse. She must not inherit my tragedy." Rogier shook his head, his lips pressed together. "He is a dangerous man. We cannot take such risks. Just the two of us will seek him out, all right?" Nana's pale face regarded Rogier, and she finally nodded, sorrowfully caressing her daughter's face. Rogier summoned the house elves, instructing them to prepare a carriage. Soon, the couple departed, and Anna gazed after their retreating figures. "My mother truly loves me, does she not?" Anton smiled and nodded. "I can see her eyes are filled with you." He pointed towards Rogier, who was instructing the house elves in the distance. "Would you like to follow and see?" Anna wiped her tears and resolutely nodded. Thus, with her emotions once more stabilized, Anna transformed into a bird under the spell's glow. Anton gently landed atop the carriage, but Anna flew straight inside, settling in her mother's embrace, her transformation so slight that her sorrowful mother remained oblivious. With a soft sigh, the white horse unfurled its wings, lifting the carriage into the sky. They soared across the horizon, gliding over the Thames, circling Buckingham Palace, even passing through a ripple-like shimmer in midair, ultimately arriving above Upside Down Lane. From his vantage point, Anton gazed down and noticed the lake at the far end of Upside Down Lane, littered with gravestones. "I've inquired. He is right here." Rogier had spoken many comforting words along the way. It was this statement that drew tears from Nana. "I don't know. André, I don't know how to face him. I'm afraid." After a moment of silence, Rogier replied, "We must confront our fears eventually, mustn't we?" The carriage came to a halt, facing a barren expanse. Rogier called out loudly, "Master Pedro, the Rogier family, André Rogier, and his wife Nagini have come to visit." Before long, the ground shimmered, and a crooked little building materialized before them. A youthful version of the old wizard emerged, Alex Fiennes. "I greet you on behalf of my master. Please come in." Anton gaped at Anna's mother. "Nana? Nagini? By the heavens!" he stammered, his lips twitching as he struggled to articulate his shock. Anna transformed back, her expression one of delight. "Have you heard of my mother's deeds? Can you tell me?" "I never dared to ask my father about her until now." Anton wore a peculiar expression, staring at Anna, unsure how to broach the subject. Should he mention that Nagini had quite the discerning eye? That her first boyfriend was Credence from the Dumbledore family, and her last was Voldemort from the Gaunt family? with a dalliance with Andre from the Rogier family in between. At that moment, a voice beside them interrupted. I was quite handsome in my youth, wasn't I? Anton turned in astonishment, only to find a disembodied hand cradling a head facing him. Master, you two have come? The old wizard shrugged his shoulders, where no head rested. You should be grateful that you planted the devil-esque snare at home. It staved off the fluctuations of the time-turner. Otherwise, the entire city of London would have descended upon us. My foolish teacher has also arrived, and he is awake. How amusing. Amusing? Anton swallowed hard. To where are we headed? Behold, the safe house. I just witnessed his entrance. Each piece of information struck Anton like a thunderbolt. Chapter 41. The Chaos of the Noble Circle. Rest assured, my foolish mentor possesses extensive experience in traversing time. He will not act recklessly. The old wizard reassured as he observed Anton's mouth twitch in discomfort. Boom! One wall of the safe house erupted. The fairy Pedro shot out amidst a deafening explosion, rolling onto the ground beside Anton. Good grief! How did I possess such formidable power 38 years ago? Pedro struggled to rise, blood streaming from his chest and abdomen. I must have sealed away some memories in the past. Damn it, I can't even recall that fairy spell of mine. Bang! A semi-transparent Aladdin-esque lamp rolled swiftly, coming to a halt before Pedro. From its spout, a vast cloud of smoke billowed forth, and a robed Pedro emerged from within. Frowning, he regarded the Pedro on the ground. What time are you from? The past or the future? It hardly matters. You all are quite tiresome. One came yesterday, another the day before, and even two from different eras arrived simultaneously 5 days ago. Do you not realize that I can only retain 30 years of memories? You incessantly come to expand the confines of my mind. I must cleanse my memories once again. At that moment, Rogier, Nagini, and his students rushed over. Pedro muttered a curse, and with a flick of his robe, a translucent cloth billowed forth, enveloping Pedro and Anton. This cloth was extraordinary, impenetrable even to the old wizard, who found himself trapped beneath it. The others seemed oblivious to Anton and the others as they approached. Pedro, visibly irritated, glared at his apprentices. What are you staring at? Get lost. After reprimanding them, he turned his cold gaze towards Rogier and Nagini, exclaiming, Good grief! While I may have invented the blood curse, must every one afflicted by it come seeking me? Beneath the cloth, Anton cast a peculiar glance at the robed Pedro, then at the sharply dressed Pedro beside him. He had heard that line twice before. The crucial detail was that the other time, it was Snape who had brought Nagini to seek him out. It was always Nagini. Anton harbored an absurd notion. Could it be that every mention of Pedro S. was a different incarnation of Nagini from various timelines? Clearing memories? The old wizard inquired, gazing intently at Pedro. You can erase memories? Pedro shot him a derisive glance, of course. If one wishes not to forget the most vital early recollections of the fairy kin, one must periodically purge inconsequential memories. For instance, you, my foolish apprentice. Fines, I only remember my disdain for you and some necessary information to deal with you. He tapped his head. Now that you become a ghost, I can safely rid myself of all memories concerning you. Only keeping memories for dealing with me? The old wizard seethed, glaring fiercely at Pedro. So, the torment you inflicted upon me is solely retained in my mind, while you can live on without a care in the world? As these two bickered, a quarrel erupted outside the cloth. You dare not remember me, Nagini exclaimed incredulously, her delicate features ablaze with rage. Rogier frowned, positioning himself protectively before his wife, casting a cold glare at the fairy. Master Pedro, my wife, Nagini, bears the surname Pedro. The fairy was taken aback. She shares my name? He cackled maliciously, as if he had stumbled upon an amusing revelation. After all, Pedro was a noble name among fairies. He regarded Nagini with derision. Quickly tell me, which fool from my kin would choose to unite with the enemy that slaughtered our kind, a human wizard, to produce such a hybrid? Hybrid? Nagini recoiled, clutching her chest, her complexion paling to an extreme, feeling the world spin around her. Rogier moved to support her, but she broke free. Stepping forward, she glared at the fairy, her voice icy as she enunciated each word. I do not bear the surname Pedro, not in the past, not in the future, and I will never claim it. With that, she turned to leave, and Rogier hurried after her, their carriage soaring into the distance. Rogier remained behind, drawing his wand, exuding a terrifying aura. Pedro, she is your daughter. Ha ha ha. The fairy Pedro found amusement in the situation, a fairy mixing with humans, giants with humans, centaurs, werewolves. Any creature can intermingle. But we fairies shall not. He continued, his smile evaporating, replaced by a cold glare. You humans exterminated our entire race. Aside from the few enslaved in Gringotts and various factories, I can hardly see any kin left. This is a blood feud. A colossal, purple-skinned fairy demon materialized behind him, boasting 5 heads and 4 arms, each wielding a longbow, magical arrows poised at Rogier. Rogier smiled enigmatically. She truly is your daughter. The absurdity of it all, Pedro. Pedro was stunned. Impossible. The Pedro within the cloth mirrored his astonishment. Unthinkable. Anton stood aghast, considering that if someone were to inform him that Voldemort was actually the offspring of Dumbledore and Grindelwald through magic, he might believe it. Such a revelation was utterly mind-boggling. The Wizarding World's intermingling of intelligent races was beyond his wildest imagination. Indeed, the noble circle was in disarray. His mind was a flurry of thoughts. Anna was equally taken aback. She gazed at Pedro. You are my grandfather? But why do you treat my mother this way? Pedro looked at Anna, retracting slightly. I do not know. I often purge memories, so I cannot recall. I don't even remember how I became friends with Rogier. Endless black mist surged behind Rogier, rolling ominously as if harboring some horrific creature, distorted screams faintly echoing from within. Rogier brandished his wand at Pedro. Listen, I had no intention of seeking you out, but your wife has perished due to your blood curse. Now, your daughter and granddaughter suffer under the torment of the very curse you devised. Today, either you reveal how to lift this curse, or you shall remain entombed beneath the depths of the upside-down lake. The blood curse? Pedro shook his head, perplexed. I do not remember. He gazed at Rogier in confusion. I only recall the name of the curse. Everything else eludes me. How could I possibly forget such a powerful curse? My memories seem to have vanished. Ha ha ha. Rogier was evidently infuriated, his wand swinging. Boom! The black mist surged and crashed into Pedro. Pedro was violently propelled backward, the purple fairy demon behind him disintegrating under the overwhelming magical force. He carved a deep trench into the ground, ultimately halting beside the lake. Rogier approached with a frigid demeanor, planting his foot squarely on Pedro's chest. His wand once again aimed at him. I will count to 1. If you do not reveal how to lift the blood curse, prepare to meet your demise. Pedro struggled to rise, exclaiming, I truly cannot remember. 3. Fear flickered in Pedro's eyes. I cannot die. I am the last remaining keeper of the fairy lineage's complete memory. If I perish, the history of the fairies will be lost forever. 2. A glimmer of light sparked from Pedro's fingertips, his magic surging. With 2 resounding explosions, his entire arm shattered, blood gushing forth. 1. In panic and despair, Pedro cried out, I genuinely cannot remember. Rogier, furrowing his brow, pressed, You truly cannot recall? Pedro swallowed hard. I truly cannot remember. My memories are lost. With his remaining left hand, he grasped Rogier's ankle tightly. Give me some time. I shall journey back to find the answers, and I will surely tell you. A swirling black mist enveloped half of his body. Do not kill me. I cannot die. Pedro wailed. I truly cannot remember. Grant me a chance. Are you not seeking to save a lady's child? If you slay me, that opportunity vanishes. Rogier's cold gaze scrutinized him for what felt like an eternity before he withdrew his foot from Pedro's chest. Understand this, Pedro. The resources of a pure blood family are vast. I can easily track you down. You will not escape. 3 days. 3 days from now, I shall return here, and you will provide me with the answer. Pedro exhaled in relief. I will certainly tell you. With a soft pop, Rogier vanished from sight. Struggling, Pedro managed to rise and laboriously approached Anton and the others, lifting the heavy cloth. Initially taken aback by the old wizard, he then turned to the suited Pedro. That foolish apprentice is dead? Then you must be the one from the future. Hurry and tell me, where has the memory of my blood curse gone? The suited Pedro looked bewildered. I do not know. The 2 Pedros exchanged glances. Finally, the robed Pedro clutched his shoulder, turning to leave. You all better hide. Do not let anyone discover you. Damn it. It must be my reckless wandering through time that has left my memories in such disarray. Even the future me is unaware. This is disastrous. I cannot fight. I must find a way to escape. The old wizard watched Pedro with a scornful smile. I remember this moment, you wretched little man. Taking advantage of Alaric's madness to kill everyone, creating a facade of death, leaving me for Rogier. He nearly killed me then. The robed Pedro suddenly whirled around, eyes wide. Is my female apprentice finally going mad? Faking her death? What a splendid idea. He hurried towards a safe house, and soon it vanished from view once more. The old wizard, incredulous, marveled at the fact that this idea had come from him. Ha ha ha. The suited Pedro pointed at the old wizard. My foolish apprentice. Chapter 42. A promising future. Pedro laughed until sorrow overtook his face. He sighed deeply, reaching into his chest to extract a blue-purple luminous cord. I have often pondered at what point I signed this unbreakable oath. Reflecting now, it must have been Rogier who imposed it upon me, binding me to care for Anna. With a soft pop, the luminous cord transformed into specks of light and re-entered his chest. He remained silent for a long while, gazing seriously at Anna. Child, I too wish to ascertain whether I am indeed your grandfather. I have lived for centuries. The weight of fairy history is immense. I have borne it for hundreds of years, and I can scarcely endure it any longer. Perhaps my lifespan will soon quietly fade away. As one ages, the importance of blood lineage becomes particularly pronounced. This world is no longer the realm of fairies. The goblins of Gringotts are not the ancient fairies they once were. The history I carry will only bring them calamity. Let me carry this history into death, severing this longing entirely. Anna anxiously clutched his sleeve. No, do not die. Anna has already lost her mother. She cannot lose her grandfather too. Pedro gently ruffled her little head. I will not. Ancient fairies are the longest lived. Perhaps in the future, I may even help you with raising children. Huh? Children? Anna's face flushed crimson. Hee. Pedro smiled tenderly. Anna will eventually grow up, marry, and have children. Trust me, I will recover the memories of the blood curse, allowing you to live like a normal person. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the others. First, to the old wizard, who chuckled coldly. This is straightforward. Finally, he looked at Anton. I was unconscious, yet still able to receive information from the outside world. I am grateful you did not abandon me on the island. Anton smiled faintly. There are times to act and times to refrain. This phrase, spoken in English, was lost on the old wizard but understood by the experienced fairy, who nodded in acknowledgement. The bionic curse you invented is quite intriguing. Yet it is clear you have yet to uncover the secrets of Finus's wizard eye potion. The old wizard was taken aback. What secrets? Pedro rolled his eyes. I do not wish to entertain you. Go away. He turned his attention back to Anton. The wizard eye potion, combined with the bionic curse, will allow you to learn the magic of fairies. Anton regarded the fairy with curiosity. You wish to teach me fairy magic? There are no gifts without reason. This has been a lesson learned throughout his nearly year-long journey. Especially knowledge, which represents immense power and wealth in the wizarding world, erecting towering walls in countless societal tiers. Pedro nodded. I'm certain I have not erased the memory regarding the blood curse. Thus it must still reside within my mind. Although I do not comprehend why I cannot recall it, I need someone to help me delve into my memories. You will drink the wizard eye potion, learn my fairy eye secrets, and then use this secret to explore my memories. Anton appeared perplexed. Wizard eye? Fairy eye? Pedro shrugged. Clearly, my foolish apprentice believes he must create an eye spell of his own. The old wizard beamed with pride. Indeed, I have created one. Now, the question arises. The materials required for the wizard eye potion are the culmination of the old wizard's 70 years of toil. Where can we possibly find them? Anna's eyes lit up. In the castle of the Wisteria Manor. My mother disliked living in the castle, so my father built a wooden house outside. They rarely visit the castle. Last year, for my birthday, my father gifted me the castle. I know how to enter and exit, with the capable Pedro by their side. The group's journey became significantly more manageable. With a soft pop, they appeared on the hillside not far from Wisteria Manor. Pedro snapped his fingers, and Anton felt an icy chill envelop him, as if he had been doused in cold water. The fairy's secret art was a fusion of the wizard's illusion spell and the confusion charm. Remember, the most crucial aspect of time travel is to avoid contact with anyone, especially oneself. Anton's expression turned peculiar. The old wizard issued a mocking remark. Ah, how amusing it is to hear such words from your lips. Rarely retorting, Pedro sighed, indeed. I am but a case in point. My frequent encounters with myself have led to a muddling of my memories. The castle loomed large, with a fountain gracing its entrance. In the fountain stood a statue of a beautiful mermaid goddess, her swaying tail casting a spectrum of colors in the water, one hand reaching into the fountain's basin. Her gaze imbued with a compassionate sorrow for humanity. Anna tiptoed, placing her small hand in the goddess's, and magical radiance swirled around their hands, revealing a grand door beside the pool, leading to a descending stone staircase. Hee, Anna said, somewhat smugly, this is the only way to safely enter the castle. Beyond that door lies a realm filled with animated puppets, quite fierce indeed. Anton gazed upward in awe. The castle appeared particularly majestic, its pointed spires adorned with various sculptures that seemed to rise imperiously against the sunlight. I'm only now realizing that you are quite the little heiress, he remarked. Anna, placing her hands behind her back, elegantly arched her neck and, hearing his words, smiled shyly. Let us proceed inside. The castle's interior was lavishly adorned. Dark golden frames hung on stone walls that bore the marks of time, each detail echoing the ancient heritage of the Rogier family. The only drawback was the oppressive darkness that pervaded the castle. Anton finally understood why ancient China had little inclination to construct castles. Their formidable structure was only suited for turbulent borderlands. Beyond their strength, he felt as though he treaded through an opulent tomb, especially with a headless ghost floating beside him, amplifying the ambience. Anna, lacking the magical prowess to cast spells, was unable to assist, while Pedro, the ancient fairy, refrained from acting due to his esteemed status, leaving everyone expectantly gazing at Anton. Damn it, I never learned the Lumos spell. My schedule is filled to the brim. Who has the time to learn such things? Wouldn't it be simpler to just turn on the lights? The old wizard, having discerned his predicament, cackled mischievously but still offered a hint. A wizard is akin to a deity. Pedro, upon hearing this, erupted in outrage. You foolish human. Have you wizards grown so arrogant? Anton chuckled lightly, curbing their incessant bickering. Each individual can stand alongside deities, not due to their lineage, but because of the strength of their spirit. He closed his eyes for a moment, and after a brief silence, opened them, waving his wand. I command you, illuminate. Countless specks of light burst forth from his wand, and a gust seemed to sweep through, causing all the lights to explode into brilliance. It was as if the dim room had suddenly been flooded with sunlight, illuminating the entire castle. Wow, the old wizard exclaimed, clapping in admiration. Anna's eyes sparkled with delight, while Pedro appeared astonished. Anton, however, furrowed his brow, reflecting on the considerable energy expended, enough to conjure two protective armors. The old wizard cackled. Just as you often say, the future is promising, is it not? Chapter 43, The Water Pipe Skull. The process of brewing the wizard's eye potion was exceedingly intricate, requiring no less than 6 or 7 days of preparation. Although Anna's castle was rich in potion ingredients, some items unsuitable for preservation necessitated another trip to the alley of overturns for procurement, such as leeches and live mice. Moreover, to avoid disrupting the timeline, a complex tincture had to be concocted, necessitating the acquisition of hair from the Muggle world for disguise. Time stretched once more. While Anton prepared the potion, the old wizard dismissed the fairy Pedro, not wishing to divulge his knowledge, especially to his enemies. Crucially, he continued his lecture on his potions course, reconstructing the art of potion making through the lens of magical perception and the perspective of spellcasting. Anna, understanding her place, refrained from peeking, a testament to her excellent upbringing which instilled in her the wisdom of discretion, especially since she had finally returned to 38 years prior. She implored Pedro to take her to see her mother. God knows the courage that Pedro mustered. His strength was not what it had been 38 years ago, when the Pedro of that time had nearly been obliterated by Rogier. Now that Pedro had feigned death to escape, while Rogier was relentlessly pursuing him with murderous intent. And now he would sneak into the enemy's home? Was he courting death? Yet Anna's pleading was so pitiful it tugged at his aging heart. Anna was perpetually joyful. Upon returning, she would rush to the laboratory, chattering excitedly about the amusing tale she had witnessed. Her mother, having read her the story of the little prince to lull her to sleep, had fallen asleep herself. Her mother had braided her hair beautifully, and today, her mother's favorite snake flower had finally bloomed, its petals elegant and exuding a faint fragrance. Anna scrunched her little nose, expressing her sorrow, questioning whether it was this beloved flower that had attracted the great snake, leading to her mother's demise in her attempt to save her. Until that fateful day, when Pedro caught a large snake from a corner of the castle's outer wall. 12 feet long, a viper, it bore numerous scars from past injuries. This was the very snake Anton had rescued on the island. Anna wept bitterly, realizing that it was her oversized time converter that had transported the snake back 38 years, resulting in her mother's death. Anna is a bad person, the fairy Pedro sighed, gently ruffling her hair. Time travel is a perilous endeavor. Sometimes we believe we can alter fate, yet it is merely destiny's mockery and trickery. The old wizard fell silent, stroking his own head, foregoing his usual cackling laughter, lamenting. Fate is indeed cruel. Anton wore a peculiar expression. He silently set down the potion, removed his dragon-skin gloves, and regarded Anna with a complex gaze. After a moment of inner turmoil, he sighed and sincerely patted Anna's hand. The truth of reality is far more brutal than what you perceive. I am uncertain whether I should share this with you, but inevitably, you shall discover it." Anna looked up at Anton in shock, her eyes filled with panic. She glanced at Pedro, then fixed her determined gaze on Anton. "I remember you mentioning that you know the story of my mother. Speak of it. I am stronger than you think." "Perhaps," Anton pointed to the great snake. The colossal serpent is now ensnared by Pedro's enchantment, a formidable magical puppet with purple skin, adopting a fiercely menacing posture, as if ready to rend the great snake to shreds at Anna's command with its 10 outstretched hands. This serpent bears the name Nagini. "What?" Anna exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at the snake. "What?" Pedro echoed in astonishment, hastily dispelling the magical effigy. The serpent fell to the ground and swiftly slithered into the corner of the room. "What?" the old wizard exclaimed, momentarily sidelined in the unfolding drama, his reaction unremarkable. "Indeed." Anton gazed earnestly at Anna and Pedro, declaring, "She is indeed Nagini. Impossible." The fairy Pedro screamed, as the air before him rippled violently, distorting his vision, his eyes widening to an almost comical degree. Anna clutched the hem of Pedro's suit jacket, anxiously fixated on his lips, her heart filled with a mix of dread and hope, waiting for the answer that would escape his mouth. I do not know. I can discern that within the serpent lies a woman's soul, yet she has undergone a complete transformation. The curse has penetrated her very essence, rendering her form irretrievable, her soul eternally solidified into the shape of a snake. Pedro's voice was hoarse as he stared blankly at Anton. "You say if Rogier did not lie then. Is she truly my daughter? Cursed by the blood magic I devised." He appeared to age in an instant, his already modest stature stooping, his eyes filled with bitterness. Overcome with despair, he slumped to the ground, repeatedly slapping his own face, lamenting, "I am a scoundrel. I am indeed a scoundrel." All present were engulfed in sorrow. Anna wept, her heart heavy as she gazed at the great serpent. Once terrified of it, she had not dared to look at it for the past 6 months. Yet now it lay beside her. She hesitantly approached, but the serpent reared up, flicking its tongue in warning, poised to strike. The old wizard cried out in alarm, "Anna, do not approach. She is merely a snake now. She could kill you." Clink, clink. The sound rang out sharply. Everyone turned to see Anton tapping a cauldron with his wand. "My potion is ready, Mr. Pedro. Did you not request that I utilize the biomimetic spell to learn your fairy eye secrets? The moment is opportune. You may demonstrate the process of exploring memories through the fairy eye." "Yes." The fairy Pedro leaped up in excitement. "Indeed, I must probe her memories." The fairy eye is not an ordinary spell. It is a unique craft of the time and memory fairy collectors. Even if her memories have been obliterated by the blood curse, I shall still perceive them. Anton waved his wand, and a portion of the potion floated into the air. "Shall we begin?" "Wait," Anna called out anxiously. "Hold on." Once Anton and Pedro consented, she dashed deeper into the castle, returning shortly with a peculiar magical artifact. It was a skull, for which a soft tube extended. Inscribed on the forehead in German were the words, "Fr. das Greer, Wall, 1898. With this, a relic left by my kin, Vidar Rogier," Anna explained, cradling the skull and handing the tube to Pedro. "The water pipe skull allows you to see what it reveals simultaneously with me." Her gaze was resolute. "I must see." Chapter 44, The Mockery of Fate. Fairy Pedro seized the tube and inhaled sharply, then exhaled a dense cloud of smoke into the air. The rich vapor swirled around them, and once more, ripples danced before his eyes, enlarging his vision to an extraordinary degree. Fixing his gaze upon the serpent, the smoke began to morph. The serpent's gaze lifted from its scarred scales, peering through the iron bars of a cage into a laboratory, its surroundings blurred. Snape paced before the cage, halting to fixate on the serpent, revealing the dark mark on his arm, appearing both relieved and hesitant, a look of profound confusion etched upon his face. The vision surged forward. A young wizard brandished his wand, shouting, "Shatter to pieces." The spell detonated upon the serpent, which convulsed and screeched in agony, its head flickering into that of a woman, only to vanish in an instant. The young man, brimming with pride, turned to a wizard clad in a golden leather jacket, exclaiming, "See, I did not deceive you. This will fetch a handsome price. I have tested it countless times. The duration it transforms into a woman's head grows shorter. If I do not sell it soon, I may never witness this marvel again, and that would be a grave loss." "Mother!" Anna gasped, recognizing the visage upon the serpent's head, realizing that this serpent was indeed her mother. She could only imagine the torment her mother had endured at the hands of that young man. Anton had employed countless potions to revive her mother. The scene began to rewind, the the young man torturing her mother repeatedly, tracing a path from London to the forests of Albania. "Stop!" Anna cried, her heart breaking as she watched. The vision surged forward once more. In the jungle, a shadow darted past, and the serpent fled in panic. Ultimately ensnared within a snuff box enchanted with a one-way extension spell, seemingly trapped forever. Days later, the young man picked it up, exclaiming, "What is this?" The scene continued to unfold. The serpent roamed through the dark corners of the world, finally arriving in the forests of Albania. The vision pressed forward again, revealing an all-too-familiar scene. It was the garden outside the castle, but unlike the present, this garden bore a grave, and the entire castle, along with the garden, seemed shrouded in an impenetrable fog. Rogier stood with Anna before the grave, his eyes filled with sorrow as he gazed at the smiling photograph on the tombstone. "Nana, I am so sorry I cannot be here with you. I have lost you and cannot bear to lose Anna as well. The blood curse is hereditary, and I must find a way to break it. Wait for me, Nana. Once I have healed our Anna, I shall join you. Soon." He cast a lingering glance at the photograph on the tombstone before teleporting away with Anna. However, shortly after their departure, a serpent emerged from the grave, swiftly shifting between human and serpent forms, trampling the surrounding flowers. At last, she fully transformed into a snake, her slitted eyes cold as those of a beast. The serpent slithered away, her head intermittently morphing back into a human visage. "Father, please return. Mother is not dead. Come back," Anna cried out in desperation. Yet she was aware that her father had undoubtedly not perceived it, nor would he return to this sorrowful place in the ensuing 38 years. Perhaps had he revisited, he might have chosen to bury himself alongside her mother. Anna's precocious mind could grasp such sentiments. She had merely slumbered for an extended period within an icy embrace, while her father had been relentlessly tormented by the anguish of widowhood for 38 long years. The ethereal scene began to dissipate. Anna stared, astonished at the fairy Pedro, whose eyes were tinged with sorrow. Indeed, she was Nagini, transformed entirely into a serpent. "I know," Anna furrowed her brow, "but why must you cease? Proceed onward. My mother was not slain by a serpent. She herself is a serpent." Even in her anger, the young girl maintained an air of decorum, devoid of hysterical outbursts. Her face a canvas of fury. "My father deceived me. My mother did not perish at the hands of a snake. I must know." Pedro shook his head, interrupting her. "Adults sometimes lie to protect you, dear child. I cannot allow you to witness your mother's demise. It would be far too cruel. A memory that could become an indelible scar upon your life." "No," Anna insisted vehemently. "I must know everything. I'm still young. I have time. I shall devise a more powerful time-turner and rescue my mother from the river of time. I will save her sooner or later." Pedro hesitated, his brow furrowed with the weight of centuries of experience, sensing an ominous premonition regarding the forthcoming scene. Observing his wavering resolve, Anna hurried over, tugging at his suit jacket with both small hands. "Please." "Oh, heavens," Pedro thought, overwhelmed by her plea. Just then, Anton's voice pierced through the tension. He appeared visibly distressed, bracing himself against the table to prevent himself from collapsing. "I must remind you, Mr. Pedro, the potion for the wizard's eyes is a considerable burden for me." He gestured towards the glowing patterns in midair. "Your fairy eye incantation is overly intricate. I nearly failed to record it. If you do not continue promptly, I may not be able to endure." Pedro gazed in astonishment at the luminous pattern, a complex tapestry woven of countless lines, colors, and dark green fissures. Moreover, the design possessed a three-dimensional quality, intertwining in such a way that it seemed more elaborate than the magical mechanics of a time-turner. "What is this?" The old wizard chuckled triumphantly from the side. "This is the vision perceived by the wizard's eyes, foolish teacher." He floated closer to the intricate design, clicking his tongue in disappointment. "Alas, in my ghostly state, I can no longer comprehend any knowledge I had not previously acquired. Such a pity." Finally, the fairy Pedro acquiesced, sighing as he regarded Anna, taking another puff from the water pipe. With a breath, the memories began to materialize once more. It was a tranquil night, thick clouds obscuring the moonlight, a faint floral fragrance wafting through the air, while the wind chimed the wind bells. Little Anna rubbed her eyes and groggily rose. "Mother? Where are you, mother?" She searched in vain, growing increasingly anxious. At last, she reached the far corner of the garden, a place strewn with jagged stones, where she discovered her mother curled on the ground. "Mother, what is wrong?" Her mother was evidently in distress, struggling and convulsing on the ground, her eyes vacant, her face a portrait of despair. "Andre, come back quickly. Do not seek Pedro any longer. Return at once." Little Anna rushed forward, but halfway there, she witnessed her mother undergo a violent transformation. Ultimately, she morphed into a colossal serpent stretching an impressive 12 feet in length. The serpent opened its eyelids, revealing cold, vertical yellow pupils, exuding a primal hunger. It flicked its forked tongue and opened its jaws wide, gaping as if it could swallow Anna whole. "Little master, run!" The house elf appeared, positioning itself before Anna. It desperately grasped her hand, attempting to apparate them away, but it was too late. The serpent was incredibly swift, faster than anyone could react. The massive serpent coiled around the elf with terrifying force. The elf managed to hurl Anna away just in time, but was crushed into oblivion, its power utterly devastating. Hiss! The serpent lunged at Anna. Just then, a panicked cry echoed from the garden gate. "Nana, no, that is our daughter." "Yes." Roser had returned just in time. Yet the serpent paid him no heed, its speed so formidable that Roser feared for his daughter's life. "No." A swirling mass of dark mist enveloped them. Boom! The serpent was propelled away, crashing into the stone mill. "Nana!" Roser cried out in anguished despair, swiftly waving his wand to cast a protective charm upon his daughter, frantically diving into the rubble, searching madly. At last, he found her. The serpent had reverted to Nagini, but in his frantic attack, he had been too brutal. Nagini was already dead. He had, with his own hands, slain his wife. The rain poured down in torrents. Roser cradled Nagini's lifeless body, weeping in despair, howling like a solitary wolf. "No, no, no." Anna mournfully observed the scene through the mist, frantically pushing open the wooden door of the laboratory and rushing outside. The vision ceased, and Pedro sighed, turning to Anton. "I told you she should not see this. Have you captured the imagery of the fairy eye incantation?" Anton nodded, straightening up, evidently at ease, devoid of the earlier signs of weakness. With a gentle touch, he completed the previously incomplete pattern in midair. "Keep a close watch on Nagini. Do not let her wander. I will check on Anna." With that, he hastened out. Pedro stared in astonishment at his retreating figure. "I am centuries old. I have endured for so long, and yet I was deceived by a mere child?" The old wizard chuckled with glee beside him. "Oh, my foolish teacher." Chapter 45. The Resilient Youth. Anna had not run far. She fell in the hallway. Yet everything around her trembled. The picture frames, oil lamps, drapes, and statues all were shaking. "Ah!" Anna cried out in pain as everything began to float. A surge of magical energy erupted. Anton pursed his lips, halting his steps. As young wizards matured, their magical powers gradually manifested. During times of intense emotional upheaval, a surge of magic would ensue. This spectacle appeared wondrous, signifying that the magic within the young wizards had begun to spiral out of control. This loss of control would automatically correspond with their emotions, executing spells akin to the old wizards' theory of wizards as deities. If the study of spells to regulate the magical essence within one's body is neglected, whether through deliberate suppression or reckless indulgence, it may lead to a young sorcerer becoming a perilous entity known as a murmur. The murmur possesses formidable power, yet akin to Nagini. It represents an energy devoid of its original self-awareness. Undoubtedly, there exist myriad possibilities, but none yield favorable outcomes. The effects of the wizard's eye elixir persist, and the air around Anton begins to shimmer with glimmers of light, an intricate tapestry of lines and hues intertwining. He diligently sketches the chaotic surge of magic into a visual representation. The concoction of the wizard's eye is notoriously challenging to brew, its cost staggering, rendering each passing second after consumption invaluable. Gradually, Anna ascends into the air, the tumultuous energies stabilizing under Anton's enhanced perception, coalescing into an extraordinarily mystical and beautiful pattern. Levitation spells, flight incantations, control charms. Anton discovers a multitude of spell prototypes, just as the magical upheaval reaches its zenith. Undoubtedly, this magical manifestation is immensely potent, and the resulting imagery surpasses even the complexity of the fairies' eye enchantments. At that moment, everything plummets to the ground, Anna included, who lands heavily. As Anton rushes to assist her, he witnesses her form contorting upon the floor, morphing until she gradually transforms into a colossal serpent. Retaining her viperine lineage, her markings deepen, her dark brown hue nearly blending into the castle's stone walls. Only her striking emerald, slit pupils illuminate the dim corridor. The serpent gazes about in bewilderment, swimming closer, raising her head inquisitively towards Anton. In his eyes, she perceives a mirrored image of herself as a snake. The great serpent swiftly shifts back into Anna, her eyes rolling back as she faints. Anton catches her just in time, glancing helplessly at Pedro and the old wizard. Realizing he must urgently decipher the secrets of the fairies' eye and uncover the means to lift the blood curse from his memories. Our time is running short. Pedro's expression is complex, and he lets out a deep sigh. Time slips away quietly, and before they know it, a month has passed. The flowers in the castle Garden have withered, only to bloom again under Rogier's enchantments, much to Nagini's evident delight. Throughout this month, Rogier has tirelessly searched for Pedro, her heart aching for her weary husband. Rogier beams with joy, cradling their daughter in one arm while embracing his wife with the other, grinning so wide that his gums show, proclaiming, "For you both, it is all worth it. I am close to finding Pedro." Anna, curled up by the castle's grand window, watches this scene with a sorrowful expression. She yearns to rush down and implore this man not to abandon his wife and daughter, for it may be a farewell forever. Yet, she knows she must refrain. The seasoned Pedro has informed her that history cannot be altered. Her recklessness would only hasten her mother's complete transformation into a serpent. In her helplessness, she can only gaze longingly at her mother, even if just for one more glance. This longing is the very reason she remains here. By the stars, Anton cries out in anguish at the table in the laboratory's center, abruptly dashing towards the corner lavatory, the sound of his retching echoing painfully, as if he were expelling his very insides. Soon after, he emerges, having splashed water on his face, smiling broadly at Pedro. "Old fairy, your secrets are truly potent." He resumes his seat, fixated on the fairy before him, as ripples spread across the space, the eyes within blinking, only to shatter eventually. A misstep. Huh. Let us start over, just a moment. Anton twists his neck, causing the ripples to expand once more. Pedro watches him with a sense of admiration, unable to fathom the resilience within this young boy, sustaining such determination. Then, he feels a blinding heat piercing into the depths of his soul, sifting through his memories. Hiss. Half an hour later, Anton gasps, tumbling from his chair. Anna quickly leaps from the window to assist him, but he waves her off and rushes back to the lavatory. "Take a break," she calls with concern as Anton returns. "I know I can't stop you, but you must take care of yourself. Please take it slow." Anton maintains his cheerful demeanor. "I'm fine." He laughs carefree, baring his gums in a wide grin. "I sense something amiss," Pedro remarks, his brow furrowing as he regards Anton. "Young sorcerer, you are nearing your limit. If you continue to torment your mind in this manner, you will break." Anton exhales deeply. "All right, we shall continue tomorrow." He approaches the table, pulling out parchment and a quill, fixating on a magical image hanging on the wall, scribbling and sketching as he resumes his research. Has he always been like this? Pedro marvels at the old wizard. The old wizard shrugs. "When I was alive, there were times he would seize upon moments while I was cleaning or organizing to jot down notes for my writings, reciting them repeatedly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Pedro shakes his head. "Your apprentice surpasses mine." The old wizard's eyes widen, scoffing. "That is because his teacher is better than mine." Pedro snickers, and the old wizard snorts, igniting yet another round of their verbal sparring. As their skills and banter have flourished, their exchanges have evolved beyond mere childish insults. Anton, lost in the realm of magic, has grown accustomed to their bickering, filtering it out automatically. Anna lacks the heart to intervene. Instead, she crouches before a massive iron cage in the corner, where the great serpent slithers, resting its head close to her, its enormous pupils reflecting her petite form. She extends her delicate hand, and the serpent gently licks her palm with its tongue, eliciting a ticklish sensation that makes her want to laugh, yet tears spring forth instead. Pedro approaches, sighing as he gently pats her head. At times, she desires to strike at you, yet at others, she yearns for your closeness. Clearly, there remains a fleeting moment when she can still vaguely recall certain things. Anna's eyes brighten. "Can I go inside to hug her?" Pedro shakes his head firmly. "I cannot predict when she may revert to being just a mere snake. If you are near her, I may not have time to save you. Her speed is astonishing. Often, I can barely react in time." Anna's gaze dims once more, her deep emerald eyes sorrowfully observing the great serpent, which mirrors her gaze. "I believe we have wandered into a misunderstanding." Anton has approached them at some point, a grave expression on his face. "First and foremost, history is immutable, correct?" Pedro nods gravely. "As a collector and explorer of time and memory, I can unequivocally assure you, it is impossible. Otherwise, I would have returned to the pivotal moment of humanity's slaughter of fairies, altering the course of history entirely." Anton nodded, acknowledging the gravity of their predicament. "Thus, during this past time, it appears that we cannot uncover the means to break the blood curse." Anna gazed at him in astonishment. Pedro, deep in thought, inquired, "Do you imply that?" Anton sighed. "If indeed your memory harbors the method to lift the blood curse, then Nagini would no longer be a serpent, and she would not assail Anna. Rogier would not need to encase Anna in ice, and by the time Anna came to know me, she would be nearly 50 years old, not merely a little girl. Consequently, everything intertwined would be irrevocably altered. Such ramifications could even rewrite history. No one can fathom the extent of the interconnections at play. In essence, we cannot alter Nagini's fate within history. We can only retrieve this memory upon our return. Yet by then, Nagini will have irrevocably transformed into a snake." Anna clenched her left hand tightly against her palm, forcing a smile, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. This outcome had been all too predictable. Pedro sighed and gently patted her shoulder. The atmosphere thickened with tension. However, Anton interjected, shaking the parchment depicting magical energy. "I have devised something rather intriguing." Chapter 46, just a smidgen. The arcane diagram he sketched was indecipherable to anyone, appearing as though a child had whimsically scribbled with various colored crayons. Even the old wizard could not comprehend it. Having transformed into a ghost, he could no longer add to his repository of knowledge, and no matter how long he stared at the parchment, he could neither memorize nor understand it. "Ladies and gentlemen," Anton declared, shedding his coat and rolling up his shirt sleeves as he delicately extracted his wand from within his jacket. "Now, we are about to witness a miracle." With a gentle flick of his wand, he moved his arm in countless gestures, murmuring incantations that resembled a dance rather than spellcasting. "Cackle, cackle, the second bionic charm. What shall it be this time?" The old wizard awaited eagerly. Anna observed Anton's profile in silence, marveling at his innate excellence. At that moment, Anton's body unexpectedly arched backward, his waist bending with extraordinary flexibility. His upper body rapidly descended, curving into an arch with his belly facing upward. He continued to contort, his head diving between his legs, forming a perfect O shape. Such remarkable core strength and spinal alignment. Pedro burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Children possess remarkable resilience. Anton, you ought to forsake wizardry and pursue dance instead, perhaps to perform the jig of Merlin's tattered socks." His mouth agape, he could have fit a cat inside. Then, astonishingly, from between Anton's legs emerged a serpent's head, triangular, adorned with scales, and possessing pale blue slit-like pupils. It was a viper. The serpent's head swayed forward, and its elongated body gradually unfurled from Anton's torso. It coiled on the ground, ultimately transforming both feet into a serpentine tail. A 12-foot-long viper, its girth comparable to that of a truck tire, rose majestically, its head arching downwards, fixing its gaze upon Anna, flicking its forked tongue. In human speech, the serpent declared, "Oh, dear little witch, do you know? This sensation of being a serpent is simply delightful." Its appearance was comically absurd, eliciting a laugh from the sorrowful Anna, who chuckled heartily, extending her small hand to caress the serpent's cold cheek. "Really?" she asked. "Indeed," the serpent sighed. "I have never felt so liberated before. Hurry, transform into a serpent as well. I can hardly wait to frolic with you in the castle." "Very well." Anna nodded vigorously, her form beginning to shift. Since her initial surge of magical energy, she had acquired the ability to transform. This was the first time in a month she had become a large serpent. "Ha ha! Come chase me." Anton's speed was remarkable as he slithered across the floor, swiftly escaping the room. Not one to be outdone, Anna pursued him eagerly. Merlin's moldy undergarments. The old wizard's expression was complex. He could hardly believe it. Anton had indeed succeeded. He had truly accomplished the seemingly impossible. He had warned Anton against raising hopes in Lupin and Anna too soon, for if Anton were to falter or abandon his efforts due to overwhelming difficulty, it would plunge these hopeful souls into despair. Yet, incredulously, Anton had once again made significant strides toward his goal. "This is not an animagus," Pedro exclaimed, astonished. "I cannot detect any traces of transfiguration. This is not the blood curse. I know it." This was neither the secret magic he had surreptitiously learned from his memories. "Cackle, cackle," the old wizard chuckled triumphantly. "Foolish teacher, what do you understand? This is Anton's bionic charm, a path he has forged independently, built upon my studies in Fane's potionology." The old wizard beamed with pride. "My word," Pedro marveled, "your apprentice far surpasses mine." The old wizard, however, simply smiled. "Indeed, that is true." Outside, and his joyful laughter echoed. The old wizard shook his head, as if to dismiss the thought, reflecting on how, despite having such a wretched teacher and an equally lamentable mentor, he still maintained a kind heart, which was truly remarkable. This sentiment was not shared by the fairy Pedro, who scoffed. Kindness? You have no idea what he has done within my memories. He has been pilfering our fairy magic. This shameless thief is as despicable as his mentor. The old wizard reveled in Pedro's displeasure. At times, he may indeed be a rascal, but there are moments when he selflessly saves Lupin, rescues you, and even aids Nagini. I find him rather admirable. The old wizard's eyes grew misty. I do not know how long I can maintain my will. I can feel the winds of this world gradually eroding the essence of my ghostly form, bit by bit. It is truly regrettable. I wonder if I will have the chance to witness his moment of brilliance. Turning to Pedro, he remarked, he shall be the most resplendent individual of this era, akin to figures like Dumbledore and Grindelwald. In this age, no matter how extraordinary others may be, they can only fade into obscurity beneath their radiant brilliance. Pedro chuckled. Perhaps he shall, as you say, but he may also meet his demise during some perilous adventure. This little rascal is not one to embrace solitude. The old wizard shrugged, falling silent. Conversing with such an ancient trickster is hardly a worthy expenditure of his precious, ghostly existence. As Anna regained her spirits day by day, an important day was quietly approaching. The day Nagini would transform into a great serpent, losing all consciousness and beginning to attack her own daughter, only to be slain by her beloved husband. Certainly, she ultimately emerged from the grave, yet within the serpentine form that crawled forth, the remnants of this woman's memories, emotions, and what were all but self-evident. Let us return, Anna said, casting a lingering glance at the quaint wooden cottage outside the castle window, where the silhouette of a beautiful woman resided. Her delicate hand reached into the void, as if grasping the lever of some mechanical device. Pedro sighed. The old wizard shook his head, and the great serpent exhaled a hiss. Only Anton remained seated behind a desk piled high with parchment. Lifting his gaze with an air of determination, he addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, I have a proposition. Curiosity flickered in their eyes as they turned to him. Anna, as if deflated of courage, quickly withdrew her hand from the emptiness. Mr. Pedro, you are a collector and traveler of time and memory among the Fae. I glimpsed within your recollections a philosophical quandary. If a man were to return to the past, on the very day his wife conceived, and substitute himself in history, would their child still be the same one destined to appear? Pedro's expression soured. What else did you glean from my memories? Anton shrugged. That is not the crux of the matter. Let us return to this philosophical dilemma. Pedro, muttering a profanity in Fae tongue, noticed Anton's understanding demeanor, which only heightened his irritation. Eventually, he conceded, such questions are devoid of answers. To toy with time is the domain of deities, and the Fae have birthed numerous schools of thought on this subject. One particular faction indeed conducted similar experiments, yet their outcomes remained shrouded in mystery. For history did not alter. Is that so? Anton chuckled. During this time, I concocted a potion unique to the Fae. Nonsense, Pedro exclaimed, genuinely incensed, as he rushed to scrutinize the cauldron on the table, furrowing his brow at the scent. A sealing prison? What purpose does this serve? Anton smiled. If, and I emphasize if, the Nagini before us, unable to reclaim her human form, were to replace the Nagini of 38 years ago, allowing her to be attacked by Rogier while we administer the sealing prison to the earlier Nagini, thus preserving her consciousness and returning her as the future Nagini. Would that not equate to a clever ruse to rescue one still salvageable? This notion, perplexing enough to bewilder any listener, exploded in the ears of the intelligent trio, Pedro, the old wizard, and Anna. Anna's eyes sparkled as she grasped the hem of Anton's suit. Could it truly be done this way? Pedro furrowed his brow, wrestling with the audacity of the hypothesis. If it fails, we would merely return with a Nagini utterly incapable of transformation. The old wizard, puzzled, inquired, why administer the sealing prison to the Nagini we intend to bring back, rather than the one who will endure 38 years of time? Pedro, lost in thought, impatiently explained, because the retroactive correction of time is a complex theory I cannot elucidate in mere days. Suddenly, he gazed at Anton in shock. What precisely have you uncovered in my memories? Anton grinned and made a minuscule gesture with his thumb and forefinger. I did not seek it out intentionally. Just a smidgen. Chapter 47. The Nagini Rescue Plan. The laboratory was tidied, the magical imagery on the walls dismantled, and with a flourish of the wand, the words Nagini Rescue Plan materialized on the wall. The plan was straightforward. The paramount task was to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that neither Anna nor Rogier discovered any trace of our presence. Should we leave an imprint in their memories, unpredictable consequences would ensue. Anton's demeanor turned serious as he regarded the group, and everyone nodded in agreement. First, we know that after Anna awakens from her slumber, it takes her 5 minutes to locate her mother amidst the rubble in the garden. Thus, we have at least 5 minutes to administer the sealing prison to Nagini. It is crucial to emphasize that Nagini possesses considerable strength. Once she senses danger, she can transform into a viper, moving with unprecedented speed, making her formidable to confront. This task falls to Anna. Though you may have changed since you were 6, Nagini will be disoriented, and with no moonlight on that rainy night. She will not perceive you. Even if she does, she will not harm you. Of course, I shall be nearby if she attacks. I will cast the ironclad charm upon you, leading her towards me, where I shall assist you with my flying broom. Anton tapped the table. Nagini cannot fly. We can. We shall maintain close proximity and lead her far from this location. I have tested my ironclad charm. It can withstand Nagini's assaults. Pedro, astonished, asked, "When did you conduct such tests?" Anton shrugged. Having resided here for some time, opportunities arise. I need to ascertain my ironclad charm's defensive capabilities. I test whenever I can. Let's not dwell on trivial matters. He turned to Anna, who nodded earnestly. I can do this. Excellent, Anton replied, shifting his gaze to Pedro. We are engaging in covert maneuvers before the formidable dark wizard Rogier, a being you cannot even contend with. Pedro looked disgruntled. Thanks for the reminder. I hardly recall how I became his ally. Anton continued. Back in Upside Down Alley, the former Pedro covered us with a large cloth, concealing us from all, including Rogier. Pedro nodded. That is our phase alchemical treasure. It is not merely a cloth, at its core. He paused. Why am I elaborating to you? Anton laughed off the remark. Do you know where the current Pedro resides? Ah, that is sufficient. Find him and procure that cloth by any means necessary. When the time comes, Anna shall administer the potion to Nagini, and you will restrain her and cover us. Pedro nodded, understood. Anton then addressed the old wizard. You shall keep watch, concealed within the great tree. If Rogier appears, extend a finger from the tree, and Pedro will remain vigilant of your hiding place. Furthermore, over the next few days, you will teach Anna the levitation charm. Should Nagini cooperate and consume the potion, she will fall into slumber, and Anna can use the levitation charm to bring her to Pedro. The old wizard cackled. Splendid. I shall contribute. Finally, Anton pointed to himself. I shall ensure Anna's safety, protecting both versions of her from the threats posed by Nagini across time. 3 days remain, Anton declared, his hands pressed on the table as he fixed his earnest gaze upon each individual. I demand the highest and most rigorous standards of myself regarding this matter. And I hope you will too. Meeting adjourned. With that, everyone busied themselves. Anton confined himself and Nagini to a room, continually casting biorhythmic spells upon them. Transforming into a chameleon-like wind bird, he remained hidden from Rogier's detection. This maneuver is devised as a contingency plan for potential failures, regardless of who reveals their true intentions. A swift incantation will render them invisible before Rogier. The fleeting passage of 3 days has come to an end. Nightfall descends quietly. The clouds above are thick, obscuring the moonlight and rendering the surroundings indistinct. Anton and his companions emerge from the stone steps beside the fountain at the castle entrance, exchanging glances. Proceed as planned. The old wizard drifts towards the garden gate where Rogier is expected, merging into the trees, extending a translucent hand to signal an okay, before disappearing once more. Behind Pedro, a colossal purple-skinned golem materializes, its 10 hands grasping a sheer fabric and a great serpent. The fabric billows, enveloping him and rendering him invisible to all. He will take position in the corner of the rubble, ready to support and maintain order. Anna appears somewhat anxious, clutching a vial and breathing heavily. Do not be nervous. You are capable. Anton reassures her with a smile, gently patting her shoulder. Elegant and proud, Anna is indeed a person of remarkable resilience. Not many at her age could confine themselves within a factory, facing the same machine day after day. Anna focuses on him, a smile breaking across her face as she softly whispers, Anton, thank you. Anton raises an eyebrow. I graciously accept your gratitude. Anna beams. For in the 2 years since her mother's passing, she has constantly thought of her. Now, having traversed to this moment in time, she finds joy in being able to gaze at her mother from afar. Yet, the prospect of actually touching her, speaking to her, embracing her fills Anna with unparalleled satisfaction. It must succeed. I must bring my mother, who can still be saved, back to 38 years hence. Though she remains a serpent, it symbolizes hope. You have brought hope to many. Anna's deep azure eyes brim with Anton's reflection as she leans in and plants a kiss on his cheek. With determined strides, Anton is momentarily taken aback, touching his cheek and chuckling softly. Truthfully, I merely sought a companion. Fate has a penchant for jesting with him. He had envisioned Lupin as his caretaker, meticulously planning every detail and exerting all his efforts. Instead, he has inadvertently become Lupin's caretaker. He shrugs, offering fate a wry smile. What else can he do? With no alternatives, he chooses to recline, forsaking concerns for safety, mortality, and the future. He will pursue his desires, indifferent to profit, unafraid of life and death. Drawing his wand, he strides toward the rubble. Nagini stifles a cry, covering her mouth to prevent waking her daughter in the cabin. Her body is undergoing tumultuous transformations, forcibly reverting to human form, and she realizes she is losing control. She can no longer effortlessly switch between human and serpent. At times, she only recognizes her transformation upon becoming a snake. The gravest danger lies in her sudden realization that upon becoming a serpent, she loses her human consciousness, devolving into a creature governed solely by primal instincts. She must escape this place quickly, terrified of harming little Anna. No, I must leave this place. She stumbles outward, arriving at a pile of stones, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The violent metamorphosis unfolds within her. She feels herself elongating, transforming into a serpent. As her consciousness is gradually consumed by this serpentine shell, she fights against this sensation, compelling herself to revert. The struggle induces painful convulsions. Lying on the ground, despair fills her eyes. Andre, please return. Do not seek Pedro any longer. Hurry back. At that moment, a figure appears before her. She opens her vertically slit eyes, vaguely perceiving Anna's silhouette. Mother, her voice, choked yet resolute, as the small figure uncorks the vial, bringing it to her lips. Hurry, mother, drink. No, is futile. Back at Hogwarts, Dumbledore exhausted every means, yet I received no salvation and had to depart in disappointment. Anna. Nagini extends a trembling hand to caress her daughter's cheek, her spasming body seemingly bursting with boundless strength, pushing forcefully. Bang! Anna's petite form launches like a cannonball into the distance, only to be gently caught by the wind as she falls to the ground. Anna! Nagini cries out with all her might. Quickly, Anna, run. Run far away. This push, imbued with magical force, sends Anna away, but leaves Nagini unable to sustain herself, her body swiftly transforming. She stretches out, rapidly becoming a great serpent. The serpent's eyes snap open, cold, slitted pupils filled with a ravenous madness. The potion slips from Anna's grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. She stares blankly as the liquid seeps into the earth, panic gripping her as she scrambles to her feet. No, don't. Desperately, she lunges forward, digging in the dirt, attempting to reclaim the spilled potion. Glass shards slice through her fingertips, blood flowing freely, yet she pays no heed, continuing to claw at the ground. Mother? The garden echoes with 6-year-old Anna's call. Mother, where are you? The old wizard emerges in astonishment from the great tree. Pedro lifts the fabric, his face etched with fear. It's over. I knew it. We cannot change things, only worsen them. I should not have. Anton rolls his eyes and retrieves another vial from his satchel. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. He stealthily approaches the great serpent, drawing his wand. The word give up does not exist in my lexicon. Chapter 48, The Stubborn Phelps Potion. To replace the former self with a future version, to eradicate indelible pain and curses. This theme has long been rejected in fairy lore, for it would engender a formidable temporal paradox, one that would take 3 days and nights to elucidate. Yet, subtly after this day, Nagini would rely on the instincts of a serpent to navigate the ensuing 38 years. The fairy's confinement potion similarly binds one's soul, reducing them to mere instinct. This opens a realm of operability. Originally, Nagini was struck down by Rogier, her human will utterly devoured by her serpentine form. Thus, if the confinement potion were administered before her demise, the effects would be identical. Administering this vial is the pivotal point. Of course, whether this will succeed remains uncertain. Anton can only strive to his utmost, leaving the rest to fate. Armor up. Anton casts a shield charm upon himself and charges forth without hesitation. The great serpent senses him in an instant, flicking its tongue, its slit pupils brimming with madness as it lunges forward, moving with such blinding speed that it leaves only a blurred shadow upon the retina. Anton did not flinch. He raised his wand and softly intoned the incantation, Soul Reversal. The spell's luminescence flared to life, instantly penetrating the massive serpent's skull. At that moment, the creature's jaws were but mere centimeters from him. Anton felt as though he had been hollowed out. This profound dark spell was beyond his current capabilities, and a searing pain unfurled from the depths of his very soul. Yet it was worth it. The formidable dark magic swiftly sent the serpent crashing to the ground, rigid and immobile. The dislocated soul curse had inverted the very essence of the being, misaligning its soul from its corporeal form, rendering it akin to Sleeping Beauty. It was as if the serpent had been turned onto its back, unable to right itself no matter how it struggled. This was a carefully selected, life-saving spell from the countless dark incantations found in the ancient wizard's notes, its efficacy remarkable. Levitate, he called out once more, and the serpent's immense body floated gracefully, as light as a feather. Anton deftly poured a vial of containment potion into the air. This potion would imprison the being's intellect, knowledge, and will, leaving only primal instincts. At this moment, the sounds of footsteps and calls for his mother drew nearer in the garden. What are you dawdling for? Anton shot a cold glance at Pedro. Hurry over and carry her away. Release the other Nagini. Pedro gulped, swiftly emerging from the pile of stones, while the golem seized the serpent with a firm grip. Got it. Anton waved his wand again. Soul reversal. This was the counter curse to the dislocated soul curse, capable of undoing its effects. The serpent awakened once more, thrashing in the grip of the golem. However, Anton collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Having cast 2 high-level spells, he was on the brink of exhaustion. Quickly release the future Nagini and move away. Rosier will attack here, and if the blast uncovers us, we'll be in dire straits. Pedro hesitated, clearly aware that Anton was straining, yet he said, but Anton shot him an icy glare. Execute the plan. Release the serpent. Join Anna, cover yourselves, and hide. Understand? The centuries-old fairy seemed somewhat befuddled. When Anna had faltered, he should have rushed to control Nagini. Pedro shook his head, marveling at Anton's indomitable spirit. Anton had no time to engage with him and dashed toward their original hiding place, responsible for protecting 6-year-old Anna. As long as the serpent did not attack Anna before Rosier arrived, he would have to cast the ironclad charm to shield her. Pedro, serving as a contingency plan, was to control the serpent that no one else could capture and remain ready to protect the young Anna at all times. However, this would expose them. It was the last resort. After all, before the formidable wizard Rosier, Pedro could easily reveal himself, while Anton could transform into a magically invisible bird undetected. Next came the task of safeguarding 6-year-old Anna. Plans could fail, but if Anna were to perish, it would indeed be catastrophic. Once hidden, Anton urged Pedro to quickly release the serpent. With a soft thud, he appeared beside Anna, draping a large cloth over them both. Anna anxiously clutched his suit jacket. Anton will be all right, won't he? Pedro sighed. I don't know. Anna grew increasingly frantic. What should we do? Pedro glanced at the serpent in the golem's grasp. Though affected by the time correction, it remained within the bounds of their plan. Anna could only fix her gaze on Anton in the distance, wishing fervently that she could cast such a powerful ironclad charm herself, so he wouldn't have to fight alone. The ancient wizard sighed and vanished into the great tree once more. Gulping down an entire vial of potion, Anton instructed Pedro to leave quickly, for he intended to secretly consume this elixir. The stubborn Phelps fairy potion, a closely guarded secret among fairies, was one of the 2 potion recipes Anton had unearthed from Pedro's memories. The potion possessed a peculiar effect. It could not alter one's circumstances, yet it endowed an individual with boundless willpower, tenaciously sustaining their existence. In essence, it fostered a state of enduring resilience. This potion was known only to a select few among the fairy folk, as it grazed the realm of death. It allowed one to persist in a state of discomfort, yet unwavering resolve. This was Pedro's secret to living for centuries, gritting one's teeth and persevering for hundreds of years, evading death. If Pedro were to discover this, he would surely seek to confront Anton with fury. Of course, the potion's effect was merely to endure. Anton fought against the dizziness clouding his mind. In the wizarding world of Harry Potter, magic does not flow through veins like internal energy or fighting spirit. It is perhaps a manifestation of the mind's power. It is birthed from human intention, memory, and soul, a force devoid of physicality. There were no restorative potions for magic. The simplest remedy was to slumber peacefully, allowing recovery to unfold naturally. If exhaustion were too severe, one would need to sleep for several days. After casting the dislocated soul curse twice beyond his limits, he felt as if he might shatter. This included 1 ironclad charm and 1 levitation charm. He had no magic left to cast any spells. Yet, intriguingly, the extreme determination instilled by the stubborn Phelps potion harmonized perfectly with the old wizard's teaching. A wizard is a deity and will command all. In Anton's eyes, this potion was akin to a second spell system. Mother? Mother, are you there? I can hear you. 6-year-old Anna rubbed her sleepy eyes, clutching a rabbit plushie as she wandered through the garden searching. This plush rabbit was her mother's animagus form, as her mother had told Anna that it was her own transformation, a companion to always be with her. The adult's deception became a misunderstanding that the young Anna believed wholeheartedly. Memories, at times, are unreliable. Suddenly, a colossal viper slithered forward, its vertical pupils fixated on her, flicking its forked tongue and brushing against Anna's cheek. Giggling, the young Anna felt a mix of fear and ticklishness. In the distance, the expressions of those watching were complex. Anton pressed his lips together. The old wizard sighed deeply. Anna, hidden beneath the cloth, covered her mouth but still emitted a choked sound, gazing sorrowfully at Pedro. I feel as though I'm killing my future mother to save my past mother. I don't know if this is right or wrong. I'm killing her. Pedro smiled gently, ruffling her hair. Though this is a paradox, even the fairies debate, trust me, this is the right thing to do. She is who she is. Regardless of the time period, she is her. Regardless of the alterations in her memory, regardless of the experiences she has undergone, and regardless of the fact that she seems no longer to be the person she once was, she is still herself. This is our endeavor, as well as her path to self-redemption. Anna gazed blankly at Pedro. Despite her intelligence, at merely 10 years of age, she struggled to comprehend his words. Pedro smiled. Dear child, you have grasped all the secrets of my time converters. In the future, you shall embark on the same journey as I, becoming a collector and explorer of time and memory. In due course, you will come to understand these matters. The great serpent affectionately nudged its large head against 6-year-old Anna's face before reluctantly turning and swimming away. Inside the fabric, Anna observed this scene with curiosity. Though her mother had also departed, everything felt different. Had history not been altered? Pedro sighed and shook his head. Time will rectify all things. You shall see. Changes are imminent, as everything is drawn back to the original path dictated by fate. A soft thud echoed. The house elf appeared beside 6-year-old Anna, warily watching the serpent that had turned to look at Anna. Master, be cautious. The serpent suddenly let out a piercing hiss, its slitted pupils reflecting a frigid menace. Embodying pure ferocity. Run. The elf's expression shifted dramatically as it seized Anna, preparing to apparate. Nearby, Anton gripped his wand tightly. However, the serpent was alarmingly swift. In an instant, it ensnared the elf's form, its body as thick as a truck tire tightening around its prey. With a sickening crack, the elf burst apart as if crushed under a heavy vehicle. The serpent lunged toward Anna. At that moment, Anton witnessed the old wizard's fingers extend rapidly toward the tree, finally exhaling a sigh of relief as he prepared to transform into a color-changing bird. The bionic spell he had invented was indeed formidable, yet it remained in its nascent stages, requiring a protracted incantation, rendering it slow in execution. A panic cry erupted at the garden's entrance. Nana, no, that is our daughter. Indeed, Rogier had returned just in time. Yet, the serpent paid him no heed, racing forward with such speed that Rogier felt certain his daughter was about to be slain. No. A swirling mass of black mist enveloped the scene. Boom! A torrential downpour descended from the heavens, and amidst the chaos of rubble, Rogier discovered Nagini's lifeless body, his heart heavy with grief. Simultaneously, Anton transformed into a small bird, soaring into the sky. Chapter 49, 16,325 times. The plump little bird flapped its short wings, finally reaching the fabric, pecking a gap to slip inside. Within the fabric, it transformed back into Anton. However, it was evident that he was in a dire state, his complexion pale, sweat pouring down, gasping for breath. Anna rushed over to assist him. At that moment, the old wizard also floated up from the ground. Return immediately. Anton's voice was urgent and decisive. No time for delay. Anna nodded resolutely, her small hand reaching into the void to grasp the lever of the time converter, pulling it with all her might. Blue smoke enveloped them, swirling around several individuals before abruptly retracting. With a crash, the torrential rain thoroughly soaked the patch of dry earth that had been covered by the fabric, erasing all traces. Anton felt as though he was traversing through a vibrant tunnel, spinning wildly like clothes in a washing machine. Finally, with a pop, he was expelled from it. The group tumbled to the ground. Anna looked joyfully at the serpent, which was frantically retreating to a corner. Did we succeed? Pedro, the elf, burst into laughter indeed. We succeeded. I've seen it through my secret arts. This is my first time altering history. After centuries of wandering through the tapestry of time, this is the first occurrence. The sensation is simply marvelous. Anton pursed his lips. I just noticed that she has suddenly developed numerous scars. Evidently, time has auto-corrected her, treating her as if she had endured 38 years. Anna stood up, beaming at Anton. Thank you. The old wizard, equally astonished, gazed at the time converter. A towering 10 meters high time fate is ineffable. Having endured so much, everyone felt exhausted, yet none wished to rest. Anna, wielding Anton's old wand, curiously practiced the levitation charm, fetching fruit, wine, and delicacies from downstairs. Clink! The glasses chimed together. To our success, they gathered around the small round table in the hall, their faces adorned with an inexplicable sense of relaxation. Pedro, brimming with pride, declared, "It was I who first discovered Nagini and brought her to you, thus enabling this plan." Anton rolled his eyes. "Oh please, you contributed little. With your immense power, you still rely on my efforts." The old wizard joined in, indeed. "My foolish teacher has grown old, slow in action and thought, far too dull to react in a timely manner." Pedro, visibly displeased, clearly stung by the truth, chose to ignore the two and turned to Anna. "Do not venture into time alone. It is exceedingly perilous." Anna nodded earnestly, smiling at everyone. All right. They celebrated through the night. Anton was the first to succumb to fatigue, having expended too much energy, nearly collapsing under the influence of alcohol. Pedro mockingly raised his glass before carrying him back to his room. Upon returning, he also assisted in returning Nagini to her quarters, reinforcing the enchantments on her door. The old wizard floated back to his own room. Eventually, the streetlights outside the floor-to-ceiling windows extinguished, leaving only Anna, curled up with her legs hugged to her chest, peacefully slumbering at her mother's door, a serene smile upon her face. Everything seemed to revert to the state it had been before entering the time converter. Yet, subtle changes began to take shape. The following day, Anton once again summoned everyone, their faces still marked by weariness. Lupin listened in awe to the old wizard's embellished tales, his expression one of sheer delight. "I was locked downstairs for an entire night, and you all experienced a month?" Laughter erupted among them, and Lupin joined in merrily. Anton rapped his wand on the table to garner their attention. "Pedro has confirmed that Nagini's soul now exists in a state between human and serpent. She can be saved. Thus, the most crucial task ahead is to recover the memories of the blood curse, to heal both Nagini and Anna from their sanguine affliction. This endeavor would require a stroke of luck, as Pedro's memories were overwhelmingly vast." Pedro, puffing on his cigar, snorted dismissively. "Do not attempt to pilfer my wisdom. It belongs to the fairies." Anton shrugged. "I truly did not intend to, but this is a dilemma we must address together. Your memories are too numerous, and I cannot ascertain when to locate them." At that moment, a bright laugh echoed from the doorway. "I can resolve this." The grand door gently opened, revealing a handsome yet weathered middle-aged man standing at the threshold, a wand in hand and a warm smile gracing his features. It was none other than Rosier, who had been mysteriously absent for quite some time. Overjoyed, Anna leapt from her chair and rushed towards him, embracing him tightly. Rosier chuckled, affectionately ruffling Anna's hair. "My dear, I apologize for making you wait so long." In contrast to Anna's elation, the old wizard and Pedro were taken aback, particularly Pedro, who recalled the terrifying memories of nearly being obliterated by Rosier in the past, leaving him in a state of mixed emotions. Most astonishingly, this friend was now revealed to be his son-in-law. This André Rosier, who even hesitated to address him as father. Antoine, however, keenly discerned the crux of the matter. Casting a puzzled glance at Rosier, "What can you resolve?" Rosier took his daughter's small hand and approached the group. Retrieving a necklace from his pocket, the lucky pendant of the fairy time and memory explorer, which could guide one deep into the recesses of their memories. Pedro stared at the necklace in disbelief, exclaiming, "Good heavens, that's mine." He instinctively touched his neck, realizing it was bare. "When did my necklace come into your possession?" Rosier smiled nonchalantly, placing the pendant on the table. "Ah, that is a lengthy tale. I have awaited this day for 38 years. With a sigh, Rosier turned earnestly to Antoine. "Young sorcerer, I am grateful for your efforts. The Rosier family owes you a debt of gratitude." Antoine furrowed his brow. "Do you know what transpired? Did you overhear what was said at the door? You seem rather unfazed." "Such keen insight." Rosier chuckled. "I have known for decades." "What?" Everyone stared at him in astonishment. Anna fetched a chair for her father to sit, joining him on a high stool, her face beaming with joy. "You all experienced a time travel adventure. I presume you are aware of what occurred during that time. Rosier said, gently caressing Anna's head. After that, I took Anna home and preserved her in stasis while searching for Pedro. He raised an eyebrow. For 3 long years, I pursued him. Pedro, exasperated, retorted, I've been right here. What do you mean pursued? Ignoring him, the rest of the group awaited Rosier's explanation. The old fairy begrudgingly fell silent. Pedro was no ordinary fairy. He was a collector and traveler of time and memory among ancient fairies, a sage well-versed in the intricacies of time. Pedro's eyes widened. How do you know I am a sage? The old wizard, visibly annoyed, lunged at him, causing Pedro to flinch. For heaven's sake, foolish teacher, please be quiet. He gestured dismissively, urging Rosier to continue. Rosier nodded with a smile. Indeed, Pedro has forgotten the memories of the blood curse. I compelled him to lead me to the time of the incantation, but regrettably, Pedro buried his memories deep and set a formidable enchantment, which could only be traversed if he possessed a strong desire to do so. Pedro was taken aback. I buried that memory? Rosier sighed and nodded. Since I cannot alter the events surrounding the casting of the blood curse, nor discern its resolution, I have repeatedly returned to the moment I vanquished Nagini, seeking a way to change everything. Wait, Pedro could no longer remain seated, repeatedly returning? Rosier, still smiling, replied, in the ensuing 30-plus years, I compelled you to traverse time with me a staggering 16,325 times. You've lost your mind, Pedro exclaimed, rising in fury. No wonder my memories are in such disarray. I feel as if I am aging rapidly, and my past self is cursing the future for constantly returning. A colossal purple fairy apparition loomed behind him. I will fight you. Ah, no need for such dramatics. Pedro, Rosier retreated a step throughout this protracted timeline. We have become quite good friends. Pedro, fuming, shot back. Who wants to be your friend? Rosier interjected, and they both simultaneously exclaimed, You wretched, foolish human wizard. Pedro was momentarily taken aback. Rosier shrugged. See, we are now so familiar that it is almost uncanny. The old wizard erupted in laughter. Oh, my poor teacher. Being forced into over 10,000 time travels. What a tragic fate. Truly, how unfortunate. Chapter 50. She said I was charming. I sought traces of Nagini through the corridors of time, employing every means to draw her back to my side. But to no avail, time constantly corrected all my efforts. Rosier lamented, bitterness lacing his words. Thus, I returned to an earlier time, attempting to alter the period when I brought Nagini to seek Pedro. After numerous attempts, I discovered I had succeeded. Rosier beamed, a childlike joy illuminating his weathered face. It was remarkable. I altered countless events, yet they were invariably corrected, except for a single volume of spellbooks that fell into the hands of Fanes, leading to a subtle shift in fate. Everyone turned to gaze at the old wizard, who cast a furtive glance at Antoine. That book contained bizarre ramblings, filled with obscure spells, including an ancient incantation for summoning demons. At that time, I merely tossed the lifeless body of this young apprentice onto the altar for experimentation, purely for amusement. I do not recall. It has been too long. I cannot even ascertain if I have seen it, the old wizard smoothly denied. Rosier, with a knowing smile, clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. Time has changed slightly. I observed traces of its use within my castle. Thus, I continuously returned to that moment, and ultimately, discovered you all. I cannot know whether you would succeed, but I possessed ample patience to wait 38 years to witness a miracle. Naturally, I could not place all my hopes solely on others. I began to revert to earlier times, for if Pedro could devise the blood curse, surely the great figures of that era possessed means to nullify it. Yet, the rules of time remained obstinately unyielding. Rosier sighed, stroking in his head. My child, trust me, time travel ultimately brings only despair. Refrain from pursuing it in the future, for it will only cause you to miss your true life. Anna grasped Rosier's hand tightly. As long as father and mother are by my side, I shall go nowhere. A gentle warmth enveloped Rosier's face as he cherished every moment with Anna. Though his appearance remained that of a middle-aged man, his body had aged considerably. I shall treasure every minute we share. Anna's eyes widened as she clutched him fervently. Regardless of how things unfolded, this was indeed a favorable conclusion. Before the fairy Pedro could reach for the necklace, Antoine swiftly snatched it and donned it around his neck. That belongs to me, Pedro glared. Anton leisurely adjusted his necklace, tucking it into his shirt, and chuckled. You still need me to help you recover your memories with it. He wearily rose to his feet, stretched languidly, and said, I must return to my slumber. You may converse amongst yourselves. Once I have regained my strength, we shall commence. The consequences of excessive spell casting were an unquantifiable fatigue. Barely had he turned over in bed before he succumbed to a deep slumber. Anna tugged at Rogier, guiding him towards Nagini's chamber. Pedro sat vacantly in the hall, muttering to himself about the madness of having traversed time over 10,000 times, pondering the enormity of his predicament. The old wizard cackled. You brought this upon yourself. Had you not concocted the blood curse, none of this would have transpired. Indeed, Pedro sighed. Sometimes I wish I could traverse back in time and give myself a resounding slap. The old wizard laughed even heartily at this sentiment. Lupin tidied himself up, having absorbed so many amusing anecdotes, and decided it was time ahead to work. He possessed a unique ability to blend into the bustling crowd, all the while remaining imperceptibly unnoticed. Yet, as Anton had remarked, he was determined to carve out his own path in life, a life solely his own. Within the narrative of his existence, he was the protagonist. Emerging from the staircase of the small residential building, he meandered to the front, ascending the stairs from the first-floor hall to the second. Everyone greeted him, and he responded with a warm smile. Manager, Andorra Machinery Company intends to default. Mrs. Andorra claims we provided only a single sentence, yet they demand an exorbitant payment. This is unreasonable. A young secretary hurriedly approached, notebook in hand, her expression fraught with urgency. Lupin nodded amiably at another acquaintance who greeted him before addressing the secretary. Inform them that the information service fee is non-negotiable. Should they choose not to pay, we will provide intriguing insights to competing firms. This was a trivial matter, no need for alarm. The secretary nodded in agreement. Their exchange continued until they reached the office door, the secretary's notebook brimming with notes. Is there anything else? Lupin inquired, exuding calmness. Nothing further, manager. The secretary gazed in awe at her notes. You truly are remarkable. So many complex issues resolved with such ease. Not all. Lupin modestly waved his hand. I too struggled in the beginning, but with patience and attentiveness, the solutions reveal themselves. These challenges once kept me awake through the night. Now, if there is nothing else, do proceed with your tasks. The secretary nodded, helping to push the door open. Wishing you a pleasant morning, sir. Lupin smiled in acknowledgement. However, this day was destined to be anything but ordinary. As the commotion outside the office escalated, Miss Elsa burst in. Lupin, have you heard? Lupin looked at her in confusion. The American headquarters is planning to shut down the UK company. Elsa was evidently anxious. What is this rumor? Lupin chuckled. They specialized in information, and employees often had channels to hear tidbits that eluded the general populace, though the veracity of such information was sometimes dubious. It is true. I confirmed it with our colleagues in France. Lupin furrowed his brow, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. This is utterly unfounded. Our UK branch's workload has been steadily increasing, and the funds we remit to headquarters are substantial. As he gained increasing mastery over his responsibilities, the business flourished day by day, leading him to anticipate a glorious future. How could they even suggest a closure? Had the individuals at the American headquarters lost their minds? I shall personally contact Mr. Smith at headquarters. He is somewhat acquainted with me and will convey the truth. Please notify everyone outside. We shall convene shortly. We must calm their anxieties. Very well. Elsa hurried out, only to pause at the door, turning back to smile at Lupin. Is there something else? Her golden waves danced as she stared, her azure-green eyes sparkling with mirth. Your calm demeanor is truly captivating. With a flutter of her long eyelashes and a playful wink, she exited the room. Lupin remained seated in his office chair, grinning like a fool. She called me charming. Huh, she called me charming. What? Lupin appeared somewhat disheartened. Anton, you heard correctly. The American company intends to close us down. What an oddity, Anton remarked as he sliced through his sausage, chewing vigorously. Lupin's expression was peculiar, as if struggling to comprehend his own words. The scions of the family, embroiled in a dispute over inheritance for various nonsensical reasons, had decided to surrender and sell off all company assets, indicating their desire to indulge in a life of hedonism, distancing themselves from the centers of power. That's utterly absurd. Anton clucked his tongue, returning to his meal. Lupin sighed. The other companies are manageable, but finding a buyer for an information firm in London is nearly impossible. Everyone is at a loss, myself included. We're the only information consultancy in London, and we cannot find suitable opportunities. Lupin, Anton set down his cutlery, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Have you considered that you actually possess some funds? Lupin nodded. Acquire this company and take the reins yourself. Lupin was taken aback. Me? Can I really? Have confidence. You absolutely can. Anton wearily rubbed his temples. Your life is in your hands. This is merely a suggestion. I must return to rest. I am curious about the potion Snape provided me that allowed me to perform magic beyond my limits and still feel invigorated the next day. Chapter 51. Do you dare to come? Anton was not alone in harboring such thoughts. When the company reconvened, upon seeing Lupin's bewilderment, 3 out of 20 employees stepped forward, intending to raise funds to acquire shares in the company. This was a pragmatic consideration. Each individual in the company was once an elite in their respective fields, meticulously selected by the American headquarters, not only reflecting their excellence, but also the ambition of those willing to engage in emerging industries. At this juncture, if a decisive figure failed to emerge, it was foreseeable that London would soon host 3 competing information consultancy firms. Everyone understood each other. This would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Yet all awaited Lupin's response. If he chose to enter the fray, this respected individual would quell any burgeoning unrest. Given his demonstrated capabilities, no one believed they could rival Lupin. It would be wiser to join him and secure some initial shares. As information trickled in from the American headquarters, everyone awaited the final announcement. Anxiety, suspicion, factionalism, and commotion spread throughout the company. Elsa was the first to notice Lupin's predicament. "Are you planning to leave?" Elsa fixed her gaze on Lupin. Lupin merely lowered his head in silence. "Lupin, look into my eyes." Lupin exhaled deeply, lifting his gaze. "Do you know, Ilsa? I, too, am uncertain of what I truly desire. My life has been one of ceaseless wandering. I owe a debt to Anton, the exceptionally intelligent nephew I mentioned to you. I must provide him with the finest life possible. Today I have achieved that, and I have accumulated enough to secure his future. Yet, I find myself at a loss. I genuinely do not know what I want. I have never considered my own needs." His eyes reflected a profound bewilderment. The company was gone, as though awakening from a dream. And perhaps it was time for him to depart. "Depart," Ilsa exclaimed, grasping his shoulders with fervor, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "And what of me?" Lupin stared blankly at Ilsa, and truth be told, he was profoundly moved by her, his heart racing with a fervor that was nearly overwhelming. However, he was a werewolf, and this was a path destined to lead nowhere. He could scarcely believe that his child, too, was a werewolf, living a life akin to that of field mouse. Perpetually ostracized, devoid of hope. He was fortunate enough to possess formidable magic, a gift bestowed upon him by Dumbledore. But what of his child? Who would offer him a chance? No, he dare not marry, nor could he envision a family. Lupin struggled to muster a smile, one so strained that it pierced his own heart. "Ilsa, you are a wonderful girl. You will find someone truly deserving." "No," Ilsa retorted fiercely, "you cannot leave. I have realized that I love you, and I cannot allow you to exit my life." Gently, Lupin brushed her hand aside, rising to his feet, retrieving his lion-headed cane and briefcase. After a moment of silence, he rasped, "I'm sorry, Ilsa. I believed we were merely good friends. I harbor no romantic interest in you." With heavy steps, he returned home, scarcely aware of how he arrived there, the world spinning around him. With a thud, he collapsed onto his bed, his eyes vacant as if his soul had departed. A werewolf was unworthy of a future. A series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. The measured cadence of footsteps approached. Ilsa's tearful voice called from outside, "Lupin, no. I know the way you look at me. You love me, and you cannot leave." Yet, the one who opened the door was a little girl, with black hair and deep emerald eyes, who greeted her with poise. "Good day." Ilsa hastily wiped the corners of her eyes. "Hello, I'm looking for Lupin." Suddenly, her eyes widened as she glanced past the girl, spotting a figure in the distance. It was a middle-aged man she had heard of, Andre of the pure-blood family Rosier, a reputed madman obsessed with resurrecting his beloved wife. "What is he doing here?" The girl turned back to her, glancing with curiosity. "Do you know each other?" Ilsa struggled to comprehend. "I mean, how could there be a wizard in your family? Lupin is clearly a muggle." At that moment, the door was forcefully pulled open, and Lupin burst forth. His eyes reddened. "Yes, I'm a fraud. On the night of the full moon, I had my nephew drink a potion to impersonate me. Your initial suspicion was correct. I am indeed a werewolf." "Werewolf?" Ilsa gasped, retreating in panic. Observing her reaction, Lupin silently chuckled, his body trembling with suppressed laughter, before finally donning a serious expression and seizing the door. "Ilsa, I intend to leave. Do not disturb my family again. Farewell." With a slam, the door shut, severing 2 worlds apart. 3 days later, Ilsa returned to knock once more. The door was answered again by the same exquisite girl. "Hello, I'm looking for Lupin." The girl pursed her lips. "He has left." "Left?" "Yes, he departed just last night, taking his belongings with him." The following day, she knocked again. "Hello, has Lupin returned?" Another day passed. "Lupin?" Ilsa's beautiful, expressive eyes gradually lost their luster. Each day, she would arrive punctually to knock on the door, her hopeful gaze seeking the one who would answer. Unfortunately, each time, it was Anna who opened the door. At least she had become acquainted with Anna. On one occasion, she rushed into their home, finally meeting this extraordinary family. A legend within the pure blood circles, the madman André Rossier, intent on resurrecting his wife, exuded elegance. Alongside him was his equally graceful daughter, though her youth did not align with the tragic tales of his obsession. There was also a fairy, a ghost clutching its own head, and a boy, Anton, buried beneath a mountain of parchment manuscripts. One day, Anton stopped her. "It has been a month, Miss Ilsa. You have interrupted us for an entire month. I apologize, but Miss Ilsa," Anton considered his words carefully. "I can be rather meddlesome at times. Yet I typically refrain from imposing on others' decisions. I respect the feelings of those I care about." He guided Ilsa to Lupin's door, tapping the brass plaque. "You see, it reads Lupin's room. This is the home he has fought hard to claim." Ilsa stared at him in disbelief. "But clearly, because of you, he will not return. I have also lost an uncle. We shared a deep bond over the past year." Anna smiled broadly. "I adore Uncle Lupin." The fairy, Pedro, wore a peculiar expression. "Oh, I cannot live without him." Ah. The old wizard observed Pedro with a bemused smile. This foolish teacher bound by an unbreakable vow, yet unable to find a way to heal Lupin, even though Lupin's condition remained stable. The old wizard affirmed, "Lupin is my dear friend. He often suffers from insomnia, and I keep him company through the night. He frequently mentions you." Anton donned his wool coat and scarf, declaring, "Thus, I have resolved to bring him back, my poor, weak uncle, who only knows how to escape." Ilsa's eyes sparkled as she grasped Anton's hand. "Let me accompany you." Anton regarded her with a sly smile. "Tonight is the full moon. So, Miss Ilsa, do you dare join me?" Oh. She had said something similar when they first met, and it was rather amusing. Chapter 52, The Business Elite. It was now the winter season, close to Christmas. With snowflakes drifting through the London sky, Anton shivered atop his flying broomstick, his days filled to the brim with engagements, leaving little time to study unnecessary spells. Perhaps he should cast a warming charm upon himself. Oh, Anton exhaled comfortably, discovering that his entire being had grown pleasantly warm, while the fierce winds swirling around him became gentler. He turned in surprise to see Miss Ilsa retracting her wand back into her wizarding robe. "Thank you," she uttered, the corners of her lips twitching in a semblance of a smile, though her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions that rendered genuine laughter impossible. A werewolf. Why must Remus be a werewolf? Throughout the interminable month, she had languished in regret, loathing the moment she had instinctively recoiled when Remus had revealed his true nature, a step that had severed their connection. After 3 days of inner turmoil, a revelation struck her. She had genuinely fallen for this gentleman and was willing to embrace all aspects of him, even his lycanthropy. Yet, this particularly astute nephew of Remus had chosen this precise moment to escort her to him. It was a test. Daring to proceed was merely the first step. She was oblivious to what awaited her next, her trepidation mounting as she began to fret over how she would conduct herself. Would she once again involuntarily shy away? No, absolutely not. Soaring on a flying broomstick through the falling snow, the sun gradually descended behind the distant peaks. Anton waved his wand once more, and a light appeared before them, rotating slightly to indicate the northwestern direction. This magical navigation clearly had room for improvement. It could not move and did not provide continuous guidance like a car navigation system. They could only advance in fits and starts, relying on the light to determine their next course. However, Anton soon discerned pattern. From their aerial vantage point, a long railway track remained visible throughout their journey. How amusing. Remus had left London by train. They hovered above a certain train platform, and the light once again directed them to a specific location. "Is that peculiar?" Ilsa inquired, her brow furrowing. Remus was a business elite. Was it not commonplace for him to travel by train? She often invited him to dine with her, sensing a hint of embarrassment in his gaze whenever she drove, prompting him to secretly enroll in a driving course. A business elite? Anton chuckled, finding it quite entertaining. He regarded Ilsa earnestly, suggesting that she might soon encounter the true Remus, stripped of the polished veneer of modern society, revealing the ordinary man beneath. Ilsa pressed her lips together, resolute in her acceptance of him, her tone unwaveringly firm. Anton shrugged with a mischievous smile, setting aside Remus's werewolf identity. He was indeed a genuine wizard, one who still existed in the Europe of the last century. Wizards like Ilsa, who actively integrated into modern society, were truly rare. Anton had only encountered one such individual. As they resumed their flight, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, giving way to a full moon that rose. Casting a serene glow, they traversed cities, countryside, and villages, ultimately ascending over desolate mountains. The magical light shifted, spinning before pointing directly downward. Lowering their broomstick, a cave materialized before them, the distant echoes of a werewolf's howl reverberating in the air. Upon landing outside the cave, Anton raised an eyebrow. Removing his hat with a flourish, ladies first, Ilsa, nearly paralyzed with anxiety, rolled her eyes at Anton's playful grin. This young wizard, well-mannered thanks to his uncle's guidance, was indeed clever and possessed the same elegance as Remus. Yet he harbored an unfortunate penchant for mischief, seemingly deriving amusement from the plight of others. Her thoughts drifted to Remus's home, where a pair of squabbling pixies and ghosts resided. No amount of overthinking could mask her growing panic, but she ultimately steeled her resolve, stepping forward with determination into the cave. The werewolf's growl grew louder. The cave, formed by the compression of countless stones, twisted and turned, requiring her to squeeze through narrow gaps until a spacious area emerged. The walls, composed of earth and stone, were cloaked in moss and unidentifiable flora, while a large opening above allowed moonlight to cascade down. Thick chains bound a towering werewolf, securing it tightly. She had to tilt her head back significantly to behold its massive form, its fangs resembling those of a ferocious beast, drool dripping from its enormous jaws as it roared. Remus! Ilsa gasped, covering her mouth, her voice choked with emotion. The werewolf responded with a fierce growl, straining against its chains in a furious struggle, its colossal claws digging into the walls, sending dirt flying. "I will not back down, Remus," Ilsa declared, her footsteps resolute as she approached the creature, lifting her slender neck. "Bite me. Let me become a werewolf too. That way, we could be together forever." Oh, what a delectable morsel lay before the werewolf. It would not hold back. It roared and lowered its head, poised to sink its teeth into her neck. Ilsa's face radiated with hope for happiness as she closed her eyes. Armor protection. A spell ignited around her, and the werewolf seemed to bite into iron, shaking its head in pain. Anton swiftly pulled her back. Ilsa, her face reflecting the relief of narrowly escaping disaster, shot a furious glare at Anton. "Why did you pull me away? I want to become a werewolf too." Anton sighed. "You can't become a werewolf. Your neck is too slender, and his mouth is far too large. The most likely outcome is that he would snap your neck. Even if you did become a werewolf, once Remus regains consciousness, he would surely seek me out for vengeance." Tears finally spilled from Ilsa's eyes, her lips trembling as she radiated profound sorrow. "I don't know what to do. I just don't know." Anton shrugged. "The Wizarding World isn't as splendid as I once imagined. Despite its wondrous magic, I continually find myself entangled in a myriad of unfortunate events. I know someone whose family member transformed into a snake, much like a werewolf, unrecognizable and intent on attacking others." He gazed up at the werewolf in wonder, shaking his head. "Sometimes it truly feels despairing." Ilsa sat on the ground, despondently gazing at Remus. Anton retrieved a vial of potion he had concocted for wizarding eyesight, drinking it down before moving closer. Battling the disorienting nausea induced by the potion, he focused intently on the swirling, distorted magical image of the werewolf. Observing from the outside this time, while he could not discern the deepest nuances, he could perceive the overall transformation more clearly. Wow, the magical image was exquisite, resembling a work of art, far more intricate than a mere serpent. It is no wonder that the professor is so enamored with werewolves. Anton's pupils dilated to an extraordinary size, shimmering with countless specks of light. The habitual recording spell beside him manifested numerous luminous lines, meticulously documenting every change. Yet, the complexity of these transformations was overwhelming, compelling him to focus solely on the werewolf's arm, delving into the minutiae. TSK, TSK, TSK. The professor loves to boast about the final step of a grand experiment, when, in truth, it is merely the beginning. Elsa was oblivious to her nephew's musings. Yet she spread her arms protectively before Anton, glaring at him furiously. "You shall not point fingers at him. His transformation into a werewolf is not his fault. He is merely a pitiful, injured soul." Anton smirked, of course. Chapter 53. The werewolf's arm. Time trickled by slowly. What once felt like a fleeting night now seemed interminable. Gradually, Elsa ceased her weeping, striving to confront the werewolf, attempting to acclimate herself to Lupin's beastly visage. This was no simple task. Anton remained fixated on the werewolf's arm, the recording magic beside him flickering, the lines so convoluted they resembled a tangled mass. "My teacher, the ghost you have encountered at home, is named Alex Fiennes. It took every ounce of effort and resolve I possessed to accept the ghost. He particularly relished floating past me while I gazed into mirrors or staring at me intently. Consequently, I developed a fear of all reflective surfaces, convinced that I would see a headless specter within. What a dreadful experience that was. Elsa could envision that terrifying scene, her heart swelling with sympathy. What happened next? How did you end up living together? Anton glanced at her, a radiant smile illuminating his face. I accepted him. We got along quite well. Elsa clasped her arms tightly, gazing resolutely at Anton. I can do the same. Anton shrugged nonchalantly. I look forward to it. Poor Lupin is so lonely. He was bitten by a werewolf at a young age. Had it not been for the great Dumbledore granting him the opportunity to attend Hogwarts, he might have had no friends at all. Elsa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could you tell me about Lupin? What about his friends? I would get along splendidly with them as his wife. Anton chuckled mischievously. They're dead, tragically so, and one was imprisoned in Azkaban, rumored to die there. Elsa fell silent, casting a sympathetic glance at Lupin. Does that mean he is left all alone? Anton nodded. He wandered for a decade, friendless and ostracized due to his werewolf identity, unable to secure gainful employment, enduring scorn. He surveyed the intricate patterns beside him with a sense of satisfaction, exhaling deeply. Then, he turned to Elsa with gravity. I am uncertain whether bringing you here is right or wrong. Lupin is pitiable and in need of redemption. However, you may not be the one to provide it. In the original narrative, Lupin encounters Tonks, and at that thought, Anton's expression grew peculiar. I, too, do not know whether your presence in his life is a blessing or a curse. Miss Elsa, you have visited my home, where there are werewolves, ghosts, and fairies. So you should understand that I am no ordinary person. I am a dark wizard, proficient in the Cruciatus curse. Elsa stared at him, taken aback, swallowing hard and stepping back. Anton regarded her intently. Your arrival might redeem Lupin, or it may cast him into the abyss. You may choose to accept this werewolf, but will not be easy. I hope you contemplate carefully the burdens of being with a werewolf. This burden is profound. You will live a life of ostracism because of him. Although you may appear well off now, you are both wizards, and you can imagine the prejudice of the wizarding world, unless you intend to sever all ties with it. If you do not wish to implicate your parents, you may need to distance yourself from them. This is no simple matter. Ponder it deeply. Love is sweet, yet reality is not always so. It often brims with bitterness. If you're truly resolved to be with him, then, when you waver, he shall face destruction. And at that moment, I shall unleash a Cruciatus curse upon you. Anton's eyes glinted coldly, his gaze slicing through Elsa like a blade. I am serious. I am not a good person, and I am capable of it. He anticipated that Elsa would recoil in fear, but he was mistaken. Elsa stood tall, her chest puffed out. I will become Lupin's wife, and, as his aunt, I will ensure you understand that the unforgivable curses are not to be wielded. Anton was taken aback. Elsa glared defiantly at him. Having chosen a werewolf, I am fully aware of what I am facing. You need not worry about my family. They're all muggles. Muggles? Anton blinked in curiosity. Indeed, both my parents are high-ranking officials. Elsa beamed with triumph at Anton's astonished expression, as if she had scored a point in their debate. I awakened my magical powers miraculously as a child, and the school had no choice but to allow me to attend. However, to prevent wizards from interfering in muggle politics, my parents signed an agreement with the Ministry of Magic before my enrollment, severing ties with me. Yet, I refused to accept this. Ultimately, the ministry compromised, permitting me to see my parents once a year in the company of a ministry official. No one can influence my family because I marry a werewolf. The ministry would be the first to disagree. Wow, Anton exclaimed in wonder. And you will discover, Elsa declared proudly, gazing at Anton, that once I become your aunt, you will be set on the right path, rather than being led astray into dark wizardry by a ghost. You are still young and have the potential to become an exceptional and virtuous individual. Anton wore a peculiar expression, his face a canvas of astonishment. I had no idea that Lupin finding a wife would impact me. It feels as though I've encountered ghost. He muttered, refocusing on the werewolf's arm. The potion for the wizarding I was particularly costly to concoct, and he could not afford to squander any more time. Time slipped away quietly. The sky above the cave gradually brightened. The werewolf, too, began to transform back into a human. This moment was the most extraordinary. Anton stared intently at Lupin's arm, not daring to overlook a single detail, as hundreds of images from the recording magic floated around him, his mind racing with activity. In a wizard's view, those filament-like lines suddenly collapsed rapidly, forming deep green, thread-like fissures, which then swiftly expanded, twisted, and contorted into the normal magical curve of a wizard. Lupin gazed at Elsa with a complex expression. I heard everything. Elsa looked at him, her excitement palpable. Lupin, he exhaled forcefully. When I transformed into a werewolf, I felt as though I became a ghost drifting beside the instincts of a beast, helplessly watching the werewolf harm others, only to confront the consequences of my actions once I regained control of my body. Thus, I heard it. Elsa grasped his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with compassion, urging him to speak no more. Lupin gazed deeply at her, smiling radiantly, as though this man, who often bore a gloomy demeanor, had suddenly been graced by sunlight. Accompanied by a werewolf, the cost was not trivial. I am willing. Elsa chuckled joyfully, pulling Lupin up, her heart yearning to leap into his arms and share a passionate French kiss to convey her excitement. Alas, a persistent third wheel beside them, fixated on Lupin's arm, rendered her somewhat bashful. Lupin approached, irritably patting Anton's head, admonishing, "You little brat, how dare you call me weak and pitiful? Truly vexing." Wait. Anton retreated a step, still fixated on his arm. He eventually closed his eyes tightly, as if contemplating something profound. A smirk emerged as he opened his eyes, gazing mysteriously at the two. "Would you care to witness a miracle?" Anton raised his right hand high, waving his wand with fervor, muttering incantations. Ultimately, he raised an eyebrow in triumph. Suddenly, countless strands of wolf fur sprouted from his hand. Then his arm began to swell rapidly. Boom! The fabric of his shirt was torn asunder from shoulder to palm. A massive werewolf arm now adorned with thick fur. The arm, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, appeared extraordinarily robust. Anton flexed his fingers, sharp claws extending forcefully, gesturing a peace sign. Wow! Anton marveled at his own hand. Nice. Both Lupin and Elsa gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chapter 54. The Path of Survival. A woman in love is often impulsive. Miss Elsa resolutely knocked on the door of her home once more, carrying her belongings. She moved in. The bashful Lupin felt too embarrassed to allow Elsa to reside in his room under the scrutiny of so many eyes. So he chose the most spacious master bedroom in his suite downstairs for her. In essence, there was now an additional occupant in the household. However, it could also be said that the household felt one less, as Lupin darted downstairs daily, apart from during lunch and dinner, when they dined together. His presence was scarcely felt. This left the old wizard in a prolonged state of disheartenment, as Lupin had ceased to seek his companionship since falling in love. Now, this man's world revolved solely around that woman. Anton could only urge the old wizard to venture into the world more often, rather than languishing in his bathtub all day. Lupin, day by day, became increasingly refined and spirited, requiring no assistance from Anton or Anna. He was excessively busy, engaged in negotiations with the American headquarters regarding equity acquisition, going on dates, visiting cinemas, amusement parks, and much more. Anton had no time to monitor him. Along with Pedro, Rogier, and Anna, were diligently exploring the depths of their memories, unaware that even with the fortuitous charm as support, it remained a troublesome endeavor. "I found it," Anton declared, his face devoid of joy. Wielding his wand, the shimmering shadows of magic recorded his endeavor. As an image of a bronze door floated before them, countless fairy inscriptions and peculiar patterns adorned the door. "But what is this?" Anton inquired. No one responded, not even the fairy Pedro, who was equally baffled. He shot an accusatory glare at Rogier. "It's your fault. I've traversed through time thousands of times. I've lost so many memories." Rogier furrowed his brow at the door, suggesting, "Why not take me back to a previous time to consult your former self?" Pedro gasped. "Again, no need for such complexity, and you cannot continue to traverse time, causing disruptions," Anton lamented, rubbing his temples. Anna quickly offered him an ice pack. "Let us proceed." Anton inhaled deeply, pressing the ice pack against his forehead. Wherever one treads, there will be traces, even if forgotten. The imprints of memory will linger in the depths of the soul. We shall continue to seek memories regarding this door. Rogier shook his head. "Child, you need rest. Continuously overextending yourself is perilous." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "I shall return to my family to procure some potions for you that may alleviate your condition." "Damn it." Pedro widened his eyes at Rogier. "Why didn't you mention this before?" Rogier appeared somewhat exasperated. "I'm nearly 80 years old, mate, and the effects of traversing time thousands of times have impacted not just you." Anna, her face contorted with concern, grasped Rogier's hand. "Do not speak like that. You will live well." Rogier tenderly ruffled Anna's hair. "Of course, I shall strive to live and protect our little princess." Noticing Anna's skepticism, he chuckled. "I'm also consuming Pedro's stubborn potion. Believe me, I will live as long as our little princess." Pedro's eyes widened again. "Impossible." That is my greatest secret. How could I possibly share it with you? Rogier chuckled. I've already stated, we're the best of friends. Damn. Pedro glared at him, then cast a curious glance at Anton. You seem unfazed. You know, don't you? Have you already glimpsed it in my memory? Anton quickly shook his head. I'm not. I have in tea. Don't make wild assumptions. You must have gleaned many things from my memory. Pedro extended his hefty palm, hand over the pendant. I'm done playing with you. Let everything else go to hell. He glared furiously at Rogier and Anton. My kin have been slaughtered by your human wizards. I cannot permit you human wizards to learn our fairy knowledge. Oh, Anton smiled. I have been eagerly awaiting your outburst. His fingers lightly tapped on the table. Pedro, I will compensate you fairies. Pedro scoffed. Compensate? On what grounds? Anton regarded him with a smile. I can transform into a chameleon bird, can morph into a blood curse beast-s viper, and I have even developed a werewolf arm. Pedro pursed his lips. You are indeed a genius, but so what? I will continue my research. Anton's eyes gleamed with determination. Ultimately, I shall invent a spell that transforms vipers into humans and werewolves into humans. For I have greatly benefited from your memory, and I shall also delve into fairy studies in the future. Pedro's eyes narrowed, gleaming with a dangerous light. What are you planning? Transforming people into fairies? Oh, but I have absolutely no interest in that. Anton gestured, but turning fairies into humans would be quite intriguing. Fairies into humans? Pedro's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, Anton nodded. Much like a human animagus, this spell will allow fairies to become animagi, enabling them to exist as humans within the human world, utterly integrating into this realm. Unnecessary. Pedro erupted in fury, kicking over the table, startling Anna, who scurried behind her father. Why should fairies be transformed into humans, and why should they seek to integrate into the realm of humanity? Anton remained seated, calmly observing him, for the age of fairies had long since passed. Now was the era of humankind, and every creature of each epoch must learn to navigate its own path to survival. Pedro, I understand your heart is brimming with resentment, yet that sentiment belongs solely to you. Consider the fairies who languish at the bottom of society, living as slaves. If given a chance at equality and a better existence, will they not seize it? Transforming the fairies into their unique animagus forms to live as humans. That is the solution I propose. Pedro, you foolishly cling to your pride as a fairy for centuries. Yet you have never lifted a finger to aid your kin in achieving a better life, not even in the slightest. You are a sage among fairies, a beacon for them. What have you accomplished? Anton's gaze was rife with derision. No, you do not care for the fairies. You're only concerned with the grandeur of the past, and nothing more. No. Pedro retreated a step in panic. With a resounding thud, his figure vanished. Anton smirked, knowing he would return, seeking my aid. Rogier regarded Anton with a peculiar expression. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I've encountered. Anton looked at him in astonishment. Who? Rogier's expression grew increasingly odd. The path of survival. These words you have shared with ghosts, with werewolves, with fairies, and perhaps in the future, you shall share them with other sentient beings. Grindelwald, Rogier mused, casting a glance at Anna. Fate is indeed strange. Our Rogier family has always trailed in the wake of revolutionaries. TCH, Anton dismissed the notion impossible. I have no desire to toil so laboriously to change the world. How utterly tedious. Toiling away, sacrificing one's own life merely to alter the power structure. I am no saint. Do not look to me for such foolishness. Rogier chuckled softly, choosing not to retort. I shall return to procure potions. With a quiet pop, he too vanished, leaving only Anna and Anton to exchange glances. I shall not become Grindelwald, Anton assured Anna earnestly, adding silently, nor Voldemort. Anna grinned widely. Of course, you never engage in self-defeating endeavors. Anton pondered for a moment and then laughed in agreement, realizing he could never become the third Dark Lord. He was indifferent to the state of the European wizarding world. If he ever entertained the notion of sacrificing himself for a grand ideal, it would not be in this place. He gazed out the window at the distant sunrise, his eyes lost in thought. There is no turning back now. I have a family now, right, Anna? Anna watched his profile, nodding gently. Chapter 55, Christmas. In August 1989, Anton encountered the Weasley family at the intersection of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. At that time, he had recently traversed into this world and had endured 60 days fraught with the peril of death. Subsequently, after experiencing a series of events, he found himself surrounded by a newfound group of companions, and together they traversed oceans to reach France. Due to a promotion, he returned from France to England. Time had slipped away, and it was now the Christmas season at the end of 1990, with the new year of 1991 just around the corner. A year and more had passed, neither long nor short, yet Anton and his companions had never celebrated holidays. But this year was different. Mr. Lupin and Miss Ilsa energetically adorned both floors, transforming the space into a festive wonderland. Anton, tasked with inflating balloons, wore a disgruntled expression. Perhaps I should never have invited you into this home. Ilsa, wielding scissors, trimmed a Christmas tree by the fireplace. It doesn't seem matter how much you complain, Anton. Just blow up the balloons. This is the favorite pastime of every child celebrating Christmas. Blast it. This is something that could be easily accomplished with a spell, Anton lamented. Rubbing his cheeks, at the very least, you could have bought a pump. Why must I use my mouth? Anna helped carry the Christmas tree ornaments, giggling at the scene. It was amusing. Amidst a gathering of adults, Anton, who was gradually taking on the role of a parent, found himself subdued by this weepy woman. No, if you won't let me use my wand, you must buy me a pump. Anton puffed up a balloon with great effort, only for it to explode, startling him. Annoyed, he stood up. If you don't buy it, I shall reveal the ending of the reunion. Merlin S. Beard. Ilsa gasped, you vile little brat. Ever since Miss Ilsa moved in, she had quickly been led astray by Lupin, and the two delighted in snuggling together on the sofa with a mountain of snacks. Engrossed in their television series. Recently, they had been following the reunion, shedding tears over the tales of others' sorrows, utterly moved by their own emotions. Spoiling the plot is shameful. Ilsa relented, ultimately yielding and retrieving a pump from a box. Goodness, Anton exclaimed in disbelief. You actually have a pump? I hope you have a complete childhood, Anton. Miss Ilsa always proclaimed with conviction. It truly astonished Anton to his core. Grumbling, he accepted the pump, gazing despondently at the box full of balloons that nearly filled the house. With a loud pop, the fairy Pedro appeared in the hall, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Anton. Anton, you have always been a man of your word, correct? Anton smiled, seizing the opportunity to toss the pump onto the sofa. Indeed, Mr. Pedro. Pedro nodded vigorously, pulling a mechanical watch from his pocket. This is the treasure of the collector of time and memory. Adjusting the time will allow you to glimpse your past. Perhaps you can rediscover your childhood memories, or at least ascertain your age. Anton raised an eyebrow, accepting the item. Is this a Christmas gift? Christmas? Pedro seemed taken aback. No, we fairies do not celebrate Christmas. With a thud, Mr. Rogier appeared, carrying a plethora of gift boxes. Laughing heartily, no, Pedro, you are celebrating Christmas. He struggled to extract a small box from the pile, shoving it into Pedro's hands. Your Christmas gift for this year. This year, S? Pedro stared at him in shock. Indeed, my old friend. I have given you gifts every year, yet you have never reciprocated. Rogier shrugged, unconcerned, and piled the gifts against the wall. He ruffled Anna's hair affectionately. Everyone has a gift. Pedro stammered. I do indeed have something for you today, but I was to aware it was Christmas. Well, he produced a beautifully crafted porcelain vial with 2 openings from his robe. Let us consider this a Christmas gift. Rogier erupted into laughter, swiftly taking it. Merlin S. Beard. After 35 years, I finally receive your gift. Quickly, tell me. What is it? It's a potion for sealing confinement and its antidote. Perhaps you can allow Nagini to occasionally revert to her human form. Before Pedro could finish his words, Rogier embraced him tightly and exclaimed, my dear old friend, I adore you. Anna, brimming with excitement, grabbed the hem of Pedro's suit jacket, clearly enamored with her Christmas gift. The atmosphere at home gradually became lively, as distant shouts from Lupin echoed from the stairway. What's wrong with your restaurant? Is this Chinese cuisine? I've never tasted anything like this before. Don't think I'm unaware. Chinese food doesn't even include broccoli. The current Lupin was far from the disheartened man he once was. He was more spirited than ever. The joy of a man in love. Anton shook his head, only to notice the old wizard drifting about near the window, a look of turmoil etched upon his face. Master, is it really necessary? Although Lupin may be indifferent to women, you can certainly seek companionship elsewhere, Anton teased mischievously. My poor teacher, who has never truly lived, is dead. The old wizard interrupted. You foolish apprentice, I do have friends. Anton was taken aback. You have friends? Indeed, today is Christmas, and I wish to invite them over, the old wizard said, casting a hopeful glance at Anton. They're all ghosts. I'm uncertain if that is permissible. Anton burst into laughter, raising his hands high and turning to the others, exclaiming, my foolish teacher has finally learned how to make friends. Let's cheer for him. A cacophony of ghostly wails ensued. Master, this is not merely my home. It is yours as well. The old wizard's eyes lit up, splendid. We shall gather in my room so as not to disturb you. No, master. This is your home, Anton insisted earnestly. You should invite them to the hall, not retreat to your room. Elsa, appearing flustered, exclaimed, "I don't know what to prepare for the ghosts." "No need, no need," the old wizard chuckled joyfully. "I've ordered ghostly drinks and food from the ghost bar." Before long, Anna, holding Nagini in one hand and Rogier in the other, radiated happiness. A group of ghosts arrived to visit. More adept at being spectral than the old wizard himself, they not only brought a band, but also insisted that Anton open the door, formally entering to complete the visitation etiquette. A ghost band, Anton mused, unable to comprehend the situation, finding the music excessively loud, yet everyone else seemed to revel in it. Outside, someone set off fireworks, lighting up the sky in a dazzling display. Elsa, embodying a muggle spirit, had brought a plethora of fireworks for Anton and Anna to enjoy. It was Lupin who found the most joy in them. Thus, this year's Christmas was particularly boisterous and entertaining. After the revelry subsided, the old wizard was whisked away by his ghostly friends to a spectral pub for further festivities. Anna's family huddled around the large bed, whispering secrets, with Pedro being forcibly included by Rogier. Lupin wrapped an arm around Elsa, both seated on the sofa, shedding tears alongside the mournful music from the television. Anton sat at his desk, fiddling with the watch Pedro had gifted him. Suddenly, a plume of smoke enveloped him. Amidst the haze, a train sped past an endless field, with Anton, clad in a checkered shirt, pleading with his girlfriend not to be angry. She turned her head away, pouting, yet secretly smiled. Oh, how nostalgic. Chapter 56, Public Execution. "Pedro, let us speak candidly." Anton's small face bore a serious expression. "I have indeed learned some things from your memories." He raised a finger, enumerating his points. "Firstly, the fairy eye secret technique. Although I learned it through the wizard's eye potion, your memories provided me with a deeper understanding of it." Pedro nodded, acknowledging his perspective. "I have learned 2 types of fairy potions, the sealing prison and stubborn Phelps." Anton grimaced. "Goodness, the sensation after consuming stubborn Phelps is utterly dreadful. I have no desire to encounter it again unless absolutely necessary. It feels as if life is reduced to a stubborn persistence, devoid of any other thoughts or joys." Anna's eyes widened, anxiously glancing at Rogier and Pedro. Rogier shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm used to it. It's fine." Pedro smacked his lips. "I don't even remember it." Only then did Anna breathe a sigh of relief. Lastly, Anton continued counting. "I have also mastered your animated figurine technique." Pedro rolled his eyes. "That's merely a magical trick. It shouldn't count." However, Anton disagreed. "Since learning magic, this has been my favorite. It's rather poignant." "Really, I don't actually know much." Noticing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Anton rolled his eyes. "What misunderstanding leads you to believe I'm so impressive?" "I have learned the finesse potion and wizard's eye potion from my teacher, developing my own bionic spell from it. Currently, I can mimic only the color-changing windbird and the viper, and a werewolf's arm. Beyond that, my spells are woefully few. The light and shadow display spell, the navigation pointing spell, those don't even count. The serious ones are the levitation spell, the iron armor spell, the heart-piercing spell, the soul transfer spell, and the misaligned soul spell. Oh, the last 3 aren't even proper." Anton clapped his hands together and spread his arms. "You see? Although I've learned a peculiar array of things, my legitimate spells are truly scant." The old wizard floated nearby. "Feeling equally helpless, I have taught you all I could. It's my teacher's fault for teaching so little." Pedro scoffed. "I can teach you human spells now." "Huh?" Pedro suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes widening in horror as he stared at everyone. "Why do I have a human apprentice?" He took a step back in panic. "I clearly despise humans. I don't remember." He turned to Rogier, seeking an answer, but Rogier looked equally astonished. "Don't look at me. When I brought Nagini to find you, you already had an apprentice." They exchanged bewildered glances. Pedro inquired again. "Rogier, you mentioned that in the past I told you that my memory, aside from my own intense desire to know, was off limits for anyone else, even for other versions of myself, due to magical restrictions?" Rogier nodded solemnly. "The blood magic spell. You have told me more than once that you wish to allow me to see, yet we were unable to access it time and again. But now it's different." Pedro sighed, looking at Anton. "Anton, you are correct. This is no longer the age of fairies. I am a sage of the fairy clan, their guide. I must find a path for them to survive. I need to uncover this history, to understand why I took a human apprentice and why I—" He cast a complex glance at Nagini, who was beside Anna. "Why I would unite with a human woman and have a child. Follow me." Anton led several individuals to the rooftop of the building, where the 1-meter-high parapet was entwined with the vines of the food-repelling plant, a natural ward against intruders that allowed no entry without permission. I had waterproofed the rooftop and arranged for a substantial quantity of soil to be delivered. Anna, her eyes alight with surprise at the sight of the soil, inquired, "Are you planning to plant flowers?" My mother and I both adore gardening. Anton shrugged nonchalantly, "Not quite. If I were to cultivate anything, it would likely be vegetables and scallions. I'm far too busy to indulge in such pursuits. However, feel free to plan if you wish." He approached the circular platform at the center, closed his eyes, and waved his wand. Like a conductor, a multitude of human wizards and fairies emerged from the earth. This scene mirrored the final confrontation between humans and fairies, a memory I recalled vividly. The fairy Pedro exclaimed with excitement, "Is it even possible to use it this way?" Anton chuckled, "I told you I adore these animated figurines." He continued, "Everything I see in your memory will be synchronously displayed through these figurines, revealing whether I've secretly glimpsed anything." Pedro wore a peculiar expression, though it seemed to imply your sincerity. He grimaced slightly, "I still think it's unnecessary. This would only allow more people to view my memories." Rogier disagreed. "Pedro, I believe both Nagini and Anna deserve to know this segment of memory." The old wizard cackled heartily. "Like Anton, I can scarcely recall my childhood memories. All thanks to the plethora of chaotic potions you made us consume. I too am curious about why I became your apprentice." Pedro shrugged. All right. Anton's wand danced in the air. Ripples shimmered before him, as if he were peering through a magnifying glass into the depths of Pedro's memories. The enchanted pendant around his neck, a token of the time and memory collector, began to glow and levitate. Various scenes began to materialize on the ground, ultimately freezing before a grand door. "Open." Pedro's tone was resolute. "Why save me? Let me die. My kin are all gone. Why do I remain?" Pedro was swathed as if he were a mummy. "Pedro, spare us the drama. You're a coward who survived by hiding beneath the bookshelf. Don't pretend to be a martyr." A witch entered, holding a potion, her long hair cascading around her, eyes gleaming with mockery. "Wait," Rogier exclaimed. Astonished at the sight of the witch, "I recognize her." All eyes turned toward him. "It's Nerita Volkanova. She founded the Durmstrang Institute." Rogier's eyes widened in disbelief. "Our Rogier family serves on the board of Durmstrang. We are intimately familiar with the school's history and cannot be mistaken." Well, Anton raised an eyebrow, glancing at Pedro. "Nagini and Anna, the passage of time bridging your 3 generations is truly astonishing." "Impossible," Pedro shouted. "Durmstrang was established in 1253. If she gave birth to Nagini, she could not have lived to give birth decades ago. The lifespan of human wizards rarely exceeds a century." Rogier chuckled, "But you have the stubborn potion, my old friend." The old wizard cackled nearby. "We cannot discount that possibility." Chapter 57, Memories of the Ancient Witch. Anton's gaze, probing the memories, did not linger long on this scene. Guided by the pendant, it swiftly surged forward. The animated figurines under his magical influence lacked such rapid transformation capabilities. They often collapsed after a segment was demonstrated, only to reassemble again. Thus, the centuries-old entanglement between Pedro and Volkanova unfolded before the group. The feeling was one Anton could only describe as a public execution. In essence, it was a narrative of a scholarly heroine safeguarding a timid fairy sidekick. Despite their differing races, both were scholars, sharing numerous common topics of interest. Although, which Volkanova scorned Pedro's cowardice, she admired his academic insights. An ancient fairy and an ancient witch. They had coexisted for centuries, but had merely shared a life without the intimacy of holding hands, resembling friends united by a mutual quest for knowledge. Until one day, "Haha, Pedro, come see what I have discovered." Bam! After a puff of smoke, which Volkanova transformed into a gigantic python. Everyone turned their gaze to Anton. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's different. Her transformation is far more extraordinary." Indeed, it was truly remarkable. Which Volkanova began to elucidate her latest research topic to Pedro, exclaiming, "Humans are an immense treasure. Within our bloodlines lie the shadows of all species. Did you know, Pedro? I believe I have glimpsed the realm of divine creation." Pedro appeared somewhat flustered. "Volkanova, what do you mean by all species?" "Precisely that," which Volkanova's eyes sparkled like galaxies in motion. "All life traces back to a primal origin. Humans and fairies alike can be traced to this singular point. So, I could become a fairy, and you could become human?" "No," Pedro stubbornly retorted. "We fairies are far nobler than humans. We are the original masters of this planet, while you humans are but a lesser form of intelligent beings." This statement deeply wounded Witch Volkanova. The bond of friendship between the two, forged over centuries, shattered. The group exchanged glances, each processing the weight of the moment. "What goes around comes around," Anton mused. Time ebbs and flows, and who can escape the reckoning? The wisdom of our ancestors rings true. Look, now fairies are regarded as a lesser form of intelligent beings. Witch Volcanova was undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful witch. However, she was also a remarkably petty one. In retaliation, she transformed Pedro into a human. Ha ha ha! Pedro, you shall live as a human for all eternity. Oh, and if you wish to avoid being a lesser form of intelligent being, perhaps you could take the easy way out. Simply cease consuming the stubborn potion. This was perhaps the greatest curse and humiliation Pedro had ever endured. In vengeance, he cast a spell that permanently transformed Witch Volcanova into a viper. Thus began another century of their tumultuous relationship. However, it came to a halt. Due to their rift, Witch Volcanova no longer had access to the stubborn potion, and she perished still in the form of a snake. Humans can be curious creatures. We often fail to cherish what we possess until it is lost, at which point the pain becomes unbearable. Driven mad, Pedro undertook an audacious act, one never before attempted. The formidable collector of time and memory, as well as an intrepid explorer, toyed with the very fabric of time itself. He journeyed back to the past, surpassing the capabilities of countless illustrious Fae predecessors, enduring centuries to amalgamate the wisdom of both Fae and humankind. In a fateful twist, he met his own demise, transforming into a semblance of himself, and sought the forgiveness of the witch Volcanova. In that moment, he ought to have been content. Embracing his human identity willingly, he wed the witch and fathered a child. They also adopted numerous youngsters, intending to bequeath their wisdom to them. However, time swiftly corrected its course. Pedro lost the majority of his memories, reverting to his Fae essence. The witch dissipated entirely from this realm. Their child transformed into a serpent, aimlessly wandering the corners of the world until captured by a circus. The bewildering human apprentices that appeared in Pedro's life became the targets of his frenzied wrath. Silence enveloped them all. This was the curse of time. Pedro recoiled in terror, collapsing into the muddy earth. Rogier furrowed his brow tightly, fixating on Pedro. I have but one question, and I care for only one thing. Can Nagini and Anna be healed? It is impossible to heal them. Sorrow etched across Pedro's face. It cannot be done. Even if Volcanova were to resurrect, it would be futile. This is the curse of time. Rogier seemed to lose all faith, kneeling down and clutching Anna tightly. The serpent slithered closer, flicking its tongue against his cheek. Ha! Rogier erupted into a manic laugh. I have become a mere jest in this life, struggling countless times. Yet nothing has changed, nothing has been resolved. Anna, in contrast, displayed remarkable strength, gently patting her father's back. It is all right, father, perhaps this is our fate. Even the old wizard sighed with profound sentiment, pondering the terrifying manipulation of time and destiny. I say, Anton clapped his hands. The matter of healing Nagini and Anna has always been my responsibility. Why has no one bothered to consult me? A few turned their gazes toward him. Pedro emitted a strangled cry, despairingly shouting, what more can be done? There is no hope, do you understand? I understand your plight, Anton retorted dismissively as he moved aside. Anton shoved Pedro aside, focusing on Anna. Today, only one thing Pedro has stated is accurate. Human beings possess a lifespan of merely over 100 years. Anton shrugged. To be precise, most do not even reach that age. Anna nodded, and Rogier too was drawn to his words. Then it is manageable. As long as you do not expect to live for centuries like Pedro, we need not concern ourselves with completely reversing the transformation into a serpent. Rather, we should focus on prolonging the time before the final metamorphosis. The blood curse beast initially allowed for a fluid transformation between human and serpentine forms. However, after reaching a critical juncture, the human consciousness, memories, and will begin to be engulfed by the serpent shell, ultimately resulting in a complete transformation. Anton snapped his fingers. In essence, if we strive to delay this critical point until the end of a normal human lifespan, or even beyond, the issue of the blood curse beast will shift to the matter of what happens to the corpse after death, which will turn into a serpent. Is this an untenable situation? Anton always managed to find a solution when despair gripped everyone. Anna gazed at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Observing his confident demeanor, articulating grand ideas, she thought to herself that she lacked the ability to postpone this critical juncture. But in Pedro's memories, Volcanova had elucidated every principle in great detail. Coincidentally, this was precisely the field he was researching, and his bionic spell was ideally suited for this theory. With a pop, a large jar of potion was opened, and Anton tilted his head back, gulping it down before sealing it again. Thanks to the potion sent by Rogier, I can now effortlessly employ the secret of the phase I technique. Anton beckoned with a finger. Come now, cooperate. And let me excavate every word the witch Vacanova uttered from your memory. Pedro swallowed hard, dreading the prospect of being tormented countless times again. The sensation of having his memories probed was unbearable, akin to a bristle brush scraping repeatedly against his tongue. Gag, 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 the old wizard cackled nearby. Oh, poor teacher. You have spent centuries with the witch Vacanova. Chapter 58, Deceptive Will. Time trickled by slowly. On a pitch-black night, Lupin hastily descended with his luggage, finally establishing himself below. The arrangement downstairs mirrored that of the upper floor, with 6 rooms, except the secondary bedroom had its wall torn down to expand the hall for communal dining. Lupin chose a modest room to set up a luxurious home theater, the pinnacle of 1991 technology. Now a prosperous figure, he was wealthier than ever. By the way, ever since Elsa became enamored with a certain piano prince from a television series, a jealous Lupin purchased an extravagant piano and hired the most expensive private piano instructor. The only issue was that the instructor was exceptionally charismatic and beautiful, now causing Miss Elsa to feel envious. While the downstairs was filled with affection, the upstairs was a tragic affair. Pedro's wails had transitioned from a resounding outcry to a mere rasping breath. He felt as though he were on the brink of death. He finally understood how Rogier had compelled him to traverse time, enduring thousands of journeys over 50 years. Bound by dragon tendons as thick as arms to a chair inscribed with runes, he was rendered incapable of escaping. Furthermore, as the phase I technique required access through the eyes, the windows to the soul, to delve into the depths of memory, Rogier held his eyelids open wide. I am your good friend, Rogier. Release me. If this continues, I shall perish. Rogier merely scoffed. Nagini is your daughter, and Anna is your granddaughter. You ought to have some awareness. Anton was unconcerned with their exchanges. He simply continued to drink the potion, probing memories and jotting down notes. Anna assisted alongside, organizing the materials as countless stacks of parchment filled Anton's study, now overflowing into Lupin's original room. Occasionally, Anton would abruptly pull out a sheet of paper and hastily rush to the room to rummage through it, pondering for the entire afternoon. This became the most comfortable time for Pedro, albeit with Rogier persistently monitoring him closely. I have my own matters to attend to, Rogier. Do not be deceived by Lupin's seemingly natural demeanor. If he casts spells repeatedly, previous issues will resurface. I am bound by an unbreakable vow. If I do not heal him, I shall die. Pedro was compelled to plead humbly. There will be ample time later. Rogier firmly rejected. Do not allow for any mistakes. Indeed, healing Lupin should take precedence. Anton's eyes brightened as he emerged, excitedly patting Pedro on the shoulder. This is wonderful. You reminded me. Ha! With a misaligned soul spell combined with a soul transfer spell, I can manually alter the shape of the soul. What a perfect solution. Anton dashed back to his room, exhilarated, clutching a piece of parchment. Rogier and Pedro exchanged glances, puzzled by his words. What did he say? I do not understand either. Rogier scoffed, his disdain evident. Pedro offered no rebuttal, merely gazing contemplatively at Anton's retreating figure. You have centuries of experience, Rogier, yet you fail to comprehend? You know not the multitude of opportunities he has had to learn more about the arcane arts and potions from my memories. But he chose instead to focus solely on completing the biorobotic spells using Vacanova's theories. He is delving into a form of magic that may serve him no practical purpose whatsoever, yet he pursues it with fervor. Rogier, we owe him a debt of gratitude. Rogier, however, disagreed, asserting he saved Nagini. I already owe him a favor. Yet, Pedro interjected with a dismissive chuckle. If he were to redirect the same energy towards the ironclad charm, he would acquire far superior magical resilience than that of transforming into a werewolf. He is correct in his self-assessment. He scarcely knows any legitimate spells, and those are what he ought to be studying. After a moment of contemplation, Rogier reached a decision. I shall have Durmstrang Institute issue him an acceptance letter. As a board member, Karkaroff will be obliged to honor my request. Europe boasts 3 major magical academies, each with its unique attributes. Undoubtedly, Hogwarts shines the brightest under Dumbledore's leadership. However, among the long-standing pureblood families, Durmstrang remains the premier choice, exclusively admitting students from pureblood lineages. Their teachings are not aimed at entering the Ministry of Magic, but rather at fortifying the future of their families, stronger, more formidable, and decidedly more inclined towards the dark arts. Rogier believed Durmstrang was practically tailored for Anton. Considering the timeline, the prominent magical schools should be dispatching acceptance letters to new students soon. Anna, please inform Lupin to prepare for Pedro's treatment, and let him know I shall conduct a small experiment on him. I assure you it will not be fatal. Anton hurriedly exited. Pedro, prepare for the experiment. I will distort his soul using the misalignment spell. Ensure you extract all the essence of the Cruciatus curse meticulously. There must be no room for error. Anton thrust a piece of parchment into Pedro's arms. We shall do this along the way. If successful, Nagini will be saved. Having said that, he briskly made his way to Lupin's quarters in search of additional materials. Anna followed behind, her expression laden with concern. Father, he has not slept for an entire week. Rogier chuckled. I quite like this lad. Everyone busied themselves. Pedro set up an array of machinery in the hall, tirelessly repairing the devices that had been damaged by Snape. Otherwise, Lupin would have been completely healed by now. Lupin and Ilsa returned from work, and Ilsa appeared somewhat bewildered. Lupin sought to reassure her. Anton would never harm me. The principle was straightforward. Anton finally prepared himself, surveying the assembly. According to the perspective of which Vacanova, all things originate from a primordial point. Thus, our endeavor is to invert a given object, which is influenced by our memories, will, soul, and even the essence of those connected to us. The werewolf and the human, the viper and the human, represent different facets. The emergence of these facets is swayed by the wizard's will. Anton endeavored to articulate this in the simplest terms for everyone to grasp. For instance, the Patronus charm, based on this theory, embodies the urgent desire for protection emanating from our souls, manifesting through magical power. So, Anton raised a finger. Why do we uncontrollably transform into a werewolf or a viper? I possess ample experience with transformations and have meticulously observed the magical images of werewolf transformations alongside my mentor. I have discerned that our souls are subtly influenced by an intangible will. It may manifest as wolfsbane, a curse, or the will of a metamorphomagus. It acts like a switch, capable of flipping us under certain conditions. Of course, we cannot excise our will as one would a superfluous organ during surgery. Nor can we generate sufficient emotion to sway this magically charged will. But we can deceive it. We can provide this will with erroneous commands to shut down and activate. To put it simply, Lupin, you can make the wolfsbane in your body believe it is the night of the full moon, prompting your transformation into a werewolf. Conversely, during the full moon, your wolfsbane will perceive that the night has long passed, preventing your transformation. Lupin's eyes widened. Are you suggesting I can freely control when I become a werewolf? Anton nodded, a smile gracing his lips. For now, we can manage it only within a month, allowing you to choose your time freely. In the future, I shall continue my research, seeking a means to enable your will to forget the very existence of the full moon, thereby preventing your transformation regardless of the presence of wolfsbane. Lupin's breaths grew labored. Thank you, Anton. Ilsa grasped his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with hope. Let us proceed. Pedro, prepare for the operation. Once the incision is made, I will use the light and shadow spell to mark the areas needing influence. You will create an opening there. Pedro gulped, astonished. You truly are a madman. Anton grinned triumphantly. Rogier, get ready. Let us proceed with vigor. We shall perform the same procedure on Nagini shortly. I believe such an operation will delay her transformation into a serpent by at least a decade. A decade is ample time for me to discover a definitive cure for both Nagini and Anna. Chapter 59. The acceptance letter from Hogwarts. The operation did not unfold as successfully as anticipated, yet yielded sufficient data for future procedures. Poor Lupin endured a nightmarish existence in the days that followed, facing daily torment. However, the results were evident. He could now select the day he transformed into a werewolf during the moon's less than full phases. This uplifted everyone's spirits. Pedro continued to endure the trials of the fairy by secret method, the knowledge of which Vacanova was overwhelmingly advanced. Anton could grasp but a fraction of it. As new discoveries emerged, he sometimes needed to revisit his memories for confirmation and inquiry. Pedro endured it all, for hope was now within reach. On that very day, an owl flew through the window, delivering a letter of acceptance from the Magical Academy to Anton. Ha! Rogier was sharing the family's finest cigars with Pedro and Lupin when he spotted the letter in Anton's hand, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Anton, do not thank me. This is your due reward. Durmstrang Institute is dedicated to nurturing heirs from pure blood families. They prioritize the mastery of powerful and profound magic, and they will be more accepting of your dark arts. You will receive the finest education there. I have already asked Headmaster Karkaroff to extend you special consideration. Lupin let out a cold snort, declaring, No, Hogwarts is undoubtedly the finest school of magic. At that moment, Anton turned his head with an enigmatic expression, holding up a letter which he then flipped over. The envelope, crafted from thick parchment, bore an address inscribed in emerald green ink, and upon its reversal, revealed a wax seal emblazoned with a crest, a capital H surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. "Goodness, Hogwarts!" Lupin exclaimed, rushing over to gaze at the wax seal. Letters. Whoosh. 2 more owls swooped in, dropping 2 letters onto the table. Elsa, who was about to fetch some bread for the owl postman, cast a peculiar glance at the scene. Durmstrang Institute. 1 letter was for Anton, and the other for Anna. As the daughter of a board member, Anna had no choice but to attend Durmstrang. However, Anton held 2 letters in his hands. Rogier approached, puffing on a cigar, shaking his head in disapproval. TSK, TSK, TSK. Karkaroff is regressing. Our school's owls never used to be slower than those of Hogwarts. This was not merely an acceptance letter, but a contract. Once you penned a reply to the school, a sort of pact was established, allowing one to perceive the institution as the protective enchantments of magical schools typically rendered them invisible to the ordinary eye. Rogier advised, each school has its strengths. Hogwarts annually produces a plethora of talent for the Ministry of Magic, but they primarily replenish the ranks of aurors, who are always on the brink of peril. Very few ascend to become ministry officials. Durmstrang, on the other hand, places greater emphasis on the long-term potential of magic, aspiring to cultivate wizards who delve deeply into the study of the arcane, most of whom emerge as leaders in their respective fields. Anton, you are an astute individual. You must recognize that Durmstrang is more suited to your aspirations. In truth, Anton felt a twinge of temptation. Having witnessed the darker aspects of the wizarding world, he no longer entertained fantasies of the original narrative. Furthermore, Hogwarts would undoubtedly become the most perilous place in the wizarding realm in the future, without exception. The formidable Voldemort was a being whom even Dumbledore had to risk his life to outmaneuver. Not merely the rural terror that others jested about online, but a truly powerful figure. Only those entrenched in the wizarding world could comprehend the despair that comes with confronting such formidable sorcery. One might scoff at Voldemort's ambitions, yet his strength must never be underestimated. It was wiser to avoid confrontation, allowing the original plot to unfold without seeking one's own demise. He fell into contemplation. Lupin, growing anxious, gazed fervently at Anton. Dumbledore is the greatest wizard in the world. Under his leadership, Hogwarts is undoubtedly the best. And everything you wish to learn can be taught there. Noticing Anton's silence, he turned his worried gaze towards Elsa. "Oh, darling, I wouldn't want to assist you at this moment." Elsa shrugged. "The ministry has sent me to Beauxbatons in France. You know they prefer I wield less influence within the British wizarding community. Although I'm not particularly fond of France, Beauxbatons is, in my heart, the finest school. Dumbledore is great, yet our school boasts Nicholas Flamel, who is hardly inferior to Dumbledore." The expression on Lupin's face was quite remarkable. Anton lifted his gaze to the assembly, ultimately fixing his eyes upon Anna. With an elegant smile, she encouraged, "Go to the school you desire. There is no need for excessive deliberation." Anton looked up at Rogier, inquiring, "Is there a potions professor at Durmstrang who surpasses Snape?" Rogier fell silent, eventually shaking his head. "Then I choose Hogwarts." At this, Lupin was incensed, indignant that Anton would opt for Hogwarts merely because of Snape. Anton reluctantly set aside the acceptance letter from Durmstrang. "I require a deeper understanding of potions to discover a definitive cure for you all. My teacher is correct. I must offer you hope without allowing despair to extinguish it. I will honor my commitment." Saying this, he opened the envelope, withdrawing the letter and raising an eyebrow in intrigue. "How amusing. My name appears to be Anthony Weasley." "Weasley?" Lupin was taken aback, visibly excited. "Which Weasley?" Rogier, with a look of reminiscence, replied, "Red hair, Weasley. Who else could it be?" "Anton, you are also a member of a pure blood family, making you a perfect fit for Durmstrang. I know this sounds selfish, but since you can better research their healing methods at Hogwarts, I wholeheartedly support your decision." He bowed deeply to Anton, expressing profound gratitude. No, Mr. Rogier. There is no need for such formality." Anton quickly assisted him to stand. Rogier smiled brightly. "I'm not a person of great virtue. It is not easy for me to sacrifice for others." Anton surveyed the room. "I have always been an orphan, adrift and alone, having finally found family. I will cherish them deeply." Lupin's expression was somewhat nuanced. "Weasley? I recall Arthur has 2 brothers. One has passed, and the other has severed ties. So what of your father?" "Caw, caw, caw." An old wizard floated in from outside, dead, quite horrifically so. He clearly intended to spare Anton's father any embarrassment, refraining from detailing the circumstances of his demise. "What? You plan to attend Hogwarts?" Anton nodded. Caw, caw, caw. What a coincidence. The bar band has invited me to join them at Hogwarts. I was just coming to bid you farewell. Since the old wizard had little left to teach Anton, and Lupin, his close friend, was now preoccupied with a clingy girlfriend, he often found himself seeking companionship elsewhere, rarely staying home. With romance unfolding downstairs and research taking place upstairs, there was little for him to engage with. Having made his decision, Anton swiftly retrieved a fresh sheet of parchment, penned his reply, and instructed the owl postman to deliver it. He rolled up his sleeve to glance at the watch Pedro had gifted him. Just 2.5 months remained until the start of school. Anton turned to the group, declaring, "We must hasten our preparations." Chapter 60. The Weasley Family. Farewells are always tinged with sadness. With the experimental phase yielding significant success, Lupin's life had become considerably lighter. He even found the time to share a bottle of red wine with Elsa beneath the full moon. Of course, the happiest among them was Anna. When Nagini shed her serpent form and reverted to her human self, the prospect of returning to the joyful life they had enjoyed 2 years prior no longer seemed unattainable. In her elation, she publicly kissed Anton on the cheek. The old wizard had departed early, following the boisterous band to Hogwarts. The fairy Pedro has also departed, burdened by fatigue and yearning for adventure. The relentless barrage of critique from Rogier and Anton has battered his fragile spirit beyond measure. The mere thought of returning to this place after Anton's holiday, to once more engage in research, or rather, be researched, sends shivers down his spine. Yet, he finds no alternative. Nagini is his daughter, and Anna is his granddaughter. His outlook has weathered the storms of time, with the continuation of life transforming into his sole hope. Anna's family is set to leave as well, and she bashfully assures Anton that they will correspond through letters once school commences. Andre Rogier generously bequeaths Anton a staggering 10 bottles of potions and a mound of galleons, serving as funding for his research. Indeed, a mound of galleons, a truly exorbitant sum, has finally filled Anton's modest vault at Gringotts. The Rogier family, steeped in antiquity and wealth, is unmistakably influential. Andre took Anton to their family vault, where he retrieved a stone tablet from shelves brimming with magical artifacts. This tablet, known as the Book of Bloodlines, confirmed Anton's lineage. His hand resting upon it revealed that he was indeed of the Weasley clan. A tree-like diagram traced the names, clearly indicating that his so-called father was Arthur Weasley's brother. His mother, the last descendant of a once noble pure-blood family from Germany, was marked as deceased in the book. With a sigh, Rogier lamented the inevitability of moving forward in life. Anton merely shrugged indifferently. That evening, Miss Ilsa prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate Anton's enrollment. Yet as he observed the gleeful expressions of Miss Ilsa and Professor Lupin, it was difficult not to suspect that the two were relishing their newfound intimacy. Regardless, the school year was upon them. With a pristine suitcase filled with an array of luxury garments purchased by Professor Lupin, the werewolf had completely embraced the Muggle lifestyle, both of them agreeing that Muggle attire surpassed wizarding robes in elegance. Naturally, essential wizarding items such as robes, wands, and books still necessitated a visit to Diagon Alley. Anton refrained from waking the two still entwined in slumber, opting instead to carry his suitcase alone to King's Cross Station. Their residence at number 11, Grimmauld Place, was a mere 20-minute walk from the station, allowing for leisurely pauses along the way, including a breakfast stop. Suddenly, a voice erupted nearby. "Ron?" A tall boy with red hair rushed toward him, followed closely by another, equally red-haired youth. They bore such resemblance that they were nearly indistinguishable, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. "Are you calling me?" A small boy trailed behind the twins, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glanced between Anton and his brothers. Unlike Ron, whose hair appeared tousled and unkempt, the boy before him sported a neatly styled slicked-back look, dressed in expensive-looking casual trousers and a loose shirt, adorned with a watch that exuded a magical aura. One hand grasped a suitcase while the other held a coffee cup. With a gentle smile, Anton greeted, "Hello, Mom. Come quickly." One of the twins shouted, "Arthur has done something terrible. He has a love child." Slap. Arthur swiftly silenced him. "Shut up, Fred." "Oh, I'm George, Dad. You mistaken me. Both of you be quiet." Molly pulled the twins aside and crouched down to face Anton. "Child, what is your name?" Intrigued by this lively family, Anton felt an undeniable warmth towards them, whether from the original text, fan fiction, or film adaptations. "Anthony Weasley, but you can call me Anton." "Weasley." Molly could hardly believe her ears, her eyes widening as she turned to her husband. Arthur's lips twitched as he crouched beside her. "You must be my brother's child. That scoundrel let you come to school alone, without an escort?" No, my father has passed away. I currently live with my uncle and aunt. Passed away. Arthur's face filled with nostalgia and sorrow. That scoundrel is gone? He didn't even reach out to me before he died? Molly gently patted his shoulder, offering comfort. Yet, despite this somber revelation, the reunion of relatives was undeniably joyous. Thanks to Anton's amiable disposition, the family quickly bonded. Ginny peeked out from behind her mother, curiously observing Anton, while the twins seemed to take an immediate liking to their cousin, engaging him in conversation. Only Ron watched with a peculiar expression, momentarily feeling as if Anton was the true son of Arthur, the brother of the twins, while he himself was the odd one out. I can't believe you live at number 11, Grimmauld Place. I had no idea, Arthur exclaimed. If I had known you were alone, I would have brought you home with me. Molly nodded in agreement, affectionately ruffling Anton's hair. You must come stay at our home during the holidays. Anton beamed brightly. I have a home now. My uncle and aunt treat me very well, and the rest of the family is kind to me too. Arthur appeared skeptical. That disheveled brother of mine could hardly have good friends. You should be with your family, Anthony. At that moment, a sapphire blue BMW glided into view, its exquisite detailing shimmering under the sunlight. Oh, Merlin S. Beard. Arthur gawked at the car, utterly captivated. I adore Muggle cars. Look at it. It's a work of art. If only I could touch it. Just then, the BMW came to a halt beside him, and Arthur couldn't suppress his excitement, reaching out to touch it. Molly sharply reprimanded him. Arthur, you cannot behave like that in front of the child. As the car door swung open, a figure hurriedly emerged from the passenger seat, clutching a bag. Goodness, Anton, why are you going to school by yourself? Ilsa scolded. Young wizards need their parents to escort them to school. I brought you chicken nuggets. Chapter 61. Reunited after 12 years. Lupin hurriedly exited the vehicle, his eyes widening at the sight of the sea of red hair. Arthur? Arthur seemed incredulous, staring at Lupin. Is that really you? After a moment's hesitation, Lupin scrutinized him, taking in the impeccably groomed, slicked-back hair, the flawless complexion, his facial scar now healed, a meticulously trimmed goatee, and the elegantly tailored suit paired with a high-quality overcoat. A golden lion-headed cane rested in his hand, and a faint hint of cologne wafted in the air. Certainly, it is not merely the attire that has transformed, but rather the individual himself. He appears so vibrant, full of vigor, and exuding a radiant glow. Were it not for King's Cross Station, he could scarcely believe this was Remus Lupin. In his memory, this man could almost be described as despondent, disheveled, and weathered. Yet now, to utter a phrase he himself finds peculiar, he feels that Lupin now resembles Lucius more than Lucius does. Molly, do you see? It's Lupin, Arthur exclaimed, his face alight with the joy of discovery. Remus laughed heartily, enveloping Arthur in a vigorous embrace. It's wonderful to see you. After they released each other, Arthur gazed up at Lupin with wide eyes, hardly able to believe his sight. 12 years have passed, and I have been so worried about you. Tears glistened in Arthur's eyes as he playfully punched Lupin's shoulder. You just disappeared without a word. As he spoke, he embraced Lupin once more. Lupin's expression was complex. He smiled but offered no explanation. How'd you all been? Molly, holding Ron with one hand and Ginny with the other, chimed in. Look, little Ron has grown up and is set to attend Hogwarts this year. And we have a new member, Ginny, with time still on their side. Remus warmly guided Arthur and Molly to a nearby cafe, as if they had an abundance of stories to share. This gentle, seasoned gentleman, accustomed to managing a company, ensured that the waitstaff brought desserts and beverages for the children. Hey, should I call you cousin? Fred inquired curiously, leaning over the table to observe Anton. Just Anton will suffice, he replied with a smile. May we take a glance at your watch? It seems rather intriguing. George placed a hand on Fred's shoulder. Of course. Anton grinned as he removed the watch and handed it to them. These two future masters of magical artifacts had an impressive array of equipment, a full set of protective gear, invisibility smoke bombs, and an array of seemingly fun yet remarkably powerful items. Even the Ministry of Magic counted them among their clients, clearly indicating their exceptional talents. This is a mechanical product of the fairies. Aside from their unique spells, the mechanics are not overly complex. Anton was eager to share his knowledge. Wow, perhaps we could create a watch that makes our hands appear exceptionally large, almost as if they were swollen from poison, Fred mused with interest. That is an excellent idea, George chimed in. Or perhaps we could make the hands appear unusually small. Anton chuckled at their whimsical thoughts. If we could alter sizes, why not add some special effects? Like making them look covered in wolf fur, or as if they were broken. What a brilliant idea, Fred exclaimed. George pondered. In that case, will we have a valid excuse to skip class? Not a chance. Molly, seemingly omniscient, stormed over from afar, twisting the ear of one twin. No skipping class. Do you hear me? Of course, dear Mrs. Weasley, the twins replied in unison, their tones tinged with mischief. Molly pointed a finger at them. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Once their mother had departed, the twins leaned in closer. That suggestion was quite clever, but we lack sufficient funds, George lamented. And there is not enough space. Fred sighed. Indeed, the space under our dormitory bed is crammed full of tools. It's nearly overflowing. Anton smiled thoughtfully, but said nothing. Ginny, with her hands on the table, peered curiously at the watch. Only Ron stood stubbornly at the cafe entrance, awaiting an invitation to join. Yet only the gentle September breeze greeted him, carrying with it a fallen leaf. The twins were amusing, and in their eyes, Anton, with his broad worldview, was equally entertaining. However, they were markedly different. The twins were exuberantly energetic, unable to tolerate Anton's composed demeanor. Once they entered the station, they bounded onto the train. Calling out to friends, Ron felt slighted. He was their brother, yet they only acknowledged Anton before departing. Little cousin, Anton said, pulling Ron close. From now on, we're brothers at school. Ron stared at him wide-eyed. I hear there are vendors selling snacks on the train. Perhaps we could buy some to try. My uncle mentioned a magical image that moves, Anton suggested with a shrug. Oh, now you pique my interest, Ron exclaimed. I know, there are Birdie Bots, every flavor beans, and that super bubblegum, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and licorice wands. I adore chocolate frogs. They come with cards. And I've nearly collected 500, but I'm missing Agrippa and Bode. How fascinating, Anton remarked, recalling his own childhood, during which he had fervently collected cards from snack packs and Ultraman card from Seaweed. He waved his wand playfully, causing both his and Ron's luggage to levitate and follow them. Little cousin, do tell me more. I'm utterly intrigued. You can call me Ron, he replied. Huh, that's a splendid name. I'm Anton. In mere moments, these two similarly featured cousins transformed from strangers into the best of friends. Laughing as they made their way toward the train, Arthur and Molly exchanged puzzled glances. He truly is an extraordinary child, Arthur murmured. Remus found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't simply say the boy was intelligent, especially considering the intricate experiments he had conducted on him with the Cruciatus curse. What was it called? Ah, yes, the soul scalpel, that was it. Would you care to visit my home? Arthur and Molly, we have not seen each other in 12 years. Molly, holding Ginny's hand, reflected, you must have faced numerous hardships during these years. The early years were difficult, but then I met Anton. Remus smiled, clearly unbothered by past struggles. I have my own company, a car, a house. I've even started dating someone. I can't wait to introduce you. Come to my home. Arthur's eyes sparkled. Shall we ride in your blue car? Remus opened the door with a flourish. I just bought it. Would you like to give it a try? It feels fantastic. Chapter 62. The Marvelous Chocolate Frog. Anton and Ron arrived somewhat late. Every train compartment was filled to capacity, forcing them to navigate the narrow aisles further inside. Goodness, Anton, come quickly. Look who I found. Fred suddenly appeared from nowhere, a mysterious grin plastered on his face. George, I am your brother. Ron retorted, miffed, pouting. Another twin, George, soon joined them. Exactly, George. How could you overlook your brother? Fred shrugged. All right then, little brother, hello. Then he turned to Anton and whispered, we have encountered the fabled boy, Harry Potter. He showed us the lightning scar on his forehead. It was simply astonishing. He's sitting all alone in the last carriage. Come, let's go take a look. Fred busily rubbed his hands together, adding, of course, we can't take you along, as Lee Jordan has managed to procure a rather large bag of spiders, and we must join the fray. George placed a hand on Fred's shoulder, affirming, indeed, that furry little creature is bound to prove useful. With that, the two jovial youths vanished like a gust of wind. Ron stared after them, wide-eyed. Anton chuckled softly. Don't mind them. Let us hurry. The train is about to depart, and we need to find our seats quickly. The train was filled with the sound of laughter. The prohibition against using magic during the holidays had left the young wizards restless, brandishing their wands and casting spells, while the first years looked on, a mix of excitement and trepidation. A witch sat in the corner, beside a small cart laden with snacks, clearly waiting to sell her wares once the train was in motion, but already surrounded by eager patrons. A young wizard opened a box of chocolate frogs, and the chocolate frog leapt out, to the astonishment of all, quickly bounding onto the train's railing. However, it evidently lost its grip, struggling momentarily before leaving a smear of chocolate as it fell. How marvelous! Anton exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. He was familiar with such treats, even knowing about Dumbledore's penchant for chocolate cockroaches, but witnessing them in person revealed their true charm. Anton's favorite spell was one he learned from the fairies, which animated figurines through sheer will. Yet this chocolate frog seemed to possess a life of its own without a wizard sustaining the spell. It required no embedded power source, merely the potency of the enchantment, allowing it to move with the grace of a real frog. There were too many people here. Perhaps we should first secure our seats. Ron forced a nonchalant expression, feeling a flicker of triumph in the presence of his exceedingly talented cousin. No, I must have one immediately, Anton exclaimed, watching as a young wizard devoured a chocolate frog, his eyes lighting up. He handed Ron the chicken nuggets and drink that Lupin had prepared for him, tapping their bags with his wand to make them float behind Ron. Ron, I can hardly contain my excitement. Can you find a seat on your own? I'll leave the luggage in your care along with these snacks. The enticing aroma of the warm chicken nuggets wafted through the air, and Ron swallowed hard. All right, you can find me later. Great, Anton replied, his enthusiasm drawing him into the crowd. Ron was left to navigate deeper into the train alone. Clearly, he had yet to find an empty seat, ultimately arriving at the last carriage, where he inquired and, feeling a surge of excitement, stepped inside. Anton, who had been watching Ron's retreating figure, pursed his lips. He had little interest in Harry Potter, the protagonist of the story, and even felt a tinge of fear. After finally attaining a semblance of stability in his life, he had no desire to follow this young boy into perilous adventures against Voldemort. Reflecting on his experiences in the wizarding world over the past 2 years, he could only surmise that Harry possessed the halo of a protagonist, one that would have seen an ordinary person perish long ago. He was merely here to learn and acquire knowledge, not to gamble with his life. He aimed to steer clear of Harry Potter. The wizarding world was brimming with excitement, and it promised to be captivating enough without Harry's presence. 10 chocolate frogs, please. At last managing to squeeze through, Anton beamed brightly. If he could unravel the techniques behind these, wouldn't his animated figurine spells be able to evolve? He anticipated this with great eagerness. Leaning casually against the railing, he gazed outside as the train slowly departed from London, passing fields dotted with cattle and sheep, expansive pastures, and quaint cottages with pointed roofs. Countless ripples danced by, as though he were peering through a magical magnifying glass, and Anton's pupils dilated, shimmering with starlight. The fairy eye potion. He retrieved a small vial from his belongings and took a sip. This was the potion for enhancing a wizard's vision. With a dual focus, Anton finally perceived the arcane while imbued within the chocolate frogs. It was as if a joyful magical creature had gently tapped the chocolate cauldron, causing an abundance of chocolate frogs to leap forth. This was no human wizard spell, nor was it fairy magic. It felt alien. Yet Anton could boldly conjecture it was a form of innate magic associated with a fantastic beast, likely not even intended for chocolate. He struggled to comprehend the incantations stemming from different magical principles, but habitually made note of the magical sigils he observed. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar stirring, and the chocolate frogs began to leap into his hands, stacking upon one another until they swiftly melded into a colossal chocolate frog. It resembles a toad somewhat. Although he couldn't yet master this spell, Anton pushed against the magical properties, guiding the chocolate frogs into a singular form. Just as he was about to conduct further experiments, hurried footsteps approached. "Excuse me, have you seen Neville's? Oh my, there it is, right in your hands." Anton looked up to see a girl with fluffy hair and prominent front teeth, resembling an adorable beaver. "No, you're mistaken. This is mine," Anton retorted sharply, abruptly stuffing the entire toad into his mouth, leaving only one hind leg flailing outside. He raised an eyebrow at the beaver girl, then bit down forcefully. The toad's hind leg fell away, twisting on the ground. Anton's eyes lit up as he chewed vigorously, the rich chocolate flavor surging through his brain. And he gave a thumbs up. Delicious. The beaver girl's eyes widened in horror as she leaned back. With a sharp scream from Hermione, she fled in a panic as if witnessing something dreadful, and Anton chuckled wickedly. Indeed, regardless of the protagonist's antics, they remained mere children. The original narrative was, after all, just a fairy tale. At the very least, his feelings about entering Hogwarts had become considerably more delightful. The taste of the chocolate frogs was divine. In his previous life, he had consumed chocolate, but never had he encountered such a rich and intense flavor, akin to the glowing dishes from a culinary master. Over the past year, despite enduring hardships, Anton had enjoyed a fair share of delightful treats. Initially, he had followed the old wizard, limited to making noodles and buns from wheat flour. Yet this was wizarding flour, naturally rich with an aromatic wheat scent that was surprisingly palatable. Later, residing at the leaky cauldron, Old Tom concocted various delicious dishes to nourish him. And then, upon reaching France, with a bit of money, he never deprived himself of culinary indulgence. After purchasing their home, they entered into a long-term delivery agreement with a Chinese restaurant. Subsequently, upon Miss Elsa's arrival, They embarked on a culinary journey alternating between French cuisine and Chinese fare. Overall, despite meandering around England and its vicinity, they never had the opportunity to savor the fabled dark cuisine. Not long after, an announcement echoed through the train. "Attention all young wizards, please don your school robes. We shall arrive at Hogwarts in 10 minutes. Kindly leave your luggage on the train, as we shall transport it to the school for you." Chapter 63, The Sorting Hat. The aisles of the train were bustling with young wizards darting about. Anton sidestepped 3 rather irate children and turned into the compartment where Ron was seated. "Goodness, Anton, where on earth have you been?" Ron greeted him, clutching a seemingly comatose mouse. Anton raised an eyebrow at the chaotic state of the compartment, which appeared as if a skirmish had just unfolded. He had perused numerous Harry Potter fanfictions, predominantly of the professor genre, yet he could not recall the events that were about to transpire here. However, he remembered the 3 children he had just left, one of whom, a delicately golden-haired boy, led the way, accompanied by 2 boisterous companions. "I see. Harry has encountered Draco." "Ah." Casually, he pulled Harry Potter up from the floor, beaming brightly. "Greetings, I am Anton Weasley, Ron's cousin. You may call me Anton." "Harry Potter," Harry responded, evidently delighted at the prospect of making a new friend. At that moment, Miss Beavermouse approached with a round-faced child in tow, vigorously pointing at Anton. "That's him, Neville. He devoured your toad, gnawing it to death. I witnessed it." The young girl's words spilled forth rapidly, akin to a barrage from a machine gun. "Raw toad?" Harry exclaimed, hastily withdrawing his hand. Anton twitched the corner of his mouth, chuckling as he turned to Hermione. "It tasted delightful." He flashed a wide smile, his pearly teeth gleaming in the sunlight, reminiscent of a predatory beast, which sent Hermione fleeing with a scream. Neville gazed at him in disbelief. "You truly consumed my toad? Really? You believe that?" Anton shrugged, exasperated. "That was a chocolate frog. She misidentified it. You can go speak to the person who just announced on a loudspeaker. Since they can help us transport our belongings to the school, I'm sure they can handle the toad as well." Neville's eyes brightened. "Thank you." He hurried away. The train's announcement resounded once more, urging the young wizards to change into their uniforms promptly. Anton waved his wand, causing the luggage on the rack to float down, and the disarray on the floor returned to the table. Ever since mastering the levitation charm, he had grown accustomed to avoiding manual labor, succumbing to a delightful laziness. His own suitcase floated before him, opened on its own accord. It was enchanted with a seamless expansion charm, and he had wisely placed his uniform on top. "Hurry and change." He tossed his outer garments inside and swiftly donned the wizarding robe emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. However, he noticed Harry and Ron staring at him with wide eyes. "What is the matter?" Anton inquired, puzzled as he touched his face. "Magic," Harry exclaimed in astonishment. "I just realized I didn't hear you utter any incantation." Ron murmured. "Levitation charm. It's in our first-year textbooks. Quite simple. You might want to glance through it when you have the time," Anton casually explained, not intending to boast of his prowess. Narrowing his eyes towards the compartment door, the train gradually came to a halt. The time had turned to evening. A dark and diminutive platform extended a narrow path. A towering figure, 3 meters tall, awaited with a lantern in hand. Anton's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Hogwarts, we have arrived." The first-year students followed Hagrid to the lakeside, gliding across in small boats, undergoing a series of ceremonious initiation rituals, ultimately arriving at the castle's dining hall on the first floor. They were ushered into a small room adjacent to the dining hall. Awaiting the sorting ceremony, ghosts floated over, among them an elderly wizard who cackled heartily, tossing his head high and catching it, even winking at Anton. The alumni of Hogwarts had discreetly kept the details of the sorting ceremony from the young wizards. "Fred claims it's incredibly daunting," Ron said, his face a mask of trepidation. This remark startled Harry considerably. Whispers of battling a dragon, evading a terrifying field of scarecrows, and gulping down a bubbling cauldron of green potion circulated among the students. Each parent had their own tales to frighten their children, and when combined, even the haughty Draco appeared pale. "Don't listen to their nonsense. It's merely a wizarding hat," Anton reassured Draco kindly. "Once placed upon your head, it will assess your suitability to become a wizard. If it deems you unfit, it might just twist your head off." "Just that?" Draco took a step back, fear etched upon his face. "Fortunately, I just noticed that Ghost lacks a head, yet he seems to be doing just fine," Anton shrugged. Draco swallowed hard, resolving that if it truly was a wizarding hat, he would rather die than wear it. Harry and Ron exchanged bemused glances at the two, though they too felt apprehensive. They found amusement in Draco's quivering demeanor, until, lo and behold, a rather grimy-looking wizard's hat was placed upon a chair. The young wizards who had just heard Anton's words collectively gasped. The hat miraculously opened its mouth and began to sing. You may think me quite unseemly, but do not judge by appearances alone. Should you find a hat more beautiful than I shall willingly consume myself. The young wizard stared blankly at the singing mouth, contemplating whether Anton's words had been mistaken. Not decapitation, but rather being consumed? Who will be the first to step forward to face this guillotine? The tall, green-robed witch with dark hair picked up the parchment and called out. Hannah Abbott. A rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids stumbled out of the line, donned the hat, which promptly obscured her eyes. She sat down, her expression hidden, yet her trembling was palpable. Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed. The table on the right erupted into applause and cheers, while Hannah emitted the loudest scream in the history of Hogwarts sorting. She hurriedly dashed from beneath the hat, gasping as if she had narrowly escaped a disaster. Seeing her exuberance, the upperclassmen at the Hufflepuff table applauded even more vigorously. Following suit, one by one, the anxious young wizards approached the stage for their sorting. Seamus Finnegan, trembling with fear, clutched Harry Potter's sleeve tightly. Professor McGonagall called his name 3 times before he timidly approached. He donned the hat, and then the dreadful event unfolded. The sorting hat murmured on his head for nearly a minute before finally assigning him to Gryffindor. Yet another trickery. Hermione rolled her eyes and strode confidently forward, quickly being placed in Gryffindor. The proud young girl then made her way directly to the Gryffindor long table. Harry, Ron, and Draco all sighed in relief simultaneously. Clearly, this was merely someone's wicked sense of humor. You were bound to end up in Gryffindor, you insufferable bore. Draco spat. Anton smiled faintly and approached the hat. The sorting hat barely hesitated, declaring Slytherin. Draco was left dumbfounded. Harry and Ron also stood in shock. The twins at the Gryffindor table, poised to applaud, exchanged glances. A Slytherin Weasley? Fred chuckled heartily. Now that's amusing. I can't wait to write to Dad. His expression when he hears we VE produced a Slytherin will be priceless. Chapter 64, a melting pot. The welcoming feast at Hogwarts, more accurately termed the banquet, was unremarkable aside from the feasting and the singing of the school song. The tall figure of Dumbledore, whom Lupin idolized, had silver hair and a long beard, adorned in a purple robe patterned with stars. Snape maintained his usual lethargic demeanor, only showing a flicker of emotion when his gaze occasionally swept across a corner of the Gryffindor table. Old Snape seemed oblivious to Anton, his attention evidently captivated by a charming little boy. There was the stern McGonagall, the heavily wrapped Professor Lockhart, the patchwork-hatted Sprout, the short but amiable Flitwick, and the towering Hagrid. After the feast, it was time for bed. Led by the prefects, the first years descended the long spiral staircase until they reached a stone wall. The female prefect, Gemma Farley, and the male prefect, Fane Godstane, announced the Slytherin motto, Pride. Prefect Fane held his head high, allowing the new students to see little more than his nostrils, as this motto was designed for newcomers to remember the essence of Slytherin. Upon reciting the motto, the stone wall parted, revealing a bright common room with a crackling fireplace and walls adorned with torches. The windows of the common room were large, showcasing the rippling surface of the lake outside, where small, unidentified creatures occasionally swam past. Clearly, this dormitory was situated beneath the lake in front of the castle. Anton felt no dampness as he touched the wall, the powerful magic ensuring at least the basic comforts of habitation. The dormitory was spacious, featuring tall 4-poster beds draped in green silk curtains, with matching bed covers embroidered with the image of a great serpent in silver thread. Yes, but why must I share a dormitory with him? As Anton curiously surveyed his surroundings, Draco was furiously confronting the prefect. Prefect Fane gently swatted his hand away, proclaiming, "Newcomers have their fates assigned to them. What you ought to consider is how to adapt to this arrangement with the right attitude to make your experience more bearable." Draco clenched his fists and glared at him. "Don't use your ridiculous title to dictate my fate. My father is a governor." Prefect Fane chuckled heartily, stroking his refined sideburns, as if to say, as if anyone's father isn't a governor. He lowered his gaze to Draco. "Freshman, in your first lesson, respect your seniors, especially the prefects." With a thud, Draco arced through the air in front of Anton, crashing onto the bed. His 2 minions rushed over, with Black nervously reaching to assist him. "Are you all right?" Draco shoved him away, fixating his glare on Prefect Fane. "I'll remember you." Fane laughed heartily. "I am honored." He then approached Anton, mockingly lowering his head to look at him. "Oh, I see. Poor child, stuck living with 3 people who despise you. Your days are about to become quite unpleasant. But listen closely, be a good boy, and don't cause trouble for the prefect, and the prefect won't trouble you. All right?" He elegantly adjusted Anton's collar, So if you're bullied, just hide under the covers and cry. Don't make a fuss. Anton smacked his lips, curious. You just attacked Draco. Can you do that to classmates at school? The prefect shrugged, as if it were a common occurrence. It's not a big deal. This is Slytherin, understand? We compare lineage, power, and excellence, but ultimately, we measure strength. He wore a bemused expression, gently patting Anton's cheek, survival of the fittest kid. Learn to respect the strong. Anton smiled, knowingly understanding. His eyes suddenly transformed into serpentine slits, and his body swiftly morphed into a massive viper. Its thickest part as wide as a truck tire. The terrifying serpent swiftly coiled around the prefect, tightening its grip. An animagus. How is that possible? Freshmen are monsters. The upperclassman, clearly taken aback but experienced in battle, managed to cast a shield charm in a panic. However, it was of little use. The serpent's tail lashed out, forcefully striking the prefect's face and sending his wand flying. The enormous serpent's head reached the dormitory ceiling, lowering itself to glare at him with cold, slitted eyes. Draco's two minions leaped onto the bed, clutching Draco tightly, who retreated to the farthest corner of the bed, all three swallowing hard. The serpent sighed. I had thought a magic school would be an ivory tower. It tightened its grip, and the shield charm began to falter, shimmering under the strain. The serpent leaned its head close to the prefect's ear, its cold scales brushing against his cheek, leaving the once proud prefect, now reduced to trembling fear. Dear prefect, have I now earned your respect? The prefect nodded vigorously, fearfully gazing into the serpent's gaping maw. Really? You're not lying? The serpent's excitement was palpable. Really, truly. The prefect stammered, his voice trembling with terror. With a thud, the prefect fell to the ground as Anton returned to his human form. Clearly delighted as he reached out to help the prefect up, standing on his tiptoes to tidy the prefect's disheveled collar. So, I have indeed earned your respect. The prefect's eyes fixated on Anton's delicate hands as they moved near his neck, a gesture he typically cherished, now only eliciting dread. Yes, yes, he stammered. Wonderful. The young wizard beamed, his pure and innocent smile radiating joy as he waved his tiny fists. Before school, my aunt constantly reminded me to make friends with my classmates, to actively integrate into the group and not be so reclusive. It seems I have succeeded. He turned to Draco and his companions, smiling radiantly, his pearly white teeth appearing somewhat distorted under the shimmering Slytherin lights. Isn't that right? The three nodded in unison. Anton felt a surge of joy and embraced the head of house with fervor. Thank you for your guidance, head of house. Good night. The head of house tugged at the corners of his mouth and simply replied with a good night, before proudly raising his chin and striding out, his mechanical gait giving an impression of stiffness. Well then, my dear roommates, good night. The trio chorused good night. What a splendid day it had been. Anton stretched lazily as he walked towards the bed by the window, catching a glimpse of a gigantic octopus gliding by outside, exclaiming in wonder, I adore Hogwarts. I cherish Slytherin. It's simply magnificent. He had initially worried that the old wizard's upbringing might instill in him a series of undesirable habits that would hinder his life in this ivory tower, where white magic flourished. Yet, that was evidently not the case. He felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, akin to a fish thriving in water. A delightful slumber awaited him. Chapter 65. The eager learner. The following day, Anton awoke early, only to find that his three charming roommates had already vanished. Clutching the books he needed for class, he strolled leisurely to the school dining hall. The staircases of Hogwarts numbered a staggering 142, most of which moved of their own accord, occasionally vanishing altogether. Some doors were mere facades, concealing solid walls behind them. Though initially designed to thwart the Muggle witch hunts, the legacy of such enchantments evidently impacted the inhabitants most. Anton found himself at a loss for words. The first class for Slytherin was History of Magic, taught by a ghost named Professor Binns. It was rather peculiar that the guide into the magical realm was a specter. Upon entering the magical school, the very first instructor was also a ghost. Fate is often mysterious, as if this arrangement subtly conveyed a message to Anton. Professor Binns was evidently a true ghost, unlike the old wizard. This professor lacked much of the vitality, resembling a three-dimensional projection akin to a video tutorial during his lectures. He did not take attendance nor pay heed to the students below, as if the world outside consisted solely of the classroom and himself. His monotonous voice recited from texts that were evidently older than the textbooks in his hands, sounding somewhat like an AI's tedious audiobook program, rendering the entire class painfully suitable for a nap. In fact, even among the many well-bred children in Slytherin, it was difficult to resist the pull of slumber. Only one individual remained alert throughout the class, Anton. He diligently took notes, suddenly realizing that if one could endure the professor's torturously slow cadence, he actually conveyed a wealth of wondrous information. Wizards did not possess the extraordinary resistance to muggles that one might expect, particularly when the muggles wielded weapons ablaze with fire. Wizards, forced to hide in the shadows of the world, could no longer endure the fate of being publicly burned at any moment. Thus, they concocted a remarkable spell. This marked a pivotal turning point in magical history. The Muggle-repelling charm emerged. Upon casting the spell, the powerless muggles would vacate the presence of wizards in a daze. As if nothing had transpired, even the well-trained armies, armed with an array of flaming weapons, could not locate their adversaries, having forgotten who their enemies were. Let us remember this turning point and reiterate the significance of the Muggle-repelling charm. With a flick of the wand, spinning thrice, then swiftly lowering it while enunciating loudly, "Alla de morbide in pa." So simple, yet we conquered. Anton had not anticipated that the history of magic class would also impart knowledge of spells. Unable to resist, he raised his wand and tested the Muggle-repelling charm in the classroom. A flash of light emanated from the spell, though its effects were indiscernible. Yet, he felt a strange assurance that he had successfully cast it. The Muggle-repelling charm. Anton gained a fresh perspective on the old wizard's assertion that wizards are akin to deities. With the mere development of this spell, Muggles ceased to be humanity's rivals. Now, in the wizarding world, all streets, homes, schools, the Ministry of Magic, and other places employed this charm, rendering them akin to a different dimensional realm for Muggles. Anton even contemplated whether casting such a spell on a tank or a missile launch site would result in everyone vacating in a state of bewilderment. It was no wonder that Muggles faced discrimination in the eyes of wizards. It was no surprise that the wizarding world was rife with ambitious individuals yearning to dominate and enslave Muggles, for Muggles were far easier to manage than elves. War always propels technological advancement, a principle equally applicable to wizards. If even the likes of Dumbledore, among the most formidable wizards, were researching ways to counter human technology, devising spells one after another, then everything would transform. In his very first class at Hogwarts, Anton reaped substantial benefits, not merely from learning the Muggle-repelling charm, but from the realization that when confronted with a formidable challenge in the wizarding world, the optimal solution lay in the creation of targeted spells. It was not merely a matter of difficulty. Rather, the approach diverged entirely from conventional thinking. Wizards are indeed akin to deities. Anton pondered over Lupin and Nagini. Could it be that a spell could be developed for them as well, leading to a return in normalcy? It was quite possible. If Nagini's formidable witch mother were present, a blood curse would indeed be a matter of a mere flick of the wand. The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek and explore diligently. Thus, in just a few days, Anton swiftly became an anomaly within Slytherin. Most students hailed from pure blood or mixed blood families, many of whom had begun their pre-education long before young wizards could cast spells. The rudimentary knowledge presented in the first year was insufficient to captivate most students' attention in class. A Ravenclaw spy has infiltrated. One classmate jeered loudly at Anton. Excellent. Anton merely smiled at him, noting that just a few days into the term, while neglecting to focus on acquiring knowledge, some were deftly engaging in factionalism and hat-throwing tactics. This was quintessentially Slytherin. Of course, that evening, he gathered his dear roommates, Draco Malfoy and his entourage, to pay a visit and enlighten this classmate on the true essence of Slytherin. One misconception is that Gryffindor is the most notorious for violating school rules. Clearly, that is not the case. Every house has its share of infractions. Behind closed doors, Slytherin students bonded closely, a camaraderie unseen in other houses. Naturally, everyone discreetly confined such matters within the dormitory and common room. The wall sconces in the Slytherin common room were quite sturdy. This classmate spent an entire night suspended as a consequence. The magical flames in the sconces radiated warmth. The following day, no one would disturb Anton's studies any longer. The atmosphere for learning soared to unprecedented heights, a truly delightful experience. However, not every class was to Anton's liking. The flying lesson, for instance, was one he found exceedingly tedious. In contrast, he preferred to sit in history of magic, listening to Professor Binns casually recount various enigmatic historical anecdotes. The instructor for the flying class was Madame Rolanda Hooch, whose exquisite flying skills were unfortunately overshadowed by her abysmal teaching methods and inept responses to the unforeseen challenges of the lesson. Anton believed she would be better suited to participate in a Quidditch match rather than to teach. In a moment of peril, I swiftly lowered my broomstick, executing a quick slide to evade a Muggle helicopter. You cannot imagine, the foolish propeller of that bizarre machine was a mere foot away from my hair. On the day of the flying class, Draco spent the entire morning boasting. After regaling everyone with his tales, he would cast a smug glance at Anton, as though basking in a sense of superiority, to avoid hurting the prideful roommate's feelings. Anton could only feign admiration with a couple of wow exclamations before burying his head back into a pile of books. Fortunately, this boastful little boy finally had a more impressive audience to impress: Harry Potter. Draco tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, swaggering towards Harry. As usual, a quarrel ensued. Draco snatched Neville's remembrall. Harry rolled up his sleeves. Ron brandished his wand. Hermione widened her eyes, and Professor McGonagall approached from a distance. All around him, chaos erupted like fleeting shadows, but the commotion was theirs. Anton was solely focused on his studies. Chapter 66. Severus's Romantic Side. Due to his dedication to learning, Anton was not isolated by his classmates. Rather, he became the most popular student. The reason was simple: the assignments that were seemingly endless in length. The first-year wizarding curriculum was less demanding compared to higher years, featuring only one major class in the morning, lasting 2 hours, with brief relaxation periods between classes, except for those taught by Professors McGonagall and Snape. However, that was where the leniency ended. The afternoons consisted of 2 major classes, followed by a minor class in the evening, lasting 1 hour. From Monday to Friday, the mornings were packed with lessons, each accompanied by assignments. Anton could not comprehend how the little lions found time to sneak out for nighttime escapades. Eventually, he understood. Following a spat with Hermione, Ron was compelled to seek Anton's help, borrowing his assignments to copy alongside his companions, including Harry, Neville, and Seamus. This was the norm at the school. Aside from the diligent Ravenclaw students, Anton's assignments were disseminated through Ron and Draco, nearly reaching half the year group. One could only imagine the tragic grasp of theoretical knowledge these young wizards would possess. Fortunately, it had little impact, as the older twins informed Anton that the end-of-term exams for lower years would only test spellcasting. Anton relished every class. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration was intriguing. Professor Flitwick's charms class was enchanting. Professor Sprout's herbology was fascinating. Even the flying lessons, much to his surprise, became a source of affection. He would often visit the library to borrow his favorite books, eagerly awaiting the moment Madame Hooch faced a dilemma, allowing him to immerse himself in a good read. This was a long-standing routine. The flying lessons were fraught with issues from the very first session. After only a few words from Madame Hooch, Neville was whisked into the air by his broomstick and sustained an injury. Madame Hooch's solution was to personally escort Neville for treatment, leaving the restless little ones to remain with their broomsticks. And, predictably, Draco and Harry took to the skies. And so it continued until one fateful day. The head of Slytherin House, Professor Snape, summoned Anton to his office. Anthony Weasley. Snape elongated the syllables. "You may call me Anton, idle," Anton replied with a grin. Snape twitched the corner of his mouth. "Cease this foolish appellation. Refer to me as Professor Snape." "Very well," Anton obediently responded, gazing at Snape. Logically, Snape's mind should have been consumed by thoughts of Harry Potter, making it improbable for him to focus on Anton. At that moment, Snape appeared noticeably agitated, devoid of his usual calm demeanor, pacing back and forth beside his desk. Ultimately, he halted, turning to face Anton, his greasy hair swaying slightly. "Harry Potter, chosen by McGonagall as the seeker for the Quidditch team. This is clearly against the rules, as we never allow first-year students to engage in such activities." Anton nodded. "I have heard that Professor McGonagall personally approached Professor Dumbledore to obtain permission and even funded Harry's purchase of a Nimbus 2000. What a remarkable broom." As Anton spoke, Snape's expression darkened further. It was evident that Harry Potter possessed extraordinary talent. Snape growled, "Be silent." Anton, with an exasperated expression, raised his hands in surrender. The two exchanged glances, and Snape's features shifted, as if recalling something deeply unsettling. Finally, he gritted his teeth and enunciated each word with precision. "We Slytherins cannot lose at Quidditch. This is our house's honor." "Is it truly so, Idle?" Anton chuckled, withholding his response. "I have witnessed your flying skills." Snape coldly scrutinized Anton. "Performing spells while riding a broom demonstrates that you possess considerable talent." Anton, bewildered, thought to himself, "Yes. That time I cast a shield charm for Lupin and attacked Snape. But that was nearly a year ago. Does he harbor a grudge?" "You shall participate in Quidditch as a seeker," Snape declared decisively. Anton could scarcely believe his ears, regarding Snape as if he were a peculiar flower. "Surely you jest?" Snape's glacier-like gaze bore into Anton. "Do you have an objection?" "I refuse." Anton's answer was unequivocal. "I detest Quidditch. It is the most nonsensical sport I have ever encountered. Just because one rides a motorcycle does not imply a desire to race." Competing on a stick that offers no protection and reaches speeds akin to an aircraft? This is not a competition. It is a death wish. I am here to study, not to gamble my life on a game. Snape appeared utterly flabbergasted. Anton could not comprehend it. Snape, clearly enraged, pointed his finger towards the door, shouting out. Realizing their headmaster was furious, Anton could only helplessly remark, given your expression. You must feel the same way, right? Huh. Snape let out an enigmatic, peculiar laugh before pushing the door open and walking out. There was an unmistakable air of defiance. As if to say, if you do not leave, I shall. Ah, the irascible headmaster. Severus Snape could only express his frustration, but what else could he do? Deduct point from his house. If that were indeed the case, it would be rather amusing. Just then, a series of squeaks emanated from a shelf in the corner of Snape's office. Anton raised an inquisitive brow and approached. There, he discovered a small creature, all fluffy and pink, with large eyes and a delicate, bird-like beak. It bore a resemblance to either a chameleon bird or an angry little bird. How intriguing. Could it be a reflection of Snape's hidden whimsy? This plump, pink-feathered creature seemed to be struggling with something lodged in its throat, emitting a pitiful, croaky sound reminiscent of a raven, punctuated by occasional sneezes. Knock, knock, knock. A heavy rap on the door interrupted the moment. Professor Snape, are you in there? A towering figure entered through the ajar door. I heard you acquired a dragon hybrid. How fascinating. May I have a look? Wait, haven't I seen you somewhere before? Anton beamed at him. It was Hagrid. I'm Anthony Weasley, but you may call me Anton. Weasley? Hagrid's expression turned quizzical. Recently, the Weasley twins had returned to school, adding a bit more liveliness to the Forbidden Forest. He suddenly slapped his forehead. I remember now. At the Leaky Cauldron, you sold Professor Snape a rather peculiar brain. Anton nodded. Indeed, it had been quite some time. Hagrid rubbed his hands together in excitement. You mentioned you would write to me about some furry little creatures. But I never received your L. Anton sighed. Yes, much has transpired since then. I ended up living with Lupin. Lupin? Hagrid's eyes sparkled. How is he doing? He's residing at number 11, Grimmauld Place. You should visit him when you have the chance. Anton, as if struck by inspiration, rummaged through his messenger bag and produced a business card, handing it over. The tiny card appeared as a mere postage stamp in Hagrid's enormous fingers, creating quite the comical sight. Lupin Ilsa Information Consulting? Hagrid blinked in confusion. What a peculiar name. He carefully tucked the card into his coat pocket, beaming as he patted Anton's shoulder. When you sold that brain to Professor Snape, I thought you were some sort of wicked dark wizard. But since you live with Lupin, you must be a decent fellow. Lupin is indeed a fine person, Anton affirmed, clearly delighted by Hagrid's approval. If you have no classes on Friday afternoon, feel free to visit my hut. It's right next to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid then eagerly glanced at the small creature on the shelf. Oh, while it may look a bit odd now, it is indeed a dragon hybrid. Odd? Anton replied. Well, Hagrid's taste has always been somewhat unconventional. This is the latest hybrid from the Romanian dragon farm, a cross between a Hungarian horntail and a unicorn beast. It has remarkably exhibited atavistic traits, sprouting fluffy feathers. A Hungarian horntail and a unicorn beast? Anton was filled with questions. The Wizarding World's hybrids were already outrageous enough. Could different species truly interbreed? Then it struck him. Hagrid had once astonishingly bred a chimera, a creature of 5x danger, with 60 fire crabs to create a blasting snare. 5x was an alarming classification. Even Dumbledore's Phoenix only rated 4x. Similar hybrids included the Sphinx and ordinary horses, yielding a 3x danger level creature known as a hippogriff. Hagrid's hybridization skills were undoubtedly the most extraordinary talent in the entirety of the Harry Potter saga. Researching fire dragons should be left to Dumbledore, who had discerned 12 uses for dragon blood. Hagrid, bending down to observe the little creature, turned back to Anton with a seriousness that belied his usual demeanor. Unfortunately, he is far too busy now, not only with matters at school, but also as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards and chief warlock of the Wisingamot. Otherwise, this research would never fall to Snape. There's a saying that if one speaks ill of another behind their back, there's a high likelihood that the person will turn around and catch you in the act. Hagrid detected something amiss in Anton's peculiar expression and stiffly turned his body. Oh, I meant to say, Professor Snape, of course, you are an esteemed master of potions, and it is certainly appropriate that the Dragon Farm seeks your assistance with research. Snape regarded Hagrid with the steely gaze of a man who could pierce through souls, compelling Hagrid to retract his last statement. His eyes shifted to Anton. What are you still doing here? The young wizard blinked innocently. I noticed you hurried off and thought you might be indisposed for a moment. Hagrid chuckled, but upon seeing Snape's fierce countenance, he quickly resumed his serious demeanor. Is that so? Snape approached leisurely, gripping the young wizard's shoulder to face the rotund bird. In that case, you shall assist me with a task. Slaughter it, extract its blood. 1 pint is all I require, and not a drop should be wasted. Or else you shall understand the consequences. Professor Snape, Hagrid exclaimed in shock. How can you ask a student to perform such a cruel act? He turned to the creature with affection. Why must we kill it? Anton nodded vigorously. He was a member of the Society for Beautiful Creatures. Had the creature been truly hideous, he would not have felt the same pang of cruelty. Snape scoffed, patting Anton's shoulder. This student has long desired to learn potion making from me, and now an opportunity arises. Extracting blood from ingredients is a precise art, far from a mere cut. Then, Anton, do you wish to learn? Such a prospect? Anton's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded, ready to serve. Hagrid could no longer hold his tongue. Puffing out his chest and looking sternly at Snape, first-year students are far too young for this. You cannot treat them this way. Bloodletting could leave psychological scars on young wizards. You are nothing short of a demon. A demon? Snape replied with a chilling laugh. Compared to bloodletting, I find the notion of forcibly mating 2 different species far more repulsive. His hollow gaze met Hagrid's incredulous face, and he elongated his words to deliver a soul-shaking mockery. It seems some individuals have been deeply affected by their origins, twisting their very nature. Snape, the sharpness of his words cut deep, and Hagrid, enraged, lunged toward Snape, aiming a punch at his head. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a boulder? No, perhaps the size of Tyre? Anton finally witnessed it. A fist larger than Snape's head hurtling toward him, and the scene was undoubtedly fiery. Ultimately, Snape's private lesson on bloodletting for textbooks never materialized. Anton savored an enthralling display of wizarding combat. Initially, it was a turn-based affair. Snape, still possessing some non-verbal spellcasting abilities, found them limited against Hagrid's innate magical resistance stemming from his giant lineage. Snape's once imposing figure appeared diminutive in comparison to Hagrid, resembling a frail chick. With each powerful punch, Hagrid's wrath intensified. You despicable wretch, dare you call me a mongrel? Hagrid erupted in fury, his sensitivity flaring at the thought of anyone disparaging his lineage. Oh, behold, the blood of giants coursing through his veins. Hagrid harbored a deep disdain for Snape, particularly recalling the days of battling Voldemort. It was a wonder how he could tolerate the Dark Lord's foremost Death Eater within the same institution. You are the true mongrel. A certain half-blood prince was struck in the heart as well, spells whizzing past, landing harmlessly upon the tough-skinned giant, unless one resorted to lethal force. Snape's effective harm to Hagrid would only amount to a clean shave of his head or beard. In the end, the scene culminated with Snape being pressed against the ground by Hagrid. A relentless struggle ensued. To avoid future reprisals from Snape, Anton, a student from Slytherin, gallantly tugged at Hagrid's massive cloak, albeit to little avail. Please stop. You might kill someone. Regrettably, the little wizard was far too weak and helpless. Anton's desperate cries not only failed to assist, but also attracted a throng of students gathering at the doorway. It wasn't long before other professors arrived. Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses betrayed no emotion, while McGonagall regarded the two with incredulity. Snape, and you, Hagrid, engaging in a brawl before students, like children. Chapter 68, Blood, Bone, Soul, and Spell. It was indeed a disgrace for teachers to fight in front of students, especially one who ended up with a bloody nose. As Snape made his way to the headmaster's office, he forcefully slapped Anton on the shoulder in irritation. That night, Anton tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind filled with visions of the Monkey King's apprenticeship, pondering whether Europeans had their own versions of such traditions. Thus, he donned his wizarding robes once more, gathered his belongings, and set off. Draco mumbled in his sleep, murmuring Harry Potter, while the dull-witted crab gaped as if dreaming of delectable treats, and Goyle scowled, twisting uncomfortably. TSK, TSK, TSK. Anton pushed open the door to the dormitory and walked toward Snape's office, guided by the dim glow of the wall sconces. He knocked on the door. At 1 a.m, Snape, roused from slumber, appeared quite irate. As punishment, he extracted a draconic creature from its cage and tossed it at Anton's feet, growling. Drain its blood. I was correct. Anton's excitement was palpable. Skillfully, he donned dragonhide gloves on his left hand, gripping the creature's feet and body to prevent its struggle, while using his thumb to press against its neck. His right hand delved into the creature's fluffy exterior, meticulously exploring its skeletal structure and warm veins. Though it appeared plump, in truth, its body could be described as emaciated. Your technique is flawed. Snape furrowed his brow, halting Anton's actions. We do not adopt Muggle methods of blood extraction. With a gentle flick of his wand, Snape summoned a scroll of parchment from the bookshelf, which unfurled before them. He lightly tapped on the illustrations depicted upon it. Blood, originating from bones, is fundamentally the material manifestation of the soul. Thus, if one's soul remains unchanged, even in the event of losing a limb, one can utilize the properties of the soul, along with potions and magical energy, to regenerate the corresponding bones and subsequently produce the requisite blood. This is the essence behind many healing spells and even resurrection magic. Should your soul suffer severe damage, even the most profound resurrection spells may fail, resulting in the permanent loss of an organ. If the organ in question is a vital internal one, unfortunately, even the most advanced spells will not suffice for revival. At this juncture, Snape smirked mockingly. Based on this, your intention to merely drain the blood from its veins will only yield superficial results. Employing spells to incinerate all biological energy to produce blood, ultimately depleting it, constitutes deep-level extraction. Administering appropriate potions to a creature, allowing it to continuously generate blood, is what we term extraction-style bloodletting. Should we delve into the deepest layers, we could transform the entire organism, including its bones, into blood, even integrating its soul into the blood. This is the essence of spiritually rich blood, the pinnacle of potion ingredients. Similarly, administering different potions, or even the emotional state of the wizard during extraction, will yield varying effects. Blood extraction is an art. We could devise countless methods tailored to the potions we intend to brew. Snape's knowledge was evidently profound. From 1 o'clock until 4 in the morning, he elaborated on the theoretical aspects, his enthusiasm palpable, while Anton listened, captivated. Eventually, Snape brusquely returned the draconic creature to its cage and expelled Anton from his office. Warning: disturb my sleep again, and I shall end you. Anton nodded in acknowledgement. Snape hesitated momentarily. Every Saturday, you shall come to my office. Anton nodded once more. Bang! The office door was slammed shut. Ah, you insufferable proud one, Anton mused, feeling deeply touched. Every morsel of knowledge in the wizarding world held immense value. Clearly, the insights just shared were Snape's personal treasures, far beyond the conventional curriculum of potion making. Remarkable. With a flourish of his wand, a thick notebook soared from his satchel, and several vividly colored pens swiftly began recording the recently imparted knowledge. Deep in thought, Anton made his way back. This was not merely a lesson on blood extraction for potion ingredients. Snape had woven a comprehensive framework from blood to soul to spell. With a solid foundation, Anton found himself brimming with countless ideas, particularly concerning the treatment of werewolf Lupin and the blood curse afflicting Nagini and his topics. One notable observation was that Lupin's blood in human form was indistinguishable from that of a regular human, while in werewolf form, the blood within his veins appeared dark red, subtly tinged with a greenish hue. During the course of their research, the fairy Pedro earnestly cautioned everyone against coming into contact with even the slightest trace of this blood, for it contained an exceedingly potent wolf venom that was no trifling matter. Following Pedro's elucidation regarding Lupin's soul state during his transformations between werewolf and human, Anton began to conceive a novel approach to his research, which had reached a frustrating impasse. If the disparities in individual blood are dictated by the soul, could the alterations in the soul be influenced in reverse? Certainly, this was plausible for when a wizard is bitten by a werewolf. The initial conduit for contagion is undoubtedly the blood, which subsequently leads to shifts in the soul. Although many aspects remained unclear, a tangled web of thoughts had begun to unravel into a coherent thread. Deep in contemplation, Anton waved his wand, a sharp glimmer flashing as a minute cut opened on his finger, causing 2 milliliters of blood to hover before him, suspended by the levitation charm. He began to alter his gestures, reciting incantations softly as he sought to observe the blood state using the fairy's ocular enchantment, a method he had never attempted before. Just then, a frown creased his brow. Through the thin layer of blood floating in midair, he could vaguely discern several silhouettes. A glass vial emerged from his satchel, moving directly to contain the blood. Looking up, Anton spotted 4 small figures crouched beneath the shadow of a massive suit of armor in the castle corridor. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Their eyes were wide open, mouths agape as if they could swallow a toad whole. In response to Anton's quizzical expression, Ron stammered incoherently, while Neville was rendered speechless. Harry, his face a mask of terror, stuttered as he pointed at the vial containing Anton's blood. What nefarious spell do you intend to cast with your own blood in the corridor at this hour? Oh, a spell. Anton rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hermione, however, launched into a rapid-fire explanation. Harry and Ron were planning to duel Malfoy in the trophy room. But clearly, they were outsmarted. Malfoy tipped off Filch. And now he's after us. It's all Harry and Ron's fault. I was going to advise them against it, as it would cost the house points. And now we've encountered the three-headed dog. She spoke with such speed, abruptly halting as if realizing she had divulged too much, hastily covering her mouth. Anton, already aware, thought, the three-headed dog, the first boss in the obstacle course designed by Dumbledore for Harry and his companions. Get some sleep. Staying up late will hinder your growth and harm your complexion, Anton said lightly, a statement that sent a shiver down Hermione's spine as he continued toward the Slytherin dormitory. No sooner had he taken a few steps than a piercing cat-like shriek echoed, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Caught you, little wizards who refuse to sleep. Ishal confine you. Filch, with his squinting eyes and twisted mouth, brandished a lantern, embodying malice itself. Oh, Mr. Filch, I just emerged from Professor Snape's office. Having received the headmaster's permission, Anton casually remarked, taking a few steps to draw Filch's attention towards himself. He had no qualms about doing favors for others as long as it did not jeopardize his own interests. It was a lesson learned from his years of wandering in the lower echelons alongside the old wizard. One could never predict when a past action might yield unforeseen consequences. The reputation of Professor Snape was evidently advantageous, and Filch, begrudgingly, inquired, "Did you happen to see Harry Potter just now?" "No, there must be others with him." Anton chuckled, bemused. Who would be wandering around the castle at this hour? It's quite empty and devoid of entertainment. Who knows? Filch waved his arms. It's dreadfully boring. There are always some little wizards who refuse to sleep, even tossing dung bombs in the corridors, which I have to clean up for ages. As he grumbled, he began to move forward, causing the four youngsters huddled beneath the armor to shrink further into the shadows. A few more steps, and he would surely catch them. They could only blame their insatiable curiosity for wanting to spy on Ron, this enigmatic cousin of his. Otherwise, they should have been back in Gryffindor dormitory by now. The most infuriating part was that Anton, from behind Filch, made a face at the quartet, which sent them huddling together in fright. One step, two steps. Filch strained to keep his eyes peeled for any signs of mischief, fully aware of where little wizards typically concealed themselves. As he drew nearer, the light of his lantern was about to illuminate the area beneath the armor, prompting Anton to grin slyly. "Mr. Filch." Filch turned around. "Have you ever heard of the clean sweep charm?" Filch froze, his face darkening rapidly. He harbored a secret he was loath to disclose. Yet everyone knew he was incapable of casting any spells. The first-year students appeared blissfully ignorant, proudly flaunting their knowledge. The clean sweep charm is quite simple. Just a gentle wave of the wand, and regardless of how many dung bombs are littered in the corridor, they vanish completely. Filch stormed back, glaring at Anton. "Don't be so clever, little wizard." Anton laughed heartily. It seems you're aware of it." He shrugged. "I know who can create an enhanced version of the clean sweep charms artifact, allowing even the most novice of wizards to effortlessly cast it." Filch, intrigued, leaned in closer. "Who?" His voice turned raspy, a mix of anxiety and anticipation in his gaze. "Who can create such an artifact?" "Fred and George, my cousins." Anton beamed radiantly. Raising an eyebrow, he continued, "You know them. They are quite mischievous, and hardly anyone can command them to do anything. But you possess enough authority to have them assist you." Filch was visibly excited. "Of course, perhaps if I'm not too strict with them, they will be grateful." He fixed a fervent gaze on Anton. "Can they truly do it? They mentioned it just a few days ago. I even provided them with a bit of gold." Anton replied, gently patting his shoulder. "They are currently in need of a proper place to conduct their research on such magical artifacts. Perhaps you could arrange a space for them while also supervising their progress." Filch's breath quickened. I will speak with them tomorrow." He hurriedly retreated, waving his lantern as if casting the clean sweep charm. His gestures so practiced, it seemed he had rehearsed them 1,000 times, without a hint of error. Clean sweep, clean sweep, clean sweep. The incantation echoed in whispers, accompanied by the sound of his footsteps, gradually fading into the distance. Anton silently gazed at his retreating figure, inexplicably filled with sentiment. Perhaps Filch's gravest error lay in choosing to reside within this castle teeming with wizards. Witnessing the young sorcerers squander the talents he yearned for yet could never attain. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that he could finally possess a laboratory of his own at Hogwarts to resume his research. Mister. Filch would undoubtedly erupt with the utmost enthusiasm to assist them in finding an ideal location. Splendid. Anton, in high spirits, bid farewell to the four little rascals, wishing them good night. The quartet, poking their heads out from beneath the armor, chorused in unison, "Good night." As Anton walked away, they emerged, exchanging glances of confusion. Did you hear that? He returned from Snape's office in the dead of night and intends to cast a terrifying spell within the castle. Harry's focus had always been rather peculiar. Ron appeared somewhat despondent, lamenting that George and the others never share their inventions with him. Neville regarded the composed figure with longing, wishing he could emulate him. Observing the three dullards, Hermione rolled her eyes, declaring, "I'm going back." She turned on her heel and strode away. What? George and Fred exchanged glances, their expressions bemused. Anton sliced through bread, stuffing it with cilantro, roasted meat, and a hint of mushroom sauce, intending to craft a burger or a meat sandwich. I persuaded Filch to assist us in finding a place for our research and placed an order with him. Though it's merely a replica wand, it is, at least, a commendable beginning. Wow, George exclaimed, his face alight with wonder. I still find it hard to believe. Fred scrutinized Anton with a grin. Perhaps the Weasley family truly requires a Slytherin. Anton, collaborating with you is undeniably delightful, isn't it? Anton replied, beaming as he took a hearty bite of his bread, savoring the fragrant mushroom and the crispy, tender meat. I told you, we shall make splendid brothers. He raised an eyebrow. Do you remember that plan I shared with you? The campus shop? Perhaps we could commence from here. Ha ha. George's eyes sparkled if that's the case. Filch will surely regret it. Fred shujijid. No, Georgie. Our dung bombs will become a commercial flop, and Filch will undoubtedly relish the feeling of cleaning up after them. A perfect loop. The mere thought of that image made Anton click his tongue in amusement as he continued to devour his breakfast, washing it down with a generous gulp of juice. In the distance, at the Gryffindor table, Ron gazed with some jealousy at them. I'm starting to dislike Anton. He's stolen my brother. Hermione rolled her eyes. What are you doing right now? Ron cast a peculiar glance at the homework before him and Harry. Well, at least he lets us copy his work. This is all your fault, Hermione. If you had allowed us to copy your homework, I wouldn't have to seek him out. You should do it yourself, Hermione retorted, rising in exasperation. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and nodded. They then returned to their copying, hoping that once they ceased their nocturnal escapades, they would have the time to complete their assignments properly, thus avoiding the need to copy from that Slytherin miscreant. And so, this delightful decision was made. Chapter 70, The Weasley Cottage. Hogwarts harbored numerous vacant rooms, even an abandoned underground sewer towering over 2 men in height. Yet Filch was merely the caretaker. Although he regarded this place as his home, he possessed no authority over it. He arranged for the Weasleys to stay in a location outside the castle, near the Forbidden Forest. I wonder if this is the right decision, Filch mused, leading the way and casting a cold glare at the twins. If I discover that you have deceived me, George interrupted his threat, that won't be difficult for us. We merely require a little time. Fred nodded in agreement. Nothing can pose a challenge to us. Anton curiously eyed the wooden railing that faintly emerged from the distant forest. Mr. Filch, what is that place for? That is Hagrid's hippogriff breeding grounds. I advise you to keep your distance. Those creatures are fierce. George wore a comical expression. They say hippogriffs are born from a lion-headed eagle and a horse. Fred mirrored his expression, so we can deduce that the lion-headed eagle is a combination of a lion and an eagle. Oh, good heavens, I cannot bear to imagine such a sight. The revelations of the Wizarding World repeatedly challenged Anton's perspectives. If serious wizards deemed dark wizards as malevolent, then, in the eyes of ordinary humans, wizards were undoubtedly perceived as wicked. Even after enduring long periods of hardship, many things had become mundane to him. Yet, there remained numerous notions he found difficult to accept. For instance, the dried heads favored by wizards hanging from the windshield of the night bus. Eventually, they arrived before a wooden cottage. Encircled by a wall of stone blocks 1 meter high, the upper portion was constructed of wooden planks. The relentless winds and sun had rendered the upper section somewhat weathered, while the stone-built chimney appeared to be missing a corner. Anton had reason to believe that this place was originally intended to be akin to a pigsty, with wooden walls and a roof hastily erected atop it. Moreover, only a small portion had been built, as a large circle of stone walls extended nearby. This was my previous residence, Filch remarked, holding the keys with a hint of nostalgia. Once, during a snowstorm, the house nearly succumbed to destruction, and Professor Dumbledore allowed me to reside in the castle. He thrust the keys into George's hand, his bulbous eyes fixed intently upon him. You must not venture into the Forbidden Forest, nor engage in mischief within it. You are not permitted to come here after curfew. Do you understand? George and Fred stood at attention, like soldiers, of course. Huh. Filch was far from convinced, his lips twisting in skepticism. I will be watching you. How long? How long until it's ready? Anton interjected eagerly. 1 month, he continued. Our replica wand will be able to create a strong gust of wind, effectively dispersing any odors and dust. In 3 months, The cleaning functionality will be perfected. He patted Filch's shoulder with pride. Sir, trust us. This is no difficult task for us. Filch nodded, his gaze scanning the trio's faces for a moment before he shuffled away with his aging gait. George wore a perplexed expression. I was going to say 1 week. Fred couldn't agree more. This is indeed no challenge for us. Anton shook his head resolutely. 1 week? You can certainly believe that once it is completed, he will reclaim this little cottage. Only after 3 long months will he grow accustomed to our activities here. His eyes sparkled as he regarded the house. Now it is ours. No one can take it back. George and Fred chimed in unison. You truly are a Slytherin. Hey, hey, hey. Anton beamed at the house, reveling in delight. Thus, the trio shared a hearty laugh. Yet, soon after, their laughter faded. No matter how they twisted the key, it appeared stuck within the lock, as if the lock itself were a mere illusion. Fred exerted considerable force, and the entire door panel came crashing down. Bang! The panel fell, stirring up a cloud of dust. Moreover, as if set off by a chain reaction, the house creaked ominously. Before long, there was a cacophony of clattering and rumbling. The wooden structure of the upper half of the house collapsed with a resounding crash. Clang! A round lampshade base tumbled to the ground in front of them. Goodness! George stood in stunned silence. Goodness! Fred was equally dumbfounded. Goodness! Anton was also left speechless. The three exchanged bewildered glances. Anton twitched his lips, recalling a certain spell called Reparo. Do you think it might work? It would indeed be a splendid idea. A gentle flick of the wand could restore it to its original form. George's expression was devoid of any joy. The only problem is that we cannot open the door. Otherwise, it might collapse again, Fred interjected. Words failed them, leaving only a profound silence and unspoken sorrow. Anton sighed, concluding that this was the only feasible solution he could conceive. We must not abandon hope. George nodded vigorously, realizing that we need assistance. Fred chuckled. We have a delightful little brother. Shout! At this moment. You remember him? Anton suggested they craft some badges for all those who come to help, as they would be making a significant contribution to the Weasley household, and thus, we should extend a 20% discount to them. George and Fred were perplexed. They shall be our first customers, gentlemen. Wow! George exclaimed in awe. An excellent idea, Mr. Vampire. Fred was overjoyed. This is where the importance of connections becomes evident. The twins managed to rally a multitude of upperclassmen and summoned their brother Ron along with his friends. Anton had limited options, only his adorable roommate. Initially, Draco was opposed. As he adored his parents and house elf too much, he had never performed any heavy labor in his life. Indeed, Slytherin lacks unity. Anton wore a melancholic expression. It seems I shall only be a source of jest for Harry Potter. Can this be tolerated? An uncle might endure it, but Draco Malfoy cannot. Not only did he enlist Crabbe and Goyle, but he also delivered a speech in the Slytherin common room, attracting a throng of peers. Nice. Draco certainly had a charismatic presence. As the saying goes, rivals become particularly fierce upon meeting. Draco's arrival ignited Harry's competitive spirit, prompting him to seek Hagrid's assistance not far away. It is said that a wealthy man is devoid of compassion. When Hagrid intervened, he brought with him 4 massive logs, each thick enough for a person to embrace, to serve as supports for the house. Many hands make light work. Soon enough, the entire wreckage was cleared away. The now pristine grounds led the young wizards to speculate that it must have once been a pigsty. Hagrid reached out and felt the stone walls, licking his fingers afterward to confirm it's a bowtruckle. Their urine possesses a uniquely sweet and grassy aroma that lingers for years. What a peculiar experience. Most young wizards found it hard to accept. Yet experience is experience. Hagrid pointed to the center of the stone enclosure, explaining that bowtruckles are extremely loyal creatures to wizards, and early wizards favored keeping them as pets, though their waste accumulation could attract giant squirming worms. The young wizards were unfamiliar with giant squirming worms, but the uneven mounds and deep pits throughout the enclosure resembled the aftermath of a bombing. Are we to use shovels to level them? Ron protested, asserting that he had yet to master the levitation charm. While moving the planks earlier, he had pricked his finger on a splinter, and it still ached. The older students found it an intriguing subject, yet after much deliberation, all proposed solutions were dismissed. The only reliable option was transfiguration, but if the magic was disrupted, the ground would revert to its original state. We need an excavator. Harry Potter wore a peculiar expression. His uncle was a supervisor at Grunning Company, specializing in drills, and he often overheard conversations about various machinery at home. This suggestion was also rejected, as most were unfamiliar with such devices. And Hagrid clearly stated that Hogwarts Castle was imbued with powerful magic, rendering any Muggle machinery unusable here. Just then, Anton, who had mysteriously vanished, returned. Oh, you finished so quickly? Anton cradled a small potted plant, gazing contentedly at the spacious area. Incredible. Draco was the first to voice his complaint. You summoned us to assist. Yet you vanished. Oh, I returned to my dormitory to fetch this little darling. Anton patted the pot, revealing a vibrant green vine within. Draco recoiled in distaste. Please do not let it near me. I distinctly recall you pouring a large bowl of pig's blood for it. Anton shrugged. That was crucial for its nourishment. Chapter 71. The Animated Figurine and the Venomous Tentacula. The vine in the pot stretched its leaves towards the sunlight, as if indulging in a leisurely yawn. What is this? Hagrid leaned in closer. A potion ingredient from Africa, the Venomous Tentacula. It is challenging to cultivate in Europe, typically dried and shipped over. They particularly enjoy wrapping up and squeezing juice from two-tailed botrycal beasts, possessing inherent repelling charms and magical resistance. I believe it would make an excellent guardian pet. Anton smiled as he playfully prodded the vine's buds. Suddenly, the vine sprouted a small mouth full of sharp teeth, emitting a contented murmuring sound. Oh, what a delightful little creature. Hagrid gazed at it with adoration. Squeezed juice from an elephant? Draco exclaimed in horror, staring at Anton. You plan to place it on the windowsill of your dormitory. Goyle looked pale with fright. They once contemplated playing a prank, with Goyle suggesting watering the plant with some fertilizer, even urinating on it. Malfoy found it too revolting, and Anton was not to be trifled with. Ultimately, they refrained. Thankfully, Malfoy intervened. Otherwise, during the act, Goyle would have been horrified. Goyle glanced nervously at the fangs on the vine, trembling as he looked down at his pants. Do not feel too relieved. He nearly burst into tears. Let us not dwell on such details. Anton chuckled as he patted Goyle on the shoulder, causing him to flinch. He brought the potted plant to the gap in the stone wall, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the central area. It seems we need to level it out. With a gentle flick of his wand, the ground began to tremble, and serpentine forms of earth emerged from the protruding spots, slithering into the uneven areas. Numerous earthen figures also sprouted from the mounds, wielding large hammers and striking the ground. Before long, a smooth surface appeared before them. The last figure approached the wall, curled up, and transformed into a large clump of soil. The fairy Pedro had always deemed such animated figurines to be mere trifles of unrefined magic, while Anton found them to be his utmost favorite. This whimsical manipulation of earth through fairy magic evoked within him a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of the earth mages he had encountered in fantastical novels of his past life, rendering it particularly delightful. Of course, at present, these anthropomorphic puppets lacked significant practicality. Inserting one's hand into the figurine would allow one to effortlessly grasp a handful of loose soil. Anton had spent considerable time experimenting, and had only managed to replicate the effect of the figurine striking the ground, which was achieved by utilizing the weight of the minute stones within the soil to create an impact. Thus far, it remained within the realm of magical trickery. However, the astonishment it elicited was undeniable. Harry Potter gaped, swallowing hard, as he approached to touch the earthen block at the figurine's base. Crack! The entire figure shattered. I didn't mean to, he exclaimed, hastily stepping back, though it was evident that no one was paying him any mind. Draco and his two companions huddled together, having recently developed an aversion to serpentine shapes, which invariably haunted their dreams. Is this transfiguration? It certainly doesn't appear so, mused a senior classmate of Fred S. as he stepped closer, stomping the ground to confirm that the terrain had indeed been altered, devoid of any traces of magical maintenance. Anton wore a mysterious smile, choosing not to elaborate. The magic of wizards and fairies was inherently distinct, and it was only through the pioneering efforts of an ancient wizard who had developed the potion known as the Wizard's Eye, capable of revealing the true nature of magical energy, that Anton had been afforded the possibility to mimic fairy sorcery. This was foundational knowledge, not to be divulged lightly. Reflecting on the legacy of the Weasley family, he recognized that they belonged to an ancient lineage of pure-blood wizards. Consequently, all eyes turned to the twins, with Fred shrugging in response to the inquiries directed at him. This little brat is lying again, he knew, but chose to remain silent. George chuckled heartily, proclaiming that the Weasleys possessed the craftsmanship of ancient wizards, enabling them to create the most wondrous magical artifacts. Fred raised his hands in agreement. Such was indeed the case. Each pureblood family had its own deep-seated heritage, even the impoverished Weasleys. Their family boasted a clock that could astound even Dumbledore, capable of displaying the status of its members, while their father was adept at transforming Muggle automobiles into more formidable, invisible means of transport than a flying broomstick. Understanding dawned upon the group. The twins had evidently been led astray by Anton's influence. Ron, looking quite aggrieved, complained to Harry and Hermione. "My dad has never shared any of this with me." "Poor child." Hermione comforted him with a hug, and Harry, feeling a kindred spirit as a child often overlooked at home, joined in the embrace. Anton positioned a flower pot at the center of the wall, retrieving a vial of dragon-s blood from his satchel and pouring it into the pot. The snorkack vine writhed joyfully, suddenly shooting forth a long tendril. As if infused with some potent growth hormone, the vine burgeoned rapidly, splitting the pot apart as its roots plunged forcefully into the earth. It began to voraciously extend its tendrils, growing larger by the moment. Everyone instinctively recoiled, gripped by an inexplicable fear of the monstrous plant capable of crushing elephants with its fangs. Standing beside the snorkack vine, Anton closed his eyes, murmuring incantations. Then he opened his eyes, wand in hand, and with a flourish, the frantic growth of the vine assumed a rhythmic grace. Following the motions of his wand, the lengthy tendrils slithered like serpents across the ground, spilling beyond the wall to entwine the previously gathered wooden planks and stones, as well as the 4 large logs delivered by Hagrid. The logs were lifted and embedded firmly into the ground at each corner, driven deep, nearly a third of their length buried. Various planks and stones were interwoven by the tendrils, gradually forming a structure. First, 2 walls arose in the center, partitioning the area into 3 spaces, followed by the tendrils twisting to reveal several windows and door frames. Next, the outermost area manifested shelves constructed from vines and wood, a bar, and several long benches. The exterior walls bore windows that could be opened and closed, topped with a roof adorned with 4-pointed spires. Apart from the original fireplace, the previous appearance was utterly unrecognizable. In a short span, a house of gray stone, brown wood, and green vines materialized before them. Anton lowered his wand, a broad smile illuminating his face. "I adore magic." "Wow." Everyone gasped in astonishment. George and Fred's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is this to be our base?" Cheers erupted, and Anton beamed at the house. Although the technical complexity was minimal and the spells required to create such a dwelling were hardly remarkable, the true essence lay in mastering these simple techniques. He had crafted a house with his own hands, and he had done so with such ease and finesse, relishing the sensation. Rest assured, these snorkack vines, unbound by any spells, pose no threat. Everyone is invited to come and take a look. Anton warmly beckoned those present to explore. Boom! Fireworks erupted. George and Fred waved their wands, instantly igniting a vibrant atmosphere. "Welcome to the Weasley Cottage," they declared in unison. At that moment, the Weasley Cottage stood empty. Yet everyone eagerly ventured about, examining every nook and cranny. Hagrid entered, marveling at the spaciousness within, which did not feel constricted despite his large stature. "Anton, I too wish to nurture such a delightful little creature." Anton guided him to the last door, where a large vine protruded. "Feed it some meat or blood, and within 6 months, a different young vine will sprout nearby, adorned with tendrils. At that time, you can cut it to propagate." "Splendid." Hagrid's eyes lit up, enamored as he stroked the large plant. "It seems I must raise more chickens." After bidding farewell to those who had assisted, Anton and the twins joyously began to allocate their respective spaces. Ron, leveraging his status as the twins' brother, stayed behind with Harry and Hermione. "The outermost area will serve as our campus shop. You two can choose from the remaining rooms." Ultimately, the twins selected the central room, unanimously feeling they had struck a bargain. "I can hardly wait." George rubbed his hands together, envisioning the automatic ink-spraying quill, fake wands, and Anton as proposed replica wands. "We should have even more challenges ahead." Fred grinned widely. Ron looked on enviously. "I want the automatic ink-spraying quill." "1 silver sickle, Ron," George chuckled mischievously. "That's the price for our little cottage." Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. "But I'm your brother." Fred and George exchanged glances. "Then I'll take 1 silver sickle too." "That's 2 silver sickles in total. Thank you." Chapter 72, The Scarecrow Spell. Remus Lupin sought assistance from Anton to procure a myriad of items from Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, and the Muggle world, all meticulously packed into a suitcase enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, which was subsequently dispatched here via several owls. Among the bounty were hundreds of pieces of thick, solid timber of varying lengths, easily assembled into shelves, experimental workstations, chairs, and even a sofa that could be unfolded into a bed. George and Fred expressed keen interest, rummaging through the contents to locate the assembly manual and lend their hands in the construction. Anton grasped one of the wooden dowels, a sturdy support leg for the table. Crafted with precision and a subtle elegance in its slight curvature, bearing a faintly branded numerical identifier on the uppermost corner. However, the true significance lay in the emblem of a wolf head embossed upon it, below which were the words, Werewolf Home Furnishings. In his correspondence, Lupin remarked on the ingenuity of Anton's easily assemblable furniture, praising not only its transportability, but also the convenience it offered for installation. Indeed, he had established a furniture company, not for profit, but to provide a lifeline for those desperate werewolves. It was a remarkable phenomenon. Anton's arrival had instigated numerous changes, and yet these alterations had in turn transformed him, offering a fresh perspective on his surroundings. The letter indicated that the initiative to create a company for werewolves was a suggestion from Mr. Rosier to Lupin, embodying a spirit of benevolence that aimed to shelter all those in need. Anton recalled from the original text that Lupin became increasingly occupied in the latter part of the series, acting as a mediator for the Order of the Phoenix while infiltrating the werewolf community as a spy. Yet in this altered timeline, the conversation with Dumbledore unfolded differently. Lupin, do make an effort and infiltrate the werewolf community, would you? I fear that is no longer feasible. Most werewolves are now under my command, and only 2 or 3 remain by Fenrir Greyback's side, replied Lupin. Anton shook his head, attempting to dispel the bizarre imagery from his mind. In the realm of wizarding experiments, the environment's interference is often overlooked, akin to Chinese cuisine where many recipes suggest a taste, leaving the precise measurements to the cook's mood, as the emotional state is pivotal to the potion's success or failure. The ancient wizard claimed that the pinnacle of a wizard's prowess is demonstrated when a simple shake of a cup of water transforms it into a potion, composed solely of water and the wizard's intent. Of course, this remained a mere speculation. The natural wooden experimental table proved far more conducive to operation than cold, metallic artifacts or stone slabs, subtly enhancing the likelihood of success. Thus, the experiments could commence anew, with 2 vials of blood from Lupin in varying states delivered. The documentation steadily filled the suitcase, restoring Anton's life to a bustling rhythm of classes, meals, library visits, laboratory research, and sleep. Monotonous yet delightfully enjoyable. Immersed in the wonders of magic, he found joy in every fleeting moment, even during flying lessons. Madame Hooch was indeed an exceptional flying instructor. Her advanced techniques, allowing for rapid flight through the forest without the worry of colliding with trees, a skill worthy of admiration. Snape's potions class, while not as deeply theoretical as the private discussions on Saturdays, was equally engaging, providing solid foundational knowledge. Even a simple potion could spark intricate discussions. Astronomy, herbology, history of magic, charms, transfiguration, each subject entranced him. Even Professor Quirrell, the stammering figure who had once bested Voldemort, appeared comical yet, upon patient listening, displayed a depth of theoretical knowledge. Today he taught the Scarecrow Charm, a spell capable of transforming a person into a scarecrow. Quirrell described this incantation as a means for wizards to frighten muggles, which rendered the Slytherins and Gryffindors present disinterested, except for Hermione, whose attention was diverted by Harry and Ron's whispered conversations, prompting her to raise her hand to seek clarification. However, one individual remained intrigued, Anton. To him, the Scarecrow Charm was utterly fascinating. It was noteworthy that the previous lesson had been Professor McGonagall's transfiguration spell, a complex subject that often left even upper-year students struggling to transform a rabbit into a teapot, but to transform oneself into a scarecrow. Ridiculous, many of his classmates thought, as they engaged in a raucous uproar while Quirrell, visibly anxious, nervously glanced at his notes before reciting from the textbook. Anton frowned at his sparse notes, stealing a glance at Quirrell's comically thick turban. He harbored a profound interest in any spell related to transformation, not merely for the purpose of researching remedies for Lupin and his companions, but also due to his innate fascination and aptitude for the subject. This was his relentless area of study, and this particular charm evidently belonged to an entirely different system of magic, rich with references. Yet, the thought of the dark presence lurking within Quirrell made him reluctant to draw attention. After a tumultuous 10 minutes of internal conflict, Pansy's words sparked a fit of giggles from Draco, further exacerbating his irritation. Ultimately, he resolved to speak up. After all, this was Hogwarts, and this defense against the dark arts class was a subject of great interest to Voldemort. Moreover, he was not Harry Potter. It puzzled him why Voldemort, so adept in the dark arts, would yearn to teach this class, and why Snape shared the same desire. Was his mind wandering? Voldemort, in fact, had cast an elaborate curse upon the class, one that even Dumbledore could not unravel, simply because he could not become the defense against the dark arts professor. Anton lightly tapped Draco's shoulder, urging his classmates to quiet down and to learn respect for their professor, particularly those from Gryffindor, who had been particularly troublesome. He had a knack for resonating with Draco's sentiments. Oh, how Draco relished those words. He turned to issue instructions to Goyle and others, and soon enough, the classroom erupted into chaos before settling down once more. Naturally, the tension between the two houses intensified slightly. Anton swiftly maneuvered to the front of the room, clutching his notebook and texts. The area was spacious, as very few students favored Professor Quirrell's lessons. Even Hermione, though studious, preferred to maintain a distance from the humorous professor who emitted a strong garlic scent. Quirrell appeared somewhat flustered by Anton's proximity, visibly startled. "This student," Anton smiled warmly, nodding, "Hello, Professor Quirrell." Quirrell swallowed nervously and nodded in response. "Regarding the scarecrow charm you mentioned, is it a form of transfiguration? Additionally, while you noted that the incantation belongs to the Latin system, its cadence resembles that of the runic language. Is this an ancient spell?" Clearly, Anton was a student who had engaged with the lesson, prompting a relieved smile from Quirrell. Chapter 73. The Elegant Professor Chilo. Professor Chilo, a distinguished scholar hailing from Ravenclaw, previously instructed the Muggle Studies course and has now been elevated to a professorship by Dumbledore. Although he has grown eccentric, he is not lacking in knowledge. Indeed, he is as knowledgeable as he is peculiar, my dear child. Chilo glanced at the classroom, sighed, and directed his attention solely to Anton. "This is a variant of ancient magic, a legacy we inherit from the ancients." Oh, how unfortunate his speech is. The classroom, now subdued, echoed with Chilo's stammering words, prompting another eruption of laughter, with Draco's mirth ringing the loudest. Naturally, such joviality affected Gryffindor the most, as Harry appeared quite amused. "Damn. After mustering the courage to confront Voldemort, do you think it's easy for me?" "Is it easy?" Anton stood up, turning coldly to face everyone. Though he had not assumed the role of head of Slytherin like Draco, he belonged to a unique category that commanded respect, and even the most audacious Slytherins learned to behave when provoked. In an instant, the Slytherin side fell silent. This peculiar atmosphere gradually silenced even Gryffindor. Who else dares to speak? Who else? As he spoke, the dust and dirt in every corner of the classroom trembled, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. The low-frequency resonance rattling the dust from the ceiling, sending all the children into a state of fright. Professor Chilo, somewhat flustered, interjected this student. "There is no need for this. No need. Class is over. It's time to leave." He pondered for a moment. "After class, I shall hold office hours, and we can discuss the Scarecrow Curse in detail, shall we?" Anton lingered for a while at the corner of the staircase near Chilo's office, contemplating whether to concoct a potion to appear a bit worse for wear, and then request a leave from Chilo via a fellow student on his way to the hospital wing. After all, if Voldemort were not mentioned, Professor Chilo was quite amiable. "Hey, Anton." A classmate passing by the staircase greeted him. Anton forced a polite smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Hey, Anthony." This name was typically used by upperclassmen acquainted through the twins. Anton continued to smile, enduring the numerous passers-by on the stairs. Some idly greeted him, and he struggled to maintain a smile, his cheeks nearly aching. "Hey, cousin." Anton inhaled sharply. It was Ron, accompanied by Harry, Hermione, and Neville. Ron evidently had something to discuss, and the group eagerly approached. "Oh no, this is right at Voldemort's doorstep. What, they think I'm too friendly with Harry?" Anton smiled amiably, nodding as a greeting while pretending not to notice their intent to chat, hastening towards Chilo's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Chilo's voice exuded a hint of elegance. After entering, Anton politely closed the door softly, ensuring Voldemort wouldn't see Harry and the others outside and become agitated. "Good day, Professor Chilo." Upon greeting, Anton's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, Chilo had shed his previously timid demeanor, elegantly reclining in a large armchair. His body naturally poised, back straight, one hand delicately resting on the armrest, the other swirling a glass of red wine. He was even crossing his legs. "I hold a great admiration for you as a student. Remarkable, confident, rebellious, and thirsting for knowledge. You remind me of my youth." Chilo smiled, lifting his gaze to Anton, subtly gesturing to the chair across from him. "Please sit." "My goodness." Anton felt a sudden chill run down his spine, swallowing hard as he took a seat. Exceptional students deserve to be treated differently. They should not be subjected to foolish or inadequate knowledge, as that would only squander their precious time and talent. At that moment, Professor Chilo spoke with a natural tone, his words flowing smoothly, no longer the stammering figure he once was. How splendid! Anton was on the verge of tears from excitement. This could not possibly be Chilo. This had to be Voldemort in disguise. Why can't you just stay in your hat? Why come out and be so mischievous? He sat upright, resembling a well-behaved child in kindergarten, appearing exceedingly obedient. Professor Chilo seemed quite pleased with his eagerness to learn. Speak, what do you wish to study? Huh. At this moment, I wish to learn nothing. I'd rather die. Can I leave? The killing curse is certainly not for me. After all, I've just barely managed to suppress my instinctive reaction to the Cruciatus curse. Was it easy for me? Chilo's eyes seemed to pierce through to the core of one's being, filled with mirth. Anton realized that this man was akin to Dumbledore, a master of legitimacy. He quickly cleared his mind. Thanks to the fortitude developed from early experiences alongside the old wizard, facing potential death, Anton maintained an impassive expression, exhaling gently, steeling his resolve. I wish to learn the Scarecrow Curse. The Scarecrow Curse? What merit is there in learning that? Professor Chilo pondered, finally conceding with a slight nod. Very well. I can teach you. His long fingers flicked through the air, and countless words floated before him, resembling blue flames, dancing and contorting. You are quite perceptive. This indeed is the incantation in archaic Latin, albeit a foolish transliteration. The altered Latin can only manifest a fraction of the original spell's power. The white wizard who made this alteration must have felt quite proud, preserving the bizarre transformation while eliminating all the dangerous negative effects. This is a very perilous ancient magical curse, the source of the scarecrow creature. Of course, scarecrow creatures are now extinct, having been hunted to near oblivion by the Ministry of Magic. Following this, old Voldemort. No, wait, this is Professor Chilo. Indeed, it must be Professor Chilo. Professor Chilo expounded on the various incantation techniques, countermeasures, practical applications, and methods for dispelling and counteracting the curse. He even elaborated on why the pronunciation of this incantation must be articulated in such a manner, with certain syllables emphasized and others elongated. This was Anton's first encounter with someone explaining the principles of spell pronunciation techniques, and he absorbed the knowledge with insatiable eagerness. His mind buzzed with information, and his notepad and pen flew from his messenger bag, hovering beside him as they rapidly recorded everything. At that moment, he no longer cared who sat before him speaking so eloquently. Even a pig would suffice. Chapter 74, My Dearest Professor. Knowledge. Knowledge. This is indeed precious knowledge. No. There is clearly a discrepancy here. According to your earlier explanation, one should pause at the third bite to maximize the effect. Anton furrowed his brow as he gazed at the shifting patterns of the azure flames in midair. How intriguing. You have noticed this as well. Professor Quirrell smiled subtly, acknowledging that this approach could indeed amplify the spell's potency, but strength also begets instability, necessitating the caster to maintain an extraordinary level of focus, something the average person struggles to achieve. After elucidating the scarecrow charm, Professor Quirrell proceeded to discuss the cursed entities known as scarecrow creatures and the original incantations akin to the Nivens. Anton was utterly captivated, lost in a fervor, frequently interrupting the professor with queries and sometimes voicing objections. Professor Quirrell, however, remained unperturbed, embodying an air of elegance, gently clarifying all of the young wizard's inquiries with just a few words. It seems you are delving into something. Your questions are rather pointed. A more pronounced smile graced Professor Quirrell's face. Anton finally emerged from his reverie, tugging at the corners of his mouth in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. I am but a first-year student, Professor. Quirrell offered a faint smile. Very well. The lesson has concluded. You ought to return now. Anton promptly rose, pondering for a moment before earnestly addressing Quirrell. Thank you, Professor. Professor? Quirrell beamed with joy, his happiness radiating. The contrast reveals the disparity. Anton finally discerned that the professor had been feigning that smile all along. Well then, Professor, good night, farewell. Anton hastily bid his goodbye and swiftly exited the office. A voice echoed behind him. Anton Weasley. Startled, Anton froze, his hand already grasping the office door handle. He squeezed it tightly, only to ultimately release his grip. Turning back, he smiled, a radiant smile. Is there something else, Professor? Quirrell rose gracefully, leisurely approaching, step by step, each footfall reminiscent of the devil-esque tread. Anton felt goosebumps erupt across his skin, an avalanche of cold sweat cascading down his back. With a soft pat, Quirrell placed his hand on Anton's shoulder. Anton felt as if he had been struck by a petrifying curse, immobilized beyond measure. To my knowledge, you're scheduled to study potions with Snape on Saturday? He nodded gently, Excellent. A clever student should indeed pursue knowledge diligently. Quirrell's hand gave a light pat. Come to my office on Sunday. What? What the blazes? Once outside Quirrell's office, Anton bolted away at sprint. He lamented his ill fortune. Every time he sought to learn something, it was fraught with peril and excitement. As he emerged, he realized the sky had darkened without his notice. Wandering aimlessly through the corridors of Hogwarts Castle, Anton fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, Voldemort had a penchant for teaching defense against the dark arts. Yet that did not imply he would be idle enough to conduct lessons for himself. Anton did not harbor such grandiose delusions, akin to the fantastical novels he had read in his past life, where a headmaster of a magical academy would weep and plead for him to impart his knowledge. He was undoubtedly targeted by Voldemort, but what could possibly attract Voldemort's attention? Anton felt utterly perplexed. Aside from his earnest desire to learn and his manifestation of an enigmatic serpent, he had accomplished nothing since the commencement of the term. He desperately wished to slap himself. Just your incessant chatter. Just your eagerness to learn. Why seek knowledge from Professor Quirrell when so many other professors were available? Should he now approach Dumbledore? Yes, seek out old Dumbledore. Anton's expression hardened, regardless of the malevolent forces at play or the narrative trajectory. He resolved to summon Dumbledore to quell them. Ascending the stone steps, Dumbledore's office lay at the pinnacle of the castle. Anton gritted his teeth, his heart racing with trepidation. He felt a twinge of fear towards Dumbledore, primarily due to his background as a dark wizard's apprentice and his profound grasp of the Unforgivable Curses, compounded by the countless dark spells he had memorized from the Old Wizard's journal. The Old Wizard's influence extended beyond mere knowledge. During his time at Hogwarts, Anton had deeply sensed the disparity between this place and the chaotic underbelly of the Wizarding World. Setting Voldemort aside, the ordinary wizarding realm seemed excessively tranquil. He felt akin to a battle-hardened mercenary returning to a peaceful society, forever out of place. Of course, he did not fear Dumbledore's soul-reading abilities, nor did Voldemort. That particular talent merely appeared daunting. It could only extract thoughts, failing to probe memories unless one's thoughts were fixated on recalling a specific image. As for the old goblin, Pedro, he was a connoisseur and adventurer of time and memory, possessing unique and cunning technique for manipulating thoughts and memories. There was no need for him to study. Having lingered in Pedro's mind for so long, Anton had absorbed all he needed. If the brain-closing spell hindered information retrieval, the goblin's methods allowed for casual browsing within the mind, revealing only what one wished to display. It could be said that Dumbledore and Voldemort's soul reading could only glean what he allowed them to see, some carefully curated content, rich in sincerity. This technique proved more effective than the brain-closing spell. Turning a corner in haste, Anton nearly collided with an adult wizard. Upon closer inspection, goodness, it was Professor Quirrell, and he was wearing that exquisitely elegant smile. Where had he sprung from? How had he arrived here before Anton? The little wizard shouldn't he be wandering the castle at such an hour? Goodness. Anton swallowed hard. Good evening, Professor. He smiled, beaming radiantly. Professor, your recent lesson was absolutely marvelous. As the saying goes, once one understands one concept, 100 others follow. I suddenly have some intriguing insights regarding potions. This statement was not entirely false. Inheriting the scholarly theories of the finest potion and spell from the old wizard, he had indeed been flooded with thoughts during the lecture. He pointed towards the office door not far off. I was just about to inquire with Professor Snape. Is that so? Professor Quirrell smiled gently. But I see you seem inclined to continue upwards. Anton lightly tapped his forehead. Sometimes it happened that he would become so absorbed in his thoughts that he lost focus. Alas, it only then struck him that he was drenched in cold sweat, and upon touching his forehead, it felt chilling as if he were a corpse. Are you also here to see Professor Snape? The little wizard asked curiously. Professor Snape's face was a mask of peculiarity. No, I do not wish to encounter him at this moment. I see. Anton, maintaining his composure, offered a polite bow. Good night, my dear professor. Good night, replied Quirrell, squinting and licking his lips as if savoring some delectable treat. Observing the young wizard hasten forward to rap on Snape's office door, Quirrell ambled coolly down the corridor. The echoes of Snape's irate awakening and the young wizard's fervent expressions of thought danced in Quirrell's ears, prompting a slight smirk to grace his lips. Professor? Chapter 75, Barbara Transforms. Anton's mind was a veritable treasure trove, enriched by the memories of the fairy Pedro, filled with discussions between the ancient witch Volcanova and the ancient fairy Pedro on countless realms of knowledge. Regrettably, despite possessing such a wealth of information, He was unable to grasp any of it. The topics broached by the two were far too advanced. The more superficial elements were simply beyond his articulation, leaving Anton often bewildered. It was as though he possessed a hard drive chronicling centuries of scientific discourse between titans like Einstein and Tesla, yet, with his rudimentary knowledge level akin to that of a first grader, he could only comprehend the faintest hints of their brilliance. Oh, merely the slightest essence that could be tenuously incorporated into his mimicry of magical spells. Voldemort. Very well. It was Professor Voldemort's class that adeptly traversed from the modern Scarecrow charm to the ancient Scarecrow curse, a transformative spell for magical creatures, tracing its origins with clarity and coherence. This comprehensive examination of the evolution of spells was nothing short of a perfect interpretive method for unlocking the treasure trove of memories. Truly enlightening. Old Voldy, indeed, was exceptional. In just a single lesson, Anton had genuinely grasped so much. Coupled with Snape's guidance, a torrent of inspiration surged forth. By the time he returned, it was quite late. Yet he swiftly dashed towards the castle's exterior. Navigating through the secret passage recounted by George and the others, he soon arrived at the edge of the forbidden forest, where he could see Filch steadfastly guarding the vicinity. Anton crouched low, stealthily sneaking to the rear of the small cabin. The vine-like creatures joyfully swayed their branches in welcome, parting a way through the wall to permit his entry. This was the advantage of a living house. He need not use the front door. Anywhere could serve as an entrance. As the vines twisted, they unearthed a suitcase from deep within the soil. Swiftly opening it, Anton leapt inside, the lights flickering to life. He strode purposefully to the bookshelf, retrieving the enchanted images belonging to the werewolves. Drawn by the old wizard, they floated before him, one by one. Yes, that was the sensation. With a flourish of his wand, the diagrams began to shift rapidly, transforming into a carousel of animation. I finally understand. You foolish old wizard. Do you realize I've grasped your teachings? Mimicking Voldemort's gestures, he elegantly raised his hand, fingers poised skyward. Suddenly, his middle finger began to swell disproportionately. Longwolf first sprouted forth, and the werewolf's finger joints, more numerous than those of a human, stretched tautly, measuring a foot in length. The sharp claws glimmered under the light, resembling daggers. In an instant, he reverted back. Previously, he could transform his arm into that of a werewolf, but it required extensive preparation. Now, he needed none. From serpent to werewolf, Anton could proudly declare that he had glimpsed the realm of transformation. Fui body transformation. Alone in his solitude, Anton found no shame in indulging in a wicked laugh, for he was simply too elated. Life had been arduous. He could not remain perpetually tense. Having often danced in the privacy of his room, Barbara transformed fully. Anton swiftly shed his burdensome attire, mindful that he must return to the dormitory garbed appropriately, lest his werewolf form rip through his clothing. Yet, as he reveled in the sensation of the cool breeze caressing his feet, he abruptly lifted his head. Lo and behold, countless heads peered from the suitcase's opening, each gazing inward. Wow, George exclaimed, astonished. Fred nodded knowingly, wearing a mysterious expression. Alongside them were Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. Harry and Ron looked utterly stunned, while Hermione, covering her face, seemed perplexed, refusing to retract her head. Anton longed to explain himself. At that moment, a semi-transparent head suddenly tumbled from the opening, caught by a hand grasping its hair, suspended in mid-air. I heard you calling me, foolish apprentice. Oh dear, what a dreadful day, a day of utter nonsense. Anton paced furiously in front of the sofa. The 5 children huddled together, feigning innocence, and Anton shot them a cold glare, nearly amused by their antics. What is this? Should I reward you with a little red flower? That suitcase was my secret. As you all know, I instructed the vine to conceal it underground to protect my secrets. Anton, in a fit of rage, gesticulated wildly, but you, George Weasley and Fred Weasley, have betrayed my trust. I have never pried into your research. I am quite curious about Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Those documents are right next door, separated by no door, and I have not touched a single one. Yet you, George replied, I was wrong. Fred added, we truly should not have looked inside your suitcase. Anton remained irate, hands pressed against the table, glaring down at their faces, yet they were stifling laughter. They were still chuckling. Hermione burst out laughing, quickly covering her mouth upon noticing Anton's gaze. Harry, sensing Anton's impending wrath, quickly clarified, Anton, we didn't mean to look. George told us not to, but your laughter was simply too loud. It piqued our curiosity. Is it my fault now? Anton was thoroughly speechless. He pointed at each of them. You are still sneaking laughs. Guffawing. The old wizard, undeterred, laughed heartily from the sidelines. Joy is infectious, and soon others joined in the laughter. Hey, Anton, it's nothing to be ashamed of. When we go to the pool, we only wear shorts, George chimed in, throwing an arm around Anton's shoulders. Indeed, Fred affirmed earnestly, nudging Anton with the shoulder, we all prefer tight-fitting clothes. At this point, there was no way to remain angry. What else could he do but forgive them? Anton wore a disgruntled expression. As the atmosphere lightened, Harry Potter curiously inquired, what were you just doing? An evil ritual? The child's imagination was always peculiar. Anton grinned, revealing his pearly whites, and in the dim light, he resembled a wicked beast. Yes, since you are so curious, I shall let you witness it. In an abrupt turn of events, countless strands of wolf first sprouted from his body, startling both George and Fred into retreat. Oh, Merlin's bald head, the old wizard exclaimed, hastily approaching. Have you figured it out? You figured it out. Anton grinned at the old wizard as his head began to elongate and swell. Simultaneously, his entire form was rapidly stretching, and within mere seconds, a towering werewolf, standing 9 feet tall, loomed before them. Massive and robust, its elongated arms rested heavily on the table. The werewolf's mouth gaped wide enough to consume the 3 small children in a single bite, particularly with its sharp, hooked teeth gnashing ominously, causing Harry and Ron's faces to pale in fright. Werewolf! Hermione screamed, swiftly drawing her wand from her robe pocket. Werewolf! Anton cackled, lunging towards them. Harry screamed. Ron shrieked. Petrify them all, Hermione commanded. Chapter 76, The Snake Candy. Hermione's spell missed its mark, and the colossal figure transformed mid-air into an exceedingly long viper. The serpent slithered, evading the spell's light, wrapping around the 3 of them, and speaking in human tongue. Now, dear little ones, do indulge in laughter. Laugh. The trio remained motionless, paralyzed by fear. With a crack, the door of the small cottage creaked open, and the large snake swiftly coiled George and Fred against the wall, numerous vines writhing to envelop them completely. Filch, wand in hand, its tip glowing faintly, was patrolling the cottage. I distinctly heard a noise, he muttered. As a squib, he was incapable of casting spells. This was Anton's idea, to gift Filch a replica wand with a simple illumination charm for the first week. This unanticipated arrival delighted Filch, who wandered about with the wand, despite its light being dimmer than that of a flashlight. Meanwhile, they had arranged with Filch to inspect the cottage, providing him with a spare key, but forbidding him from touching anything, lest they be attacked by the venomous tentacula, maintaining a delicate balance. After a fruitless search, Filch, looking utterly baffled, departed, only to abruptly turn back halfway. A grotesque visage suddenly appeared before him. Blimey, he exclaimed, stumbling back a few steps, only to realize it was one of the castle's loathsome ghosts. Cursing under his breath, he continued his rounds, declaring that today would conclude his duties, not out of fear. Of course, the vines crept back up the wall, revealing the 5 children, all frozen in bizarre, contorted positions. Even with Filch gone, they remained unmoved. The icy texture of the scales sent chills down their spines. Only Harry dared to emit a hissing sound, taunting the great serpent, earning him admiration from the other 4 for his bravery. Anton understood that Harry was likely speaking Parseltongue to him, but he could not comprehend it. He merely employed his self-invented biomimetic charm to mimic forms, not actually transforming into a snake, so he could not grasp the words. After their antics, George remarked solemnly, Anton, you ought not to let others know you can transform into a werewolf, especially a snake. Fred concurred, adding that werewolves were already shunned, and becoming a snake would invite further scrutiny, particularly given the school's long-standing legends of the basilisk, which would instill fear in others. Anton beamed at them, realizing their genuine concern for his well-being, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, he had not misjudged them. These 2 were undoubtedly the most suitable partners. We are serious. The twins chimed in unison. They understood, and surely Anton did as well. Yet, he needed to devise a means to utilize his abilities openly. Transforming was not a matter of shame. He would eventually metamorphose into various animals and even plant-based potion ingredients. He sought recognition for his research, demanding the rights and respect he deserved, rather than sneaking about like a rat in a wizard's shadows. Anton had always been a proud individual. If he excelled, the world should be made aware. However, the chameleon featherbird, which could render him invisible, was a secret he could not divulge. He would not even share such life-saving techniques with Remus or others. Thus, I have created this, Anton declared, retrieving a glass jar from his workbench, filled with candies wrapped in shimmering paper. Snake candy. He opened the jar, extracting a piece and handing it to George, casting a glance at the old wizard. Everything originates from potions, and everything shall return to potions. This phrase was lost on everyone except the old wizard, who smiled approvingly. Wow, George exclaimed, handing the candy to Fred. Wow, Fred marveled, passing it to Harry. Wow, Harry echoed, offering it to Ron. Wow, Ron accepted it and swallowed it whole. Just as Hermione was about to take one, her eyes widened in shock, and she recoiled, gasping. All eyes were fixated on Ron. Ron stammered, panic rising as his body trembled violently. In no time, he truly transformed into a snake. Unlike Anton's imposing beast, Ron's snake was only 3 feet long. He flailed in panic, but soon raised his head and declared, "This feels rather nice." "Wow!" exclaimed George, Fred, Harry, and Hermione in unison. Only Anton grimaced, muttering a curse under his breath. "Blast it!" He gazed at them helplessly. "I haven't yet devised an antidote or counter-curse." They exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. What could they do? They had spent an entire night with no success, and Ron was in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. His unfortunate state elicited laughter from everyone, even Harry and Hermione. Yet, the joy was not for Ron. He felt overwhelmed by the noise, drowning in sadness. With no solution in sight, the group hurried to the infirmary at dawn, Anton slyly bringing the candies along, intending to present them to Madame Pomfrey for her reference and to observe how she would remedy Ron's predicament. Their commotion attracted attention, and soon, early risers from the dining hall rushed over to witness the spectacle, while some delighted peers ran to fetch their friends. Before long, even the professors arrived. Anton, with a voice tinged with sorrow, confided in Madame Pomfrey that the fault lay entirely with him, insisting that he must assist in the preparation of the antidote. For his conscience could not bear to be otherwise. Madame Pomfrey, with her gentle demeanor, readily acquiesced. This matron of the infirmary was undoubtedly a formidable figure within the school. It was said that she had been present even during Snape's own time as a student. Whenever a young wizard suffered a minor injury, such as a broken bone or a dislocated limb, a few days in her care would see them discharged with ease. Naturally, once the antidote was concocted, he was promptly ushered out, leaving only the professors to remain inside. Upon exiting the infirmary, he observed the twins animatedly showcasing a glass jar of candy to the throng of students. "Behold, everyone, the results are extraordinary. My brother has been the first to experience our latest creation, the transforming snake candy. This is a revolutionary product." All the onlookers gazed at the candy with a mixture of trepidation and desire. Anton found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 77, Fat Tongue Toffee. George and Fred, the exuberant twins, continued to build excitement. "Animagi, surely you are all aware of them?" "What? Some of you are not. This is quite troubling." George's enthusiasm grew more fervent. Fred interjected with a teasing click of his tongue, shaking his head. "Look at this. It's evident that some of you are not paying attention in class. There are only 7 registered with the Ministry of Magic. 7, such a rare form of magic." George waved his arms dramatically. "And you, as a Gryffindor, do not even know what an animagus is? Our very own Professor McGonagall is one of them. Now, with the latest product from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the transforming snake candy, you shall experience the marvels of becoming an animagus. Just one candy, and you can easily transform into a snake." Anton admired his cousins immensely. They were promoting a product that lacked a counter-curse or antidote, and just moments before, he had sent his own brother to the infirmary. Yet now, they were marketing their new invention. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on his shoulder. "Who is it?" Anton looked up, somewhat irked, only to find Professor Quirrell, looking remarkably normal. "It seems my lesson was quite beneficial for you, and you've grasped it swiftly," he remarked with a smile, before sauntering away. Another hand landed on his shoulder. "And who might this be?" Anton looked up again, feeling increasingly annoyed, only to be greeted by Professor Snape, who wore an expression of approval. "It appears my potions class has not been in vain," he stated. Anton longed to retort that Snape had just patted his shoulder mere moments before Quirrell. Snape strode away, his robes billowing behind him like a great bat. He snatched the glass jar of candy from Fred's grasp and fixed a steely gaze upon the twins. "Due to your foolishness, 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. This potion will be confiscated and its sale prohibited." Before the twins could protest, he glided away like a shadowy specter. "How unfair. George, you only think of your own brother. You were the best of friends, and you did not even think of us first," lamented Lee Jordan, a friend of George's from the same year, as he stared mournfully at the jar in Snape's hand. George could only shrug helplessly alongside Fred, both expressing their own exasperation. The most fervent excitement came from the Slytherin students, Being able to experience the sensation of transforming into a serpent, the emblem of their house, sent them into a frenzy. Lower year students, aware of the details, began to gravitate towards Anton, soon drawing in upper year students as well. You must have more stock. I know it. This is your doing, isn't it? You were planning to sell it, and you mentioned that it would be available in a few days. There must be more. One student, misled by the hype, stared intently at him. Anton could only raise his hands and surrender, confessing that there was truly only this one jar, now in Professor Snape's possession. Consequently, all eyes turned to their prefect, Fane. What are you looking at me for? You are Professor Snape's favorite student, or he wouldn't have appointed you as prefect. Go plead for us to retrieve that jar of potion. Fane's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The admiration Snape held for him was merely a result of his father's connections as a school board member. Nevertheless, the Weasley's Wizard Weeze's shop was already bustling with potential customers. A throng of students surrounded the twins as they made their way to the dining hall, enthralled by tales of Ron's transformation into a snake. The younger students flocked to Harry and Anton, while even Hermione found herself encircled by a group of girls, astonished at her newfound popularity. Thus, the infirmary stood empty, as if everyone had inadvertently forgotten about a certain victim. Life's little interludes created ripples, and soon Anton's routine was once again filled to the brim. From Monday to Friday, his schedule brimmed with classes. Saturday was reserved for private lessons with Snape, and Sunday for those with Voldemort. Yes, Anton succumbed to temptation, dutifully attending classes in Voldemort's office. He recognized this as a pact with the devil. Voldemort surely harbored ulterior motives, though Anton remained unaware of the grand schemes unfolding in the shadows. Yet, each lesson with Voldemort felt like a magical key, gently unlocking the treasures of wisdom nestled within his mind. The allure was unparalleled. Anton found himself at a loss as to who else could impart such advanced magical knowledge. Flitwick? McGonagall? Or perhaps Dumbledore? While Dumbledore undoubtedly surpassed Voldemort in knowledge, the venerable wizard was far too busy with his own affairs to offer personal instruction to him. Dumbledore's life was a whirlwind of activity, with Grindelwald's chaos still unresolved. Tom had graduated just on the heels of it. The title of the greatest was not mere rhetoric. It was a lifetime of dedication. With a sigh of weariness, Anton contemplated the demands of his existence. In the days that followed, aside from attending classes or reading, he devoted the majority of his time within the Weasley's laboratory. So many ideas and inspirations awaited his exploration. Time, it seemed, was never sufficient. The twins pursued an entirely distinct path in their inventive endeavors. For instance, the fat-tongued toffee was a sophisticated amalgamation of curses, transfiguration, and potions. Were Anton to undertake the research, he would undoubtedly have developed it into a spell. Just imagine a tongue swelling to an extraordinary length of 1 meter. Such a spell, unless one mastered silent incantations, would render the caster effectively mute. Even if it could not be transformed into a spell, he would strive to concoct the candy in a spray form, achieving similar effects. Yet, the twins were merely intent on turning it into a prank. Perhaps this delineates the distinction between the White Wizard and the Dark Wizard. Anton had no intention of steering these two brothers towards becoming arms dealers. Aside from the occasional celebration of a successful experiment, they generally indulged in their own pursuits. Perhaps I ought to seek an assistant. At times, Anton would gaze thoughtfully at the twins, pondering the insufficiency of his time. These two were not only trustworthy, but also inherently inclined towards research, and they were his own cousins. Ha ha ha. Fred, observing George's extraordinarily long tongue, collapsed into fits of laughter. Clutching his stomach, he. George wiggled his waist, causing his tongue to flail about, further provoking Fred's laughter to the point of breathlessness. Subsequently, George seized the confection and stuffed it into Fred's mouth. Thus, these two brothers brandished their tongues in a whimsical manner before Anton. The corners of Anton's mouth twitched as he sighed inwardly. Oh well, these two are such a source of amusement, and given the perilous nature of my experiments, I must be cautious not to inadvertently incapacitate them. I say you too. Before Anton could finish his sentence, a candy was thrust into his mouth. Very well. It seems rather entertaining. Thus, the trio commenced their own tongue-wagging antics. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fred and George's wands unleashed a flurry of spells. Lights flickered, and fireworks erupted. Anton decided to activate a homemade magical phonograph. Let us dance. In an instant, chaos ensued, and merriment filled the air. Chapter 78. Flesh and Bone Severed. Time slipped away quietly, and Anton perpetually felt pressed for time. Just yesterday, on Saturday, Snape had guided him through an experiment on testing the properties, functions, and characteristics of dragon lungs. The fluidity of his technique deepened Anton's understanding of the old wizard's previous manuscripts. The pink, fluffy, round dragonling he observed was, in fact, the 18th specimen sent by the dragon's sanctuary. Snape needed to retain it for testing the overall reactions, which had allowed it to survive to this day. The previous 17 had been meticulously disassembled into countless components, marking the third practical session for assistance. For the first time, Anton realized that testing the properties of an unknown potion ingredient involved an extensive array of steps. To begin with, the spells, as most spells possess countercharms and restorative incantations, were initially directed towards the material. This dragonling's lungs exhibited commendable adaptability to size-altering spells. It could serve as a substitute for a particular ingredient in the polyjuice potion, prolonging its effects. Moreover, it had an excellent stabilizing influence on the undetectable extension charm. Merely a pinch would not only expand the space, but also enhance the duration of the spell. In terms of spellcraft alone, Snape had recorded dozens of observations. Following that, there would be testing for potion properties, physical tests, and more. Anton was utterly captivated, returning home to pore over the old wizard's experimental manuscripts all night long. Each morsel of new knowledge he gleaned would yield further insights upon revisiting those manuscripts. As dawn broke, he accompanied Draco and a few others to the dining hall for breakfast. Of course, Draco typically barely touched his food, as he would soon engage in a quarrel with Harry Potter. Anton was not inclined to concern himself with their antics. His mind, having operated at high speed throughout the night, felt muddled and uncomfortable. Furthermore, he still had to visit old Voldemort. Consequently, he had no choice but to down a bottle of his homemade invigorating potion. Oh, the aroma was reminiscent of a blend of rancid socks soaked in perfume overnight. Quite an assault on the senses, nearly causing him to regurgitate his breakfast. Yet, it ultimately invigorated him. Now let's take a deep breath, and another, and yet another. Anton hesitated by the staircase for a lengthy moment before finally stepping forward to push open the door to Professor Quirrell's office. "Good morning, Professor." The young wizard beamed brightly. "Seat, Professor Quirrell." Indeed, Voldemort sat gracefully behind a grand table, his chair turned towards the bulging window as he squinted at the scene outside. Following his gaze, Anton beheld the Quidditch pitch, where the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff teams were engaged in a fierce match. "Ah, dear young wizard, always so full of vitality," he mused. "I never favor Quidditch. This clearly led me to miss out on the most exhilarating joys of youth." Anton was unsure of Voldemort's usual demeanor, but in his professorial guise, he tended to be particularly loquacious. At such times, Anton refrained from interjecting. He would only interrupt the old wizard when he was most perplexed by the knowledge being imparted. Otherwise, he remained silent, merely smiling. In 1894, there existed a Quidditch team known as the Appleby Arrows, whose fans celebrated by conjuring a flying arrow with their wands. The professor elegantly rested his wand in his palm, gently waving it, conjuring an arrow that appeared from thin air and swiftly embedded itself into the oak bookshelf, the magic shimmering before it vanished. That year, a fan's arrow pierced the nose of referee Nudge Potts, resulting in the Ministry of Magic prohibiting such archaic practices. This account is derived from the magical game of Quidditch, the teams of England and Ireland. The professor turned away from observing a certain charming Gryffindor boy. "Today, we shall delve into the arrow spell. Ancient magic and modern magic can almost be regarded as entirely distinct systems, each possessing its own advantages and disadvantages within their respective realms. Modern magic is more potent and easier to master, allowing us swift access to the hall of advanced spells. In contrast, ancient magic is more intricate, more enigmatic, requiring a diverse array of knowledge, and facilitates a deeper understanding of the essence of magic. The arrow spell, an ancient incantation, could be dissected within the framework of modern magic. Fundamentally, it is a summoning spell, a form of conjuration, and it also serves as a high-level transfiguration spell, a branch of the summoning arts. Anton pondered, is a transfiguration spell a summoning spell? No, not precisely, the professor chuckled, shaking his head. Certain transfiguration spells have encroached upon the domain of summoning spells. We often find it challenging to distinctly categorize a spell within its rightful system. He waved his wand again, flock of birds. A swarm of small birds fluttered from the tip of his wand, circling the office before soaring out of the open window. This is a high-level transfiguration spell, also a variety of summoning magic. Returning to the arrow spell, aside from the aforementioned interpretations, is also a curse. Another spell utilizing the same principle as the arrow spell is an ancient incantation from Nevin, which was rarely named in antiquity. This spell primarily serves to separate the flesh from bone. When a Ministry of Magic was first established, this ancient spell was prohibited for use on living beings. And, subsequently, stringent laws were enacted specifically targeting this incantation. A sardonic smile crept upon the professor's lips. Currently, only slaughterhouses are permitted to wield it. Yet most of these establishments employ enslaved house elf workers who do not require this spell. Therefore, let us learn to wield this incantation while elucidating the principles underlying both the arrow spell and the flesh-severing curse. With a flash of light, an iron cage materialized upon the oak table. Within it lies a veritable throng of thousands of mice. Anton swallowed hard, tugged at the corners of his mouth, and managed a strained smile. All was well. Anton emerged, reeking of blood and nausea. The crimson fluid had saturated his wizarding robe, and despite casting a cleansing charm, he felt as though he had been steeped in a thick pool of blood. No, it was not merely blood. A rodent's vertebra had even found its way into the pocket of his robe. One could only imagine the revulsion he endured while extracting the detestable piece. On one occasion, a spell had gone awry, resulting in an entire mouse exploding, splattering him with a grotesque mixture of blood and flesh. Yet, Anton, having forged an immense resilience, managed to maintain a composed demeanor before Voldemort. Indeed, he could not afford to display weakness in the presence of that mocking Dark Lord. Was it elegance he sought? Or perhaps a facade of calm? You, Voldemort, who drags your fragmented soul beneath Dumbledore's very nose without fear, while I, though my experiences are less grand, am acutely aware of the precarious dance between life and death. Anton's expression remained remarkably serene. He even deliberately conjured a thought in his mind. Oh, how I adore the scent of blood. No, I mustn't reveal this to the professor. Thus, Voldemort's demeanor indeed softened considerably, transforming from that of a spectator to a mentor. With guidance comes a different experience. The casting of ancient spells often disregarded the conventional elements of spell work, exuding an air of the uncanny. As the night deepened, Anton returned to his dormitory and collapsed over the toilet for a full 30 minutes, nearly expelling his very stomach. After a vigorous wash, he lay down on his bed, in a state of disarray, struggling to discern whether he had fallen asleep or merely lost consciousness. The rigors of his academic pursuit were undeniably arduous. It was in stark contrast to his imagined vision of Hogwarts, a tranquil haven of tea and literature. Nevertheless, he thought, as long as he could manage a good night's sleep, he would rise as a valiant warrior once more. Chapter 79, A Delectable Delicacy. At that moment, Professor Quirrell's office resembled a grand slaughterhouse. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered everywhere, staining everything near the desk in a crimson and black hue. Clearly, the Dark Lord had no inclination to cast a cleaning charm on this outcome. Professor Quirrell lay, gasping amidst the blood, as if on the brink of death. He struggled to rise, only to stumble back into the pool of blood. A rodent's skull, with its dark eye sockets, stared back at him. Merlin's beard. Quirrell, in terror, took a step back, only to find his hands and feet submerged in the muck of blood and flesh. Ultimately, he staggered to his feet, laboriously making his way to a shelf beside the wall, forcefully pulling open a wooden door beneath. From within, he retrieved a large glass jar, narrow at the neck but ample in its belly. Within the intricately etched, frosted transparency of the jar, a dark red, viscous liquid, reminiscent of blood, bubbled ominously as if boiling. Gasping for breath, he gritted his teeth and yanked out the cork, gurgling as he did so. Soon, Quirrell released a sigh of relief, gingerly placing the jar back into the cabinet. He then drew his wand, casting several cleansing charms upon the slaughterhouse-like office. Unsteadily, he returned to the rear of the office and collapsed into a grand armchair, murmuring, "I do not understand." His voice grew increasingly agitated. "I do not understand, Master. I truly do not comprehend. I have toiled tirelessly to restore your strength, and yet you squander it on controlling my body, merely to teach a child? Do you grasp how arduous it has been for him? The magical creature's blood in that glass jar. Each drop represents my savings. A lifetime of savings, earned penny by penny, not for some grand endeavor, nor for any devious schemes, but for a mere educational game. I have sacrificed everything for you. My life, my essence, my savings, everything, just for you to toy with." Quirrell regretted seeking out the Dark Lord in Albania. He had gained nothing, no glory, no power, nothing at all. He even perceived the so-called Dark Lord as a ludicrous figure, akin to a second-rate villain from a fairy tale. Quirrell began to question whether this investment had been wise. Of course, he was perpetually wavering, seduced, even enslaved. He found himself unable to withdraw. Yet his savings could scarcely withstand this strain, if this continued. He He would have no choice but to venture into the perilous forbidden forest adjacent to Hogwarts to seek magical creatures for their blood. A sharp voice emanated from his hat. You do not understand. You do not comprehend. Ah, did Quirrell truly not understand? During his studies in Muggle studies, he had certainly heard about how the Dark Lord had cursed the defense against the dark arts position because he could not secure it for himself. He merely needed to return to Hogwarts to reclaim his position teaching Muggle studies. Dumbledore held him in high regard, even intending to promote him to a professorship. His future had once appeared so bright. Yet Voldemort's resolve was unwavering. He demanded the defense against the dark arts post. After much hesitation, Quirrell ultimately acquiesced to the Dark Lord's wishes. After all, it was his own master's curse. It should not affect him, should it? But, yet, all his efforts to help his master regain strength were squandered for the sake of indulging in the professor's role. No one knew the excruciating pain his soul endured while the Dark Lord inhabited his body. No one knew that merely residing within him dulled his own thoughts. No, the Dark Lord cared not. He was solely fixated on that damned defense against the dark arts class. Quirrell emitted a peculiar laugh. Difficult to articulate the complexities of his emotions therein. Dumbledore has tasked us with establishing guardians for the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone. I have already located a troll. On Halloween, I shall unleash it to create chaos, and Dumbledore will undoubtedly prioritize the safety of the students. In that moment, I shall seize the Philosopher's Stone. Once I obtain the stone, I can resurrect my master, and everything will change. Splendid, the sharp voice remarked. I shall not forget your sacrifices, Quirinus Quirrell. That boy, Anthony. I can see he holds gratitude towards me. When the time comes, you may summon him. He will prove invaluable. Quirrell could no longer contain himself. He growled. I truly do not understand. Why this Anthony? What use could he possibly serve? The piercing, cackling laughter echoed in his ears. It was a delectable delicacy. Should you succeed on Halloween, I shall personally concoct this delicacy. However, should you, in your foolishness, fail, indeed, your stupidity grants me little hope. I shall require assistance in processing it. Quirrell clenched his fists tightly, the words of the Dark Lord dripping with disdain. He had devoted everything to his master. Whatever needed to be done, he was ready. A derisive chuckle echoed in the air. Suddenly, Quirrell erupted in a piercing howl, his slumped body in the chair straightening abruptly, trembling uncontrollably. Obey, Quirrell. That is all I require of you. The office was engulfed in darkness, infinite and boundless. No matter what people endure, the sun will rise again the following day. The dawn broke gloriously, piercing through the clouds. After savoring a hearty breakfast, Anton felt invigorated, ready to embrace the day ahead. Aunt Ilsa, yes. The meddlesome wife that Lupin had found. She insisted that Anton write a letter to Uncle Lupin each month, with no specific content required, claiming that young wizards often grapple with numerous growing pains, and that he should communicate them to his parents, allowing Lupin to provide solace. Indeed, Anton found himself troubled. He wrote to Lupin. The gist of his letter was, there is a teacher who has generously imparted wisdom to me, treating me well, yet he is undeniably a villain. What should I do? That day, while enjoying breakfast, Lupin's owl finally arrived. Lupin expressed his confusion, penning a question. Did you not already kill him? Then he proceeded to write numerous praises for this deceased wizard, urging Anton to empathize with the emotions of someone who had already passed away. He advised them not to quarrel at Hogwarts as they did at home. Empathy, indeed. Anton rolled his eyes and penned a reply for the owl to deliver back. It was not the same as before. He had encountered yet another dilemma. Sigh, why must my educational journey be so fraught with challenges? Why? It is so difficult for me. So very difficult. Chapter 80. Off we go. Nevertheless, life must continue. It had been several days since they delivered the counterfeit wands to Filch at the Weasley shop, and the month-long observation period had gradually allowed Filch to become accustomed to his surroundings, lowering his guard. He began to devote more energy to patrolling the castle, as that was his primary duty. Consequently, Anton conferred with the twins. It's time to launch. It was time to sell the backlog of magical trick items, recoup funds, and advance to the next phase of research, particularly the 10 boxes of dung bombs piled in the corners of the house. It was time for Filch to eagerly anticipate a thorough cleanup. There were no firecrackers or drums to herald their opening. Their campus shop resembled a black market. All the students stealthily arrived, quietly departing afterward. Anton had developed his snake-transforming candies to the 20th version, creating an entire series. Snake candy transforms the consumer into a 1-meter-long snake for a duration of 2 hours before the effect automatically dissipates. Anti-snake candy. After consumption, it prevents the effects of snake candy for 72 hours and can serve as an antidote. Snake arm candy. Transforms one arm into a snake. Anti-snake arm candy. Same as above. Enhanced snake candy. Increases length to 2 meters, with the effect shortened to 20 minutes. In addition, Anton had also concocted werewolf arm candy and anti-werewolf arm candy. Everyone eagerly anticipated trying them upon seeing the promotional brochure from the Weasley shop. The price was, what a joke. Headmaster Snape still refused to lift the sales ban. For now, all they could do was admire the catalog for their satisfaction. However, whispers suggested, though it was unclear where Harry Potter had heard them, that the nefarious Malfoy intended to rally a group of students to secretly acquire the snake candy, while Anton visited Snape's office and the twins trained at the Quidditch pitch on Saturday. On Wednesday evening, while Anton was busy in the laboratory, Ron came over as usual to borrow homework, and he, along with Harry and Hermione, unanimously suspected Malfoy's scheme. To this, Anton merely smiled. The laboratory was protected by the Devil's Snare. No one could steal anything from there. The twins also found the trio to be rather bored. Their 3 brothers clearly overestimated the efficacy of the Devil's Snare while underestimating Malfoy's malevolence. From afar, they could still hear Harry's loud conspiracies and Ron's loud murmurs. Come on. Anton is my age. I don't like calling him brother. Just Anton is fine, okay? Such minor ripples did not affect Anton's mood. His research had once again entered a new realm. Building upon the potions and spells taught by the old wizard, he learned potions from Snape and spells for Voldemort, and he had begun to faintly touch upon a new domain. He was not content with merely transforming into a viper or a werewolf. Even the mightiest werewolf was merely a lowly figure lurking in the shadows of the Wizarding World. He aimed to continue his research towards something stronger, not simply upgrading the werewolf, but perhaps adding external appendages like a pair of wings. Finally, just before Saturday, he successfully concocted a large vial of Wizard's Eye potion. Saturday arrived. The weather was splendid. When Anton arrived at Snape's office, he found him hastily preparing to leave. After a brief greeting, the professor paused and turned back to open the door for him. Clang! A cage containing a fluffy, pink-hued hybrid dragon was tossed before him. Thud! A stack of parchment bound together with twine lay amidst thick tomes. Dumbledore has summoned us. I do not have time to teach you today. Perhaps you could take a look at this. It contains all the research data on hybrid dragons. His lifeless eyes bore into Anton. Any information contained herein must not be disclosed, nor may it be copied. This is a research project commissioned by the dragon breeding facility at great expense. Ownership belongs to them. Anton, you are a clever lad. You understand my meaning, do you not? Anton nodded with a smile. Very well. Snape whisked away in his loose black robes. Anton gently caressed the cover of the tome, its nearly 13-centimeter thickness signifying the weight of its contents. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The pink, fluffy, round hybrid dragon opened its tiny beak and chirped, occasionally coughing as if its throat were constricted. This hybrid dragon breed inherited none of the advantages of fire-breathing dragons, nor those of unicorns. It remained a mere bundle of fluff even in adulthood, a hybrid incapable of breathing fire. According to Snape's research, the greatest asset of this plump creature was its wings, particularly its feathers, which possessed unique flying control and braking capabilities, making them excellent materials for high-end flying broomsticks. Just a small addition, and a bicycle could instantly transform into a supercar, so remarkably effective. And this was Anton's objective for the day. He extracted the Wizard's Eye potion from his messenger bag and gulped it down in one swift motion. Gurgling sounds erupted as his pupils began to dilate, expanding to their utmost limit, revealing flecks of deep green stars within. At that moment, the entire world transformed into a warped tapestry of lines. The more potent the magic, the more chaotic and contorted the lines became, inducing a wave of nausea. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Countless ripples emanated before him, undulating through the folds of this distorted space, as if his eyes had magnified tremendously. The elixir of fairy eyes. The clutter within Snape's office was overwhelming. Piles of potions stacked high, while various magical artifacts occupied every nook and cranny. For a moment, he was dizzy with confusion. Gripping the edge of the wooden table tightly, he regained his bearings and swiftly turned his gaze toward the draconic creature before him. A terrifying tangle of chaos. If the complexity of a werewolf was 100 times that of a viper, this fist-sized creature was 1,000 times more intricate than a werewolf. No longer were there mere squares, lines, and dark green cracks. Instead, there emerged more orderly shapes, intricate movements, and a three-dimensional, convoluted tapestry of magical energy. Truly, a perfect embodiment of life. Anton marveled. Combining Snape's research with the functions, uses, and characteristics of various parts, He could easily differentiate the chaotic magical imagery piece by piece. The wings of the draconic creature were small, yet the lines of magical energy within them were the most numerous, though not overly challenging to document. They exhibited a striking regularity, presenting a series of harmonious spherical grids that rhythmically twisted in perpetual cycles. Wow! Magical luminescence flared beside him as the shadow notes charm rapidly inscribed every observable line. Anton had become adept at manipulating the light and shadow to document magical imagery, executing his task with remarkable speed. Noticing that time was still plentiful, he began to record the various components of the draconic creature. The tightly woven, resilient dragon skin exhibited formidable resistance to spells. The soft, bony claws, petite yet potent, served as an excellent substitute for concocting antidotes. Eventually, Anton's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the creature's throat, where an exceedingly twisted and chaotic magical image resided. It resembled a multitude of gears in a mechanism, impeded by a crowbar, exuding a sense of lethargy. A spark ignited within him. Anton drew his wand, magic surging forth. In the months preceding his enrollment, he had conducted numerous experiments under the guidance of the fairies Pedro and Rogier, gaining some insights into the delicate art of fine-tuning soul magic. Piercing and excruciating, a subtle beam of magical light penetrated the creature's body, akin to a finely honed scalpel, gingerly probing through the chaotic mass. Alas, there was no reaction. Evidently, even the draconic creature possessed greater magical resistance than Lupin, the werewolf. Again, piercing and excruciating, he infused a touch more magic. With delicate precision, he cradled the creature in his hands, his wand poised against its throat, gradually adjusting the imperceptible fluctuations. Professor Dumbledore should not have allowed Quirrell to participate in the setting of the challenges. Snape's voice resonated from the doorway. He pushed the door open and turned to face Professor McGonagall. I have expressed my distrust of him. McGonagall smiled gently. You need not harbor such deep-seated animosity towards him. Professor Dumbledore's decision to appoint him as the defense against the dark arts instructor signifies his trust. It is not because he secured the position that I harbor suspicions. Snape retorted, visibly displeased. McGonagall merely smiled, remaining silent, nearing 60. She regarded the 31-year-old man with a gaze that often irked Snape, imbued with the wisdom of a senior. Just then, a dragon's roar erupted from Snape's office. He swiftly turned to investigate, only to be met with a deluge of water splashing across his face, thoroughly soaking him. McGonagall's eyes widened as she beheld the plump bird in Anton's grasp. It was rapidly inflating, growing to the size of a normal fire dragon, nearly filling the entire office. The pink feather dragon resembled an eccentric giant bird. Poor Anton, caught between the dual observations of the wizard's eye and fairy eye, had no time to react. He could only cling tightly to the feathers before him to avoid tumbling over. Squawk! The large bird screeched, unleashing a torrent of water that smashed against the window, shattering the convex glass. Its sharp claws dug into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. With a powerful thrust, it propelled itself through the window, spreading its wings. It soared high. Woohoo! Quickly, save that child! McGonagall cried urgently. Chapter 81. The Pack of Werewolves Incident. This pink giant bird was evidently a traitor among fire dragons. As it flew at high speed, a vast quantity of clear water began to condense around it, creating the illusion that it was enveloped in a massive orb of water. Droplets cascaded down in its wake, mimicking a torrential downpour. The bird exuded an odd force field. Anton felt himself pressed against its back by a force not overwhelmingly strong yet sufficient to ensure he did not fall, even as the creature executed a thrilling 360-degree spin. The exhilaration of high-speed flight was undeniably exhilarating. Woohoo! Anton stretched his arms wide, reveling in the unprecedented rush of wind. It ascended, revealing the entirety of Hogwarts Castle in its magnificent panorama for the first time. The bird circled around the castle, and through the window, Anton caught a glimpse of Professor Dumbledore's astonished expression framed by the enormous window. He also spotted Professor McGonagall on her broomstick, closely pursuing Snape, though it was clear that the bird was far swifter. As the bird raced ahead, accompanied by the tempest and torrential rain, Anton glimpsed Professor Quirrell emerging from the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a massive troll bound by ropes floating behind him. He also saw his Weasley cottage, where that fool Goyle and an upperclassman were stationed at the door, while several versions of himself, identical in appearance, were hauling out large jars filled with sweets from the wide-open door. Bloody hell! The Polyjuice potion. Could they truly find this loophole? Draco had made quite the progress, daring to pilfer his belongings, Behind the trees nearby, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were poised with their wands, ready to spring forth. Yet, they clearly beheld the dragon adorned in pink feathers and Anton riding upon its back. All stared agape as he sped past. Just as Anton intended to command the dragon, it suddenly dove headfirst into the large lake beside Hogwarts Castle. Boom! A massive splash erupted, soaring several meters into the air. A tremendous impact surged through him, causing Anton to feel as though his very bones were shattering. Subsequently, he was swept away by the current, with the omnipresent water gushing into his nostrils and mouth. Bubbling incessantly, bubbling, grass bubbling. The magnificent bird evidently relished swimming in the lake, frantically circling around, occasionally joyfully leaping out of the water, until Anton suddenly sensed a powerful surge of magic. At the moment the great bird leapt from the water, with a resounding thud, it transformed back into a plump, palm-sized ball of fluff. Meanwhile, Anton felt as if he were on the brink of collapse, helplessly casting his gaze towards the lake's surface. A spell of deceleration surged forth swiftly. In his dazed state, he caught a glimpse of Snape's impassive face and his strong arms enveloping him. He managed a brief smile before succumbing to unconsciousness. When he awakened once more, he found himself in Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. His entire body was swathed in an abundance of bandages, resembling a mummy. "Child, you are awake," Madame Pomfrey said gently, holding out a cup containing a potion that looked far from palatable. "Drink this, and you will feel better." "Thank you," Anton replied, his voice trembling. "It must hurt terribly." "Your bones are fractured," she lamented, expressing her discontent with Professor Snape's irresponsibility for allowing him to be near a fire dragon. "Fortunately, it is merely a minor injury, and you should be able to be discharged in a few days, just in time for Halloween." "I dislike such tedious holidays," he said. Yet a smile crept across his lips. After consuming the potion, he felt as though he had been placed in a blazing furnace, warmth radiating through him, accompanied by an itch, as if he could sense his bones softening and gradually rejoining. The first visitors to see him were the Weasley twins, who were exceedingly intrigued by the large bird Anton had ridden, which resembled a fire dragon. Unfortunately, under the potion's influence, Anton found himself unable to articulate his thoughts, merely observing the excited chatter of the twins. Next, Draco Malfoy arrived. The self-assured young man explained that he had taken some candy without permission. As everyone was curious about his snake transformation sweets, his intention was to solidify his status as the head of the students. "The galleons are ready. We will give them to you upon your discharge." "Very well, just wait until I can take advantage of you," Anton grinned. "Tonight promises to be quite entertaining, as we plan to host a snake transformation party, where everyone will turn into snakes." "Oh, so you have emerged from the shadow of the great serpent?" Draco left shortly thereafter, followed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who also came to visit him. "Malfoy plans to do something wicked. We will not let him succeed." "Good. You seem spirited." More visitors were on their way, but Madame Pomfrey barred them at the door, insisting he needed his rest. Anton drifted off into a haze of sleep, awakening intermittently before succumbing to slumber once more. The feeling of being hospitalized was far from pleasant. However, it seemed he had finally been granted the opportunity for a good night's sleep. In the short span of over 2 years since his arrival, he had been perpetually busy, with few chances to truly rest. He yearned for magic yet feared his own inadequacies. Thus he filled his schedule to the brim. Gradually acquiring knowledge was a wondrous sensation, and becoming stronger held its own enchantment. Yet, in this state of unproductivity, spending an entire day merely sleeping didn't seem too bad. As night fell, Madame Pomfrey provided him with a bowl of porridge, followed shortly by a large cup of potion. Thus, the hours passed until late into the night when the castle suddenly erupted into noise, lights ablaze. What was happening? Had Voldemort exploded? Anton strained to turn his head, only to find the treetops outside empty. A knock echoed at the door, followed by Madame Pomfrey exclaiming in alarm and hastily departing. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived, his long silver hair and beard nearly reaching his belt, clad in a loose purple robe, his crescent-shaped glasses framing inquisitive blue eyes. A piece of candy rested between his fingers. "Child, what is this?" Anton shook his slightly dazed head, straining to see, his eyes widening in shock. "Werewolf transformation candy. By Merlin. This technology is still immature. I had clearly hidden it away, and Draco took these?" Dumbledore chuckled, regarding the candy with keen interest. "An intriguing potion. I merely took a brief nap, and dozens of students transformed into werewolves overnight. Luckily, it is only a temporary transformation. Had they been afflicted with wolfsbane, I would have had to resign as headmaster tonight." Anton wore an odd expression, for he had always been apprehensive in Dumbledore's presence. As the most renowned wizard of the century, his power was undeniably formidable, especially given his mastery of legilimency. Who knew what other secrets lay hidden within him? Anton had endured a tumultuous experience as a dark wizard apprentice, and at times, he feared Dumbledore would discover his proficiency in dark magic and expel him from the school. Do not assume that this could not happen. Throughout Hogwarts history, there have been many who left mid-course. Anton cherished Hogwarts. The academic atmosphere was splendid, filled with talented individuals who spoke eloquently, and the professors were dedicated and diligent, making each day immensely rewarding. This was far from the prank inventions of George and his cohorts. Dumbledore observed him closely, noting, "You possess a profound understanding of werewolves." At this, Anton's fatigue vanished. He had never been one to exhibit humility, never shying away from showcasing his talents. Struggling to sit up, a spell flickered, sending a refreshing chill through him, instantly easing his discomfort. "Thank you." Anton sat upright. "I am currently treating Lupin." Lupin? Dumbledore's eyes reflected nostalgia. "It has been a long time since I last saw him. He is a sensitive soul, perpetually rejecting the kindness of others, as if fearing he could never repay their goodwill, living with utmost caution. Lupin holds you in high regard." "Professor, he is indeed a grateful person." Dumbledore removed his glasses to gently polish them. "Though I do not require it, I merely hope he can live well." Anton chuckled. "He is thriving now, and my initial treatment is yielding results." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with curiosity. "Werewolves have not been a recent issue. He can now freely choose to transform into a werewolf at any time during the month," Anton declared proudly. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted. He now regarded the mummy-like figure before him with astonishment, confirming that he was indeed a first-year student at his school. "Moreover, I am also treating Nagini. She is on the verge of becoming a full serpent, and I have managed to delay that transformation by 10 years. Dumbledore could no longer remain seated. His gaze sharpened with intensity. Years ago, when Nagini accompanied Newt to seek his counsel, he had contemplated numerous solutions, all in vain. Ultimately, that girl departed Hogwarts with a visage etched in despair, a memory that haunted him with relentless remorse. The snake-shaped candy and the werewolf experience candy caught his attention. With a raised brow, he mused, "It seems Hogwarts has welcomed an extraordinary student. Might I elucidate my experimental process to you?" Anton inquired eagerly, his countenance brimming with anticipation. There were myriad challenges to unravel, and he yearned for Dumbledore's guidance. Dumbledore's expression morphed into one of amusement, and with a playful wink, he remarked, "This mischievous child, studying potions with Snape on Saturdays, then learning spells with Quirrell on weekends, now seeks my assistance for research. Which day would suit your scholarly endeavors?" Anton, feigning gravitas, replied earnestly, though his bandaged visage betrayed no emotion, "Lupin and Nagini require your aid." His proclamation resonated with conviction. With a chuckle, Dumbledore rose. "Very well, rest well." Was he turned down? A hint of disappointment flickered across Anton's face. "Come to my office once you're healed. You're busier than I am, and I find your research immensely intriguing." Hooray! Dumbledore departed, but sleep evaded Anton. Sleep? There will be ample time for that when I am dead. The luminescence of the shadow pen spell flickered, revealing a multitude of lines before him, comprising 4 intricate illustrations. The magical depictions of Nagini in both human and viper forms, and of Lupin in human and werewolf states. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him as he magnified the werewolf's magical image, conjuring beside it an image of the magical properties of Dragonhide from the Antipodean Opali. He scrutinized these 2 images, sensing an inexplicable connection between them. Pedro, the fairy, had often warned him that he was straying down a fruitless path, delving into unpromising studies. This ancient fairy, having lived for centuries, held disdain for the belief that modern spells were a regression. Rather, he contended that contemporary enchantments were more refined and stable, the result of countless missteps by predecessors. He believed that no matter how formidable a werewolf's magical resistance might be, it could not alter the fact that werewolves remained at the bottom of the wizarding hierarchy. The potential of such beings was inherently limited. Yet today, Anton glimpsed a vista beyond the traditional limitations of werewolves. The magical image of the werewolf resonated with the magical properties of Dragonhide, revealing an uncanny affinity. What did this imply? Was it akin to equipping a supercar with an aircraft engine? A novel thought struck him regarding the hybridization of magical creatures. Could it be that these species share certain affinities that transcend their differences, allowing for the emergence of new species under the influence of magic? "I believe I have stumbled upon something remarkable," Anton murmured, his eyes glazed with wonder. Gently extending his bandaged finger, he tapped upon the intricate diagrams before him. The werewolf's magical image began to rotate around the point he had touched, unveiling its internal structure. As he adjusted his finger, it aligned with the dragonhide's magical image at a specific junction, causing both to intertwine and envelop each other in a mesmerizing dance. Anton relentlessly sought additional points of connection. If he could find just 2 more, it would solidify his discovery. His eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance, illuminated by the spellbound lines of the shadow pen. That night, Anton was visited by 2 fellow patients, specifically 2 werewolves, Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter. You mean to say that everyone else has recovered under Professor Dumbledore's spell? It is just the 2 of you who remain afflicted? Anton expressed disbelief, gently placing his cup down. I consumed 7, Draco lamented. I look utterly hideous and dare not gaze into a mirror. I consumed 9, Harry shot a glare at Draco. Their bickering resumed. Anton stifled a smile, deducing the absurdity of their predicament. It was likely that in their fray, they had inadvertently fed each other the candies, resulting in a chaotic amalgamation of potion effects that even Dumbledore's restorative spell could not rectify. You both ought to maintain silence, Madame Pomfrey admonished, confiscating their cups and providing each with a piece of chocolate. Rest well. I do not wish to hear any more squabbling. When probed about their ailments, Anton mentioned that he was beginning to feel an itch all over. It appears you are recovering well, Madame Pomfrey remarked with a reassuring smile. Each letter of Chapter 83 was clear to him. Anton yearned to imbibe a dose of the wizard's eye potion to monitor his recovery process. But fearing a clash of effects, he prudently refrained from experimenting. His mind was teeming with thoughts. Yet the paramount focus remained on uncovering the points of affinity between werewolves and dragonhide. Once Madame Pomfrey exited, magical images illuminated before him anew. He was unconcerned about Harry or Draco's departure. This was a theoretical observation curve-grounded in the principles of wizard's eye potion and the academic foundations of potions. Anton even speculated that Dumbledore might struggle to comprehend it. It was not that he doubted Dumbledore's prowess. Rather, it felt akin to how mathematicians, physicists, and artists each perceive their worlds in distinct manners. An artist might fail to grasp the trajectories hidden within calculus, while a mathematician might not see how a chaotic, arbitrary line could symbolize sorrow. This sentiment echoed the words of the ancient fairy Pedro. What is this? Harry Potter, ever the curious soul, inquired. Draco, too, cast a furtive glance, his intrigue piqued by this enigmatic roommate. It's a fascinating puzzle game. I am searching for suitable contact points, Anton replied, his brow furrowed, questioning whether he had erred, as no further points of connection seemed to materialize despite his attempts. I play puzzles, Harry exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Dudley O, my dreadful cousin, once had a puzzle he discarded. I could never complete it because he threw many pieces into the fireplace one day out of spite. Anton's eyes lit up, and he abruptly turned to face him. The sensation of being scrutinized by 2 werewolves was indeed peculiar. He could barely distinguish which was Harry Potter. You mean to say you could not complete it because you were missing a piece? Unaware of Anton's elation, Harry continued to explain. There were many pieces missing at the time. Before he could finish, Anton burst into joyous laughter. So that's it. Yes, it must be that. Harry Potter, I adore you. Anton's fingers danced gracefully, conjuring a myriad of magical images that adorned the ceiling of the hospital room, each representing the arcane energies emanating from various parts of the subdragon. Which one is it? Little darling, will you emerge and reveal yourself to me? One experiment after another yielded no results, until a sudden thought struck him. He recalled the tangled mass located at the subdragon's throat, which he had previously made a slight adjustment to. The tangle unfurled, seamlessly connecting all the components into a cohesive whole. When the plump bird transformed into a dragon, he had contemplated that if it had originally been unfurled, with his current abilities, distinguishing all the magical images of the components would be an insurmountable challenge. His fingers deftly flicked, causing the remaining magical images to vanish, magnifying the unfurled tangle before him. I remember this part connects to the wings. Let us discard that. Gradually, he refined the images until only 13 lines, 20 mesh-like structures, and 37 flat shapes remained, forming a rough, triangular design. Placing it atop the merged image of the werewolf and dragon skin, a marvelous phenomenon occurred, akin to the satisfying sensation of a zipper being drawn up on a backpack, resulting in over 60 points of convergence that united the 2 entities. Perfect. Simply exquisite. Gently tapping on the nodes, all the image lines twisted and turned, ultimately giving rise to a somewhat peculiar werewolf magical image. This creation might just lack a tail. Anton astutely noted this curious detail. Could it be that the hybrid offspring of a fire dragon and a werewolf was tailless? Why? He found it utterly incomprehensible. Perhaps he would inquire with Hagrid another day. Now, the most pressing matter was, of course, to attempt the spell. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Oh dear, your wand and backpack are not with me. Professor Snape has taken them. You can retrieve them from him once you recover, came Madame Pomfrey's answer early the next morning. Thus, there was no recourse. The shadow marking allowed him to perform magic without a wand, as this particular spell was so simple it barely qualified as one. His own invention, the metamorphosis mimicry spell, was exceedingly complex, and attempting it without a wand was out of the question. How much longer must I remain hospitalized? Anton had never felt such urgency. At least 3 more days. Thud. Anton's head sank heavily into the soft feather pillow, his eyes glazing over. 3 more days. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. During lunchtime at school, Ron and Hermione visited Harry. However, Harry clearly did not wish to present himself in his werewolf form before his 2 dear friends. He forcefully tugged the blanket over himself, burying his face within. Then ensued a rather comical scene. Ha ha ha, now it's your turn. When I transformed into a snake, Harry, you were the one who laughed the hardest. Ron pouted in complaint. Werewolf. Actually, it's quite all right. Being furry can be amusing, Hermione reassured, attempting to convey that it was indeed an interesting sight. Werewolf, hey Harry, don't be like that. I genuinely care about you. Ron regarded the werewolf with earnestness. Behind him, beneath the blanket, Harry Potter helplessly remarked, Ron, Hermione, I'm right here. Ron glanced at the werewolf, claiming to be Harry, then back at the actual werewolf. Good grief. Huh. The werewolf on the bed bared its fangs menacingly, causing Ron to take several steps back in fright. Ha! Draco was shaking with laughter. You coward. Hermione's eyes widened as she stuck out her tongue, stealthily inching away. Anton regarded them with exasperation. Draco, enough. You're all too loud. Before long, the twins arrived. Hey, look what we brought you. Fred waved a thick stack of parchment. Our imitation wands are complete. George grinned as he produced a wand that looked remarkably authentic and handed it to Anton. Wow. Anton was taken aback. The process of cleaning a wand was not as straightforward as he had imagined. The myriad challenges encountered during research had been a source of frustration. The trio of geniuses had labored together for an indeterminate length of time. Tell me how you accomplished this. Fred chuckled, shoving the parchment into Anton's hands. It's actually quite simple. We were just misguided. As long as we differentiate the functional areas, spells like the deodorizing charm, cleaning charm, scent-removing charm, and dust-clearing charm can be applied to replicate the effect of being freshly cleaned. George shrugged. So this is merely a scaled-down version, not truly a complete cleaning. But I doubt Filch would notice the difference. Anton looked bewildered. I've never heard of these spells. Household charms. Fred raised an eyebrow. Our mother is exceptionally skilled at them. George chuckled. She certainly wouldn't. Suspect we wrote to her for assistance in our invention. A clever angle for breaking through. Anton exclaimed in admiration. Unfair. Ron's face flushed with anger. You're my brothers, and yet you never share your research with me. George shrugged. Exactly, Fred. That is not right. Fred shrugged in return. Fine. He took the parchment from Anton and handed it to Ron. See? Harry and Hermione leaned in curiously. Silence. A prolonged silence. This page isn't the key point. Ron, turn to the second to last page. That section on the alchemical fusion charm is crucial, Anton kindly reminded. Ron's expression was peculiar. I recognize every letter on this page. Harry blinked, feeling dizzy from reading. Thus, they turned to Hermione, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. Huh? Chapter 84. What scenes hasn't he experienced? The afternoon brought more classes, and with the departure of the twins, the hospital room fell silent once more. Anton continued to refine the calculations for the compatibility of the werewolf and fire dragon skins. Previously, he had drawn upon magical energy to simulate werewolves, vipers, and herbs, all based on existing physical entities. Now, this endeavor was indeed a product of his research, and its success was far from guaranteed. After all, this was an experiment conducted on himself. Caution was paramount. He certainly could not encourage Hagrid to actually crossbreed a fire dragon and a werewolf for study. Could he? Under Professor Voldemort's tutelage, he gradually gained a deeper understanding of the knowledge of the witch Volcanova, growing increasingly convinced that his earlier hypotheses regarding werewolf transformations and viper transformations were more accurate than ever. Fascinatingly, there were striking similarities to the misaligned soul spell he had diligently practiced. The afternoon sun poured through the window, and Tom became immersed in the exquisite world of knowledge. Draco felt a tinge of jealousy at the multitude of visitors Harry received. While ill, seizing the opportunity to mock him. Harry, for his part, harbored a profound disdain for Draco, finding him as detestable as his cousin Dudley. Thus, the two soon found themselves embroiled in yet another quarrel. Sigh. There were always two individuals bickering beside Anton. At home, it is Pedro and the old wizard. In the laboratory, there are the twins who are always brimming with energy. Now, entering the infirmary, well, here come two more. Filter. All of it filter. An owl postman flutters its wings and swoops in through the window. It circles above a few heads before landing on Anton's bedside. Anton realizes it must be Lupin's reply. Lately, he's been troubled by his relationship with Voldemort, and he wonders if this affable gentleman, adept at navigating social intricacies, has any answers. He retrieves the letter from the owl's talons and opens it. As he reads, his expression becomes quite animated. Indeed, Lupin is a warm-hearted individual. He believes Anton should not regard Snape as an unequivocal villain and advises him not to let the discord among the elders cloud his judgment. The letter extols Snape's virtues at great length. What can Anton do but respond? It's not Snape, it's someone else. He sighs. Yes, he had not even considered that he currently has another troublesome teacher, Snape. Initially, he felt indifferent, but now he suddenly worries whether Snape might rummage through his messenger bag, which contains many forbidden items, especially that notebook he carries, filled with an abundance of dark magic taught by Professor Quirrell. Goodness, this could spell serious trouble. Time seems to crawl, particularly with two incessantly chattering individuals beside him. Then the old wizard arrives to visit him. The old wizard, now free of desires, cherishes life more than ever. Just observing the vibrant young wizard brightens his mood, so he decided to remain after his band of friends departed. He and Anton now maintain a delicate balance. The old wizard generously imparts his knowledge of potions, but he has conveniently omitted any mention of the cracking curse. Clearly holding back, Anton does not bring it up either. The cracking curse is a prerequisite for the old wizard to mold a body for the ghost, but he cannot possibly do that for the old wizard just yet. Human nature often falters under pressure, and everyone strives to maintain a warm atmosphere. Just as the old wizard says, the love and devotion of a teacher will eventually lead someone like Anton, who values relationships, to willingly create a body for him. He is in no hurry. You foolish apprentice, I truly adore you. He flits around Harry and Draco, joyfully observing the two little ones. You did it. You really did it. Lycanthropy. After over 20 years of research, I finally see the results. Anton purses his lips. Although lycanthropy can compensate for the wizard's frail physique, a werewolf cannot cast spells in that state, which is currently the greatest dilemma. The old wizard shrugs. This is a concern you should ponder. Ha ha ha. I can no longer think. Even if you ask me, I wouldn't know what to suggest. He turns to the two werewolves. Hey, little ones. We ghosts are hosting a grand gathering. Would you care to join us? Draco tightens his face to suppress his fear. He dares not look at the old wizard's headless neck and the head in his hands, curling up in his blanket, trembling. No. Harry looks at him with keen interest. Can I come? The old wizard bursts into laughter, of course. You are most welcome. You are far more charming than Anton. Anton rolls his eyes, too lazy to engage further. 3 days have passed, and it has only been 6 hours. Countless magical images illuminate before him once more, plunging him back into a state of research. The magical images of various dragon subspecies evidently possess significant developmental value. He compares them to the functional characteristics derived from Snape's studies in their physical forms, contemplating the purpose of various lines. Despite how long 3 days may seem, it has finally arrived. Anton finally unbandages himself. He is released. Amidst the envious gazes of Harry and Draco, he erupts into laughter. He bellows, laughing heartily as he exits. Then his laughter ceases abruptly. I discovered a rather intriguing issue with your wand. Snape holds 2 wands as if wielding a pair of large chopsticks. The Unforgivable Curse. Thud. The wands clatter onto the desk, producing a sharp sound. I hope you can provide us with an explanation. Yes, the office is quite lively at this moment. Anton gulps, glancing around. First, there is Dumbledore, whose expression is inscrutable. Next is Professor McGonagall, wearing a serious countenance. And finally, a timid-looking Professor Quirrell. I have not taught him any of this. Professor Quirrell stammers in explanation. Damn it. He has no idea whether the Dark Lord has indeed taught him. When the Dark Lord occupied his body, he experienced excruciating pain, rendering him oblivious to everything. This is the worst possible scenario. Dumbledore will not permit his students to cast unforgivable curses, and, as the only potential instructor of such a curse, he too will be expelled from the school. The Philosopher's Stone will remain an unattainable dream. The Dark Lord always berates him as a fool. Yet he currently feels that the Dark Lord is the fool. Anton surveys the room. Headmaster, deputy headmaster, his own house head, and the implicated professors. He foresees his expulsion. He might even be sent to Azkaban. He wonders if the transformation into a snake would allow him to evade the Dementor's grasp, just as an animagus might, enabling him to escape from there. In those 3 seconds, his mind races, ultimately finding calm. 2 years of dreadful experiences have long since forged a resilient heart within him. What grand spectacle has he not encountered? Chapter 85, The Soul Scalpel. Anton's gaze sweeps across the room, finally resting on his house head as he offers a slight smile. Spells are not inherently good or evil. The knife is not wicked. What is wicked is the hand that wields the knife, whether for murder or to feed one's family. Snape crosses his arms on the desk and shakes his head. This is not a justification. Anton remains unperturbed. You should know that I live with Lupin. Snape glares at him coldly, then casts a sidelong glance at Dumbledore and McGonagall. Lupin was a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Does this young wizard intend to curry favor? With a scoff, he retorts that still does not justify it. No. Anton beams, his smile radiant. This is the justification. Uncle Lupin is troubled by his lycanthropic identity. He cannot live properly, and no one has a solution until he encounters a genius. He proudly points at himself, me. With poise, he lifts the wand from the desk. As I have stated, spells possess no inherent morality. I have simply harnessed the properties of the Cruciatus Curse to remedy his transformation into a werewolf on the night of the full moon. By Merlin's beard, Professor McGonagall gasps, rising to her feet, staring at Anton in disbelief. You cast the Cruciatus Curse on Lupin. Anton maintained his ever-smiling demeanor as he turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, you previously promised to allow me to present my research proposal, and this is the perfect opportunity. He gently waved his wand, invoking the Cruciatus Curse. The spell's radiance surged toward his own left hand. Stop! Dumbledore and McGonagall exclaimed in unison, while Snape hastily drew his wand, and Quirrell trembled in fear. How audacious for someone to cast the Cruciatus Curse upon themselves. The 4 professors had witnessed such a spectacle only once in their lifetimes. One absurd act. The spell's light extended from the tip of Anton's wand, dancing upon the fingertips of his left hand. The elongated beam twisted in midair, forming a semi-arc, perpetuating the spell-casting state, resembling a blinding plasma. The electric light illuminated the young wizard's eyes. With an exuberant smile, Anton proclaimed, "It is my utmost honor to introduce to you my groundbreaking invention, the Soul Scalpel." Anton cherished his time at Hogwarts, treasuring the connections he had forged. Here, he had 2 esteemed professors who valued him, a pair of twins with whom he shared a rapport, a proud yet ever-supportive roommate, and numerous wonderful friends. However, he was not entirely bound to Hogwarts. If he could not remain here, he could always seek admission to Durmstrang, a school notably more accepting of dark magic. He had no doubt that Mr. Rosier, as a board member, would assist him in enrolling. He was entirely unconcerned in that regard. Just as Snape had chosen his own pursuits over love and life, Anton could not abandon dark magic simply because of Hogwarts. He remained indifferent to whether he employed dark arts or not. Having previously studied under the old wizard, Rosier, and Pedro, he had delved deepest into the Cruciatus Curse, which was the sole reason for his utilization of it. He had no alternatives. Dark magic, as a curse that influences societal stability, was destined to exist beyond the confines of rules. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, his intention had always been to acquire methods that could be used openly. Yet his endeavor to transform the Cruciatus Curse into a scalpel had reached an impasse, leaving him at a loss. Sighing, he lamented his predicament. He had once aspired to be a good person, but was it truly this arduous? Now, he found himself in a precarious position, unable to retreat. This was a lesson learned from living under the old wizard's wand. Breaking character would only invite suspicion and mistrust, whether for better or worse. What a pity it was. Hogwarts might no longer be a viable option for him. His only objective now was to provide a justification for casting an unforgivable curse, preventing Dumbledore from sending him to Azkaban. He understood Dumbledore well. The White Wizard was also remarkably adept in dark magic, and his principles were rather flexible. He consistently favored Harry Potter, granting Gryffindor mere points to stay just above Slytherin. After introducing Grindelwald into the castle, he withstood immense pressure to protect Grindelwald's followers. It was worth noting that after Voldemort's downfall, Death Eaters did not enjoy the same fate as the followers. Naturally, he also sheltered the foremost Death Eater, Snape, solely to have him act as an informant against Voldemort's potential return. To harbor such a notorious figure responsible for countless atrocities within his school was a testament to the pressure he could endure. This was also why Anton distanced himself from Lupin. I, Anton, am conducting this research for Lupin. He hoped Dumbledore might show leniency on account of Lupin. Yet, Anton was proud. Yes, Anton, a time traveler, had carved a unique path in the realm of bionic curses based on the old wizard's foundations and had developed the soul scalpel through the theories of Witch Vacanova. Why should he not feel pride? Just as he had once humbly sought Snape's favor, he could now brandish his wand and challenge Snape fiercely. He yearned to live, but more importantly, to live splendidly. He wished for everyone to acknowledge his existence, rather than merely subsisting in the shadows like the old wizard. If Hogwarts could not accommodate someone like him, then so be it. Mentioning Lupin was merely a tactic to avoid being sent to Azkaban. Anton remained quite open-minded regarding his potential future at the school. The radiance of the Cruciatus curse flickered at his fingertips, and Anton's smile blossomed, radiating pride akin to that of a resplendent rooster. Whether it be ordinary spells, curses, jinxes, potions, or wolfsbane, all hinged upon the wizard's will. Humans are affected by curses only when their own volition is interfered with. Thus, what could serve as a better instrument than the Cruciatus curse? It could flawlessly adjust a wizard's soul's will, requiring merely a gentle prodding, cutting, or shifting to alter the disruptive will. He fixed a serious gaze upon Dumbledore and the others, declaring, "Dark magic is but a blade, and I am the one wielding it for noble purposes." The most toxic ingredients in potions have similarly been utilized to save lives. This is not a perplexing concept. His words resonated powerfully. Professor McGonagall stood astonished, her mouth agape, glancing helplessly at Dumbledore. Snape's expression was complex as he regarded the resolute young wizard, reminiscent of his own past grievances. Quirrell gulped nervously, realizing why the Dark Lord had taken an interest in this young wizard. He was in essence a youthful version of the Dark Lord, brimming with potential. "Professor Dumbledore, what are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate him and send him to Azkaban." Dumbledore extended his aged hand to touch the magical plasma emitted by Anton's wand, but McGonagall swiftly grasped it. Old Dumbledore shook his head with a smile, cautiously reaching out. He squinted as the intensity of the spell diminished significantly, yet it retained sufficient power, demonstrating a remarkably skillful technique. "Clearly, you have conducted extensive research on the Cruciatus curse." Anton chuckled softly. "How could I not? Not only have I cast it countless times, but I have also endured it myself on numerous occasions, each experience leaving an indelible mark. The sensation is something most would refrain from sharing." Chapter 86. I'm back. Anton smiled at Dumbledore and said, "May I demonstrate my research methodology? You promised to provide me with some guidance." Dumbledore regarded him with a peculiar expression, pondering if this was merely a way to climb the social ladder. Anton feigned nonchalance. "If I were to be expelled, at least I could boast that I received guidance from every professor at Hogwarts, especially from the greatest white wizard of this century." "He, a cunning little wizard," Dumbledore remarked, gesturing for him to proceed. "Please, commence your performance." "All right then." Anton requested his satchel back from Snape, who shot him a glance as the bag soared from the shelf behind him to the desk in front. "Before enrolling, I had a teacher who was a formidable master of potions." As Anton rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a glass vial, I couldn't help but feel he surpassed even Professor Snape in his prowess. Goodness, would Snape tolerate such insolence? He slammed his palm against the table, his expression fierce and unyielding as he fixed a penetrating glare upon Anton. Though no title was bestowed upon him, he fancied himself the greatest master of potion-making this century has ever seen. Without question, this was his proudest domain, a realm where none could rival him. Not even Dumbledore. His name was Alex Fanes, and though he may not be a virtuous man, the annals of magical history would undoubtedly remember him. Anton raised the potion he had concocted, the wizard's eye elixir. With a flourish of his wand, the cork popped off the vial, and the potion's liquid floated forth, cascading before each onlooker, suspended in midair. Anton drank from the potion before him. Naturally, I had contributed somewhat. I had refined a formula to eliminate its toxicity. "So, who among you is willing to partake of this potion and venture into Fane's enchanted realm?" In the corner of the office, an elderly wizard emerged partially from the wall, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he regarded Anton with excitement. Had this little rascal brought him fame? He had not anticipated Anton would take such a bold step. He had assumed Anton would claim the potion as his own invention. He had sought Anton's aid, relinquishing the desire for glory, for he had never aspired to notoriety during his lifetime. With a heavy sigh, he silently drifted away, his feelings an enigma. Dumbledore waved his wand, summoning the potion toward himself, but McGonagall quickly interjected, "Professor Dumbledore." Old Dumbledore chuckled, shaking his head. "This is my school, and Anton is still my student. I have faith in my students." As the potion reached his lips, his eyes widened in astonishment. "This is it. This is the vision of the wizard's eye, Professor." Anton chuckled. Meanwhile, Snape had already consumed the potion, confident that no one could harm him with a potion, especially not in his own office stocked with ample supplies. He possessed his own pride. Blinking to stave off dizziness, he marveled. "What was the name of your former teacher again?" "Alex Fanes," Anton replied enthusiastically. "What an impressive individual." Snape pursed his lips in acknowledgement, resolved to seek an audience with him at the earliest opportunity. He too was at Hogwarts. The headless ghost who had recently joined the ranks of Hogwarts was none other than he. Glancing at the two, McGonagall took a sip of the potion as well. Only Professor Quirrell cowered in his chair, visibly too timid to drink. He truly lacked the courage. After consuming a potion made from the blood of some magical creature the previous night, he was too apprehensive to ingest any other potions. He could only watch as everyone else appeared to glimpse something extraordinary, feeling like a mere bystander, pitifully awaiting their explanations. With a flick of his wand, a cage on the bookshelf swung open, and a plump, fluffy bird soared into Anton's hand. "Please observe its throat. Can you see a rather unnatural tangle of threads?" he instructed. "Next, do not blink." Gently, Anton pressed his wand against the bird's throat, piercingly precise. The spell acted like a delicate scalpel, effortlessly penetrating the creature's body, expertly halting at the throat's most intricate juncture, deftly prodding it. Squeak! The plump bird squawked. Anton beheld countless threads unfurling, connecting all the magical structures within its body into a singular entity. "Huh, I was right. It is indeed the control center." This flawless transformation left him in awe, utterly captivated. The research he had conducted in the infirmary had been validated. Yes, it was indeed possible. Moreover, the most fascinating aspect of this creature was its existence between connection and disconnection, akin to a switch. This would undoubtedly prove invaluable, while the immediate application eluded him. The unique properties of this magical image were ripe for exploration. Fantastic! Anton began to anticipate finding a place to transform and witness what a werewolf with dragon hide would resemble. Surely, that would be a spectacle. With a certain confidence born from his extensive research, he felt assured of his success. Suddenly, roar! A dragon's roar erupted, and a colossal jet of water shot forth from the creature's maw, thoroughly drenching Snape once more. Then it began to swell violently, expanding, growing larger, until it finally morphed into a fire dragon adorned with pink feathers. The great bird screeched, spewing a massive orb of water that smashed against the windows, shattering the convex glass. Its sharp claws dug into the ground, sending stone fragments flying, and with a tremendous exertion, it propelled itself through the window. Spreading its wings, it soared high into the sky. "Goodness, we must save that child," McGonagall cried urgently. Anton found himself once again whisked away to the infirmary. Barely 3 hours since his last discharge. Fortunately, Dumbledore's timely intervention meant his injuries were minor. He met the curious gazes of Harry and Draco with an awkward chuckle. "Yes. Indeed, it's me, Anton, back again." George and Fred arrived at the infirmary bearing a cake, their expressions peculiar. "We were preparing a celebration for your release," George remarked, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Everything is ready, and guests have been invited, only for you to return, making it seem like a celebration for your admission instead." Fred echoed, his expression equally strange. Anton sighed. What could he do? He was equally at a loss. George and Fred decided the celebration would proceed as planned, having concocted a new type of firework that zoomed about chaotically, eager to showcase it at the gathering. Anton could only slice the cake and share it with Draco and Harry. Harry clearly relished the cake, declaring, "I never had cake growing up. My aunt and uncle never prepared it for me. On Dudley's birthday, they would smear the cake everywhere, but wouldn't allow me to eat any." Anton pondered thoughtfully. "Where's your home?" "For Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey," Harry Potter replied, devouring the cake without a hint of caution. "Surrey?" Anton exclaimed, taken aback. That place was on the outskirts of London, not far at all. He remembered Harry lived on Privet Drive, but there were numerous Privet Drives in England. Which one could it be? "In London. I recall you mentioning during your last visit to help clear the cupboard that your uncle was a supervisor at a mechanical company." Harry nodded, lifting his gaze in curiosity. "What's the matter?" Anton's lips curled into a slight smirk. "I have an uncle who is quite a significant businessman. Collaborating with a mechanical company would be a breeze for him. He could certainly influence your uncle, Harry Potter." Anton raised an eyebrow. pondering whether there existed a desire to indulge in a life treated like a cherished treasure. Harry, taken aback, gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape and smeared with cream, presenting an amusing sight. Anton seemed to envision an amusing scenario, recalling how his uncle would indeed spare no effort in such matters. Although Harry Potter currently appeared to lack potential, in the future, this individual would weave an intricate web of connections throughout the Ministry of Magic. Such an effortless investment was almost too good to be true. Chapter 87. This venture would yield no losses. On the following day, Anton was discharged from the hospital. His injuries far less severe this time. He arrived at Dumbledore's office, awaiting the final verdict. The venerable Dumbledore presented him with two choices: either select a different school or temporarily cease the use of dark magic until graduation. Without a moment's hesitation, Anton chose the latter. Remaining at Hogwarts was undeniably splendid. The primary reason was the invaluable private tutelage he had established with Professor Snape and Professor Voldemort, a bond that was evidently difficult to replicate. Additionally, due to the presence of the Devil's Snare, he had cultivated a strong rapport with Hagrid, whom he could consult when time allowed. Snape's exclusive potion techniques, Voldemort's ancient magic and theories, and Hagrid's expertise in magical creature hybrids, each was a rare opportunity. A diminutive dragon, seemingly crafted from mithril, crawled up his wrist, twisting its body and biting its own tail, transforming into a bracelet. Apart from the restriction on dark magic, it would not impede the casting of any ordinary spells. Dumbledore smiled at him, stating, "Perhaps you find dark magic convenient, but trust me, an elder of over a century, when I say that dark magic is not irreplaceable. This is not merely a decree from a headmaster. It is the counsel of one who has experienced much. I hope you will embark on the righteous path, learning to wield ordinary spells effectively as you delve deeper into your studies." Of course, Anton marveled as he touched the silver dragon bracelet in his hand. "This is my choice, headmaster. What spell is this?" The young wizard's face was a mixture of incredulity. This item was neither a magical artifact nor an alchemical creation, but rather a spell cast by Dumbledore himself. The mere act of conjuring it from nothing was utterly astonishing to his worldview. Dumbledore smiled, offering no explanation. "Perhaps you might attempt to unravel this spell yourself. I believe that through your studies, you will discover the beauty of magic." Nearby, a quill began to write a lengthy list on parchment of its own accord, and Dumbledore personally took the pen to sign at the bottom. He then pushed the parchment towards Anton, saying, "The restricted section of the library contains not only dark magic, but also many advanced legitimate spells. You may peruse it at your leisure, and feel free to approach me with any questions." Anton paused for a moment, glancing at the list and then at Dumbledore, pursing his lips. He stood up sincerely, exclaiming, "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." The elder merely smiled, responding, "I have said before, you are my student." At last, Anton felt the warmth of this venerable man's acceptance. No wonder he could sway even a Death Eater like Snape. Dumbledore's personal guidance. That was the greatest takeaway from this encounter. Splendid. Would you care for some cockroach clusters? Having concluded serious matters, Dumbledore invited Anton to sample his snacks. No, Anton firmly rejected, his face contorted in disgust. Who knew whether they contained real cockroaches? Dumbledore's hand holding the cockroach clusters faltered slightly, and with a gentle squeeze, it was unclear whether the explosion was peanut butter or some innards. Exiting the headmaster's office, Anton touched the silver bracelet on his wrist. Legitimate magic? Perhaps this was a promising new beginning. Dark magic was destined to remain on the fringes of society. He yearned for a life lived openly and honorably. Now, having made solid strides in his research, it was time to stride towards a resplendent future. Utilizing the Cruciatus curse to treat Lupin had reached a bottleneck. No matter how much he adjusted, its efficacy had waned. He had long desired to discover a more effective method. Shaking the lengthy list in his hand, he noted that each volume was particularly precious within the Wizarding World, accessible only through ancient pure-blood lineages. Anton chuckled to himself. This venture would yield no losses. Delightful. It was Wednesday afternoon, and after leaving Dumbledore's office, Anton made his way directly to class. The defense against the dark arts lesson was presided over by Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell was evidently pleased by Anton's arrival, for the previously chaotic classroom abruptly fell silent. Wherever Anton cast his sharp gaze, all present fell silent in trepidation. Excellent. It seemed no one would disturb his listening. He smiled at Quirrell, saying, "My apologies for being late, Professor. Please continue." Anton chose a seat in the front row, retrieving his notebook. Strictly speaking, Quirrell's class was not without merit. Hailing from Ravenclaw, he possessed a wealth of knowledge, but his stammering manner rendered comprehension challenging. In this regard, Voldemort deemed it a waste of time and taught Anton a spell for recording notes. The spell bore no name, and Anton referred to it as the classroom recording spell. It enabled a quill to automatically transcribe any content heard in his notebook, allowing Anton to quickly review the class notes and grasp the most crucial information in mere minutes. It was nothing short of perfect. Today, Anton found himself momentarily distracted. Having been prohibited from using dark magic by Dumbledore, he felt a lack of offensive capabilities. His previous strategy had been to inherit the old wizard's methods: a defensive spell, the shield charm, combined with an offensive spell, the disarming charm, and a trump card, the Cruciatus curse, focusing his energy on research. It must be said that the old wizard's influence on him was indeed considerable. Now, however, he was left with only the shield charm. What could replace the offensive spell? Transforming into a werewolf. No, werewolves could not cast spells, rendering his shield charm ineffective. This aspect could only be improved in the future and was not something to rely on now. Other weaponry? Petrification? Knocked unconscious? Quick binding? A multitude of spells flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. He needed to leverage his research into biomimetic spells to unleash a particular spell's extraordinary effectiveness, which would be sustainable and powerful. For a time, he was at a loss. After all, he was merely a first-year wizard who had attended for 2 months. Regardless, this entire year at Hogwarts had been relatively tranquil, if his memory served him correctly. 2 significant events would unfold within the school. One was the release of a troll by Quirrell during last semester's Halloween, intended for a challenge in a game, and the other was Quirrell's confrontation with Harry Potter at the end of the next semester. Both events seemed to have Dumbledore lurking in the background. It would be strange if anything happened to Harry Potter. As long as he refrained from meddling, everything remained splendidly serene. Therefore, there was no rush. He would take his time. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class had always been Anton's most earnest pursuit, distinct from his own invention of the bionic spell, or the animated figurines conjured by the fairy Pedro, or the cursed transformations discussed by Voldemort concerning the Scarecrow charm. This was a subject that required a gradual deepening of understanding from the 1st to the 7th year, imbued with a craftsmanship that captivated him. The textbook for Transfiguration was titled The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, which would be utilized until the 2nd year. Anton had perused it countless times, yet gleaned little of value. The true treasure lay in Professor McGonagall's oral teachings and hands-on guidance. Chapter 88, Do Not Disappoint Me. Upon returning to the cottage to tidy the laboratory that Draco and his friends had carelessly disrupted, Anton slammed an extensive list down upon his charming roommate, securing a tidy sum of money in the process. Although his little treasury was already brimming with contributions from Mr. Rosier, this was different. Anton had to consider the twins' emotions. If he were to indiscriminately extract too many gold coins, the Weasley cottage would wholly belong to him, relegating the twins to mere laborers. This would inevitably tarnish their relationship, an unwise course of action. He harbored little desire for wealth, valuing instead the camaraderie with these 2 congenial cousins. Draco's contribution would indeed be a beneficial influx for the Weasley cottage, enabling the twins to finally embark on more prosperous research endeavors. Indeed, it was research for all 3 of them. Anton had a knack for navigating obstacles in their studies, proposing innovative solutions that others had not considered. The twins seemed to recognize a kindred spirit, exclaiming, "We are indeed brothers." Thus, under the guidance of these 2 cousins, Anton began to delve into the entirely new realm of magical item creation. Look, having such brothers is not so bad, is it? Oh, and sometimes he had to attend to the feelings of his younger cousin Ron as well. She waved her wand, causing feathers to float gracefully into the air, her face adorned with an air of arrogance as she regarded him. Ron's mood was evidently foul. She angrily sipped her juice. No wonder everyone found her unbearable. Anton picked up a fried chicken leg from the long table, dipped it in ketchup, and took a hearty bite, steam wafting from the crispy skin. "So, you upset her again?" "What do you mean again?" Ron's eyes widened. Harry, sitting nearby, appeared somewhat concerned, remarking, "I just saw her in tears. Perhaps we shouldn't speak of her like this." "And what of it?" Ron hesitated, visibly anxious, yet remained obstinate. "She must have noticed. She has no friends." Anton took another vigorous bite of the fried chicken leg and had to concede that the culinary skills of Hogwarts house elves were truly remarkable. Delicious. He gently placed the chicken bone on his plate, wiping his hands with a napkin. "You've misspoken. She does have friends." Both Ron and Harry turned to him. "Goodness, I have never seen one," Ron exclaimed, her eyes wide. Harry pondered, then nodded vigorously in agreement. Anton gazed at them with exasperation. "It's just you 2. But now that your friendship boat has capsized, she truly lacks companionship." Ron and Harry exchanged glances. I must attend class. This afternoon is charms, and I have myriad questions to pose. I shall see you at the feast tonight. Tomorrow was Halloween, and the evening would host a pre-Halloween feast. The dining hall adorned in vibrant decorations. Floating jack-o'-lanterns hovered above what appeared to be a roofless dining area. The food was more sumptuous than usual, presented with exquisite elegance. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell rushed in, breathless, addressing Dumbledore. A troll is in the dungeons. I thought you ought to know. With a thud, he fainted on the floor. A troll was no ordinary creature. It was astonishing that Professor Quirrell would so carelessly concoct an excuse to distract Dumbledore from his duty of guarding the Philosopher's Stone. According to the Ministry of Magic's classifications, trolls fell under the XXXX danger classification for magical creatures, alongside Dumbledore's Phoenix, Newt's Alchemy, the Centaurs of the Forbidden Forest, and the Invisibility Beast, the old monkey from Fantastic Beasts 2, along with the Sphinx and more. Thick-skinned, tough-fleshed, with strong resistance to spells and immense lethality. The subject of magical creatures was introduced in the first year, and everyone was aware of the terror they instilled. Instantly, the students erupted into a frenzy, shouting and scattering. Everyone's silence. A commanding and resonant voice echoed in every ear. Dumbledore regarded them sternly. Prefects, immediately escort your students back to the dormitories. With that, he led the professors off to search the castle. Snape observed the scene, then turned and exited through the back door. Harry Potter fixed his gaze on Snape's retreating figure before turning to Ron. Hermione, doesn't he know about the troll? The two brave Gryffindors, resolute, set forth on an adventure to find their friend. Everything unfolded before Anton like a silent play, the fleeting moments casting shadows upon his heart. He remained utterly unperturbed. A troll? To think that such a magical creature could be subdued by Ron with a levitation spell was truly absurd. How about a sphinx or a phoenix of the same caliber? If it weren't for Dumbledore's presence, Anton would have been tempted to eat his own hat. Good luck. He moved with the crowd toward the exit. Just then, an elegantly toned voice whispered beside him, "You are quite cold-blooded." Anton felt as though he had been struck by a petrifying curse. Slowly turning to face Professor Quirrell. "Your role in the dining hall has concluded, has it not? You ought to hasten to find the Philosopher's Stone and return post-haste to maintain appearances." "Why engage me in conversation? I rather enjoy it," Quirrell said, a sly smile creeping onto his lips, though Anton could not recall when he had settled himself upon the chair at the long table. His cold and mocking gaze fixed upon Anton. With a light pat on Anton's shoulder, he remarked, "Quirrell is a fool. I need a clever and astute individual to assist him. My dear student, you shall. One to you?" Quirrell observed Anton, licking his lips. But the headmaster instructed us to return to the dormitory. The compliant little wizard clearly exhibited his fear of the headmaster. Quirrell's eyes bore into him, his hand gently squeezing Anton's shoulder. "Do not disappoint me." "Very well, old Voldemort. You win." Quirrell reverted to his anxious, skittish demeanor, glancing at his grip on Anton's shoulder. A touch of surprise evident. With a sigh, Anton assisted Quirrell to his feet. "Allow me to escort you back to your office." "Splendid," Quirrell nodded. Once they were out of the crowd's sight, Quirrell withdrew his wand, waving it lightly, and Anton felt a breeze wrap around him, rendering even the simplest steps remarkably swift. Quirrell cast a lingering glance at Anton. "We must hurry." With determination, he strode purposefully toward the castle stairs. Anton squinted at Quirrell's retreating figure. He had long devised a contingency plan. Should Voldemort turn his malevolent gaze upon him, perhaps, with his understanding of soul manipulation, he could imprison Voldemort within Quirrell's body permanently. This notion had lingered in his mind for quite some time. He gently caressed the enchanted bracelet on his wrist, pursing his lips. They hastened to the corridor on the 4th floor. Quirrell, visibly anxious, gripped his wand tightly. Casting a furtive glance at Anton, who lurked around the corner, he sneered. Recalling his master's assertion that this young wizard would prove useful. Merely a coward. He, Quirrell Quirrell, would seize the Philosopher's Stone tonight. He would resurrect the Dark Lord. He would be the greatest hero of this endeavor. Filled with aspirations for a better life, he forcefully swung open the door concealing the stone. Expelliarmus. A spell shot swiftly from another corner. Chapter 89 promised to be intriguing. Protego. Quirrell, evidently formidable, instantly cast a protective charm, retaliating with ferocity, intending to obliterate his opponent. The spell was deftly deflected by Snape, who regarded Quirrell coldly. "I had thought you clever enough to refrain from coveting the Philosopher's Stone." Quirrell, momentarily daunted, took a step back, gritting his teeth. "Snape, I fear you not," he declared, though as Snape advanced, Quirrell could only retreat step by step. Soon, Snape stood before the large door concealing the stone, and Quirrell's face was a mask of frustration. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, and a rope materialized out of thin air, swiftly ensnaring Snape, who had not anticipated the attack and was toppled to the ground. Bang! The rope exploded, transforming into specks of light. Child's play. Before Snape could finish his retort, a colossal three-headed dog lunged from the door, its massive paws landing on Snape, while its three gaping mouths, filled with sharp fangs, descended upon him. Armor. Snape's incantation was interrupted. With a snap of his fingers, the rope reappeared and seized his wand. The three-headed beast savagely clamped down on Snape's calf. Protego. Expelliarmus. The spell erupted forth, sending the three-headed dog flying. All transpired in the blink of an eye. Anton swallowed hard. He had witnessed Snape's impressive spell work before. Quirrell's unexpected strength, though not matching Snape's, was undeniably cunning. He had cleverly manipulated Snape's fear and his own entrance into the room. Moreover, that rope spell, wandless magic, a silent incantation. Indeed, it seemed that anyone favored by Dumbledore for a teaching position was no ordinary individual. Anton had acquired numerous skills, yet facing Snape, well, that was a different matter entirely. As for Quirrell, only the soul displacement curse would prove effective. Yes, it appeared that was the sole tactic. Transforming into a werewolf would be futile. Quirrell's wandless rope spell was nothing short of extraordinary, especially against colossal creatures incapable of casting spells. Anton could conceive countless methods to bind a giant with a rope. One must not underestimate anyone. Clenching his wand, Anton pondered how to extricate himself from this dire predicament. Before him stood an absurd tableau, a loyal Death Eater of Voldemort, who had later betrayed him to become Snape's most trusted ally. All while Snape remained oblivious to Voldemort's parasitic existence within Quirrell's body. There was Quirrell, a temporary Horcrux and half-slave, half-servant, facing off against the most formidable professor, yes, and a ferocious three-headed dog to boot. The three-headed dog had no classification in the Ministry of Magic-esque Dangerous Creatures list due to its extreme rarity. Quirrell, capable of easily handling giants, now found himself at a loss against the three-headed dog, resorting to using dragon eggs to deceive Hagrid for the secrets to bypassing obstacles. His prowess was evidently lacking. An unknown threat, rare and powerful, an elite creature. Was this truly the predicament a first-year wizard like Anton was meant to confront? Professor Quirrell glared at Snape with palpable resentment, his expression shifting before he reluctantly turned to flee. At that moment, he caught sight of Anton around the corner, a cold smile creeping across his face. Clearly, the Dark Lord held a fondness for this young wizard, but that affection was solely for Voldemort. Quirrell had exerted himself to locate Voldemort in Albania, devising every means to restore his power, and now he was tasked with stealing the Philosopher's Stone to facilitate Voldemort's resurrection. All the credit belonged to him. Why should this insignificant child seek to usurp Voldemort's attention? He was here first. It was he who had arrived first. What right did this young wizard have? Snapping his fingers again, Quirrell summoned a rope, ensnaring Anton's wrist and yanking him from his hiding place. At that moment, Snape regained his footing, gritting his teeth against the agony of his wounded leg, unleashing a furious spell that surged toward Anton. As Anton was yanked into view, he faced Snape's magical onslaught. Damn it, wasn't this the very spell that had once left that poor creature, Pedro the Pixie, battered and incapacitated for months? Protego, Protego, Protego. Regardless of its efficacy, he repeatedly cast the protective charm, layering it upon himself. Bang! Anton was hurled away by the spell, its tremendous force propelling Quirrell against the castle's stone wall. Quirrell coughed up blood, incredulously watching as the young wizard effortlessly rose from the ground, grasping him with concern. Professor, are you all right? Damn it, let me go. If it weren't for your delay, I would have escaped by now. Blood trickled from his throat. Quirrell felt an ominous sensation, as if his chest were collapsing. His ribs, organs, and spine groaned in pain. And the Dark Lord, his master, had been silenced by the impact. Despair washed over him as he gazed at the young wizard before him. It was he who had hindered Voldemort's recovery. It was he who had survived Snape's spell only to sustain his own grievous injuries, injuries that could have allowed him to flee. And yet, he clung to Quirrell without releasing his grasp. Quirrell kicked back with all his might, but only crashed painfully against the wall, with no avenue for retreat. Yet this insufferable child continued to feign concern, repeating, Professor, are you all right? Are you all right? Let go of me. Do not hold on to me. Do you not see Snape approaching? Chilo now felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having pulled Anton just moments prior, as the unexpected turn of events had left him stranded. Otherwise, he would have departed long ago, in the familiar company of his peers. He believed that despite Snape's meticulous nature, Any repercussions would be a matter for another day, and that they would undoubtedly maintain the facade of harmony. All he needed to do was leave at once. Yet, the young wizard clung to him tenaciously. "Professor, are you all right?" The young wizard's voice trembled with emotion. His face suffused with concern. "Please don't die, Professor." As the delay unfolded, Snape arrived, limping toward them, his hollow gaze brimming with malevolence. Queerness Chilo. Chilo swallowed hard, anxiously meeting Snape's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Anton's stare was as frigid as ice, akin to that of a cadaver. The young wizard's wand discreetly pointed at him from beneath his robe. Indeed, Anton was restricted from practicing dark magic by Dumbledore. The spells he could cast were limited, leaving him with only 2 non-dark arts learned prior to his enrollment, the levitation charm and a shield charm. Beyond those, he possessed merely a collection of basic spells taught to first-year students and some dark magic imparted by Voldemort that he was unable to utilize. But could that not kill? Absurd. It was only a few days prior in their charms class that Anton discovered his exceptional talent for the levitation charm. While his less adept classmates struggled throughout the lesson to make a feather rise, he, having merely overheard a few words from the old wizard, levitated a cumbersome chair with ease. More astonishingly, it was said that the weight of objects that could be levitated by upperclassmen typically did not exceed what a single person could lift. Yet, without extensive practice, he had managed to lift an 8-meter-tall machine into a box designed for the disillusionment charm on Pedro's Island. What concept? He was quite eager to demonstrate the levitation charm on Chilo, specifically aimed at his head. A gentle tug and a deft twist. He had yet to attempt it, but it was bound to be amusing. Chapter 90, Always a Fool in a Bind. Anton tightened his grip on his wand, caressing it momentarily before letting out a deep sigh and returning it to the hidden clasp on his arm. He could not kill. Despite the old wizard's history of taking many lives, it occurred in the fringes of society, a chaotic mire where the dead were often disregarded, save for a few wicked dark wizards seeking materials to dispose of bodies. In the legitimate wizarding world, every life was valued. He could not kill Chilo. The wizarding realm possessed too many spells for retrospective justice that would ensure he could not evade investigation. Likewise, Snape could not kill Chilo. It was inconceivable for Snape to slay a professor at Hogwarts merely because the latter intended to steal something. Moreover, he likely suspected Chilo of serving the Dark Lord, and resorting to extreme measures at this juncture would leave no room for negotiation should they ever confront Voldemort. In simple terms, the 3 individuals present exuded an aura of lethal intent, yet beneath the surface, they were all trapped in a precarious situation, their emotions heightened to a challenging degree. Breaking the stalemate was something Anton excelled at. Queerness Chilo once again dragged out his name, his icy gaze fixed on the ground. At that moment, the young wizard stepped forward, arms outstretched to shield Chilo, exuding a sense of fearless determination. "Please stop. No more fighting." The young wizard's voice echoed through the corridor, filled with anguish and desperation. "You are all my beloved professors, so knowledgeable. Why resort to violence? Is there not a way to sit down and discuss this rationally?" Snape's lips twitched in disdain. Foolish, naive Anthony. Anton, too, felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had not inadvertently become embroiled in this conflict. He had been summoned by Voldemort himself. If Voldemort were not dead, he was not so easily vanquished, then Anton had to provide Voldemort with an explanation. Behold, this was Anton's justification to Voldemort. He had spared the wretched Chilo in Snape's presence. Now, wasn't he that commendable? Return to your dormitory, or I shall ensure you leave Hogwarts by tomorrow. Snape's voice was low and foreboding, evidently intending to sheath his wand and temporarily halt this senseless altercation. "All right, idle. Love you. You're amazing. It's time to exit," Anton thought. Look, we are all intelligent individuals, quite lucid. Yet, there were indeed some whose thought processes were profoundly abnormal. Chilo had always perceived himself as cowardly, perpetually timid and fearful, ridiculed and bullied during his academic years. Even as a Muggle studies professor at Hogwarts, not a soul regarded him with respect. Yet, he had undertaken audacious endeavors, venturing alone into Albania to seek the Dark Lord's whereabouts, aspiring to elevate himself above others. He had allowed the Dark Lord to possess him, persistently flaunting this before Dumbledore. He was certainly no coward. At this moment, as he gazed into Snape's derisive eyes, which seemed to convey a message of mercy for his life, and at Anton's smug expression, which seemed to declare, "I saved your life," his situation struck a painful blow to his already fragile self-esteem. Simply put, he was shattered. Blood surged to his head. Snap! A resounding sound echoed as countless ropes materialized from thin air, lifting him from the ground. The multitude of ropes shot towards Snape and ensnared Anton. malevolently, hurling him toward the advancing three-headed dog. Let them all perish. Snape scoffed at the sight of the ropes, flicking his wand lightly as they vanished, countering with a spell that lacked precision. Boring, Snape coldly assessed, fixing his gaze on Chilo. A circus act. Chilo shivered, steeling himself. Snape, I'm not afraid of you. With that, the two engaged in combat. While Chilo's prowess was not particularly formidable, his unconventional spells posed significant annoyance to Snape. For Anton, however, the situation turned dire as he collided with the three-headed dog, both tumbling to the ground. I must admit, the dog's belly is quite soft and warm. Anton thought as he steadied himself on the creature's abdomen, swallowing hard while gazing at the three heads, each larger than a washing machine. Hello there. Anton managed a faint smile. I'm friends with Hagrid, and you, the dog-esque jaws gnashed together, drool dripping from its maws. The eyes glinted with madness and savagery as it arched its back and growled. Oh dear, Anton thought. The three heads lunged simultaneously, as if intent on tearing him apart into three pieces. At this moment, it was too late to cast a spell. Anton's expression hardened as his body rapidly transformed, an abundance of wolf fur sprouting from his form. He grew taller, his arms and feet becoming robust, harnessing the power of his transformation. Anton delivered a powerful uppercut towards the hound's throat. The three-headed dog reeled back from the blow, standing an imposing height of 9 feet. Infused with the magical essence of dragon skin, his skin became remarkably resilient. Astonished, he raised his arm and glanced at the bulging muscles that enveloped his frame. His massive, knotted muscles could easily lead one to mistake him for a bear, were it not for the additional joints typical of a werewolf. The three-headed dog lunged again, and while Anton evaded 2 of its heads, he was caught by the third. Its jaws clamped down on his shoulder. However, to his astonishment, despite the fierce gnashing, not even a scratch marred his skin, nor did a single hair fall from his wolfen coat. With a fierce growl, the other 2 heads charged once more. Anton braced against one, his muscles tensing as he held it at bay. Then, summoning his strength, he delivered a tremendous kick, sending the three-headed beast hurtling into the stone wall of the castle. Realizing the creature would soon pounce again, Anton's mind raced. Why waste time on this three-headed monstrosity? A swift assessment of the situation revealed that the priority was to escape this dreadful place. Let the 2 professors brawl as they wished. It was none of his concern. He had done all he could. Unfortunately, there are always those oblivious to the gravity of a situation. He had expected everyone to be of sound mind. Sighing, he noted the increasingly vicious spells being cast in the narrow corridor, where the risk of collateral damage was alarmingly high. The three-headed dog charged ferociously. Anton fell under its weight, bracing himself with 1 foot and both hands against the creature's heads. Don't come any closer. Please don't, cried the little wizard in a panic. His desperate cries caught Snape's attention. Although he had no intention of delivering a fatal blow, Quirrell's spells were as relentless as a dogged adhesive. Wielding his wand to deflect Quirrell's chaotic barrage of attacks, Snape swiftly retreated to Anton's side. Chapter 91, Dumbledore's Afternoon Tea. Just as Snape was poised to intervene, Quirrell, blinded by rage, charged once more. Snape pursed his lips, sensing Anton still had the strength to resist, and turned his attention back to Quirrell. His expression grew serious, no longer bearing that cat-like cunning. His narrowed eyes sent a shiver down Quirrell's spine. What possessed me to charge in like this? The atmosphere was palpably tense. Snape was reluctant to strike with lethal force. It was clear that Quirrell had some connection to the Dark Lord, and he wished to prevent Voldemort's resurrection. For Dumbledore had warned that prolonged existence in a spectral state would prevent Voldemort's return. Yet, should he succeed in resurrecting himself, killing Quirrell now would only diminish his negotiating leverage. Quirrell, equally hesitant to engage, was now paralyzed by fear. Stop fighting, please, cried the little wizard from nearby. You mustn't fight. You are both my beloved mentors. Why must I witness this chaos unfold? Please cease. Snape curled the corner of his mouth slightly, wielding his wand to repel the three-headed dog, slamming the door shut. Anton, as if reborn, gasped for breath, reverting to human form. Then Snape swiftly seized him, forcing a potion down his throat. Back to the dormitory. No wandering about. Anton glanced at Snape, then at Quirrell, blinking in acknowledgement. In a flash, he vanished from their sight, scurrying towards the dormitory with hurried steps. Panting, Anton collapsed onto the stairs outside the common room. Goodness, what a thrill. His mind replayed the recent skirmish. His experiment had succeeded. The fusion of dragon skin's magical essence with werewolf traits had created a muscular beast rivaling a grizzly bear. His defensive capabilities matched those of a dragon, and his strength soared. Excellent. He also recalled the battle between the two professors. Their method of deflecting each other's spells was evidently a form of silent incantation, yet with remarkable efficacy. Snape's incredible spell, despite layers of protective charms, had sent him flying. He was grateful Quirrell had acted as a cushion. Otherwise, he might have suffered internal injuries from the immense force. Quirrell's spells were equally intriguing. Ropes, fireballs, iron rings. It was clear to Anton that he hailed from Ravenclaw, though one unfamiliar might have mistaken him for a graduate of circus training school. Anton had taken a particular interest in Quirrell's fire lion, and with a wave of his wand, conjured a magnificent flame-wreathed lion that stood 1.5 meters tall. It was truly spectacular. He resolved to ask Snape or Professor Flitwick about it someday. As for Quirrell, Anton sighed. The Dark Lord's plot to steal the Philosopher's Stone had failed, drawing attention to the school and dimming any hopes for the future. He could vividly imagine Voldemort's wrath directed at Quirrell, and how Quirrell would come to detest him. Despite Quirrell's stuttered speech, he was a powerful adult wizard and a professor, possessing numerous means to counteract Anton. Moreover, it seemed likely that Voldemort would lose interest in teaching and might even sever ties entirely. As a fledgling wizard who had spent 2 years observing the intricate nature of humanity, Anton felt acutely aware of these dynamics. It was unfortunate, as Quirrell had imparted many profound lessons. Anton sighed deeply, resolving to inform Dumbledore. Old Voldemort was hiding in Quirrell's mind, and it was imperative to eliminate him. The following day, Anton approached Professor Dumbledore with a serious demeanor. "Professor, my teacher has become quite peculiar." Dumbledore, cheerfully munching on a cockroach cluster, looked at Anton with interest. "He once lectured me, and when his hat askew, I glimpsed half of his face on the back of his head." Anton's expression was grave. "I have reason to suspect that my teacher is being possessed by something strange." Dumbledore, still enjoying his snack, plucked another cockroach cluster and savored it. Anton leaned over the desk, fixating intently on Dumbledore. "My teacher, Professor Quirrell. He is in grave danger. Professor Dumbledore, please save him." Dumbledore once again seized a cockroach, tossing it into his mouth as though savoring a delicacy of the mortal realm, squinting his eyes in delight. What on earth is this reaction? Anton was on the verge of losing his mind. He flailed his arms in agitation, exclaiming, "I've checked. The professor has previously traveled to Albania, and I've heard whispers of Voldemort." Dumbledore raised a hand, interrupting his words. He had cast a spell on his own name, causing anyone who uttered it to be sensed, and I dare say you might be concerned about that. Anton hastily covered his mouth. Dumbledore slid the plate closer, urging him to relax, stating that indulging in something sweet would be most agreeable at that moment. The cockroaches on the plate scuttled about, some teetering on the edge before tumbling back down, their long antennae swaying and countless little legs wiggling. "You reminded me last time. This truly warrants my attention," Dumbledore said with a smile, pointing at the plate. "I employed a charm to investigate, discovering it was filled with candy." Good heavens, what a way to capture attention. Anton, hearing the first half of the sentence, pondered when he had ever reminded Dumbledore about Voldemort. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had navigated through various encounters, be it with centuries-old fairies, the morally ambiguous Snape, or the commercial elites in the Muggle world, effortlessly relying on his feigned ignorance and silver tongue. Yet, when it came to Voldemort, he encountered obstacles. With Dumbledore, however, nothing seemed to work. He felt utterly paralyzed. What a disconcerting grin. It was impossible to discern old Dumbledore's intentions. He felt utterly outplayed. Frustrated, he snatched a handful of cockroaches and tossed them into his mouth. Truth be told, he had always found them repulsive, but now, Dumbledore's inscrutable demeanor felt even more nauseating. Thus the cockroaches appeared somewhat tolerable. The cockroaches wriggled in his mouth, yet it was not unpleasant. Instead, a rich sweetness wafted about. Tentatively, he bit down. It burst, a cascade of intense chocolate aroma. The richness of peanut butter and the enticing oiliness of cashews exploded in his mouth, mingling in a delightful symphony of flavors and textures that revealed unexpected layers. Anton raised an eyebrow, continuing to chew, his eyes lighting up. Hesitantly, he thought he discerned a hint of berries tartness. Dumbledore laughed heartily. "Indeed. It's a blend of raspberry and blueberry jam. How delicious is it? I told you so." Anton licked his lips. "May I have another?" With a clap of his hands, Dumbledore conjured a drink for both of them, honey lemon juice, which would refresh them after their treat. Thus, on that Halloween afternoon, as the sunset painted the sky in hues of crimson, and a gentle breeze stirred the sheer curtains, the elder and the youth earnestly savored their afternoon tea. Chapter 92, I'm Still a Child. As Anton munched away, he sighed, resigning himself to the fact that one could hardly deceive someone like Dumbledore. Since he did not wish to express his thoughts, so be it. However, one thing was certain. Dumbledore's awareness of the situation signified that he was no longer in any peril, which relieved him greatly. Leaning forward, he quietly inquired, "If I were to hire a multitude of writers in the Muggle world to craft stories featuring his name, portraying him as either the main antagonist or protagonist, and if even one such story became a bestseller, wouldn't it provoke a frenzy of individuals uttering his name? Wouldn't he go mad?" Dumbledore gazed at him in astonishment, his expression perplexing. Anton shrugged. "My uncle Lupin is quite wealthy now, enough to support numerous writers. He just needs the rights to a character, easily achievable. A clever idea, indeed." Dumbledore smiled faintly, yet it is impractical. This encroaches upon the sensitive nerves of the Ministry of Magic, which would undoubtedly seek to deal with anyone daring enough to attempt such a thing. His demeanor shifted to seriousness. "We know this is a grueling battle. We cannot allow the smoke of conflict to permeate the Muggle world, for they possess little resistance against wizards." "Anthony." Dumbledore placed his hands on the table, looking at him kindly. "I have spoken with Fines, evidently. He has had a negative influence on you, yet I sense your essence is not malign." Anton was taken aback. "You've spoken to my teacher?" Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "He is a uniquely gifted wizard, capable of retaining human consciousness in a ghostly state, something I had never considered. He expressed regret over his past and implored me to retrieve his legacy from his vault in Gringotts to compensate those he had wronged." Anton gasped. "He has an inheritance? Is this still my dear teacher? Goodness, he has quite the aces up his sleeve after 2 years of acquaintance. Fines. I never expected you to be this kind of person." I also spoke with Lupin. He is indeed doing well and is striving to assist other werewolves. Dumbledore regarded Anton with a smile. "And the wise one for the fairy clan, Pedro, is currently negotiating with various factories, aided by Andre Rocher, to improve conditions for fairy workers. Clearly, many have found their way to righteousness under your influence. Are you secretly visiting homes without my knowledge, you little rascal?" Anton was once again stunned. He tossed a cockroach into his mouth, but this time it tasted bland, his thoughts swirling chaotically. Thus, an astonishing hypothesis dawned upon him. Dumbledore also grabbed a cockroach, the light in his crescent glasses gleaming, perhaps. He shrugged, indicating that the influence could indeed lead to positive change. Anton gasped sharply, utterly shocked. "You overestimate me. I am still but a child." He held up his fingers, 11 years old. I cannot fathom Dumbledore's thought process. Old Dumbledore grinned as he munched on the cockroaches and sipped his honey lemon water, finally saying, "In my eyes, he remains merely a child. That is my shortcoming. I was preoccupied with other matters and failed to attend to his inner feelings. On certain issues, he has evidently become somewhat obsessive." "Somewhat? Dumbledore, your choice of words is questionable." Anton's mouth fell open, utterly at a loss for words, as a cockroach crawled out of his mouth, which he hurriedly shoved back in. Stunned for 1,000 years. There are some people. Dumbledore's eyes brimmed with an enigmatic emotion. They always yearn to change the world. Yet they fail to realize that this is no longer the age of wizards. Wizards have never been the mainstream of humanity, and following the witch hunts. They're even less so. Muggles and wizards maintain a delicate balance, and the Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards have made tremendous efforts to uphold this. Aside from the increasingly rare pure-blood families, wizards are now increasingly sourced from half-blood or muggle families. Dumbledore spoke of this with a grave expression. Many of their parents and relatives were muggles. Most people remained oblivious to the fact that wizards of mixed blood and muggle heritage had quietly come to dominate the wizarding world, blindly fostering animosity towards the muggle community, and even contemplating the enslavement of muggles, which would inevitably cause a profound rift in an already fragile wizarding realm. He reached for a large, golden cup on his desk, grabbing a handful of candies and scattering them across the surface. He then gently nudged a small portion to the side, designating them as wizards who had no connection to the muggle world. He pointed to the majority of the candies, representing those who had unbreakable bonds of kinship, love, friendship, and everything else with muggle society. This was the root of their failure. Anton nodded in agreement, captivated by this perspective he had never encountered before. The man before him, as the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards and chief wizard of the WizardingWorld, undoubtedly possessed insights beyond those of ordinary wizards. He recalled Harry Potter, a child from a pure-blood family who also had muggle relatives. He could feel no love, only hatred towards me. It was impossible for him to heed the wisdom of an elder regarding love and peace. Dumbledore, with a hint of resignation, found it amusing that he had always longed to be a professor of defense against the dark arts, and now he had gained a student. Anton swallowed hard, realizing that he could not possibly influence him. An adult's worldview is firmly established, and no matter how logically we argue, we cannot change anyone's mind. Dumbledore merely smiled, his long, aged fingers lightly touching the bracelet on Anton's wrist. The bracelet sprang to life. A small dragon, resembling Mithril, began to circle around his wrist before ultimately merging into it, transforming into a dragon-shaped tattoo. He cannot harm you, Anthony. Release your inhibitions and try, he encouraged. But I'm still just a child. Anton protested. This idea of yours is utterly absurd. He wished to resist further. This was not merely about whether he should comply, but rather about whether Dumbledore harbored such dangerous thoughts. He looked at Dumbledore with a serious expression. Professor Quirrell intends to let me die. Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses glimmered as he smiled slightly. In my school, he could never kill anyone. His tone was calm, yet imbued with formidable confidence. Anton tugged at the corners of his mouth, feeling somewhat reassured. He pondered, touching his wrist, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Aside from the shield charm, he had no effective means to confront Quirrell. Chapter 93. The Guardian Knight Charm. Anton understood that Dumbledore meant well. This elder was restricting his use of dark magic, compelling him to walk a righteous path, while also granting him unfettered access to non-dark magic tomes in the library and promising to assist him with any questions he might have. Not to mention that old Dumbledore was incredibly busy, and regarding those books, the most precious and advanced ones, while they appear to be housed in the library. Most students might never even catch a glimpse of their covers throughout their lives. It was exceedingly difficult to obtain a borrowing slip from a professor for any particular volume. This was Hogwarts' invaluable treasure. Dumbledore laid out a lengthy list before Anton. To say he was not moved would be a lie. To claim he was not disheartened would be equally false. Quirrell had already displayed evident hostility, and Anton desperately needed a means of self-preservation. The shield charm seemed adequate, but it could not protect against the killing curse. Moreover, passive defense had never been his inclination. He needed a means to counterattack. He sighed. Relying solely on the shield charm was futile. Anton furrowed his brow. Dumbledore continued to wear that gentle smile. I have heard from Fines that you were previously focused on the disarming charm, intending to use it as a common means of self-defense. The old wizard certainly had a knack for revealing everything. Traitor, you have stripped my foundation bare. Anton pursed his lips. I believe that specializing in a particular spell is far more useful than mastering a plethora of flashy spells. You should endeavor to explore more. The wizarding world holds countless marvelous vistas awaiting your discovery. Do not confine yourself to a single spell, Dumbledore advised. After a moment of contemplation, he added, if you truly intend to specialize in a particular spell, my suggestion is to consider not its potency, but rather what resonates with you most. This way, your efforts will yield greater enjoyment and satisfaction. That makes sense. Anton murmured, suddenly brightening. There is indeed one that I like. Dumbledore smiled. You can demonstrate it for me. I can offer you some guidance, at the very least helping you avoid unnecessary detours. This is a secret art I learned from the goblins, which I refer to as the moving figurine. I adore it, but its limitations are quite considerable. It requires earth, and I have never thought to use it as a means of combat. As he spoke of this, Anton became particularly animated, his eyes sparkling. I need some soil. Dumbledore gently clapped his hands, causing everything on the desk to vanish, and a mound of earth appeared in the center. Wow, this is incredibly convenient. Anton was thoroughly enchanted by the wizarding world. Magic always tugged at his heartstrings in the minutiae. He drew his wand, waving it delicately as a conductor would, causing two small earthen figures to rise from a heap. Snape and Quirrell. Then, the two began to argue and fight, reenacting their encounter from the previous night at the entrance of the chamber, holding the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. This is not transfiguration. Indeed, this is a goblin's secret art that I imitated using magic. It is a form of bionic spell, a charm of your own creation. Fines mentioned it to me. Dumbledore smiled at Anton. It seems you are treading a marvelous path, and with great efficacy. This is a worthy subject for deeper exploration. Anton found it hard to respond to the old wizard. You have revealed everything. Haven to you? How astute of you. He sighed. This can only serve as a hobby. Even if I were to transform these earthen figures into formidable puppets, they would still be constrained to terrains with soil. Anton pouted, a hint of regret in his expression. The combat scenarios were limited to forested areas, utterly lackluster. It seems you have not devoted enough thought to transfiguration, Dumbledore remarked, gazing at the earthen figures with a hint of wistfulness. With a gentle wave, the soil morphed into a three-headed dog. Then, with another wave, A robust werewolf materialized before the three-headed dog, its muscular frame resembling that of a black bear, devoid of tail. It appeared out of thin air. In-depth study of transfiguration allows one to summon tangible objects from nothing. Anton nodded. Professor Quirrell had explained the characteristics of the arrow charm and the flock of birds charm. Yet he still could not comprehend the concept of summoning from thin air. Magic manifests in the real world as a reflection of our inner emotions. It is not without root or origin, Dumbledore elucidated. He gazed at Anton with a certain wistfulness, acknowledging that your intricate journey of growth had left your heart devoid of sufficient security, which indeed reflects a profound emotional depth. Anton nodded in agreement. The obedient child, the old wizard, had confided everything to Dumbledore. What could he possibly do? With a smile and a nod, Dumbledore waved his wand gently, causing a wooden door at the base of the bookshelf by the wall to swing open, and a book floated gracefully into Anton's hands. In light of such intense emotions, you are particularly suited to this spell. Perhaps it will aid you in delving deeper into your studies. Anton lowered his gaze to examine the tome. It was a handwritten book of magical notes, its cover adorned with gilded lettering that read The Loyal Guardian. Beneath it were the names of its authors, Dumbledore and Grindelwald. The Guardian Knight spell was a result of my youthful explorations, Dumbledore remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his smile as he regarded the book in Anton's hands. During that time, I was fervently engrossed in transfiguration spells alongside another author. This Guardian Knight spell was one of our inventions. Of course, we also devised many intriguing spells based on transfiguration. He waved his hand slightly, and the wooden door of the bookshelf closed. Once your transfiguration skills reach a certain level, you may come to borrow the book for further study. Nestled in an oversized armchair, Anton eagerly opened the book. Similar to his animated figurine, this spell could transform nearby objects into a knight clad in heavy armor. There were two forms. One was a mounted knight wielding a lance several meters long, capable of charging at foes, while the other was a walking knight brandishing a 2-meter-high heavy shield, providing defense for the wizard. The incantation was the Loyal Guardian. The wand movements were elegantly simple, allowing for sustained control over the spell. At an advanced level, it could even summon a squad of knights to heed the wizard's command. The book was rather substantial, measuring approximately 1 foot by half a foot and boasting a thickness of 10 centimeters. You may take it home to peruse at your leisure. It is enchanted with protective and restorative charms, so there is no need to worry about damage. After reading, simply inform the book, and it will automatically return to my office. Dumbledore's expression turned serious. I must remind you that mastering this spell does not imply that your transfiguration skills have reached that level. It is merely a clever spell. You must diligently grasp every foundational aspect of transfiguration to progress further. Anton nodded earnestly. I understand. Chapter 94. What is the cost? Emerging from Dumbledore's office, the sky had quietly darkened. Anton made his way to the dining hall on the first floor of the castle, feeling a pang of hunger. The hall was bustling with activity. Everyone was animatedly discussing the giant troll, with many gathered around the Gryffindor table, listening to Ron vividly recount his heroic exploits. Harry appeared somewhat shy, but upon noticing Draco's jealous gaze from a distance, he joined in the storytelling. Hermione was evidently back on good terms with the two, sitting nearby and listening as they exaggerated their tales, rolling her eyes in mild disdain. Typically, she would have scolded them for flaunting their misdeeds, but the atmosphere was lively, and it was distinctly their revelry. Clutching the hefty tome, Anton approached the Slytherin table, finding an unoccupied corner to quietly relish his meal. As long as he had a book in hand, he was generally left undisturbed. Particularly among the younger Slytherins, this was an unspoken rule. In matters of reading, Anton was renowned for being more Ravenclaw than the Ravenclaws themselves. Naturally, should anyone interrupt his reading, he could be even more Slytherin than the Slytherins. It's nothing remarkable, is it? Draco remarked irritably to Anton. Ah, but dear roommate, you always possess certain privileges, Anton replied with a grin. The mountain troll is the strongest among its kind. And evidently, my little cousin has shown commendable courage and strength, Anton continued, beaming. Goodness, I can hardly endure his pompous words, Draco muttered, rolling his eyes before departing with his two lackeys. Anton chuckled softly, disregarding him. A gentle hand rested on his shoulder. After a moment of silence, Anton looked up to find Professor Quirrell. Perhaps we could have a word? It was indeed Quirrell, a rare occurrence since he never initiated contact. Usually, it was Voldemort seeking him out. Anton gestured to the massive book beside him. I need to drop this off in my dormitory. Carrying it around is somewhat cumbersome. Quirrell forced a smile, attempting to convey goodwill. No rush. Take your time eating, and come to my office later. Anton nodded with a smile. As Quirrell headed to the professor's table, Anton squinted, observing his retreating figure. He would not forget that Quirrell had once plotted to eliminate him, and just the previous night. How could he possibly forget? Now, he was seeking him out with an ingratiating tone? Anton's mind raced. Upon returning to his dormitory, Anton placed the spellbook in a small chest by the windowsill. This was perhaps the safest place he could imagine, as there were few recorded instances of intrusions in the Slytherin dorms. Moreover, there was a charming little plant thriving beneath the windowsill. Draco had previously complained about Anton keeping such perilous flora in their quarters, but after a period of amicable discussion, he had consented. This lovely roommate adhered to the principle of if you can't beat them, join them, and had placed a chest next to the windowsill for storing his own secrets. It will protect my box too, won't it? Anton nodded cheerfully. I don't mind sharing. Thus, the weekly task of feeding the little plant with meat and blood fell to Goyle. Both were quite satisfied with this mutually beneficial arrangement. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, Anton adjusted his mindset and leisurely made his way to Professor Quirrell's office. Did you summon me? Anton seated himself unceremoniously in the chair across from the desk. Were it not for Voldemort's parasitic presence behind Quirrell's head, Anton would undoubtedly have sought to dispose of him. Do not assume I possess only dark magic. My expertise in potions is my true trump card, Anton mused. Instant death, sudden demise a month later, paralysis, feigned death leading to a vegetative state, or even amputation, an array of choices at one's disposal. Did the old wizard's research in potions revolve around healing? Anton could confidently assert that his potions would surpass even the finest of tastes, with a delightful aftertaste to boot. In terms of flavor, he prided himself on being superior to both the old wizard and Snape. Quirrell, unperturbed by Anton's rudeness, fixed his gaze upon him, and they sat in prolonged silence. Clearly, Quirrell had chosen the wrong partner in patience. Anton could sit with him until the end of time. If a person did not need to eat or relieve themselves, they could sit across from Chilo for at least a year. Such is the resilience of this individual. I need your assistance, Chilo implored. Clearly, in this era, both humans and spirits are merely playing their parts. In truth, he did not appear as panic-stricken and stammering as he pretended. Anton remained silent, merely lowering his gaze to continue toying with his fingers. I need your help. That three-headed dog. I saw you have a way to deal with it. I also require someone to keep watch, to help me fend off any unforeseen circumstances. Only then did Anton lift his eyelids, coldly fixing his stare upon him. You wanted to kill me then. Do you really believe I would assist you? You must help me. Chilo's tone escalated. Dark wizard. He paused, clenched his fist tightly, rose to his feet, and looked down at Anton. I did not intend to. I was terrified. Snape is so powerful. I had to acquire what was in that room. I was in utter despair. He trembled slightly. You cannot fathom the depth of my desperation. Ha! Anton scoffed softly, returning to his idle manipulation of his fingers. Crafting a rational justification for his actions and positioning himself as the victim, emphasizing his helplessness as the reason for his deeds. Such primitive tactics had long ceased to amuse him. As his strength grew, the self-pitying deception began to wear on his nerves. Playing this game in front of me? You are still too green. Chilo paced behind the desk, eventually fixing his gaze upon him. You must assist me. After all, I have imparted so much knowledge to you. Anton continued to toy with his fingers, silently mocking him. Is that what you taught? That was Voldemort. You taught me nothing of value. However, this reminded him that acquiring the Philosopher's Stone was Voldemort's imperative goal, and having come this far, he could no longer extricate himself with mere complaints. Some matters left no room for negotiation. Everything comes at a cost, Professor. You have taught me so much, and you previously intended to kill me. Our grievances have long been settled. He could not outmaneuver Voldemort. How could he possibly contend with this fellow? If you wish for my assistance, you must truly summon the Dark Lord. I will help without hesitation. If you dare not, then demonstrate some sincerity. Chilo, visibly reluctant, touched his headscarf, hesitated, and then withdrew his hand, repeatedly insisting, You must help me. Then what is the price? Anton inquired softly. Chilo gasped in astonishment, his sharp tone reverberating in the office. You dare to ask for something in return? Do you not realize we are, Chapter 95, a radiant smile? Chilo ceased his words, glaring at Anton with indignation. Anton shrugged, resting his elbows on the desk, propping his chin with a nonchalant expression, remaining silent. Chilo clenched his fists, striking the air in frustration. Fine, I will give you what you want. Trembling slightly, he cautiously retrieved a delicate snuff box from within his wizarding robe. It was a container for snuff, with a golden exterior, adorned in a Victorian court style with silver embellishments, and embedded with an emerald that rendered it exquisite. He caressed it for a long moment, reluctantly placing it on the desk while casting a lingering glance at it. Ultimately, he sighed, closed his eyes, and forced himself not to look at it. This is a product of ancient fairies. It contains a permanently reinforced non-marking extension charm, capable of holding items the size of 2 offices. Anton smirked slightly, amused. He had witnessed a suitcase, which housed an entire large-scale mechanical factory, standing 15 meters tall and occupying an unknown expanse. He could not be bothered to glance at it. Instead, he continued to regard Chilo with indifference. Do you not comprehend its worth? Chilo, exasperated, trembled as he pointed at Anton. Do you truly understand how precious an alchemical item with such a permanent reinforcement charm is? Anton merely smirked, offering him a Mona Lisa smile. Blast it! Chilo cursed in frustration, pacing behind the desk. Were it not for the fact that I have exhausted all my resources, were it not for the need to recover, and were it not for the fact that this is all I have left. He glared coldly at Anton, his eyes filled with determination. The item I offer you is not determined by what you desire, but rather by what I possess. Anton remained unmoved. Ha ha ha! Chilo was nearly driven to madness, furiously striding to the cabinet and forcefully yanking the door open. Look, I have nothing left. I am utterly destitute. I have invested everything. He pulled out a suitcase, shaking it to reveal a collection of clothes, chocolates, and miscellaneous items spilling forth. He then retrieved a massive burlap sack, slamming it onto the ground, its opening spilling forth a cascade of gold galleons. Behold, this vast sum is all that I have accumulated in my lifetime, exchanged solely for a dragon egg. Just for a dragon egg. The golden coins glimmered enticingly. He trembled at the thought of touching them, but ultimately turned away, closing his eyes in sorrow, trembling. Soon, it will no longer be mine. He then extracted a glass jar from the cabinet, shaking it to find it empty, and in a fit of rage, he smashed it to the ground. Crash! The floor was strewn with shards. I could have purchased some blood or potions in the black market to recover, but I have been left with no options. I had to venture into the forbidden forest. He approached Anton coldly, leaning over the armrests of Anton's chair, glaring down at him with an icy gaze. You have no idea what a desperate person is capable of. You absolutely do not want to know. Anton pressed his lips together. This man was both pitiable and wretched, exhausting every means to resurrect Voldemort. Yet Anton understood that once Dumbledore became aware of Voldemort's possession of Chilo, the Philosopher's Stone was destined to remain beyond his grasp. The stone was like bait, firmly ensnaring both Voldemort and Chilo. Moreover, pondering deeper, whether the Mirror of Ariste should hold the stone or a pile of cockroaches was merely subject to Dumbledore's whims. They were being played with mercilessly. TSK. Anton let out an ambiguous sigh, reaching for the snuff box on the desk and tucking it into his wizarding robe. I wish to learn your spells, the binding spell and the fireline spell. The binding charm and the fire-making spell? No problem. Chilo exhaled in relief. Fire-making? Anton blinked. A magical creature resembling a lion. Chilo shrugged, drawing his wand and waving it, causing everything on the floor to float back into the cabinet, including the glass jar, which were formed from shards. Anton's interest peaked. After learning this spell, he would make it a point to encounter such a magical creature. Comparing the spell's power with its magical image, perhaps he would uncover something noteworthy. Join me in the Forbidden Forest tonight. I need someone to keep watch. Recently, the centaurs seemed to have heard something and frequently send patrols into the forest. Anton toyed with his wand, declaring, without a protective spell, I shall not venture into that perilous place. Good heavens! Chilo exclaimed, astonished. You promise to assist me. That hinges on how swiftly you impart these 2 spells, Professor. Anton replied. In a fit of anger, Chilo slammed his fist upon the table. The centaurs are under Hogwarts protection. They would not dare trouble a student like you. Even if you were caught, they would simply presume you were an audacious student wandering at night. Anton merely smiled, a serene expression on his face. Chilo gripped the edge of the table so tightly that his knuckles turned white, veins bulging. Through clenched teeth, he retorted, Fine. I shall teach you right now. Witness the amicable agreement reached between the two. Splendidly done. The summoning charm was quite commonplace, akin to a transfiguration spell that summoned flocks of birds. Yet it was significantly simpler to cast. Its difficulty rated merely 2 points, as Chilo adeptly merged the spell with the process of crafting magical items. With a unique control technique, he waved his wand. Whoosh! A rope shot forth before him. Clap, clap, clap! Chilo applauded joyously, his face alight with surprise. You possess great talent, having learned it so swiftly. Now, let us proceed to learn the fire-making spell, and then hasten to the Forbidden Forest. Anton remained silent, observing him. The summoning charm I conjured does not curve, nor can it bind any object. Chilo shrugged. That requires diligent practice. The summoning charm I conjured does not curve, nor can it bind any object. Anton repeated expressionlessly. Chilo gritted his teeth. I know. You need to practice. The summoning charm I conjured does not. All right. Chilo bellowed in frustration. Fine, fine. His expression contorted as he paced the office, finally turning to glare coldly at Anton. This is my exclusive secret. I cannot teach you. It is my trump card. The summoning charm I conjured does not curve, nor can it bind any object. Choking on his anger, Chilo clenched his fists, yearning to draw his wand and unleash the killing curse upon this insufferable child. Avada Kedavra, then the world would be at peace. Oh, Anton grinned, continuing to gaze at him. The summoning charm I conjured does not curve, nor can it bind any object. The two remained locked in a stalemate within the office for a full 30 minutes. Eventually, Chilo exhaled sharply. What could he do? He had already taught this much, and he had relinquished his most treasured possession. What more could he do? The spell's control mechanism was simple. It merely required a lesson that lasted another half hour. Chilo's throat parched from the lengthy discourse. He thought it had come to an end, but it had not. I need to chant the spell. It is peculiar that you do not. I endure. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. That is a silent spell, requiring practice. I need to chant the spell. It is peculiar that you do not. I need to chant the spell. It is peculiar that you do not. Stupefied, Chilo roared, slamming his fist on the table. In a fit of rage, he drew his wand, menacingly pointing it at Anton. Anton regarded him with a calm demeanor. Very well. Chilo forced a smile, though he was unsure whether it resembled laughter or tears. This is nothing, right? Haha. As your professor, it is my duty to teach you. Is it not? Anton smiled and nodded gently. Excellent. Chilo's voice trembled slightly. Now let us discuss the secret of casting the summoning charm silently. Outside, the night deepened into darkness. Snap! With a finger snap, a rope suddenly appeared before Anton, binding a leg of a tall chair nearby. You truly are a genius, Anthony. Chilo admitted reluctantly, yet in awe. This was his signature move. Heaven knew how long he had labored over it. And yet this annoying child had mastered it in a single night. He felt a twinge of bitterness. Had he truly taught it away? Doubt crept in as he began to question what he was doing. He finally looked out the window into the pitch-black night, where one could hardly see a hand in front of their face, perfect for embarking on mischievous endeavors. Ah, yes, he needed this child as assistance. It was merely a reward for his labor, and at least he had a helper. It was not a total loss, was it? He could only comfort himself with that thought. However, the mechanical repetition of the incantation echoed once more in his ears. I still cannot perform wandless magic. Spit. This time, he truly coughed up blood. The liquid rolled in his throat, oddly sweet. Chilo's eyes widened as he gazed at Anton, unable to contain himself any longer. He roared. This truly requires practice. Without several years of dedication, do not expect to perform wandless magic. His voice cracked as he shouted, feeling as though his throat might tear apart. His liver aching, his mind threatening to burst. If this child uttered even one more word, just one, he would undoubtedly challenge him to a duel. A battle to the death. Very well. Anton gazed at Chilo, a hint of reluctance in his sigh. I will practice diligently, Professor. Go to hell. Who cares if you practice or not? Chilo clenched his fists, nails digging painfully into his palms. His face contorted as he forced a smile. Now can we proceed to the Forbidden Forest? Anton stared at Chilo with disbelief. You have yet to teach the fire-making spell. To hell with the fire-making spell. Chilo exploded with fury, waving his wand as he forcefully flung open the office door, slamming it against the wall with a thunderous crash. Bang! Dust rained down from the ceiling. He furiously grabbed Anton by the collar, yanking him out. Get out. I never want to see you again. Anton staggered back a few steps before steadying himself, nearly colliding with someone. He looked up to see Professor McGonagall. Good evening, he said, his expression strange as he observed Anton and Chilo. You too. Chilo forced himself to smile, expending every ounce of effort to beam brightly. Tomorrow evening, I shall teach you again. All right, Anton replied obediently, mirroring Chilo's radiant smile. Wonderful. Chilo's expression instantly faltered as he slammed the office door shut. Only Anton and Professor McGonagall remained, exchanging puzzled glances. Chapter 96, The Naga. Whoosh. A rope coiled around the treetops of a towering tree, while the other end wrapped around Anton's wrist. Then, as if propelled by a taut rubber band, the rope snapped back swiftly, launching Anton into the sky. Whoosh. Another rope ensnared another mighty tree. Thus, Anton swung back and forth among the woods. Goodness. Chilo growled. Can you be a bit quieter? We cannot draw anyone's attention right now. Several ropes gently lowered Anton into midair, resembling a marionette suspended from strings, dangling before Quirrell. I'm still unskilled. Rigorous training is necessary, Professor. Quirrell's lips twitched, a desire to retort bubbling within him. You are merely toying with this. Rigorous? I toil for you. With a sigh, he pondered whether seeking out Anton was a blessing or a curse. Yet, having already dispatched the snuff box and imparted the incantation, what more could he do? Keep it down. Quirrell murmured weakly. The ropes tugged at Anton's right hand, stretching it up and down in a mock gesture of reassurance. Whoosh! It swung out once more. I regret this. Quirrell exhaled deeply, a complex expression crossing his face. He not only lamented involving this troublesome child, but also regretted seeking out the Dark Lord in Albania. His future once shone brightly. He was a young instructor at Hogwarts, admired by Dumbledore, who intended to promote him to professor. Everything. It was irretrievable. Now, he found himself with no retreat. The abyss loomed behind him. Charge forward or perish. There was no choice. Listen, I require the blood of magical creatures, if absolutely necessary. I will need unicorn blood. Understand? Be vigilant for signs of unicorns. If it were not an urgent matter, he would certainly not wish to resort to drinking unicorn blood. He understood that by consuming it, he would gain the power to traverse to the very core of the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, that substance bore a curse. One that even the Dark Lord could not unravel. He was willing to sacrifice everything for the Dark Lord's resurrection. But he needed to preserve his own life to relish in the power that would follow. If he were to die, the Dark Lord's return would be of no consequence to him. Sighing, he cautioned, danger level 5x magical creatures must not be approached. Keep your distance. Quirrell's expression grew exceedingly grave. Creatures rated 5x could easily slay a human and were impossible to domesticate or tame. This was no jest, and he wished to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Anton nodded. I am merely here to keep watch for you, not to risk my life. I understand. Although the young wizard heeded his advice, Quirrell still found himself irked. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell appeared even more anxious than Anton. Half crouching, wand poised, ready for battle. He muttered incessantly. Magic was truly difficult to fathom through the lens of logic. Young wizards were as perilous as adult sorcerers. Even a mere redcap could inflict harm akin to that of a 5x dragon, and one could not afford to let their guard down due to arbitrary danger ratings. For instance, the 4x basilisk was the creature he feared most. Quirrell's expression twisted in disgust, recalling a time when someone had tossed one into his dormitory to frighten him. The normally stuttering professor now had no need to pretend before Anton, rambling incessantly, a veritable chatterbox. Good grief, how revolting. 3 heads. I have never encountered anything so grotesque. More horrifying than a 3-headed dog. The mere thought of icy scales brushing against his neck sent a shiver down Quirrell's spine as he recalled some unpleasant memories. It's all Newt's fault. Yes, the very author of your magical creatures textbook. He released many of his beasts into the Forbidden Forest. Quirrell's expression contorted, his tone mocking. Releasing them? What a ludicrous action. He has no idea how terrifying his enormous basilisk truly is. That serpent has spawned countless offspring. And good heavens, they are nearly overrun the Forbidden Forest. Only dark wizards would cherish a basilisk. To my mind, Newt is a dark wizard. How else could he have been expelled from school? He continued, his face contorting comically. How fortunate that the basilisk, rivaling a dragon, and its progeny have been confined to the farthest reaches by Hagrid, as they are beginning to affect the centaur population. Are they not? Just then, Anton was lowered by the ropes behind him. In a hushed tone, he inquired, the enormous basilisk you mentioned, does it resemble a viper with 3 heads, a white body, and covered in orange, dragon-like scales, capable of swallowing a night bus hole? Quirrell sighed in relief as Anton finally quieted, turning to him with a smile. Yes. I suspect that creature cannot even be classified as 4x in danger level. Its colossal size and immense strength, combined with its venomous fangs, render it exceedingly perilous. Anton smirked. You truly are quite knowledgeable, Professor. Quirrell, noticing Anton's peculiar expression, furrowed his brows, suddenly glancing intensely in the direction Anton was staring. He gasped. A basilisk. And not just any ordinary adult, 6 to 7 foot basilisk. It was Newt's. The enormous creature lurked in the shadows, its size obscured. The 3-headed beast emerged from the dim corners of the forest, cold vertical pupils fixed upon him. We must be cautious. He seemed to revert to his stuttering state, gripping his wand tightly. Do not aim your wand at it. These creatures are not inherently vicious. Just back away slowly and show no signs of hostility. Quirrell gulped. turning serious, shown no signs of hostility. They will not attack unless provoked. Yet, Anton promptly produced a broomstick from a snuff box. With a leap, he mounted it. Whoosh! Upward he soared. Blimey! Quirrell was astounded. At this moment, he realized what a broomstick meant in the perilous Forbidden Forest. It was practically a divine artifact. The only question was why the one atop the broom was not him. Furthermore, if memories served correctly, that broomstick belonged to him. It had accompanied him through countless storms, filled with myriad sorrows and cherished memories. What a tragic tale. Anton had taken his old broomstick, once his, and fled. I haven't even mounted yet. I'm not on it yet. Do you hear me? But there was no time for further contemplation. Chapter 97. Hey, give it your all. Just how large was the basilisk raised by Newt? An imperfect analogy might be that if Anton's transformed viper had a girth akin to a truck tire, this basilisk's width would be comparable to that of a truck itself, and that was not even at its thickest point. It was said that Newt's salary at the Ministry of Magic was 2 silver sickles per week. Although Anton was unaware of the purchasing power of 2 silver sickles in 1918, sustaining such enormous creatures was indeed quite absurd. Yes, Anton was keenly observing. He did not fly far. Instead, he hovered above, coldly regarding Quirrell, a fellow intent on his demise, much like an old wizard from years past. The old wizard held a unique significance for him. Upon his recent arrival in this world, the old wizard subjected himself to torment, ultimately leading to his own demise at the hands of Anton, leaving him in a precarious state of existence where it was difficult to ascertain whether equilibrium had been achieved. In those moments, Anton faced the unfathomable realm of wizardry, a tumultuous blend of yearning, trepidation, and an insatiable desire for contact. It was the old wizard's unwavering dedication to imparting an entire lifetime's worth of wisdom that bestowed upon him the confidence to confront all challenges with ease. The intricacies of potion making, the theory of the unity of potions and spells, the belief that wizards are akin to deities who command all through will, the mastery of the Iron Shield charm and the heart-piercing curse, along with a wealth of experiences and insights regarding the principles of spell and magical imagery. All these boundless fragments of knowledge laid the groundwork for Anton, albeit eclectic, to possess an exceptionally solid foundation. The Wizard's Eye potion remained the most potent tool Anton had encountered since entering the Wizarding World. The theory of the unity of potions and spells allowed him to synthesize the knowledge gained from Snape and Voldemort's private lessons, resulting in exponential growth. Years spent navigating the fringes of society endowed him with a treasure trove of experiences and realizations. Indeed, the old wizard honored his commitment to influence Anton's decisions through the love and dedication of a teacher. Thus, Anton genuinely regarded the old wizard as his mentor. He could neither forget the tormenting moments nor the sacrifices made by the old wizard. It was a complex sentiment, a singular exception, an irreplicable anomaly. Anton cast a cold gaze upon Quirrell, fully aware that Quirrell was destined to perish. He recognized the man's considerable strength. After all, Quirrell had approached the three-headed dog's lair unscathed while Snape was injured. Even when casting a spell on Harry Potter's broomstick, Harry had faced numerous life-threatening situations. Quirrell was not as laughable as he appeared, yet his demise was comically absurd, brought about by a mere touch from Harry Potter. Anton bore no concern regarding the hands that would extinguish Quirrell's life. He lacked the psychological compulsion for personal vengeance. The act of dying sufficed. The only good Quirrell was a dead one. However, a crucial detail remained. Voldemort was concealed behind Quirrell's cranium. With Quirrell's demise, Voldemort would surely harbor a deep animosity towards him, attributing the failure of his infiltration into Hogwarts to Anton, who had fled, leaving Quirrell without assistance. Thus, he would need to feign the role of the earnest student, intent on rescuing his mentor. Whether he could indeed save him was not his decision to make. It depended on the mood of the basilisk. The basilisk, in its current state, was decidedly irritable. After a moment of contemplation regarding Quirrell, it lunged forward with astonishing speed. Armor up! Bam! The enormous tail of the serpent swung, and poor Quirrell was struck down, akin to a small sandbag, instantly slammed against a tree. Don't come near me. Please don't. His cries echoed as the spell's brilliance pierced the nocturnal forest, yet even the basilisk's scales proved impervious to its light. Quirrell could only unleash a few slowing and binding spells to mitigate the serpent's onslaught, while attempting to imitate Anton by casting a rope charm to navigate swiftly through the woods. Anton retrieved the Wizard's Eye potion from his satchel, relishing the moment as he downed it in one gulp. He intended to sketch the magical imagery of the three-headed dog, reminiscent of a viper, alongside the magical imagery of Quirrell's binding spell. A comparative analysis of these images with the spells etched in his memory would deepen his understanding of their operational principles. How splendid. The battle commenced. Wow. Quirrell was utterly inept. Strike back, fight, kill it. The light and shadows of the recording spell traced marvelous lines around him, visualizing the basilisk's magical essence. Yet, Anton found himself captivated by the magical imagery emanating from Professor Quirrell. Typically, the effects of the wizard's eye potion rendered it exceedingly difficult to penetrate the magical essence of highly intelligent beings, such as wizards. For instance, Lupin's werewolf form produced a tumult of light blue, ocean-like, distorted lines, but in his wizard form, Anton could only perceive a large color block, with perhaps a few dark green fissures. The same applied to the old wizard, to Anton himself, and to the fairies. But Quirrell presented a uniquely fascinating case. He remained a complete color block, yet innumerable black threads extended from him, culminating in a chaotic tangle at the back of his head. A veritable knot of confusion. Anton licked his lips. Oh, by Merlin's strawberry triangle hole tights. What had he just glimpsed? A discernible Voldemort? How utterly intriguing. It was too distant to discern clearly. Anton licked his mouth, steeling himself, dispelling the recording spell, and lowered his broom. Professor, the young wizard called with heartfelt urgency. It is my fault for not realizing you hadn't jumped up. Although I am unaware of your reasons for not doing so, I am here to rescue you. Hurry. Get on. Whoosh. The broom swooped down. Anton's flying lessons had not been in vain. Madame Hooch's flying skills were indeed remarkable. Vertical lightning movements, tail whips for acceleration, sharp turns, and instantaneous flips. Each technique allowed Anton to navigate through the towering trees without losing speed, arriving beside Professor Quirrell in an instant. He shifted back slightly, leaving space on the broom for Quirrell. Professor, please get on. The earnest expression on the young wizard's face seemed to convey, look, I'm about to save your life once more. Yet, who could fathom why Quirrell was so sensitive, perpetually interpreting others' goodwill as mockery? Anton's sincere expression was evidently lost on Quirrell, which was quite peculiar. No, I can handle it. Mutus. Whack. The colossal serpent's tail came crashing down, and despite Quirrell being fortified by the Iron Shield charm, he was driven into the earth with tremendous force, appearing utterly wretched. Anton squinted at the basilisk, perplexed. Was it targeting him? It seemed reluctant to harm him, or perhaps it solely sought Quirrell's demise. He glanced down curiously at Quirrell, pondering. Why? Quirrell managed a pained smile. If you hadn't come to assist me last night, I would have had to venture into the forbidden forest and slay a 6-foot basilisk myself. Deservedly so. This basilisk evidently possessed a high degree of intelligence, aware of the survival rules within Hogwarts, and had no intentions of killing. It merely continued to batter Quirrell, akin to a whack-a-mole game at an arcade. Bam! Chilo coughed up a mouthful of blood, sending it soaring half a meter high, prompting Anton to gasp in shock. Bang! Chilo attempted to flee, but his stance was misaligned, and one leg was crushed into a U shape, bending forward. Anton gasped again. Bang! Chilo was once more driven into the earth. What a thrill! Anton beheld the scene with immense satisfaction, murmuring, 80, 80, 80. His hands itched with a desire to transform into a muscular werewolf and join forces with the serpentine creature, forming a group aptly named the Rice Cake Brigade. Hey yo, give it some strength. Hey yo. Chapter 98, The Precious Masterclass. Professor. In the shadowy depths of the Forbidden Forest, the flora appeared ravaged by some terrifying beast, creating a scene of utter disarray. Beside a noticeably collapsed pit, Anton tugged at Chilo's hand, which was visibly fractured in several places, weeping mournfully. Professor, your demise is so tragic. My dear Professor. Oh, my pitiful Professor. Anton inhaled deeply, pulling at the grotesquely distorted hand, weeping loudly. Your end is so lamentable, so lamentable. Whether it was the small wizard's piercing cries or the agonizing twinge from the forcibly pulled hand that instigated it, Chilo finally stirred back to consciousness. Ah! Anton exclaimed with delight. Professor, you have awakened. Splendid. You're not dead. Quickly climb out of the pit. Grabbing Chilo's contorted hand with one hand and his twisted foot with the other, Anton pulled with renewed vigor. Chilo attempted to speak, but gasped sharply, rolling his eyes back, trembling violently before falling unconscious once more. So fragile? Anton swallowed hard, gingerly extending a finger to gently touch Chilo's nose. You mustn't die. This time, fear gripped him. If Chilo were to perish, Voldemort would need to find another vessel to inhabit. But where could he find a suitable one? The answer was all too clear. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Anton jabbed Chilo's face a few times before finally resting his finger on his nose. No nobodes. Anton cried out. My professor. Suddenly, Chilo's eyes snapped open, locking onto Anton's hiss. That gaze was unsettling. Anton quickly realized this was Voldemort. He was still within the wizard's vision. Had it not been for the clandestine task of mapping Voldemort's magical essence, he would not have been lamenting alongside Chilo in this grim moment. In the blink of an eye, a chaotic tangle of dark strand from the back of Chilo's head unfurled, resembling the throat line of a dragon, instantly expanding into a shapely mass. Countless black lines erupted, twisting around Chilo's form, forming a unique pattern. In less than a second, Chilo transformed from a murky yellow mass into a deep, somber black, the color imbued with an aura of profound solitude. Remarkably unique. It was Anton's first encounter with a wizard's magical essence that bore such emotion. Voldemort's magical representation was evidently problematic, adorned with numerous dark green fissures that resembled the intricate cracks of shattered porcelain rather than the mere few lines typical of an average wizard. Thanks to Pedro's unique artistry as a time and memory curator, Anton swiftly recalibrated all his thoughts and memories. Grateful for the old wizard's intense 2-month training, he found himself reacting with remarkable speed. In a flash, Anton's face radiated immense joy. Professor. Oh, my dear professor, how wonderful. You're alive. Chilo, ever so gracefully, offered a faint smile. Very well, it is indeed Voldemort. Anton promptly gestured with his fingers, invoking the silent charm that conjured several ropes to hoist Chilo from the pit. Splendid. Professor, hold on. I shall take